Chapter 1. Ominous Dreams. Ah, please don't bite me. The sharp, needle-like teeth, seemingly imbued with boundless malice, approach her delicate skin with alarming speed, threatening to pierce her fair and tender flesh. Jiang Qianqian sprang upright from her bed, as if propelled by a spring, her eyes wide with terror as she scanned her surroundings. This was unmistakably her own room, a sanctuary she knew all too well. Phew. Fortunately, this was merely an unforeseen and sudden nightmare, akin to a fleeting phantom in the dark that momentarily traversed her mind, gently soothing her previously frantic heart, which had raced like a startled deer, gradually calming under the tender touch of an unseen hand. The chaotic emotions ebbed away like a receding tide after the dream dissipated, leaving behind only a faint whisper of unease lingering in the depths of her soul. Yet, why did this dream persistently intrude upon her slumber for an entire week? Each time she awoke from the tormenting nightmare, a sense of inexplicable dread and confusion enveloped her, as if invisible hands were orchestrating this torment, ensnaring her within a web of unsettling dreams. This dream had become a stubborn shadow, forever trailing her no matter how fervently she endeavored to forget it. It would resurface quietly in the stillness of night, bringing her ceaseless anxiety and contemplation. Now, Jiang Qianqian's once vibrant eyes were clouded with resignation. She gently shook her delicate head, pondering to herself, alas, enough of this. Continuing to agonize over it in vain will likely yield no answers to my long-held questions. Taking a deep breath of the crisp morning air, she sought to temporarily dispel the turmoil within her heart. Gradually, she rose to her feet, straightening her somewhat frail back, a glimmer of determination shining in her eyes as she prepared to embark on her journey to work. As for me, from the very moment of my birth, it seemed as though the fates had conspired to play cruel tricks upon me, rendering me an orphan with a woefully tragic background. From a tender age, I was like a forsaken leaf, heartlessly abandoned at the dilapidated gates of an orphanage. There, I spent a lengthy 16 springs and autumns, experiencing the most innocent and beautiful moments of my life. However, as the years passed and I transitioned into adulthood, brimming with aspirations and desires for the unknown world, I resolutely departed from that familiar sanctuary and stepped into the intricate tapestry of society, embarking upon a challenging working life. Today, I am but a diminutive waitress, insignificant as a speck of dust. Within the most splendid and opulent hotel of the imperial capital, I labored diligently day after day. Every morning, when the first rays of sunlight grace the palace-like structure, I rise early, filled with anticipation and enthusiasm for the day ahead, stepping into the bustling and vibrant hotel lobby. Everything here exudes an indescribable air of nobility, from the exquisite crystal chandeliers to the mirror-like marble floors, each element showcasing the unique allure of the luxurious hotel. And I, akin to a minuscule star in the vast cosmos, quietly shine with my faint glow amidst this dazzling night sky. It is well known that the wages at the imperial capital's luxury hotel are the highest in the city, and the generous compensation acts like a colossal magnet, drawing countless individuals to strive for it. Many have tried desperately to gain entry, yet remain thwarted in their endeavors, while I seem to have been particularly favored by Lady Luck, securing a position after just one interview. In that moment, an uncontrollable joy surged within me, as if the entire world was celebrating my triumph. I am acutely aware of the rarity of this opportunity. It is akin to a precious fruit attained only through arduous struggles atop a mountain, with every drop of sweat embodying hopes and efforts for the future. Thus I cherish each day spent in this role. Every day, I treat this job with the utmost care, as if safeguarding a treasure, fearful that my negligence might cost me this hard-won chance. Phew. Finally off work, I feel utterly exhausted. Jiang Qianqian collapsed onto the couch like a puddle of mud, her weary body seemingly bearing the weight of a whole day's toil and stress, breathing heavily, her breaths faintly escaping her lips. Amidst her long sighs lingered a hint of resignation towards her bustling work and a yearning for a moment of tranquility. After a brief respite, her once quiet stomach suddenly rumbled, as if a forgotten machine protested against the pangs of hunger. "Ah, I'm hungry." Jiang Qianqian helplessly rubbed her empty stomach, her soft fingers gently caressing her abdomen, as if to soothe the protesting little being within. She mused to herself, perhaps she should check the kitchen for any leftovers, hoping to find something to appease her ravenous appetite. Thus, as if propelled by an invisible force, she rose slowly, yet resolutely to her feet. Her movements carried a hint of sluggishness, mirroring her current state of confusion, her steps becoming somewhat unsteady, each one feeling as light as if treading upon cotton, yet still distinctly directed towards the kitchen. In the dim light, her silhouette appeared cloaked in a veil of melancholy, exuding an aura of solitude, as if the entire world had been reduced to just her presence. Upon finally reaching the refrigerator, she gently pulled open the cold door, revealing the array of ingredients within. Vibrant greens glistening with dew, smooth, round eggs, and fresh, crimson meat lying quietly inside. Gazing at these ingredients, Jiang Qianqian paused, a soft sigh escaping her lips. She lifted her gaze to the ancient clock on the wall, noting the hour had surpassed 10 o'clock, a rather late time indeed. After a moment's hesitation, she resolved to boil a bowl of instant noodles to satiate her hunger. After all, having worked diligently throughout the day, it was time to indulge herself a little. With practiced ease, she retrieved the greens and eggs, her mind involuntarily conjuring up the delightful image of a fried egg. She began to hum a light-hearted tune, as if the melody could dispel the fatigue and solitude within her heart. As the spatula danced within the pan, the sizzling sound echoed, and soon the eggs were perfectly fried to a golden hue, emanating a tantalizing aroma. She carefully set the eggs aside, then poured boiling water into the pan, watching as it bubbled enthusiastically, as if celebrating. Next, she swiftly tore open the packet of noodles, letting the strands cascade into the water like a waterfall, rising with the steam that billowed forth. Finally, she added the washed greens to the pot, observing as they unfurled in the water, their colors becoming increasingly vibrant and alluring. Before long, the clear water in the pot began to froth, resembling a jubilant group of sprites leaping about in playful revelry. As the noodles gradually sank, they unfolded like a bashful maiden, revealing their endless charm. Then, she gingerly tore open the seasoning packet, the colorful powders fluttering into the pot like a swarm of vibrant butterflies, instantly infusing the kitchen with vitality and life. A rich fragrance began to waft from the pot, curling and swirling through the air like a lively ribbon, gradually permeating every corner of the kitchen. This aroma, profound and rich, seemed to whisper tales of the ordinary, yet precious warmth and solace found in life, enticing one to lose themselves in its embrace, forgetting all worries and fatigue. Jiang Qianqian cradled the steaming bowl of noodles, gently taking a seat at the dining table. She narrowed her eyes slightly, a hint of focus and enjoyment illuminating her gaze. With chopsticks, she lifted a handful of noodles to her lips, the soft texture melted upon her tongue, sending a jolt of electric delight coursing through her body. The flavors of the seasonings melded perfectly, a harmonious balance of saltiness, sweetness, sourness, and spiciness dancing together in a symphony of taste. Each bite of noodles brimmed with sincerity, as if whispering the care and dedication of those who had crafted it. In that moment, an inexplicable sense of fulfillment washed over Jiang Qianqian, a satisfaction stemming not from material luxury, but from a profound appreciation for the simple, beautiful moments in life. After finishing her meal, she glanced at the clock on the wall, noting that the hour hand had reached midnight. The night was deep, and all around was serene. She stood up, stretching her limbs, feeling as if every cell in her body had been rejuvenated and relaxed. Then, she entered the bathroom, turning on the shower head, allowing the warm water to cascade over her body, as if washing away the fatigue and dust of the day. After her shower, the soothing water trickled down her skin, seemingly carrying away the weariness and worries of the day. She gently patted herself dry, savoring the soft touch of the towel, as a wave of tranquility enveloped her. Gradually, she stood up, her silky hair cascading freely over her shoulders, before carefully donning a soft and comfortable nightgown, wrapping herself in its embrace as if it could bestow upon her endless warmth and security. Subsequently, she languidly reclined on the bed, her body gently arching backward, the delicate contour of her chin slightly raised. Her enchanting eyes gently closed, and her long eyelashes resembled two exquisite little fans, casting a faint, almost imperceptible shadow beneath her eyelids, as if nature itself had meticulously painted a beautiful canvas. As time elapsed, her breathing gradually steadied, akin to the ripples on a tranquil lake slowly fading away. Her thoughts seemed to be drawn by an invisible force, drifting toward the distance, like dandelion seeds dancing freely in the wind, light and agile, unburdened by any constraints. Chapter 2. Ominous Dreams. Jiang Qianqian once again found herself ensnared in a dreamscape, where those terrifying monsters reappeared, lunging at her with menacing claws, as if intent on devouring her whole. Ah, please don't come any closer. Fear gripped her to the core, her once serene visage, reminiscent of a spring lake, now distorted as if swept away by a tempest. Her eyes were filled with a palpable terror, as though countless icy hands were clutching her soul, plunging her into an abyss of unending despair. Suddenly, as if struck by a fierce jolt of electricity, her body sprang upright from the bed, as though distancing herself from the mattress would sever the ties to the horrific dreams that lingered in her mind and the dreadful monsters that seemed to perpetually pursue her. Her breath quickened and grew erratic, each gasp resembling the wheezing of a bellows, producing a dull and weighty sound. Sweat beads cascaded down her forehead like pearls from a broken string, so densely packed they nearly formed a continuous stream. Each crystalline droplet glimmered faintly under the light, bearing witness to her inner trepidation. She helplessly gazed at her sweat-soaked clothes, the damp sensation sending an inexplicable chill surging through her body. With a sigh, she gradually turned her head, her gaze landing on the old alarm clock at her bedside. Its rusted exterior appeared mottled in the dim light. The hour and minute hands, like two merciless pointers, unambiguously and resolutely indicated the 7 o'clock mark. In that moment, time seemed to freeze as she stared blankly at the number, a complex array of emotions swelling with inherent acceptance of a new day mingled with the lingering dread of past horrors. Indeed, it was already 7 o'clock time to rise for work, but the deep-seated fear still clung to her heart, like an inescapable shadow poised to engulf her once more. With a resigned sigh, she sat up, her feet sinking into the soft carpet, feeling the warmth of the earth beneath her soles. She then made her way to the bathroom, turning on the faucet, letting the cool water cleanse her hands, a refreshing jolt to her senses. Next, she picked up her toothbrush, squeezed toothpaste onto it, and began to brush meticulously, the gentle sound of her actions echoing softly. After brushing her teeth, she took a cleansing lotion and gently massaged it onto her face, watching as her reflection in the mirror transformed into a visage of cleanliness and vitality, invoking a small sense of satisfaction within her. She slowly diverted her gaze from the mirror, her eyes shimmering with a barely perceptible complexity of emotions. The image reflected back at her appeared haggard, as if eroded by the passage of time and the trivialities of life. Yet she was resolute in not allowing this weariness to mar her spirits for the day's work. Thus, she stood silently before the mirror, like a finely crafted statue, completely still. Moments later, she inhaled deeply. The sound, though faint, rippled through the tranquil space like a gentle breeze stirring the surface of a lake in spring. Gradually, the corners of her mouth began to rise, reminiscent of a blooming flower, initially a tight bud that slowly unfurled, ultimately revealing vibrant, dew-kissed petals. The upward curve was perfectly measured, not overly ostentatious, yet sufficient to convey the joy it harbored. She then spoke softly to her reflection, her voice as melodious and clear as a lark's song. "Wow! Who is this sleeping beauty? How can she be so lovely? It's you." Her words conveyed an indescribable playfulness, akin to an innocent girl sharing a secret with a cherished friend. Interlaced within was a subtle confidence, as if she fully embraced and acknowledged her own beauty. With her gentle words, the entire room seemed to fill with a cheerful and relaxed atmosphere. The air, once as still as a mirror, appeared to ripple with newfound energy. She radiated an extraordinary brilliance, as if a long-dormant beautiful soul had been fully awakened, eager to showcase its enchanting allure to the world. The weariness and fatigue that usually plagued her vanished without a trace in that moment. Her eyes sparkled anew, and an indescribable sense of joy surged within her. She lightly patted her cheeks, as if to imprint that beauty firmly in her heart, finally feeling at ease, ready to embrace the new day's endeavors. Jiang Qianqian remained enveloped in this delightful state of mind as she hummed a cheerful tune, her steps light and vigorous. That little melody acted like a magical key, unlocking the door to joy deep within her, allowing her to forget all her troubles and fatigue. Upon spotting Lin Xiaomin, who was busy at work, her smile blossomed even brighter. She quickened her pace, waving at Lin Xiaomin, and called out, "Good morning, Sister Min." Her voice rang clear and melodious, as if it could penetrate the very walls of the office, bringing warmth to everyone present. After exchanging smiles, their eyes met, and in that instant, a tacit understanding flowed between them, a connection as warm as the spring sun, allowing them to feel a flicker of comfort amidst their busy routines. Lin Xiaomin paused in her tasks, a gentle smile gracing her lips as she softly inquired, "Qianqian, have you had breakfast yet?" Zhang Qianqian, like a sprightly fawn, playfully blinked her starry-eyed gaze, her lips curving upward in a subtle arc that radiated mischief, and replied, "I have, Sister Min. What about you? Have you had breakfast?" Lin Xiaomin, akin to a tranquil lily, shook her head gently, her slender fingers reaching out to tenderly stroke Zhang Qianqian's lustrous hair. Her tone was as soft as a spring breeze as she said, "I haven't eaten yet. Once you arrive to take over, I can go have breakfast." Upon hearing this, Zhang Qianqian felt an inexplicable surge of energy, instantly transforming into a beacon of enthusiasm, her eyes shimmering with determination as she declared, "Then, Sister Min, I'm here. You can go have your breakfast." Lin Xiaomin watched her with admiration, her heart swelling with pride, as if a heavy stone had been lifted from her chest. She carefully removed her well-worn work uniform, her movements solemn and deliberate as she handed it to Zhang Qianqian, while reminding her, "All right, I'm off now. This place is in your capable hands. If you encounter any issues, feel free to reach out to me." Zhang Qianqian received the uniform with steady hands, her eyes reflecting unwavering confidence, as if she could conquer the world. She lifted her chin and proclaimed with conviction, "Don't worry, Sister Min. I'm here. You can go now. I promise not to let you down." With that, her previously slightly curved back straightened, as if infused with resilience, akin to a sword ready to be drawn, prepared to face the unknown yet challenging new responsibilities ahead. Meanwhile, Lin Xiaomin smiled warmly, turning slowly to depart, her graceful silhouette gradually fading into the corridor, leaving Zhang Qianqian standing alone at her post, as if the entire world had converged upon her. She began to radiate her unique charm. Zhang Qianqian carefully donned the neat work uniform, each movement showcasing her practiced elegance and seriousness, as if this uniform embodied her passion and commitment to her work. Standing tall at her post, her gaze inevitably drifted to the distance, her thoughts gradually immersing in the hazy realm of dreams. Those dreamlike images flickered through her mind like a film, evoking faint smiles and subtle frowns. Accommodation, one luxurious suite, a man's deep, resonant voice echoed, tinged with anticipation. "Certainly, sir, one luxurious suite." Zhang Qianqian expertly operated the equipment in her hands, swiftly processing the check-in procedures. "Sir, your room is ready, room 605. Please take care of it." She handed the exquisite room key to the man before her. He slowly accepted the finely crafted key card, and in his deep-set eyes, a fleeting yet unmistakable glimmer of appreciation flashed, as if that subtle shift in his gaze held countless untold stories and emotions. Subsequently, he slightly raised his chin, gently and exceedingly restrained, and nodded ever so slightly, as if acknowledging a clandestine decision or unspoken understanding. Thereafter, he strode forth with a steady and powerful gait, unwaveringly turning towards the elevator that shimmered with light, each movement revealing a distinctive aura and grace. Zhang Qianqian stood quietly in place, her gaze unwaveringly following the retreating figure of the man, as an inexplicable emotion surged within her heart. Thus, the day quietly slipped away until the familiar silhouette of Lin Xiaomin appeared before her, assuming her duties. Chapter 3. Braised Pig Trotter. "Sister Min, why are you here so early?" Zhang Qianqian exclaimed in astonishment, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. "It's not that early. It's already 9 o'clock. Lin Xiaomin replied with a smile as she gracefully approached her station. Deftly donning a clean and tidy work uniform, her movements were elegant and natural, as if they were an integral part of her life. "Qianqian, nothing particularly special happened today, right?" Lin Xiaomin inquired with concern while adjusting her clothing. "Not at all. Why do you suddenly ask, Sister Min?" Zhang Qianqian looked at Lin Xiaomin with a puzzled expression, her eyes filled with confusion. "Oh, it's nothing, just a casual inquiry." as long as nothing happened. That's good, Lin Xiaoman reassured her, gently patting Jiang Qianqian's shoulder. Sister Min, you are being overly sensitive. This is a luxurious hotel in the capital. How could anything significant happen here? Jiang Qianqian said dismissively, pouting slightly. All right, Jiang Qianqian obediently nodded, then turned and walked towards the door. The moment their gazes met, filled with concern, a warm feeling surged within Jiang Qianqian, and she softly asked, "What's wrong, Sister Min?" Lin Xiaoman looked at Jiang Qianqian and said gently, "Qianqian, since you have tomorrow off, have you thought about where you'd like to go to have some fun? After all, you work so hard. You deserve to relax a bit." With that, she lowered her head, her eyes revealing determination and persistence. "Why don't you seize the moment while you're still young and explore the world? There are so many beautiful sights awaiting your discovery. If you miss this age, when you grow old and your body gives out, you might find yourself longing for experiences you can no longer pursue," Lin Xiaoman said, shaking her head in exasperation as she tapped Jiang Qianqian's forehead. After that, Jiang Qianqian waved her hand at Lin Xiaoman, saying, "All right, Sister Min, I'm off work now. Wishing you a smooth day at work." She then turned and left the hotel with a light, cheerful step. Lin Xiaoman watched Jiang Qianqian's departing figure and couldn't help but let out a soft sigh, pondering to herself, why are her thoughts so remarkably different? Yet everyone has their own way of living and pursuing happiness. As long as she is content, that is what truly matters. Just then, Jiang Qianqian, who had reached the door, suddenly halted. Her delicate figure resembled a still painting, frozen in place. She slightly lifted her face, her eyes as clear as autumn waters gazing towards the distant sky. As if entranced by the vast expanse of the starry night above, the inky black sky resembled a massive velvet curtain, adorned with countless twinkling stars, shimmering like precious gems. Those stars blinked playfully, reminiscent of sparkling diamonds, radiating an enchanting glow. This early hour, Jiang Qianqian contemplated. Perhaps I should first visit the supermarket to see what fresh vegetables are available. It would be perfect to gather the ingredients I need for tomorrow, thus sparing me the trouble of going out again. With this thought, a faint smile graced her lips as she embraced this simple yet delightful plan, stepping lightly towards the direction of the supermarket. Along the way, her mood was exceptionally buoyant. A gentle breeze caressed her hair, bringing a refreshing chill. The streetlights along the road emitted a soft glow, illuminating her path. As she walked, she admired the night scenery around her, savoring the unique tranquility and serenity that enveloped the city at night. Before long, a beautifully decorated supermarket sign appeared before her like a striking landscape. The prominent sign seemed to exude an invisible allure, prompting her to quicken her pace, eager to step into this lively place. Upon entering the supermarket, she was immediately dazzled by the array of goods, yet she remained focused, heading straight for the vegetable section. Soon, she found herself standing before the neatly arranged vegetable racks, expertly selecting her items. First, she picked up a bunch of vibrant green spinach, carefully checking the leaves for any imperfections. Then she added a few tender stalks of bok choy and a firm, plump cabbage to her shopping basket. Next, her gaze was drawn to a colorful array of peppers nearby. She reached out to grab a handful of small chili peppers and a few glossy green bell peppers. Lastly, she didn't forget to choose several round, smooth potatoes, their skin gleaming and indicative of superior quality. Having selected her vegetables, she turned towards the meat section, where a bewildering variety of meats awaited her. After careful consideration, she purchased some fresh chicken and pork. Just as she was about to leave, her peripheral vision caught sight of a somewhat modest stall nearby, displaying a tempting assortment of pig trotters. Each trotter was of moderate size, evenly proportioned, and the skin boasted a captivating reddish-brown hue, as if enveloped in a crystal-clear glaze. The rich aroma of meat wafted through the air, stirring her appetite. Jiang Qianqian found herself unable to resist the allure of the delectable trotters and halted in her tracks in that instant. Her thoughts raced like wild horses, conjuring images of delicious braised pig trotters in her mind. Each tender piece, cooked to perfection, would melt in her mouth, releasing a burst of collagen, rich yet not greasy, creating a blissful sensation that was utterly intoxicating. Overwhelmed by her craving for this culinary delight, she reached out without hesitation to select a few trotters, carefully placing them in her shopping basket. At that moment, her heart surged with excitement, her thoughts already drifting towards the impending feast. A sly yet anticipatory smile spread across her face. As she entered her home, she hurried to the kitchen, as if it held endless treasures waiting for her to uncover. Chapter 4. Perhaps I am the only one who compares pig trotters with practiced ease. She tied on an apron, standing before the stove like an experienced chef. First, she gently placed the prepared pig trotters into a pot, adding an appropriate amount of water along with scallions, ginger, and cooking wine. Then ignited the flame to boil the water. Before long, the water began to bubble, white foam frothing on the surface. At this moment, Zhang Qianqian swiftly used a skimmer to remove the trotters, rinsing them thoroughly to eliminate any impurities. Next, she poured a little cooking oil into the heated pot, and when the oil reached the right temperature, she carefully added the trotters to begin frying. The pot crackled and sizzled as the trotters met the hot oil, releasing an irresistible aroma. Zhang Qianqian watched intently, constantly flipping the trotters with a spatula to ensure even cooking. Gradually, the surface of the trotters turned a golden, crispy hue, perfectly fried to her liking. Then, she quickly added the prepared rock sugar to the pot. As the temperature rose, the sugar slowly melted into a caramel color, enveloping the trotters in a delightful glaze. Following that, she introduced various spices, such as star anise, cinnamon, and bay leaves, filling the kitchen with a rich fragrance. She then covered the pot with a lid, reduced the heat, and began to braise the dish. As time passed, the broth bubbled and simmered, the aroma intensifying. Zhang Qianqian occasionally lifted the lid to check on the cooking progress, gently stirring to ensure the flavors permeated the trotters thoroughly. At that moment, a brilliant idea struck her. She decided to prepare a fragrant egg drop soup as a complimentary dish. She retrieved 2 fresh eggs from the refrigerator, cracked the shells, and poured the egg liquid into a bowl, swiftly whisking it with chopsticks. Then, in another pot, she brought water to a boil, slowly pouring in the egg liquid while stirring to achieve a uniform consistency, finishing with a sprinkle of salt and chopped scallions for seasoning. Before long, both the braised pig trotters and the egg drop soup were ready. Zhang Qianqian joyfully carried the meticulously prepared dishes to the dining table, standing beside it with satisfaction as she gazed lovingly at the 2 delightful culinary creations before her. The steaming dishes released an enticing aroma, as if they had descended from a realm of enchantment. She couldn't help but smile, secretly thinking, when I taste them, I'm sure they will be exceptionally delicious. I must fully savor this lavish dinner. With this thought in mind, a radiant and content smile blossomed on Zhang Qianqian's face, reminiscent of a flower blooming under the warm spring sun. Wow, it smells amazing. I absolutely love it. With a genuine exclamation of admiration, Zhang Qianqian eagerly sat down at the table, picked up her chopsticks, and lifted a piece of fragrant dish to her mouth. The exquisite flavor instantly spread across her palate, leaving her entranced and unable to resist. As time passed, she lost track of it, and before she knew it, a quarter of an hour had slipped by. At this point, Zhang Qianqian had eaten her fill, feeling pleasantly stuffed. She gently caressed her round belly, her gaze lingering on the remaining pig trotters on the table. Oh dear, there's still so much left, but that's all right. Tomorrow I can use these trotters to make a rich and flavorful broth and whip up a bowl of fragrant pig trotter rice noodles. Haha, I really am quite clever. Zhang Qianqian, delightfully lost in reverie about the culinary delights awaiting her the next day, could not help but indulge in a touch of self-mockery. Just look at me. This gluttonous visage. My stomach has yet to fully digest the meal I've just consumed, and yet my thoughts are already yearning for the next feast. Oh dear. I cannot quite determine whether I should liken myself to a voracious little piglet, renowned for my insatiable appetite, or if I must concede to my fervent and obsessive adoration for those tantalizing delicacies that make one's mouth water. Alas, I laughed so heartily just now that I now feel a slight discomfort in my abdomen. A disquieting sensation. There's nothing for it. I shall take a leisurely stroll to aid digestion. Thus, Zhang Qianqian meandered toward the park. This night, a resplendent full moon hung high in the sky, its gentle light cascading down, illuminating her path and rendering the previously ominous park less foreboding. The whispers of the wind danced around her ears, playfully rustling the branches, producing a cacophony as if nature itself were orchestrating a unique concert. After a leisurely promenade in the park, Zhang Qianqian felt the discomfort in her abdomen, born of laughter, gradually subside. Upon returning home, She nimbly stored the leftover food in the refrigerator before hastily entering the kitchen to tidy up the remnants of her meal. The pots and pans were scrubbed to a pristine shine, the stovetop wiped clean, and the kitchen transformed into a bastion of orderliness. After a flurry of activity, the task was finally accomplished. Jiang Qianqian, panting with exhaustion, placed her hands on her waist while muttering, "Oh dear, it's finally all tidied up. I nearly worked myself to death." With that, she dragged her weary frame to the living room sofa and sank down upon it. Yet, not long after, a wave of overwhelming fatigue washed over her, akin to a relentless tide crashing upon the shore. She found it impossible to resist this encroaching drowsiness, involuntarily yawning. "I'm so sleepy. It seems it's time to wash up and retire for the night." As she spoke, she rubbed her eyes in a vain attempt to awaken herself, but her heavy eyelids felt as if they bore the weight of 1,000 pounds. Refusing to lift, nevertheless, Jiang Qianqian summoned the last vestiges of her willpower and slowly stood up. However, fatigue rendered her unsteady, causing her to wobble as if she were a flickering candle in the wind, on the brink of toppling over. Thus, she staggered towards the bathroom, her steps unsteady. Upon reaching the bathroom, Jiang Qianqian swiftly completed her evening routine. After a hasty wash, she barely took the time to dry her face before collapsing onto her soft bed, soon slipping into a deep and tranquil slumber. Time passed unmeasured until a cacophony of noise intruded upon Jiang Qianqian's peaceful dreams. "Ugh, how bothersome! Who is so irritating as to disturb my slumber?" she mumbled, reluctantly rousing from her sleep. Squinting her eyes, she groggily descended from her bed, reaching out to find the doorknob, eager to discover the source of the commotion outside. The moment she opened her bedroom door, she was struck dumb by the scene before her. A horde of grotesque, clawing monsters were engaged in a savage melee, the spectacle gruesome and horrifying. Jiang Qianqian's eyes widened in disbelief. She questioned whether she had yet to awaken, still ensnared in a nightmare. Yet, in that critical moment, the monstrous beings seemed to perceive an unusual presence. They halted their violent skirmishes simultaneously, as if compelled by some mysterious force, and turned as one. Their cold, gleaming eyes locking onto Jiang Qianqian's fragile figure. Among them, the largest creature, with a gaping maw filled with sharp, blood-stained fangs, was particularly terrifying. Chapter 5. Unexpected awakening of space. Jiang Qianqian was jolted into a state of fright by this sudden turn of events. A chill coursing from her toes to the crown of her head, rendering her immobile. Her beautiful eyes brimmed with terror and helplessness, fixated on the advancing horde of monsters. Her legs felt as if they were nailed to the ground by unyielding, razor-sharp spikes, rendering her utterly incapable of movement, as though her normally agile limbs had betrayed her. Though her inner self screamed to flee from this nightmarish scene, her body obeyed no such commands. As if ensnared by an enchantment, helplessly, she watched as the grotesque figures drew nearer, their hideous faces becoming increasingly discernible. With each step they took, the earth trembled slightly beneath them, the dull vibrations echoing like the ominous beat of war drums, heralding a brutal slaughter about to unfold. "Please, do not come any closer. Is there no one who can save me?" With a piercing scream, Jiang Qianqian jolted awake, sitting upright in bed. At that moment, her garments were drenched in cold sweat, clinging uncomfortably to her skin. She blinked her eyes wide, scanning her surroundings in a state of sheer terror until she recognized that she was indeed in her familiar room, allowing a tentative sigh of relief to escape her lips. However, the haunting specter of her nightmare clung to her psyche, refusing to dissipate. In her dream, those vicious, monstrous beings had lunged at her, their sharp fangs glinting ominously, reeking of blood and death, as if they intended to consume her whole. The chilling realism of the experience lingered, etching itself deeply into her memory, leaving her heart in turmoil, still reeling from the aftershocks. She instinctively turned to glance at the bedside clock, its hands frozen at the eerie hour of 5:30 a.m. Perhaps the terrors of her dream had been too vivid and frightening, for Jiang Qianqian now found herself thoroughly tormented by the remnants of that nightmare. Despite her efforts to shake off its shadow, the gruesome images remained stubbornly lodged in her mind, extinguishing any hope of further sleep. She lay quietly upon her soft bed, tossing and turning, struggling to find a semblance of comfort. What should have been a tranquil and serene night had devolved into an interminable ordeal. Just then, An unexpected chill enveloped her without warning. Jiang Qianqian shivered involuntarily, instinctively lowering her gaze to inspect her attire. To her astonishment, she discovered that her thin nightgown was utterly soaked with cold sweat. The icy moisture clung to her skin, reminiscent of serpents slithering over her body, creating a sensation both unbearable and unsettling, as if countless tiny insects were crawling over her flesh, inciting an overwhelming itch and horror. Resolutely, she gritted her teeth and summoned the last remnants of her willpower, gradually rising from the oppressive softness of her bed. With heavy steps, she trudged toward the bathroom, her mind fixated on a singular thought: to take a hot, steamy shower and rid herself of the nauseatingly sticky garments. However, even as her body experienced a brief reprieve, she understood that the true challenge lay ahead. She hoped that this cleansing ritual would serve as a magical key, unlocking the tightly shut door of her heart and releasing the tumultuous waves of fear and anxiety buried deep within. After her shower, Jiang Qianqian gazed at the now-drenched quilt on her bed, her brow furrowing in dismay. Reluctantly, she rose once more, rummaging through the wardrobe to find a clean quilt to replace it. Once everything was in order, she flopped heavily onto the bed, relishing the comfort of the dry sheets beneath her. Yet, even in this newfound comfort, sleep eluded her. "Why is this happening?" she lamented. "I finally have the chance to rest, yet I cannot even enjoy a peaceful slumber." Jiang Qianqian tossed and turned in frustration, her eyes wide open, fixated on the ceiling, as distressing images played relentlessly in her mind. "Why is this happening?" she pondered, reflecting on how she had been repeatedly haunted by this nightmarish scenario, as if an unseen force were guiding her. Did the events of her dreams truly foretell a reality yet to unfold? Jiang Qianqian's bright yet troubled eyes remained fixed on the ceiling, her lips murmuring in confusion and unease. Time passed by, second by second, until the warm hour of 7 quietly arrived. The sunlight cascaded into the room like golden threads, joyfully illuminating the space, its bright radiance generously gracing her face, as if nature itself were gently stirring her from slumber. Jiang Qianqian awakened as if from a dream, uttering a soft gasp. "Ah, it's dawn." She hurriedly got up, and after freshening up, she eagerly made her way to the kitchen. Entering the familiar kitchen, suffused with a cozy aroma, she resembled a skilled chef, gracefully and calmly picking up the pig trotter that she had meticulously saved from the night before, which exuded an enticing fragrance. The trotter, with its radiant red hue, seemed to carry an intoxicating luster, shimmering enticingly under the light. She slightly squinted her eyes, her mind racing with cinematic visions of how to transform this trotter into a bowl of mouth-watering pig trotter noodles. With careful precision, she gently placed the hefty trotter into the pot, producing a crisp sound that seemed to herald the beginning of a culinary symphony. Next, she leisurely added an appropriate amount of clear water, the pure liquid flowing into the pot like a spring, intimately mingling with the trotter. As the water gradually heated, wisps of steam began to rise, swirling upwards as if narrating the delicious tale about to unfold. Once the water reached a boil, she expertly sprinkled in a handful of fine noodles, which descended into the pot like strands of silver, gracefully merging with the bubbling trotter broth. She gently stirred the pot, ensuring that each noodle absorbed the essence of the trotter and the broth's exquisite flavor. In no time, a bowl of red-braised pig trotter noodles, rich in color, fragrance, and taste, presented itself before her. The vibrant trotter lay quietly at the bottom of the bowl, cloaked in a thick layer of sauce, while the noodles were neatly arranged, emanating an enticing aroma that made one salivate, as if the entire world revolved around this delectable bowl of noodles. Jiang Qianqian gazed at her creation, feeling as though something was amiss. Furrowing her brow, she supported her chin with her hand and scrutinized it closely. Suddenly, as if struck by a revelation, she slapped her forehead. "Oh no! I almost forgot to add the green onions." In a flurry, she rushed to the refrigerator, opened the door, retrieved some green onions, and rinsed them under the faucet. Just as she was about to chop the onions, she inadvertently nicked her finger. Jiang Qianqian looked at her injured finger, blood oozing out drop by drop, feeling a pang of frustration. How could I hurt myself just cutting green onions? Although the cut was not severe, the trickling blood made her wary. She decided to tend to her wound first to prevent any infection. Jiang Qianqian stepped out of the kitchen, heading to the living room in search of the first aid kit. However, Before she could find it, a drop of blood accidentally fell onto the jade pendant she wore around her neck. Chapter 6. A talking egg? A nine-tailed fox? Almost simultaneously, as if struck by an invisible blade, she felt a sudden, soul-rending pain in her chest, a surge of agony crashing over her like a tidal wave, its intensity beyond imagination, causing the usually calm and composed Jiang Qianqian to freeze in utter bewilderment. Completely unprepared, instinctively, she pressed her hands tightly against her chest, as if to ward off the tormenting pain, desperately trying to alleviate the unbearable suffering. Yet, the pain clawed at her like a demon's minion, mercilessly eroding her body and spirit. Before long, the world around her began to blur, fading into darkness, and her body seemed to lose all support, collapsing weakly to the ground, plunging into an abyss of darkness and unconsciousness. When Jiang Qianqian finally stirred awake, she was greeted by an endless expanse of grassland, the green waves gently swaying in the breeze, as if nature had woven a vast carpet. Where is this place? Am I not at home? How did I suddenly end up in such a strange location? Confusion and fear etched across her face, her eyes glimmering with unease. A wave of inexplicable terror surged within her. Could it be that I have been kidnapped? This thought flashed through her mind like lightning, and she hurriedly looked down at her hands and feet, relieved to find no signs of being bound. Yet, the fear of being in an unknown place clung to her tightly, refusing to relent. Jiang Qianqian slowly rose to her feet, her legs feeling slightly unsteady, and cautiously moved forward, scanning her surroundings with anxious eyes for any sign of life. However, apart from the tranquil and desolate grassland, she saw no one to tea that moment. Her previously calm heart felt as if gripped by an invisible hand, threatening to leap from her chest, the overwhelming tension causing her to tremble slightly. Her once melodious voice now felt caught in her throat, becoming hoarse and intermittent, laced with endless pleas and unease, softly calling out, "Is anyone there? Is anyone there?" In her profound sense of loss and fear. Jiang Qianqian slowly crouched down, tears welling in her eyes, nearly unable to suppress her sobs. The whimpers intertwined in the air, transforming into faint cries. "Is anyone there?" Just as she sank deeper into her sorrow, a strange and bright voice suddenly pierced the stillness of the sky. "Master, don't cry. I'm here." The voice was like celestial music, instantly shattering the long-standing silence. Jiang Qianqian was momentarily taken aback, her expression filled with confusion as she looked around at the still desolate scene, her heart brimming with bewilderment. Then, she let out a loud burp, the sound echoing clearly in the quiet space, like a dull drumbeat, jolting her from her daze. Her mind was a chaotic tangle, thoughts intertwining like a knotted thread, completely unable to make sense of the sudden voice that seemed to emanate from nowhere, leaving her to ponder what mysterious events were about to unfold. That mysterious voice shone like the brightest star in the night sky, its brilliance illuminating her previously dark and confused world, allowing her to catch a glimpse of her surroundings, yet soon after, it was replaced by a flood of endless questions and deep perplexities. These inquiries coiled around her heart like specters lurking in the shadows, evoking both excitement and fear within her, as if she were stepping into an unknown abyss, unaware of whether surprises or terrifying crises awaited her. Each step felt as if she were treading on clouds, light yet heavy, for she knew not what scenes lay ahead. Finally, she spotted a pool, quietly lying there, its surface as calm as a vast mirror, reflecting the colors of the sky and surrounding scenery. However, when she peered into the pool, she found it empty, as if everything she had previously heard were mere illusions. She widened her eyes and scanned her surroundings, filled with worry and panic, as if the entire world had dimmed due to the absence of the voice. "Master, I'm right here." The voice emerged from somewhere, faint yet resolute, like a glimmer of dawn in the darkness, bringing her a slight sense of reassurance. "What?" Jiang Qianqian felt something beneath her feet. The sudden sensation jolted her heart, a wave of inexplicable curiosity and vigilance washing over her. She looked down to find an egg. The egg lay silently on the ground, emanating an aura of mystery. How could such an egg appear in this desolate wilderness? She crouched down, cautiously placing her hand on the egg, feeling its warmth and texture, her mind swirling with questions and confusion. Suddenly, a voice emerged from within the egg. "Master, it's me." The voice was youthful yet familiar, as if an old friend long missed were calling out to her. Jiang Qianqian stood there, a flicker of surprise in her eyes, her mouth slightly agape, as if unable to believe her ears. Thought the egg can talk? She gazed at the egg, her mind racing with thoughts. What secrets lay hidden behind this seemingly ordinary shell? Gently, she stroked the egg, as if trying to communicate with the life within, hoping to glean more answers. What are you? How can you speak? The voice was filled with confusion and wariness, as if this unexpected presence had shattered the order of her known world. Master, I am not just anything. I am a nine-tailed fox, the clear, playful voice chimed in, as if asserting its identity, its tiny tail wagging involuntarily, eyes sparkling with liveliness. Chapter 7. Can it speak even before hatching? A nine-tailed fox. But how are you in an egg? The master furrowed her brow, a hint of puzzlement crossing her features. The scene was far too bizarre. Nine-tailed fox coiled within an egg, awaiting the moment of hatching. I haven't hatched yet. The nine-tailed fox pouted, its round eyes revealing a touch of helplessness, as if recounting its predicament. Once I break free, I will surely astonish you. As she spoke, she gently nudged the eggshell, seemingly yearning for that significant moment to arrive. Her eyes widened with disbelief, a surge of intense curiosity swelling within her. Could it really speak without having broken free from its shell? How utterly miraculous. When will you finally emerge, with a face aglow with joy? She tenderly caressed the egg, radiating a mysterious light, as if handling the most precious treasure in the world. Her touch so gentle that it seemed any undue pressure might disturb the little nine-tailed fox nestled within. Still enslumbered, nine-tailed fox, is that your name? Jiang Qianqian inquired with eager anticipation. Not quite, dear master. Nine-tailed fox is merely my essence. I do not yet possess a name of my own. The voice, laced with a touch of innocence and bewilderment, emanated from within. Observing its demeanor, Jiang Qianqian felt an irresistible impulse to bestow a name upon it, and thus proposed, "Let me name you Meow Meow." How does Jiang Meow Meow sound? Doesn't it have a lovely ring to it? Jiang Meow Meow. Is Jiang your surname, master? The voice conveyed a hint of confusion, yet was predominantly curious. Indeed, it is. What is it, Meow Meow? Do you not like this name? Jiang Qianqian asked with concern. That I love it. I adore it. Thank you, mastered. At long last, I have a name. With that, the little nine-tailed fox jumped gleefully within the egg, as if the whole world had become a brighter place. Witnessing this, Jiang Qianqian furrowed her brow and quickly cautioned, "Meow Meow, be careful. If you're not, you might just break the egg, and that would be disastrous. I forgot in my excitement. I'm still inside the egg. How silly of me." The little figure appeared slightly chagrined, but soon brightened again, seemingly eager to break free and experience the outside world. As long as you acknowledge your misstep, Meow Meow, where exactly is this place? This is a space, dear master. You are its sovereign. A space? How wondrous. How do I exit? Master, as long as you wish to leave in your heart, you shall. Oh, that's how it is. Thank you. Meow Meowed, you're welcome, master. After a leisurely exploration of the space, Jiang Qianqian suddenly recalled the noodles simmering in the kitchen that she hadn't yet tasted. She promptly bid farewell to the nine-tailed fox. I'm heading out now. Meow Meow. Out. Jiang Qianqian tightly shut her eyes, silently repeating the word in her mind. That utterance seemed to carry a mysterious force, piercing through layers of fog, attempting to shatter the shackles binding her. In the next moment, it felt as if an invisible door had quietly opened. And Jiang Qianqian slowly opened her eyes. As her vision gradually cleared, she beheld the familiar scene of her spacious, brightly lit living room unfolding before her. She couldn't help but feel a tinge of confusion. Murmuring softly to herself, "Is this the living room?" Just then, a thought struck her like a bolt of lightning, instantly reminding her of the noodles in the kitchen. Without a moment's hesitation, she hurriedly rushed towards the kitchen. Upon entering, she headed straight for the stove. Fixing her gaze upon the bowl on the counter, she noted that the noodles remained unchanged, untouched by the passage of time. They're still the same. How peculiar! Jiang Qianqian furrowed her brow, her heart brimming with suspicion as she muttered to herself, I was in this space for such a long time. Logically, the noodles should have clumped together by now. What on earth went wrong? With that thought, a fierce curiosity and desire for exploration welled up within her. Could it be that time flowed differently within that space? If that were true, such a groundbreaking discovery would undoubtedly stir a monumental upheaval. At that moment, Jiang Qianqian decided to set her contemplations about the space aside, for before her lay a steaming, aromatic bowl of braised pig trotter noodles, just waiting to be savored. Impatiently, she picked up her chopsticks and lifted a strand of the smooth, elastic noodles to her mouth. With each slurp, the rich, savory broth and succulent pig trotter meat burst forth in an exquisite explosion of flavor on her palate. Braised pig trotter noodles, here I come. With that excited exclamation, Jiang Qianqian raced towards her meal like a jubilant little bird, her face aglow with sheer delight, radiating a smile as bright and captivating as flowers blooming in spring or the twinkling stars in the night sky. Her eyes sparkled with eager anticipation for the delicious feast awaiting her, enveloped in an indescribable sense of happiness and contentment. She swiftly seated herself at the dining table, gripping her chopsticks tightly, and scooped a generous piece of the enticing, fragrant braised pig trotter into her mouth. When that tender, juicy morsel met her taste buds, it erupted into an intoxicatingly delightful flavor. Jiang Qianqian couldn't help but close her eyes, savoring this feast on her tongue, and couldn't refrain from exclaiming, "So fragrant, it's simply irresistible." As she indulged in bite after bite, Jiang Qianqian became completely immersed in the joy that the food brought her. However, she soon realized a pressing issue. She had overeaten. If anyone else were to eat like her, they would have surely become quite plump by now. This thought brought a playful smile to Jiang Qianqian's delicate face. Akin to a flower blooming in spring, she grinned, revealing two adorable dimples, secretly relieved. Hee hee. Luckily, I'm naturally beautiful, blessed with a physique that allows me to eat without gaining weight. What fortune! Hee hee hee. Even if I occasionally indulge in a feast, there's no need to worry about my figure becoming misshapen. She reveled in these delightful thoughts. Jiang Qianqian gently placed her hand on her slightly rounded belly, as if soothing a contented baby after a hearty meal. Then, like a languid little cat, she leaned back comfortably against her chair, her face radiating an overwhelming sense of happiness and satisfaction. Just then, Jiang Qianqian suddenly seemed to remember something, instinctively raising her right hand to feel around her neck. However, when her fingertips grazed the empty skin, she froze in shock. Where is my jade pendant? I distinctly felt it last night before sleeping, she murmured, furrowing her brow in confusion. Thus, she began anxiously searching her surroundings for the missing pendant. Yet, no matter how she rummaged through the cabinets and boxes, or meticulously scoured every corner, the pendant, of utmost importance to her, seemed to have vanished into thin air, leaving not even a trace behind. As seconds ticked by, Jiang Qianqian's initial eagerness was gradually replaced by a sense of loss and frustration. She couldn't help but wonder if she had inadvertently misplaced the pendant in some obscure location, or if someone had quietly taken it from her. Chapter 8. The fusion of the jade pendant. Just as Jiang Qianqian stood in the center of the room, heart heavy with despair as she gazed at the chaotic mess, a casual glance downward made her eyes widen in astonishment. There, on her chest, was an exquisite lotus mark blooming vibrantly, as resplendent as the clouds at dawn. The petals, layered in fiery red, were tinged with a delicate pink, as if nature's most exquisite brush had meticulously crafted them. Each petal seemed to quiver with life, exuding an indescribable vitality and vigor. This lotus mark bore an uncanny resemblance to the one engraved on the jade pendant she had carelessly lost, as if the soul of that pendant had found refuge upon her. The only difference was that this lotus, now gracing her chest, was even more vibrant and captivating. Its soft petals appeared as though they had just been tenderly kissed by the first pure drop of morning dew. Translucent and radiant, like the world's most precious glass, emanating a mesmerizing luster. Under the sun's rays, that luster glittered with an array of colors, as if it could sway with the wind and bloom magnificently, showcasing its unparalleled beauty and mystery. Could it be that the jade pendant had miraculously merged seamlessly with her body? The sensation was extraordinarily peculiar, akin to a foreign essence from a distant land, yet familiar as if it had lingered in the depths of her memory, as though it were destined. Jiang Qianqian stifled the tumult within her heart and slowly extended her hand, each movement seeming to bear an infinite weight. Her hand trembled as if enchanted, cautiously approaching the exquisitely delicate lotus mark, as if any sudden motion might shatter it. A glimmer of confusion and curiosity danced in her gaze as she murmured, it truly resembles a birthmark, yet it doesn't appear to have been intentionally etched. Meanwhile, the jade pendant sparkled like a brilliant star, illuminating her memories with its unique glow. When the director discovered her outside the orphanage, the jade pendant lay quietly nestled within her swaddling, as if it were destined to accompany her throughout her life. From that moment onward, she regarded this jade pendant as her most treasured possession. No matter where she ventured or the storms she weathered, it remained securely hung upon her chest, never departing from her side. Yet now, it had unexpectedly fused with her being, a sensation both foreign and familiar. As if two originally independent souls had instantaneously merged into one, she mused to herself, "Let it merge. In doing so, I shall never again worry about misplacing the pendant. It will forever be my steadfast companion." But what, then, is the current reality? Her once resolute heart seemed to be shrouded in an ephemeral mist, gradually becoming somewhat bewildered. Thoughts swirled in her mind, pondering how best to confront this sudden and overwhelming change. Akin to a bolt from the blue, should she maintain her usual calm demeanor and accept everything without hesitation? Or was there still a corner of her heart brimming with countless uncertainties and inexpressible unease? Supplies. Yes, I can promptly set off to the nearby supermarket or store to procure essential supplies, ensuring they are properly stored within that enigmatic space. This may only be a temporary necessity, yet it cannot be taken lightly. At that moment, she harbored a steadfast belief in her future and resolutely departed from the orphanage that had nurtured her growth. She resembled a bird that had broken free from its cage, unfurling its tender wings to embark on an unknown yet hopeful journey of labor. The instant she stepped into the Imperial Capital Hotel, the wheels of fate began to turn quietly. This most luxurious hotel in the capital was owned by none other than the enigmatic young prince of the city. It was said that this young prince possessed a unique style of operation, striving for excellence in hotel management, which translated into remarkably generous treatment for the staff. The seemingly ordinary position of a waiter could fetch nearly 10,000 in monthly salary. A truly astonishing figure. One must understand that, in the minds of many, waitstaff salaries are typically modest. However, this establishment offered such enticing figures. Furthermore, the cleaning positions, often regarded as arduous, surprisingly yielded incomes of 8,000 to 9,000 a month. Surpassing common expectations, cleaning work, generally associated with strenuous physical labor and tedious tasks, was presumed to warrant relatively low compensation, yet this was evidently not the case. Such high remuneration acted like a colossal magnet, drawing numerous dreamers to flock to this hotel like a tide. These individuals, each holding different aspirations and expectations, sought to change their destinies or pursue a better quality of life, all captivated by the allure of the substantial salaries, eagerly embarking on the path to apply for positions at the hotel. Among the throng were not a few individuals with connections and backgrounds. Leveraging their networks and resources, they effortlessly secured opportunities to enter this establishment. For them, this job represented not merely a profession but a symbol of status, a means to distinguish themselves in social circles. It was rumored that if the young prince took notice, one would be in grave peril. The prince wielded absolute authority within the hotel. His word could dictate an individual's fate. Once under his scrutiny, even the slightest infraction could result in termination. Moreover, dismissal was not merely a loss of employment. Such actions would be documented, leaving an indelible stain on one's record. This meant that throughout the entire capital, no other company would be willing to employ them. Such stringent punitive measures undoubtedly deterred many from daring to take risks. Why, then, was I so well informed about these matters? Upon my arrival, someone had enlightened me. A few years prior, an employee had acted recklessly, flouting company regulations without a care. Ultimately, the truth could not remain concealed, and one day, the young prince uncovered this employee's misdeeds. Chapter 9. Supplies, hoard, hoard, hoard. The young prince showed no mercy, issuing an immediate order for the employee's dismissal, along with any senior executives related to him. Thus, both were expelled from the company. To make matters worse, due to this incident, their reputations across all companies in the capital were tarnished, and they were blacklisted, rendering them untouchable. It was only then that they began to feel profound regret. But alas, it was far too late. With no other choice, they departed the capital in search of a livelihood in other cities. Following this incident, others became more compliant, wary of overstepping boundaries. After all, no one wished to repeat such a tragic fate. However, she understood that her ability to thrive here was not reliant on connections, but rather on her diligent labor and unyielding effort. Over 2 years, she arrived early at the hotel each day, meticulously cleaning every corner and attentively serving each guest. Day after day, year after year, she had amassed a fortune exceeding 200,000, akin to gathering precious treasures. Jiang Qianqian stood quietly, her gaze gradually falling upon the bank card that bore the weight of all her hopes and endeavors. The digits displayed upon it now felt like a cold and unyielding shackle, mercilessly constraining her heart, once filled with dreams and expectations. She squinted slightly, a complex glimmer flickering in her eyes, an interplay of confusion, bewilderment, and an undercurrent of unease. Gazing at those rather unremarkable numbers, which seemed to carry a hint of poverty, she felt as if an invisible hand had tightly grasped her heart, that sensation reminiscent of a surging tide. Overwhelming and suffocating, a feeling of helplessness enveloped her like a fog, rendering her acutely aware of her own insignificance and impotence, as if all her efforts in this unpredictable world were rendered utterly trivial. And the wealth represented by those digits could not provide her with genuine security or a sense of belonging. The significance behind those numbers weighed heavily upon her, as if a colossal stone rested upon her chest. Originally, this money had been meticulously saved for the purpose of purchasing a cozy little home of her own. Yet now, as time passed and reality proved harsh, the hope of homeownership had gradually dissipated like a bubble, vanishing into thin air. Whenever the night grew quiet, the shadows of monstrous figures from her dreams would inevitably rise in her mind, as if an invisible hand were incessantly stirring deep-seated emotions within her, igniting an ever-growing desire to escape the monsters and seek tranquility, a flame burning fiercely. Yet, as this yearning intensified, the reality before her appeared as a desolate expanse shrouded in mist, leaving her bewildered and helpless. With an unending tide of confusion and profound despair swelling within her, at this moment, she realized that the most urgent task at hand was undoubtedly to procure a sufficient quantity and variety of supplies with utmost speed. These supplies would serve as an indomitable fortress, capable of providing her with mental security and tangible assurance in times of uncertainty and danger. However, as she cautiously began to tally the meager funds in her possession, an indescribable sorrow surged within her. She was horrified to discover that this scant amount of money paled in comparison to the substantial funds required to acquire adequate supplies, akin to a drop in the ocean, insignificant enough to be disregarded. Alas, well, let it be. A little saved is better than nothing. She silently consoled herself, attempting to find a sliver of solace for her heart shattered by reality, while also secretly resolving to devise every possible means to amass more wealth, so as to better confront the challenges and difficulties that lay ahead. Jiang Qianqian sighed softly, then methodically dressed herself, resolutely heading toward the supermarket. Upon entering the supermarket, it was as if she had stepped into an ocean of supplies. With an array of goods dazzling her senses, she meticulously selected items, generously placing 200 pounds of rice into her shopping cart, alongside various types of noodles and instant noodles, and even ensuring 20 pounds of salt to meet long-term consumption needs, with 300 pounds of oil to ensure smooth cooking. Additionally, she gathered an assortment of seasonings, scallions, ginger, garlic, and chili peppers, among others, all included. As she cautiously pushed her cart, laden with heavy supplies, step by step, toward the gleaming checkout counter to settle her bill, it felt as though the entire world had come to a standstill. A crisp ding echoed, akin to a thunderclap, reverberating violently in her ears, jolting her heart, once calm, as if struck by a heavy blow, causing it to tremble violently. Immediately, her terrified gaze involuntarily drifted towards the screen before her, where the shocking words deducting 30,000 loomed large. Those cold figures pierced her eyes, brimming with anticipation and anxiety, like a razor-sharp dagger mercilessly stabbing into her heart, as if to cleave her very soul in two. Yet she found no inclination to retreat. Instead, she clenched her teeth tightly, her eyes shimmering with resolute determination, as she resolutely completed the arduous payment process. For her, these seemingly ordinary supplies represented a crucial assurance of whether her future life could continue, whether a glimmer of hope could be sustained. After purchasing these provisions, Visions of the available land filled her mind, and she pondered that it must be suitable for cultivation and livestock. Thus, without hesitation, she made her way to the seed company, meticulously selecting 10 packets of each seed, as if these seeds were the keys to unlocking a brighter future. Just then, the familiar chime rang out once more. She heard the sound of money being deducted from her phone, a sound akin to tiny needles pricking at her heart. It felt as if an invisible hand had tightly grasped her heart. The pain surging in waves like a relentless tide, each fluctuation amplifying her anguish, nearly consuming her. Unable to contain her sorrow any longer, the suppressed emotions erupted like a flood breaking through a dam, escaping her lips in a faint whimper. "Oh, my money." Her eyes brimmed with reluctance and helplessness, that gaze akin to a sharp blade piercing deep into her heart, lamenting the loss of her finances and the vague uncertainty of her future. Resolutely, she then strode towards the fruit seedling shop, seemingly seeking to fill the void within her by purchasing these fruit seedlings. Upon entering the shop, a dazzling array of fruit seedlings unfolded before her. Like a miniature emerald sea, she carefully selected each sapling, as if they symbolized her future hopes, each movement imbued with meticulous care and anticipation. Chapter 10. Barbecue? So fragrant. Before she knew it, night had fallen. Jiang Qianqian slowly approached the door, expecting the day's busyness to come to an end, when suddenly, a rich aroma wafted into her nostrils. "How fragrant!" She couldn't help but exclaim softly, her voice tinged with surprise and intoxication. Curiously, she lifted her gaze, only to find the surroundings filled with various stalls, vibrant lights intertwined to create an extraordinary atmosphere. Her attention was irresistibly drawn to a barbecue stall not far away. The barbecue stand resembled a small kingdom of culinary delights, displaying an array of mouth-watering foods. The skewers of golden brown grilled meat appeared as if kissed by the sun, glistening enticingly and emanating waves of steaming heat, like eager little spirits beckoning her to come and savor their deliciousness. As Jiang Qianqian beheld the feast before her, her throat involuntarily swallowed, her eyes sparkling with a hunger akin to flames rapidly igniting within her, making her yearn to rush forward and devour all these delectable dishes. The imagined flavors danced joyfully upon her tongue, as if already permeating her mouth, making her salivate to the point of nearly dripping down her chin. "Hello, young lady, what would you like?" The barbecue vendor's sudden voice shattered Jiang Qianqian's moment of culinary reverie. She spoke animatedly, unable to suppress her eager swallowing, her eyes shimmering with starlight, brimming with anticipation for what was to come. "All right, young lady, don't rush. Please find a comfortable spot to sit, and I will prepare your barbecue promptly and deliver it to you," the vendor said with a broad smile. "Okay, sir, could you please calculate the total for me? I'll scan it through WeChat in a bit." Jiang Qianqian replied sweetly as she deftly pulled out her phone, ready to make the payment. Hold on, let me calculate it carefully first." The vendor reassured her while bending down to start calculating earnestly. In no time, the vendor lifted his head, revealing a confident gleam in his eyes. "Young lady, your barbecue totals 180 yuan. All right." Jiang Qianqian skillfully opened the WeChat payment QR code. Ding! With a crisp notification sound from her phone, 180 yuan successfully transferred to the vendor's account. "I've scanned it, so I'll find a place to sit while you prepare the barbecue," she said. "Rest assured, young lady, I'll start grilling it right away, ensuring you savor the delicious barbecue," the vendor confidently declared, patting his chest. Jiang Qianqian scanned the area and finally found a quiet corner to settle down. Bored, she fiddled with her phone, inadvertently coming across topics about the apocalypse. The apocalypse? A gentle jolt of curiosity sparked within her, compelling her to click in with a mix of excitement and trepidation. When images filled with blood and horror of apocalyptic zombies flashed before her eyes, it felt as if a cold hand gripped her heart, draining her face of colored eye in her mind. The once vague images of terrifying creatures from her dreams surged forth uncontrollably, merging with the horrifying visuals before her. The striking similarities sent a shiver through her body, as a chill crept from her heart, spreading throughout her being, causing her to involuntarily shudder. Jiang Qianqian gradually became entranced by this apocalyptic thread. As if caught in an inescapable vortex, her gaze growing increasingly focused, her fingers unconsciously swiping across the screen, perusing more information and images about the end of days. "Little lady, your barbecue is ready." Enjoy your meal. Zhang Qianqian looked up, meeting the vendor's kind face, momentarily feeling a twinge of guilt before smiling brightly. Thank you, sir. She then glanced down at the steaming barbecue before her. The rich aroma wafting into her senses, instantly activating her taste buds. So fragrant, she murmured softly, savoring this tranquil and beautiful moment. She picked up a skewer of lamb, bringing it to her lips for a gentle bite. The tender, juicy flavor exploding in her mouth, prompting a satisfied sigh. Delicious. However, at that pivotal moment, when the thought struck her like lightning, realizing that this world might truly be on the brink of the apocalypse, and that in the days to come, she might never again have the chance to relish such exquisite food, a wave of indescribable discomfort surged within her tranquil heart, akin to a tidal wave crashing forth. A flicker of distress crossed Zhang Qianqian's eyes. The once enticing barbecue now seemed to lose its luster, as if shrouded in a light haze. She furrowed her brow, pondering, this barbecue has always been my favorite. Why does it seem so tasteless now? Just then, a voice flowed into her ears like a refreshing spring. This thought flickered in her mind, and suddenly, a surge of inspiration struck her like a powerful current. Illuminating her thoughts that, of course, I can take it to go. Zhang Qianqian thought excitedly, looking at the barbecue in her hands with renewed appetite. Chapter 11. Stockpiling. Sir, please pack up all your barbecue for me. 3 portions of each flavor and type, and kindly assist me with the packaging. Her firm and expectant voice resonated once more in the shop, carrying an irresistible allure and undeniable tone. But miss, there are hundreds of different flavors and types of barbecue here. Are you sure you want to pack 3 portions of each? Can you really finish it all? The vendor's eyes widened. His face a mask of astonishment. Confusion etched into the wrinkles of his face as he regarded the young woman's request with disbelief. Don't worry, sir. I'm bringing it for my colleagues at work. They work so hard and are particularly fond of your barbecue. After I mentioned it to them, they all expressed their excitement. I'll ensure everyone enjoys it happily, and there won't be a trace of waste. You needn't worry, Zhang Qianqian replied confidently, her smile radiant as the brightest sun in spring, warm and enchanting. After uttering these words, the weight that had been hanging over her heart finally settled like a heavy stone. Landing steadily in place, she let out a long sigh, a wave of relief washing over her, as if the shadows that had loomed in her heart were dispelled by the weight of a stone finally dropped. In that moment, her mood was illuminated as if kissed by sunlight, bringing an exceptional sense of ease, akin to the gentlest breeze of spring caressing her soul, immersing her in an atmosphere of exquisite beauty. Even the barbecue, which she usually regarded with indifference, transformed into a delightful feast at this moment, each bite imbued with a hint of sweetness that rendered her utterly captivated. After finishing her meal, she noticed that the vendor was still busy grilling. With a hearty smile, he said, "Pretty lady, don't rush. I'm diligently preparing your order. There are still over 20 servings to go, but it will be ready soon." As he spoke, he skillfully tended to the ingredients on the grill, his movements fluid and powerful, much like conducting a symphony of culinary delights. Hearing the vendor's words, Zhang Qianqian furrowed her brow slightly but soon broke into a smile. "Oh, there's still so much, sir. Let me pay now, and I'll come back to collect it." "How much is it in total?" She retrieved a stack of bills from her wallet, placing them neatly on the table, her eyes reflecting a sense of determination and composure. The vendor glanced at the money, a satisfied smile spreading across his face. "That'll be 2,720 yuan, but since you often support my business, I'll make it 2,700 yuan for you." As he spoke, he picked up a calculator, engrossed in the calculations, his focused demeanor evoking a sense of admiration. Zhang Qianqian looked at him gratefully. "Thank you, sir. You are truly wonderful." Her voice was filled with heartfelt appreciation, as if her gratitude could transcend through her words. The vendor beamed with a radiant smile, while Zhang Qianqian grabbed her bag and turned to leave the barbecue stall. She glided gracefully between the various stalls, her figure reminiscent of a sprightly little angel, radiating a vibrant glow that brought moments of surprise and warmth to those around her. The bustling vendors, upon spotting her, immediately broke into enthusiastic smiles, eagerly greeting her and inquiring if she needed anything special. Zhang Qianqian responded with a gentle smile, engaging kindly with them, fully savoring the genuine and warm interactions between people. After leisurely wandering through all the stalls, she felt a sense of satisfaction, yet a hint of fatigue crept in. She then began to seek out hidden corners devoid of surveillance, cautiously placing all her carefully selected items into that mysterious space. Phew, I'm exhausted. This outing has truly worn me out. The vendor, seeing Jiang Qianqian return looking weary, felt a surge of concern and hurriedly filled a cup with cool water from a nearby dispenser. The water glistening in the sunlight, he carefully handed her the cup, his actions imbued with sincerity and care, as if to say, "Child, take a break and sip some water to quench your thirst." Jiang Qianqian gratefully accepted the cup, her eyes shimmering with unshed tears of gratitude. She quickly drank it down. The coolness felt like a refreshing spring flowing through her parched throat, spreading throughout her body and bestowing an unprecedented sense of comfort. As if all her weariness dissipated in that moment, she let out a gentle sigh, a satisfied smile gracing her face as she softly remarked, "This is delicious. Thank you, sir. Phew, I finally feel alive again. That earlier rush nearly drained me." Jiang Qianqian reflected, lightly patting her chest as she felt her heart, once racing from exertion, gradually returning to calm. She recalled the scene from earlier, the sun blazing down on her, sweat soaking her clothes, each step feeling as heavy as lead. The vendor, observing Jiang Qianqian's appearance, chuckled and shook his head, his eyes filled with fondness. He deftly packed the barbecue into a beautiful bag and handed it to her, saying, "You are such a lively girl. Don't wear yourself out like that next time. Here is your barbecue. Take care of it." The barbecue emitted an enticing aroma, the vibrant red sauce gleaming under the lights, tantalizing the senses. Jiang Qianqian accepted the bag, her heart brimming with warmth, for she knew this was not merely a meal but a gesture of the vendor's care for her. "Thank you, sir. Your barbecue is absolutely exquisite. I will definitely return often, and I hope you'll continue to look after me." Chapter 12. Is the end of the world just a month away? Each step she took was imbued with anticipation for home and the joy of soon embracing warmth. She then glided towards her bedroom with the grace of a butterfly unfurling its wings, her movements fluid and elegant. Gently, she unfastened the constraints of her attire, as if shedding the burdens of the outside world, and skillfully donned a comfortable set of loungewear, the soft fabric caressing her skin like clouds, the delicate sensation enveloping her entirely, transporting her into a realm of unparalleled relaxation and bliss. Today was truly exhausting. She mused, feeling as though her body were shackled by heavy chains, each step a monumental effort, merely drifting through the day like a weary shopping enthusiast, tirelessly flitting between stores, arms laden with bags, her mind consumed with stockpiling goods. Suddenly, an epiphany struck her like a lightning bolt, and she slowly and determinedly reached beneath her soft pillow for her phone. The screen illuminated. A series of meticulously arranged digits, bank card information, unfurled before her tired eyes like a mysterious tapestry. Her gaze, seemingly enchanted, lingered on the numbers for an eternity, as if counting each zero, those zeros acting as little demons, enticing her to imagine the wealth and consumption they represented. Simultaneously, her mind calculated the total expenditure of the day. Upon confirming she had spent around 70 to 80,000, she let out a soft sigh, filled with resignation and reflection. Alas, money truly slips away too easily. There is still so much more I wish to buy. Yet this 70 to 80,000 has vanished without a trace. With the knowledge that she had one more day to rest, a slight relaxation washed over her, as if she could momentarily ease her weary spirit in this fleeting time. However, the thought of returning to the grind of work the day after filled her with a renewed sense of pressure, causing her to frown. She tossed and turned in bed, as if stirred by an invisible force. Unable to find sleep, the unfinished shopping lists danced like mischievous sprites in her mind, while the impending apocalyptic imagery loomed overhead like a heavy cloud, pressing down on her heart. The intertwining of these thoughts gnawed at her, leaving her in a state of turmoil and unrest. Thus, time slipped away, and Jiang Qianqian's consciousness began to blur. Eventually, she succumbed to exhaustion and fell into a deep slumber. Yet, once she entered the realm of dreams, peace eluded her. When she opened her eyes again, the world had transformed beyond recognition. The once familiar streets and buildings had vanished, replaced by desolation and decay. Monstrous zombies roamed the streets, their twisted faces emitting chilling howls. while panicked individuals desperately fled, searching for safety. The air was thick with the acrid stench of blood and decay, nauseating her to that moment. A terrifying zombie noticed Zhang Qianqian, lunging towards her with outstretched claws. Startled, she instinctively turned and fled, her speed astonishing. Had an Olympic event been taking place, she would undoubtedly have claimed gold with ease. After a frantic escape, Zhang Qianqian found refuge in what appeared to be an abandoned house. Breathless, she collapsed on the floor, gasping, "Phew! Finally, I can move." In her dream, she had always felt as if paralyzed, unable to budge an inch. After calming her racing heart, Zhang Qianqian began to survey her surroundings. On a tattered calendar, an ordinary date, August 8th, had been circled ominously in vivid red ink by an unseen hand. Zhang Qianqian found herself entranced, her gaze fixated on the blood-red circle, as if ensnared in a whirlpool of thought. Just as she became lost in contemplation, a low, terrifying growl echoed from outside, shattering the silence and jolting her from her reverie. Zhang Qianqian turned abruptly, as if jolted by an electric shock. The moment her gaze landed on the doorway, her heart leapt into her throat. There, standing ominously, was a grotesque zombie of considerable bulk. Its skin was a nauseating shade of ashen gray, marred by a network of grotesque veins and decaying flesh. Most terrifying of all were its blood-red eyes, akin to two blazing flames, filled with ferocity and murderous intent, fixated intently on Zhang Qianqian, as if poised to devour her whole in the next heartbeat. For a fleeting moment, time seemed to freeze. Only the intersection of Zhang Qianqian's gaze and that of the zombie remained in the entire space. The air thickened with an oppressive weight. The tension akin to a taut string stretched to its limit, ready to snap at any moment. Then, the zombie slowly parted its foul-smelling maw, emitting a deafening roar from the depths of its throat. The sound was reminiscent of a stampede of wild horses, crashing like waves against the shore, reverberating in Zhang Qianqian's ears. Ah! With a piercing scream, Zhang Qianqian jolted upright in bed, gasping for breath. Beads of sweat rolling down her forehead, saturating the bedding beneath her. It dawned on her that the harrowing events she had just witnessed were merely a nightmare. Yet the vivid imagery lingered, leaving her with lingering trepidation. As she dabbed at her forehead with trembling hands, she murmured to herself, "Not this dream again. Why do I keep having this dream?" And this time, it even included a date, something that has never happened before. With that thought, she instinctively turned to the calendar hanging on the wall beside her bed, where today's date was clearly marked as July 18th. Chapter 13. The Last Day of Work. August 18th. Could it be that the apocalypse would indeed descend upon the world on that fateful day a month from now? The mere notion startled even Zhang Qianqian. However, what was truly peculiar was that despite the outward calm, an indescribable and persistent unease lingered deep within her. Struggling slightly, she propped herself up and staggered towards the window. With a trembling hand, she gently drew aside the heavy curtains. In an instant, blinding sunlight surged into the room like a tumultuous tide, illuminating every corner. The dazzling light compelled Zhang Qianqian to squint, yet miraculously, the ominous cloud that had enveloped her mind began to dissipate. Standing quietly by the window, she gazed out at the bustling city beyond, still vibrant and teeming with life. She watched as cars flowed like a river down the streets, pedestrians hurriedly weaving through the throng. Towering skyscrapers stood in a row, their glass facades reflecting dazzling rays of light. Shops were festooned with colorful decorations, the sounds of promotional advertisements punctuating the air. This scene before her brimmed with vitality, gradually easing Zhang Qianqian's previously taut nerves and soothing her troubled heart. No matter how earnestly she tried to reassure herself, striving for inner tranquility, the glaring red circle and the dreadful apocalyptic imagery from her dream seemed indelibly etched into her mind, impossible to erase. Ultimately, after a fierce internal struggle, she resolutely decided she must gather every conceivable item throughout this month and store them away. Furthermore, since the apocalypse was imminent, why bother with work? After finishing her tasks this month, she would resign. Thus, in the days that followed, Zhang Qianqian continued her routine at work while seizing every spare moment to hoard supplies. Each time she watched her bank balance dwindle like a flowing river, a pang of anguish surged within her. Yet, despite this, She gritted her teeth and persevered in acquiring the necessary provisions. Jiang Qianqian softly murmured to herself, "Just one more day to endure tonight, and tomorrow I won't have to come back." Her voice was barely audible, yet the threat of helplessness and fatigue was unmistakable at that moment. The once tranquil sky underwent a sudden and violent transformation. It was as if an invisible giant hand had ripped open a massive tear in the heavens, and heavy raindrops poured down like a breached dam, splattering violently against the ground and sending up sprays of water. Oh no! Why did the rain come down so unexpectedly? It truly caught her off guard. Jiang Qianqian couldn't help but furrow her brows, her face a mask of distress as she gazed out at the torrential downpour that cascaded like a waterfall, her heart growing increasingly burdened. Time trickled by like fine sand in an hourglass, each second slipping silently away, and before she knew it, the clock had struck 3 in the morning in the stillness of the deep night. The entire world seemed to be enveloped in slumber, save for the silvery moonlight that streamed through the window, casting a pale glow. Just as this tranquility was shattered, a sharp and urgent ringtone pierced the silence. Ding, ding, ding! This sudden sound stood out starkly in the quiet atmosphere, jarring and intrusive. Jiang Qianqian, still bleary-eyed, was jolted awake by the ringtone. She hurriedly climbed out of bed, snatching up the phone and responding in a slightly weary yet polite tone. "Hello, esteemed guest, how may I assist you?" A deep, somewhat anxious voice came through the line. "There's no water in the room. Please bring some up. I'm on the top floor." After hanging up the phone, she quickly donned her coat, grabbed the water jug she had prepared, and hurried out of her room, racing up the stairs. The corridor was dimly lit, but she paid no heed to it, focused solely on delivering the water to the guest. At last, after a flurry of movement, she arrived at the door of the top-floor guest. Taking a moment to breathe deeply and steady her nerves, she raised her delicate, fair hand and gently knocked on the door. Raising her voice slightly, she softly called out, "Hello, esteemed guest. I have brought your water. Could you please open the door?" The crisp sound of her knocking and her melodious call echoed in the stillness of the night, as clear and enchanting as a nightingale's song. Jiang Qianqian stood quietly at the door, her hands unconsciously clutching the hem of her clothing, pondering whether the guest was still lost in the sweet embrace of slumber. Seconds ticked by, and she patiently awaited a response. Just then, a low, irritated roar emanated from within. "Get lost? Didn't I instruct that no one is to approach my room?" At that furious outburst, Jiang Qianqian's heart jolted. The man within, named Di Jingma, had come here to hide after being secretly drugged and was now ensnared in an endless abyss. The violent effects of the drug surged through him like a raging tide, every inch of his skin feeling as though it was being pierced by countless needles, pain coiling around him like a venomous serpent, nearly suffocating him. His consciousness was shrouded in a thick fog, teetering on the brink of collapse as the images before him began to distort and warp. Already agitated by his physical condition, Di Jingma's rage ignited like a volcano upon hearing the persistent knocking and the refusal to leave from the person outside. A glint of cold fury flashed in his eyes as he bellowed, "Are you deaf? I told you to get lost." With that, he forcefully pushed the heavy door open, a gust of turbulent air filled with his fury rushing outward. Yet, in that fleeting moment, he caught a whiff of an enchanting fragrance, reminiscent of a flowing spring, penetrating the chaos of his mind and reaching the depths of his soul. It was the unique scent of Jiang Qianqian. And in an instant, the last shred of his rationality shattered like fragile glass, as the overwhelming desire within him surged forth uncontrollably. Chapter 14. A fortuitous encounter. Jiang Qianqian stood wide-eyed as the door before her slowly creaked open. As she pondered how to greet the guest appropriately, the word hello was just on the tip of her tongue. Yet before she could fully articulate it, a powerful and rough force suddenly yanked her into the room. Hey, what are you doing?" Jiang Qianqian's face blanched with terror, completely unprepared for such a turn of events, and instinctively began to struggle against the grip. However, her petite and delicate frame was no match for the frenzied strength of Di Jingma, who had lost all sense of reason, akin to a wild beast. In that moment, a soft gasp escaped her lips as Di Jingma seized her cherry-red lips with an overwhelming and domineering force. Silencing her completely, like a ravenous wolf pouncing on its prey, he offered Jiang Qianqian no chance to breathe or escape. Without a hint of consideration for her feelings, He swept her up with all his might and flung her onto the vast plush bed. Almost at the very moment the dull thud echoed through the air, Di Jingma loomed over Jiang Qianqian like an immovable, majestic mountain, descending upon her with the swiftness of a lightning strike. His eyes, already as deep and unfathomable as an endless abyss, now blazed with a fervent fire, fixated intently on the delicate figure beneath him. With a voice that emerged slowly, rich and resonant like the deep tones of a cello, he uttered words imbued with an undeniable magnetism, enunciating each syllable. "Woman, since you have willingly offered yourself to me, do not blame me for my lack of compassion." Yet, before his words could fully dissipate into the seemingly tranquil atmosphere, a series of sounds akin to thunder, sharp, urgent rips of fabric, erupted, causing hearts to race. These piercing noises heralded the imminent arrival of a fierce tempest, each crack like a heavy blow to the soul, rendering one helplessly apprehensive. Time slipped away like grains of sand, each moment measured by an invisible hourglass, as seconds meandered by unhurriedly. With the gentle passage of time, the dark sky appeared to be brushed by an unseen artist, gradually revealing a faint hue of dawn. Initially, this color resembled a sheer veil, barely perceivable against the backdrop of the heavens, but soon it thickened and became distinctly visible, signaling the impending light. Just as daybreak approached, the effects of the drug within Di Jingma began to recede like the tide, his once tense body slowly relaxing, akin to a bird freed from its bonds, gracefully collapsing onto the bed, drifting into slumber. At this moment, a hint of fatigue lingered on his handsome face, a fatigue so subtle it was nearly imperceptible, yet intertwined with an elusive sense of satisfaction, as if recounting the unique experiences of the previous night. Meanwhile, Jiang Qianqian awoke, her body racked with discomfort, as if countless tiny creatures were gnawing at her skin. The agony compelled her to struggle, desperate to escape this torment. She shifted slightly. Every movement felt akin to being pricked by a myriad of needles. Every inch of her skin and muscle protested, as though they sought to tear her apart. Each slight adjustment demanded immense willpower. Her entire being felt as if it were being consumed by countless ants. An unending wave of pain crashing over her, causing her brow to furrow tightly, beads of sweat forming on her forehead. Scattered around her were remnants of shattered objects, lying like soulless corpses upon the ground. Whispering of moments of beauty now turned to nothingness. The chaotic remnants resembled deep gashes, etched into every corner of the space, as if a violent storm had recently ravaged the area, leaving devastation in its wake. Jiang Qianqian glanced at her own body, a flicker of anger and helplessness crossing her gaze. Damn that despicable man. He shows no regard for tenderness, she thought, noticing the myriad of bruises and swelling on her skin. A shocking tableau of her suffering, but a wave of profound grievance surged within her, tears welling in her eyes, yet she fought to keep them at bay. Amidst the chaos, memories surged forth like a heavy mountain. The heart-stopping events of the previous night stabbing at her soul like a sharp dagger, an indescribable complexity of emotions flooded her mind. A bittersweet concoction of pain, despair, anger, and sorrow that nearly suffocated her. Unable to contain herself, Jiang Qianqian finally broke down, tears streaming uncontrollably. Why did such a thing have to happen on my last day of work? Shoo, be quiet, sleep, came the man's voice from nearby, low and tinged with fatigue. Jiang Qianqian momentarily froze, her eyes shimmering with unshed tears, as she endeavored to compose herself. Yet the tumult within her heart persisted. Upon hearing his voice, she gradually turned her head, her gaze falling upon the sleeping man. His features were exquisitely chiseled, as if sculpted by divine hands, each line a testament to celestial craftsmanship. His deep-set eyes were now closed, long lashes casting soft shadows upon his lids, exuding an otherworldly charm reminiscent of a hero from a comic book. However, Jiang Qianqian quickly shook her head, admonishing herself, "No, do not dwell on this. It is imperative to leave at once." Chapter 15. Ow. That hurts. She inhaled deeply, summoning all her strength to rise, her movements awkward and hurried, as if fearing that lingering any longer would plunge her deeper into an emotional maelstrom. Glancing at the scattered remnants of clothing strewn across the floor like shattered petals, she could not help but mutter a curse. Damn, that wretched man has torn my clothes to shreds. How will I ever face anyone again? The flames of indignation blazed within her, visions of the man's smug countenance flashing through her mind. She felt a surge of rage, wishing she could pummel him on the spot. Yet, just as she prepared to act, a sharp pain radiated from a specific area of her body. Dao. That really hurts. Jiang Qianqian slowly shifted her gaze from the source of her discomfort to the man's clothes, which lay quietly nearby, seemingly imbued with an unspoken apology. Since he so carelessly shredded my garments, it is only fair that he compensate me with his own, she mused, resolutely picking up his attire and slipping it on. Though slightly oversized, it provided a semblance of modesty, erecting an invisible barrier around her. As she turned to leave the room, her steps felt heavy, as if burdened by an indescribable weight. The door. Her gaze was ensnared by the conspicuous room number, the digits seared into her memory like a brand, each numeral stabbing at her heart, awakening a sense of regret and embarrassment. Recalling her earlier reckless actions and her current disheveled state, her face burned with shame, as if countless eyes were mocking her folly. Jujio, do you have the ability to delete the surveillance footage? Jiang Qianqian anxiously attempted to contact the nine-tailed fox in the space, her voice tinged with a barely concealed tension and anticipation. Master, I truly cannot delete the footage directly, but I can devise a way to sabotage it. The fox's voice resonated in her mind, laced with a hint of reassurance. That will suffice. Go ahead and destroy the surveillance, Jiang Qianqian replied through gritted teeth, a glimmer of determination flashing in her eyes. All done, master. It's taken care of. The nine-tailed fox confirmed, instilling a sense of calm within her. Upon receiving this affirmation, the world around Jiang Qianqian seemed to quiet, her previously taut nerves loosening slightly. She took a deep breath, as if expelling all her anxiety and embarrassment. With a deliberate turn, she aimed to bid farewell to this mortifying place. Meanwhile, the sight of the man's clothes remained a glaring reminder of her recent ordeal. Lin Xiaoman observed her with a hint of concern, a trace of confusion flickering in her eyes. Jiang Qianqian momentarily hesitated, her lively gaze dimming with surprise before blooming into a forced smile that was more painful than tears. Sister Min, you are here? She managed, her voice dry. Yes, I did change. I can leave as soon as my shift is over. With that, she lowered her head like a child caught in wrongdoing, her lustrous hair cascading like a curtain, concealing much of her face. She stared intently at the ground, as if it held untold treasures, too afraid to meet Lin Xiaoman's penetrating gaze, her heart racing with fear of being exposed for her inner turmoil and unease. Oh, but why have you suddenly decided to resign, Qianqian? This job is a coveted opportunity, with great benefits and high pay. How rare is that? Lin Xiaoman gently urged, concern evident in her eyes. Jiang Qianqian bit her lip, a struggle reflected in her gaze, her hands unconsciously twisting together, the whiteness of her fingers betraying her tension. After what felt like an eternity, she finally summoned the courage to speak, as if she had made an enormous decision. If I were to say that the apocalypse is approaching, albeit only in dreams, you would surely think I'm insane, so I cannot voice it. Her words trailed off, leaving a bitter expression etched upon her face. It's all right, Qianqian. If you have any difficulties or burdens, you can always share them with us. We are here to help you. Lin Xiaoman gazed at Jiang Qianqian's demeanor, increasingly convinced that she was concealing something from everyone. Yet, she understood that, after all, it was a personal matter, and one should not impose. Gently, she patted Jiang Qianqian's shoulder, attempting to offer her some solace. Well, my shift is over, Sister Min. I must take my leave. Goodbye. The voice carried a hint of fatigue mixed with the anticipation of returning home. As if after a long day of toil, she could finally escape the intricacies of work. All right, goodbye, Lin Xiaoman replied softly, a flicker of reluctance passing through her eyes. She watched Jiang Qianqian's retreating figure, a surge of inexplicable emotions welling up within her. As Jiang Qianqian turned towards the door, each step seemed imbued with hesitation, as if she bore the weight of something significant she wished to divulge. She turned back to Lin Xiaoman and said, Sister Min. Her tone was laden with concern and unease, as if she was on the brink of making a momentous decision. Yes, what is it, Qianqian? Lin Xiaoman looked at Jiang Qianqian, her eyes filled with confusion, unable to fathom why this usually vivacious girl appeared so grave at this moment. Sister Min, in the coming days, could you purchase some supplies to keep at home? Enough to last for several months? Jiang Qianqian spoke cautiously, her gaze resolute, fully aware that what she was about to reveal might stir some waves. Isn't it better to buy fresh produce daily? Lin Xiaoman furrowed her brow, perplexed, as she had grown accustomed to selecting the freshest ingredients from the market each day, finding the notion of stockpiling supplies rather foreign. Sister Min, you really must heed my words this time. Before Jiang Qianqian could fully express her urgency, Lin Xiaoman interrupted her without hesitation, gently frowning as she said, all right, I understand. Now hurry and finish your shift. Chapter 16. The male protagonist rebirth. Although Lin Xiaoman verbally acquiesced, a subtle hint of doubt lingered on her face, as if a shroud of uncertainty enveloped her mind. She could not comprehend what grand scheme Jiang Qianqian was secretly concocting. Slowly, she ushered Jiang Qianqian to the door, where Jiang Qianqian could not help but reiterate, you must remember, it's crucial to stockpile those essential supplies. That moment, Lin Xiaoman noticed Jiang Qianqian seemed poised to begin another round of incessant chatter. With a sigh of resignation, she called a cab for Jiang Qianqian and carefully assisted her into the vehicle. Then, as if expending every ounce of her strength, she shouted at the taxi driver, who was intently focused on driving. Driver, please hurry. Get her to XXX as quickly as possible. Time is of the essence. I implore you to reach there at the fastest speed. After uttering those words, she felt as though all energy had drained from her, letting out a deep, weary sigh filled with exhaustion and anxiety. Meanwhile, within the confines of the room, a figure seemed to awaken from a prolonged slumber. Slowly opening his eyes, filled with confusion, he mumbled softly, what is this place? I distinctly remember having perished. The zombie king had resolutely chosen to self-destruct. At that moment, he had been unable to react, being mercilessly engulfed by an overwhelmingly terrifying force that swept him away. The bed was in disarray, resembling the aftermath of a fierce battleground. Yet the woman who should have been present was nowhere to be found. Damn it! How did that cunning woman manage to escape again? Di Jingma could not help but curse through clenched teeth. It was known that in his previous life, she had similarly eluded him, leading him to search fruitlessly for an entire week without a single trace of her whereabouts. Who could have predicted that the apocalypse would abruptly descend shortly thereafter? Di Jingma took a deep breath, striving to quell the tumultuous emotions surging within him. After a moment, he dialed a number, summoning his manager and a friend to his side. At that moment, Di Jingma stood quietly by the window, a cigarette in hand, the smoke curling upwards. He squinted slightly, his gaze directed into the distance. As if lost in contemplation, before long, a faint sound of footsteps approached, and the manager hurriedly arrived. However, upon seeing the firmly shut door, he abruptly halted, his body trembling involuntarily. Memories of the furious call he had received from Di Jingma flooded back, instilling a sense of dread in his heart. The manager stood outside the door, hesitating repeatedly, lacking the courage to push it open. Just then, Qi Yechen's figure appeared at the end of the corridor. Qi Yechen immediately noticed the anxious manager standing outside, a faint smile gracing his lips. Manager Qin, aren't you coming in? Hearing the voice, the manager shot his head up, an embarrassed expression crossing his face. Young Master Chen, you're here? I truly dare not enter. Lord Mo is in a furious rage, he said, patting his chest in a gesture of trepidation. Qi Yechen raised an eyebrow slightly, a teasing smile forming on his lips as he quipped. Oh, so our formidable Gu is angry. Is that why you're trembling in fear, hesitating like a cowardly rabbit, reluctant to step through that door? Manager Qin, feeling quite sheepish, scratched his head and implored. Young Master Chen, please don't tease me. If I go in and Lord Mo truly erupts in anger, you must definitely help me. Seeing his anxiety, Qi Yechen couldn't help but chuckle, patting his shoulder in reassurance. All right, fear not. Even if Gu is angry, he won't make things too difficult for you in light of my presence. Let us go. The two entered the room together, yet the sight before them left them utterly speechless. The room was a chaotic mess, clothes strewn about, furniture askew, as if a fierce battle had taken place. Manager Qin trembled all over, his voice quaking as he murmured, Gu. Sitting on the couch, Di Jingma's expression was as dark as stormy waters. His deep-set eyes coldly fixated on Manager Qin as he gravely inquired, Old Qin, did I not specifically instruct you last night that no one was to approach my room? How did that woman manage to enter? Upon hearing this, Manager Chin nearly collapsed in fright, stammering, Imo gu. I truly don't know. I followed your orders and stood guard at the door last night, not letting anyone in, but when I opened the door this morning, I found it like this. At that moment, Chi Yechin suddenly seemed to recall something, leaning closer to Di Jingma with a mischievous glint in his eyes. Hey, Imo gu, did you perhaps spend the night with a certain woman? And then inadvertently, his teasing tone continued, oh dear, to have captured our usually aloof Imo gu. This woman must be extraordinary. Do share with your brothers who this mysterious sister-in-law is. Let her show her face. I don't know. When I awoke, she had already vanished without a trace. Di Jingma rubbed his temple, attempting to clarify his muddled thoughts, yet memories of her remained hazy. Yes, Imo gu. I will investigate right away. Manager Chin responded respectfully before swiftly exiting the room. At that moment, Chi Yechin, who had been silent until now, suddenly spoke up. Vanished? Imo gu. Are you telling me you didn't even catch a glimpse of what she looked like? His incredulous gaze bore into me. Seemingly unable to believe my words. Chapter 17. The drugging. After a brief silence, Di Jingma appeared to recall something of significance and turned to Chi Yechin, stating earnestly, by the way, the reason I summoned you here is that I need your help with something. Chi Yechin nodded vigorously, eagerly pressing. Yes, what is it? Whatever it is, I will do it without hesitation. Di Jingma stood by the window, inhaling deeply before exhaling slowly, as if seeking to calm the turbulent waves within him. He turned to face Chi Yechin, his gaze sharp and resolute as he began, tomorrow night, at the Yueching bar. You must gather everyone there, not a single person can be absent. I have something of utmost importance to announce. And those who dare to miss it shall bear the consequences. Upon hearing this, Chi Yechin nodded hastily. Understood. Imo gu, I will notify them immediately. He promptly turned and hurried out of the room. Before long, several cleaning staff entered, nimbly tidying up the room. They swiftly changed the sheets and pillowcases, leaving the space immaculate and orderly. Just then, Manager Chin rushed in, sweat beading on his forehead, as he reported in a trembling voice. Imo gu, it's bad news. The surveillance system has malfunctioned. We cannot retrieve any footage. Di Jingma frowned, his voice low and questioning. How could the surveillance suddenly break down? After a moment of silence, Di Jingma gestured dismissively. Enough of this matter for now. You may go and attend to other tasks. Manager Chin exhaled in relief, bowing respectfully before retreating. With his eyes closed, the image of the mysterious woman from the previous night involuntarily surfaced in his mind. The unique fragrance she carried seemed to linger in the air, refusing to dissipate. Her graceful figure was truly unforgettable to him. As this thought crossed his mind, Di Jingma instinctively reached out to gently caress his own lips. As if he could still feel the sensation of kissing that woman the night before. A slight smile crept onto his lips as he murmured, Ha, woman, consider yourself fortunate. However, I shall find you sooner or later. And then we shall see where you can escape. Chi Yechin's handsome, yet somewhat youthful face was filled with confusion as he fixed his bright, wide eyes on the trio of Lu Zicheng, Guiyu, and Sequanj, who were leisurely seated on the sofa. Unable to contain himself, he finally inquired, Bro Cheng, Bro Yu, Bro Gu, can you guess why Imo gu summoned us here in such a hurry? Is there something of great importance he wishes to discuss? The reason Chi Yechin addressed them as bro was quite evident. After all, he was the youngest among the five, looking at the other four. Each was an exceptional figure in their own right. First, there was Di Jingma, the illustrious heir of the imperial city, and one of the wealthiest individuals in the nation, revered by all as Imo Yi. At the age of 28, he remained unmarried, having captured the hearts of countless noble ladies. Then there was Lu Zicheng, a highly regarded major in the military district, who, despite being only 27, had already achieved remarkable feats. And also remained single. Yu, a first-class lawyer, had made a name for himself in the legal field with his extraordinary talent and sharp rhetoric, becoming a dazzling star at just 25, and he too was a single gentleman. Lastly, there was Sequanj, who, despite being only 25, was a formidable gang leader, commanding a vast influence. As for Chi Yechin himself, he was currently without a fixed occupation, merely assisting Imo gu with company affairs. And at 23, he had yet to step into the realm of matrimony. Chi Yechin, flustered, waved his hands repeatedly and explained urgently, I truly have no idea. I swear I'm telling the truth. I was merely following Imo Ji's instructions to summon you all here. As for everything else, I genuinely know nothing." As he spoke, he helplessly spread his hands, his expression one of utter confusion, as if he too was bewildered by the circumstances. At that moment, a steady and powerful sound of footsteps approached, and the door swung open to reveal the tall and imposing figure of Di Jingma. With a hint of a smile playing at the corners of his lips, he remarked, "Since that is the case, allow me to clarify things for you all." He then strolled casually to a comfortable corner of the room, adopting an exceedingly relaxed posture as he sat down. Di Jingma nonchalantly picked up a bottle of fine wine from the table, uncorked it without hesitation, and drank deeply in one go. His movements were graceful and decisive, drawing the attention of those present. "The apocalypse is upon us." Jingma's voice, low and slightly hoarse, resonated slowly, as if emanating from an endless abyss, causing a tightening sensation in everyone's hearts. "Ha, Imogu, you truly have a knack for humor. What apocalypse could there possibly be? The world seems perfectly fine. How could it suddenly end?" Chi Yechen teased, bursting into laughter, perceiving Di Jingma's words as mere nonsense. However, as he observed the somber expressions of those around him, his laughter gradually faded. Confused, he turned to Di Jingma, only to find that his handsome yet stern face bore no trace of jest, replaced instead by an unprecedented gravity and seriousness. Chi Yechen's smile froze instantly, his eyes widening in disbelief as he looked at Di Jingma. "Imogu, you truly mean it?" At that moment, he finally grasped that the situation might not be as simple as he had imagined. Di Jingma narrowed his eyes slightly, his piercing gaze akin to blazing torches directed at Chi Yechen, his expression cold and resolute, seemingly capable of piercing through the very soul of the other. He then uttered words that were as frigid as ice, chillingly questioning, "Do I appear to be joking?" This succinct statement carried an oppressive weight that left no room for doubt regarding its veracity. His icy tones swept through the air like a biting wind, causing Chi Yechen to involuntarily shudder, a chill running down his spine. Chapter 18. I am reborn. This moment, Lu Zicheng, who had remained silent until now, could no longer hold back and asked, "Imo, what exactly awaits us in this apocalypse?" Di Jingma shook his head in resignation, for he had met his untimely demise during the cataclysm in his previous life before it had even concluded. "And what are these abilities?" Lu Zicheng pressed, brows furrowed in confusion. His wide eyes seemed to attempt to penetrate the depths of Di Jingma's thoughts, eager for answers. Just then, Di Jingma, with an expressionless visage, gradually raised his right hand, his movements elegant and composed. His long, fair fingers sparkled faintly in the sunlight, reminiscent of finely crafted artwork. He then slightly bent his index finger and pointed gently towards the sky. Suddenly, a dazzling bolt of lightning erupted unexpectedly from his fingertip. The lightning flickered like a lively silver serpent, crackling loudly as it danced freely in the air, illuminating everything around and leaving onlookers in awe. "Wow, is this what abilities look like? It's just like a scene from a movie," Chi Yechen exclaimed in astonishment, unconsciously stepping forward, his gaze fixated on the spectacle of energy in Di Jingma's hand, his heart brimming with endless curiosity and wonder. "Mogu, how did you know?" Just as Chi Yechen was lost in contemplation of these abilities, he suddenly recalled Di Jingma beside him and blurted out a question. The air seemed to thicken with tension, falling into a heavy silence. After a long pause, Lu Zicheng broke the stillness with another inquiry. "When exactly is this happening? Could it truly be the apocalypse?" Di Jingma lifted his head slightly, his sculpted features taking on an unusually grave expression. His gaze was calm as water, seemingly detached from worldly matters, but upon closer inspection, a hint of seriousness flickered within the depths of his eyes. After a moment of silence, Di Jingma finally uttered 4 words with deliberation. "1 week from now." These few short words struck Lu Zicheng's heart like a heavy hammer, leaving him breathless. "1 week? That's so soon. We must act quickly to gather everything we need," Lu Zicheng exclaimed anxiously, his mind racing as he contemplated what supplies were necessary. First and foremost, food and water are essential, then medical supplies. Weapons. And we need warm clothing and camping gear for survival. No, this is too chaotic. We should draft a detailed list. Upon hearing Lu Zicheng's words, Di Jingma nodded in agreement. He calmly retrieved a thick notebook from his pocket and handed it to Lu Zicheng, saying, "I prepared a detailed list last night. It contains all the supplies we might need along with estimated quantities. You can prepare according to this to AS for me. I have other more pressing matters to attend to. With that, Di Jingma stood up expressionlessly, his movements graceful and swift, as if swept away by a gust of wind. However, just as he was about to step out the door, he abruptly turned back. As if suddenly reminded of something crucial, his deep-set eyes locked onto Lu Ziqing, his tone serious and earnest as he warned, Chang, the apocalypse has arrived. The current situation is chaotic, and the military district is fraught with danger and uncertainty. I recommend you quickly retire from service. It is the only way to ensure your safety. This unexpected turn of events cast a heavy pall over the atmosphere in the room. The remaining four exchanged glances, momentarily at a loss for words. Why did he leave just like that? He hasn't even clarified what the important matter is. Si Quanj couldn't help but voice his frustration. Scenes from that luxurious hotel flashed before his eyes like a cinematic montage. Xiao Qian, has Imogu ever mentioned this to you? Gui Yu asked Qi Yechen expectantly. Qi Yechen furrowed his brows, pondering for a moment before slowly responding. He hasn't said it outright, but I think I can guess what the important matter might be. Upon hearing this, the other three perked up, eagerly pressing for more. What is it? Please tell us. Qi Yechen took a deep breath and articulated. It should be sister-in-law. This revelation struck the group like a bolt from the blue, leaving them momentarily frozen in shock, as if a spell had been cast upon them, rendering them speechless in place. Before him hung a mischievous smile on Qi Yechen's face, as he prepared to explain. Yet, just as he began to speak, his words faltered abruptly, and like a nimble monkey, he darted outside, casting furtive glances around as if to ascertain whether a certain individual had departed. He chuckled, Hey, Changgu. Let me tell you, just last night, Qi Yechen deliberately drew out the suspense, tantalizing everyone's curiosity. Seeing the eager expressions of the crowd, he could no longer contain his laughter and exclaimed, Last night, Imogu was actually forcefully taken by a woman. Ha ha ha, now, our Imogu has become the first among us brothers to lose his virginity. Qi Yechen laughed uncontrollably, as if the event were the most comical thing imaginable. After finally regaining his composure, he began to analyze, however. I wonder if it was due to Emoji's inadequacy, or if that woman was just exceptionally formidable, managing to escape after everything. It truly baffles the mind. Upon hearing Qi Yechen's words, Lu Ziqing and the others were momentarily stunned by this astonishing revelation. Yet, it wasn't long before they reacted, bursting into laughter at Qi Yechen's subsequent teasing remarks. Biffed, little Chin. You mustn't let these words reach Emoji's ears, or you might find yourself in a truly dire predicament, Gu Yu warned with a mischievous grin. Chapter 19. I heard someone dares to say I'm incapable? Qi Yechen quickly waved his hands, shaking his head fervently as he vowed. No, I would only share this with you few, and as long as you keep it under wraps, no fifth person shall ever know about it. He gestured earnestly as he spoke. However, at that moment, a deep and somewhat chilling voice called out, Qi Yechen. Those 3 syllables struck him like a thunderbolt, echoing ominously in his heart. Before him stood Di Jingma. His handsome visage now shadowed like the sky before a tempest, dark clouds swirling, intimidating to behold. His once profound eyes now seemed to bore into Qi Yechen's soul with an icy gaze. Di Jingma slightly parted his lips and coldly inquired. I heard someone dares to say I'm incapable? The last word, capable, seemed to carry the weight of 1,000 tons, crashing down like a boulder, reverberating ominously in the air. Under Di Jingma's formidable presence, Qi Yechen turned pale. Devoid of color, beads of sweat rolling down his forehead, soaking his clothes. His lips trembled, struggling to articulate a coherent response, stuttering, Imogu, please, let me explain. Oh no, hear me out. It's not as you think. Yet, his frantic words fell flat under Di Jingma's frigid scrutiny. As soon as he finished speaking, Di Jingma turned without hesitation, leaving only a resolute silhouette behind. No. Imogu, Qi Yechen called out in despair, watching Di Jingma's indifferent figure receding into the distance, and no matter how desperately he shouted. Di Jingma continued on his path, unyielding. With no other recourse, Qi Yechen cast a pleading glance towards Lu Ziqing and the others, pitifully begging, Changgu, Yugu, Mugu, please help me plead my case. Lu Ziqing shook his head helplessly, sighing, You, take care of yourself. Who told you to provoke Imo like that? This is your fate. The other two echoed their inability to assist. Hearing this, Qi Yechen stood frozen, as if struck by lightning, the last flicker of hope within him extinguished mercilessly. He felt his legs weaken, all strength drained from his body, collapsing onto the cold, hard ground like a deflated balloon. With vacant eyes and slightly parted lips, he muttered, "Woo-wooed, I don't want to go mine. Please." Tears uncontrollably streamed down his cheeks, falling to the dusty ground. In that moment, he was devoid of any semblance of his usual flair. Yet, in the face of Qi Yechen's pitiable state, none around him exhibited any sympathy or compassion. At that moment, Gu Yu noticed Qi Yechen's tears, frowning slightly as he impatiently admonished, "Be quiet. What kind of decorum is this for a grown man to be weeping? It's just mining. What's there to fear?" Seeing the scene unfold, Lu Ziqing hurriedly stepped forward, concern etched on his face as he urged, "Come on, you, don't blame little Qin any further. Our most pressing task right now is to gather the necessary supplies. After all, we only have a week. If we don't act swiftly and prepare thoroughly, we'll be in chaos." After a brief pause, Lu Ziqing continued, "How about this? You and Mu can handle stockpiling various essentials. As for me, I'll find a way to procure some weapons and also submit my discharge papers to the military." Upon hearing this, Guiyu immediately agreed. "All right, second brother. Since everything is arranged, let us split up and get to work." With that, the three turned to leave the private room. However, at that moment, the once lively atmosphere fell into a profound silence, leaving Qi Yechen standing alone in the midst. Anxious, he hastily rushed towards the door, calling out, "Wait for me. Don't leave so quickly." Meanwhile, Di Jingma slowly stepped into the familiar and cozy entrance of the old residence. Hearing the commotion, he turned to find his grandparents seated in the spacious and bright living room. Gazing at the kindly elders before him, his eyes began to redden, pondering silently. "I wonder, when they learned of my unfortunate demise in the previous life, could they bear such a heavy blow? Would their health have faltered?" The thought pierced his heart with pain. At that moment, Di grandmother, with eyes sharp as a hawk, swiftly caught sight of the glimmer of tears at the corner of her beloved grandson's eye. Her heart clenched, overflowing with concern. She immediately rose, moving swiftly to Di Jingma's side, arriving in an instant. Chapter 20. Little Mo. Hearing his grandmother's anxious words, warmth surged within Di Jingma's heart, yet not wanting her to worry excessively, he quickly wiped away the remnants of tears from the corner of his mouth, feigning composure. "Grandma, please don't fret. I truly haven't been crying. It was merely a gust of sand that got in my eyes when I returned from outside." He even blinked a few times for emphasis. However, how could Di grandmother easily believe him? Her brows furrowed slightly, revealing a look of skepticism as she slowly responded, "Oh, is that truly the case? Humph, I must see for myself to be at ease." At that moment, the young man standing nearby scratched his head in exasperation, wishing to negotiate. "Grandma, could you please stop calling me by my childhood name? Look at me, I've grown up." Yet, Di grandmother turned her head defiantly, adopting a proud demeanor as she insisted, "No way. Even if you've grown in my heart, you will forever be my precious grandson." "Little Mo," asked the two engaged in their playful banter. Di grandfather, who had been quietly seated on the sofa, suddenly broke the silence. He sighed softly, shaking his head in resignation, his expression revealing a sense of disappointment towards his grandson's previous romantic endeavors. Upon hearing this, it was as if a thunderclap reverberated throughout the living room. Di grandmother, who had been intently listening to their exchange, was utterly taken aback by her grandson's revelation. Confusion washed over her, and she even began to doubt her own hearing. Incredulous at the notion, her eyes, already small, widened in disbelief, her face a mask of skepticism as she stammered, "Old man, did I just hear incorrectly? Did I truly hear our grandson say he already has a wife?" Di grandfather, equally bewildered, stroked his sparse beard thoughtfully and replied, "Well, I'm not quite sure. Why don't you ask your precious grandson directly?" With such a response, Di grandmother could no longer remain seated. She sprang to her feet, hastening to Di Jingma's side, hands on her hips, towering over the handsome young man as she bombarded him with questions. "Little Mo, you just said you have a wife. Quickly tell Grandma where she is now. What is her name? How many people are in her family? How old is she this year? How did you two actually meet?" Di Jingma, with a face full of regret, recounted the events of the previous night in vivid detail to Grandma D. Upon hearing this, Grandma D's eyes widened in astonishment, her voice involuntarily rising by an octave. "What? You actually stole someone else's girl? And you didn't even know her name?" As she spoke, she pointed her finger at Di Jingma, her body trembling with indignation. Flustered, Di Jingma hurriedly attempted to explain to his grandmother. "Grandma, please don't be angry. This situation is not at all as you imagine. The circumstances were truly dire. I was unwittingly drugged by a nefarious individual, and my consciousness became utterly muddled, rendering me incapable of independent thought or control over my actions. In that state of confusion, that girl inexplicably approached me, leading to this unfortunate predicament. I am utterly wronged. By the time I regained my senses the next morning, she had vanished without a trace." As he spoke anxiously, a pitiful, innocent, and helpless expression adorned his face, his eyes filled with a sense of grievance, eagerly looking at Grandma D, hoping she would believe that his words were not mere fabrications. At that moment, Grandpa D, who had remained silent, suddenly interjected. "If that is the case, have you checked the surveillance footage? Perhaps it might reveal some useful clues or evidence." Upon hearing this, Di Jingma felt as though he had grasped a lifeline. Eagerly nodding in agreement, "Of course, I checked, Grandpa. But who would have thought that the surveillance equipment would conveniently malfunction that day, capturing not a single frame? Such misfortune." Grandpa D furrowed his brow, his expression filled with skepticism as he pressed. How could such a coincidence occur? Could there be some hidden intricacies at play? Faced with his grandfather's inquiries, Di Jingma wore an expression of distress, muttering with a mournful countenance. "Oh, Grandpa, had I known the reason, I wouldn't be in such a position of having no words to defend myself. I truly do not understand why it turned out this way." Grandma D scrutinized her precious grandson with a gaze filled with deep suspicion and concern. "Xiao Momo, tell Grandma the truth. Are you incapable? At such a young age, how could it be?" And as she spoke, she gently shook her head, evidently perplexed and dissatisfied with the question. Grandpa D, upon hearing this, couldn't he help but cast a glance at his grandson. He cleared his throat and cautiously asked, "Ahem, Amo, is what your grandmother said true?" Upon hearing this, Di Jingma's expression darkened ominously, as if it could drip water. He gritted his teeth, squeezing out a few words. "Grandma, please don't speak carelessly. I am quite capable, even if it were 7 or 8 times. It would be no problem at all." Nevertheless, Grandma D's eyes, sharp as a hawk despite the passage of time, remained fixed on Di Jingma, clearly unconvinced by his earlier claims. Her brows, already slightly furrowed, now appeared locked in place as she relentlessly interrogated. "If that is so, then why was that girl able to escape? Logically, if you truly possess such prowess, she should have had no strength left to run away." Confronted with Grandma D's aggressive questioning, Di Jingma found himself momentarily speechless, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Ultimately, he could only let out a resigned sigh, sinking into silence. Just then, Grandpa D, who had been quietly observing, finally spoke. "Adamo, do you need Grandpa to lend you a hand?" Hearing his grandfather's concerned words, Di Jingma quickly waved his hand, saying, "No need, Grandpa, I have already dispatched someone to investigate, and results should come soon. However, there is something even more pressing that I need to discuss with you. Let us move to the study for a more detailed conversation." With that, Di Jingma swiftly concealed the faint smile that had previously graced his face, replacing it with an exceedingly serious expression as he solemnly walked toward the study. From his tense demeanor and grave stride, it was clear that this matter was of utmost importance. To outsiders, Di Jingma had always been the aloof and unyielding figure, akin to an iceberg, making it nearly impossible for anyone to approach him, let alone engage in conversation. Even those brothers who had fought alongside him through thick and thin could only sense an overwhelming chill and silence in his presence. His grandparents were the most significant figures in his life, having raised him with unwavering dedication and standing by him through every hardship. As for his parents, fate had played a cruel trick. In a sudden and tragic accident, his parents had tragically passed away. That day, Di Jingma's world shattered completely, and his life underwent a profound transformation. Without the protection of his parents, the barely teenage Di Jingma was compelled to confront the complexities and dangers of the world alone. Daily, He was beset by various unscrupulous individuals demanding he relinquish control of the company his parents had founded, Thierry Company. It was a business that embodied the years of dedication and hard work of his parents. Through relentless effort and perseverance, his parents had transformed a once-unknown small enterprise into one of the premier affluent companies in the capital city, overcoming countless obstacles with extraordinary wisdom and indomitable courage. Yet, unexpectedly, a group of avaricious villains sought to forcibly seize all that hard-earned success from Di Jingma. In the face of such peril, Grandpa Di had to step in, personally taking charge of the company. Leveraging his years of experience and connections to stabilize the situation, it was not until Di Jingma turned 18 that Grandpa Di felt secure enough to hand the company back to him. Di Jingma did not disappoint his grandfather's expectations. Since taking over the company, he worked tirelessly, immersing himself in his responsibilities. Throughout this period, he faced innumerable challenges and setbacks, yet he overcame them all with unwavering resolve. Ultimately, hard work bore fruit, and within just 2 years, Di Jingma propelled Thierry Company to the #1 position in the nation. But who could fathom the multitude of hardships he endured behind this glorious achievement? The prolonged high-pressure work environment and various complex challenges gradually shaped his character into one of steely resolve and cold demeanor. What pressing matter could necessitate summoning Grandpa to the study for discussion? Grandpa Di inquired as he slowly entered the room. His weathered face bore the marks of time, yet his gaze remained sharp, fixating intently on his grandson's overly serious countenance. At this moment, Grandpa Di was filled with uncertainty and curiosity, pondering why his usually playful grandson wore such a grave expression today. "Grandpa, the end of days is upon us." These few simple words seemed to carry the weight of 1,000 burdens, resonating deeply in the ears of Grandpa Di, who had weathered many storms. His eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed at his solemn grandson, his voice trembling slightly. "Imo, is what you say true?" Do not jest about such matters, however. In the face of his grandfather's skepticism, Di Jingma stood quietly, his gaze resolute and profound. Suddenly, he raised his right hand, and a dazzling bolt of lightning surged forth from his palm. The lightning flickered like a lively silver serpent, emitting a disquieting radiance and crackling with energy. Grandpa Di was momentarily stunned, staring in astonishment at the powerful and mysterious force in his grandson's hand. Rendered speechless, the air itself seemed to freeze, with only the lightning dancing in Di Jingma's palm, shimmering and pulsating. "When is this?" Grandpa Di asked, furrowing his brow, his expression tense. "So soon? Alamo, our time is running short. What shall we do? We must prepare thoroughly." Grandpa Di's face was etched with worry, the wrinkles on his forehead appearing even deeper. "Grandpa, do not fret. I have already made arrangements. I have instructed my subordinates to handle the relevant matters." Di Jingma reassured him with confidence. "That is good. With you here, Grandpa feels much more at ease." Hearing his grandson's words, Grandpa Di felt a slight relief from the weight that had been pressing on his heart. However, suddenly, he seemed to recall something important, quickly saying, "Imo, regarding Thierry Company, Grandpa, concerning Thierry Company, you truly need not worry too much. I have it all under control and have my strategies in place." Di Jingma replied, his eyes narrowing slightly as he envisioned the stubborn, insular old-timers within the company. He recalled their rigid and unyielding visages, along with their antiquated demeanor. The corners of Di Jingma's mouth involuntarily curled into a slight arc. Yet, this smile was imbued with profound disdain and mockery. He reminisced about the time when, despite his utmost efforts to elevate Thierry into a preeminent national enterprise, those old-timers still harbored discontent towards him, perpetually scheming to find an opportunity to drag him down from his lofty position. Now, at long last, they had awaited what they deemed a perfect opportunity. The moment he gave a mere nod, these individuals would undoubtedly rush to take the bait, falling headlong into the meticulously crafted trap he had devised. Although Thierry was founded and nurtured through the tireless toil of his parents, it now stood at the brink of collapse. At this critical juncture of survival, selling it off might just procure a glimmer of hope, even if he were to descend into the underworld. He believed his parents would understand the plight of their son. After all, as long as the green hills remain, one need not fear the absence of firewood. As long as life persists, there is always hope for a resurgence. One could only imagine the ludicrous expressions that would adorn the faces of those self-important, aging figures when they learned of their impending doom a week hence. The thought alone brought a surge of delight to Di Jingma. A smile forming that he could hardly conceal, he envisioned those haughty old men, usually so arrogant and imperious, floundering in panic before their demise, their shameful antics bringing him immense pleasure. Observing the grin on his grandson's face, Grandpa Di could only shake his head in resignation. He knew this mischievous rascal all too well. Whenever he wore such a smile, it was a sure sign that someone had unwittingly provoked him and was about to face unfortunate consequences. But who, this time, would be the unfortunate soul to become his grandson's target? Grandpa Di stood there, his brow slightly furrowed, musing quietly. This boy has an abundance of clever schemes. The trap he has set this time will surely ensnare his opponent. Yet, as this thought crossed his mind, Grandpa Di couldn't help but let out a soft sigh. A trace of heartache crossing his features. It was essential to recognize that his precious grandson could have been growing up joyfully, relishing a carefree childhood. However, fate had a penchant for playing tricks on people. Years ago, a tragic accident had taken away his son and daughter-in-law, leaving little Amoka a shadow of his former self, shrouded in silence day in and day out. Fortunately, he and his wife had not abandoned their love and guidance for their grandson. After much perseverance, the situation had finally begun to improve, at least within the confines of their home. Amok would exhibit a bit more liveliness, indulging in playful antics and affectionate pouts. Yet, once he stepped outside, it was as if he donned a thick mask, burying his true emotions deep within. To outsiders, he appeared unbearably proud, his actions ruthless and decisive, earning him a fearsome moniker, King Yin. Everyone who encountered him did so with trepidation, fearful of incurring the wrath of this harbinger of doom. Jiang Qianqian, dragging her weary body, slowly pushed open the door to her dormitory. It felt as if every ounce of strength had been siphoned from her, and she staggered directly to the bedside. Collapsing onto the bed like a puddle of mud, she muttered under her breath, "That despicable man, truly devoid of humanity. How could he party until dawn? Look at me, from head to toe, not a single inch unscathed. My body is riddled with bruises and marks. Did he not realize this was my first time?" As she lamented, Jiang Qianqian gently caressed the horrifying bruises and love bites on her body. Filled with a sense of grievance and indignation, yet her mouth seemed to be wound up, incessantly chattering away. Humph, that loathsome fellow, utterly lacking in tenderness. If it weren't for my quick wits, seizing the opportunity to escape, I might have been thoroughly tormented into unconsciousness. Oh dear, I am utterly exhausted. As she continued to speak, her heavy eyelids began to close uncontrollably, waging a battle against each other. The overwhelming fatigue rendered her without the strength to utter another word. Before long, a gentle and rhythmic sound of breathing emanated from her nose as she unknowingly drifted into slumber. "Grandpa, tomorrow I have arranged for a team to come and conduct a thorough renovation of our old residence. You must help find a few reliable individuals to accompany the construction crew to ensure the smooth progress of the project. Moreover, time is of the essence. We have only one short week to complete it, but I am confident we can accomplish our mission. The first task is to excavate a large cellar in the backyard, which can be used to store important items or as an emergency refuge. Additionally, we need to enclose several thousand acres surrounding our home. This is our territory, and we cannot allow others to intrude freely. How many stories should we construct in other areas? This will aid in planning and organizing, ensuring that we can adequately accommodate others. After all, this is no trivial matter. Without a comprehensive plan, we may encounter numerous unforeseen issues." "All right, Grandpa understands." Upon hearing his grandson's inquiries, Grandpa nodded, indicating that he comprehended his intent. Di Jingma was well aware that with Grandpa's years of experience and capability, he would manage this matter adeptly. Thus, he reassured Grandpa, "I shall take my leave for the night. Tomorrow I have some important matters to attend to. Please do not overexert yourself and rest early." With that, he turned and made his way to his bedroom. Grandpa Di lingered quietly in the study for a while, seemingly contemplating something significant. Finally, he rose slowly, his steps heavy as he exited the study and headed towards the room. Upon stepping inside, Grandma Di immediately sensed his arrival. Grandpa Di offered a faint smile and gently said, "Nothing urgent. You should sleep quickly and not worry." Grandma D understood well that if her husband did not wish to speak, any further inquiry would be futile. She shook her head helplessly, thinking that she would eventually find out and thus obediently lay down, closing her eyes in preparation for slumber. Seeing that his wife had ceased her questioning, Grandpa D felt a hidden sense of relief. He knew that if she continued to pry, with her astuteness, it would be challenging to conceal the truth. Chapter 23. The wife slave in times past, he had endured countless hardships, employing every means at his disposal, even sacrificing his dignity, to launch a fervent and relentless pursuit of Grandma D. Fortunately, heaven rewards those who are diligent. After much effort, he finally won Grandma D's heart and fulfilled his wish to marry this ethereal beauty. From that moment on, he cherished her like a treasure, doting on her excessively, as if he feared she might slip from his grasp or dissolve in his mouth. Whether concerning trivial daily matters or significant decisions, he prioritized her feelings and thoughts, accommodating her every whim, willingly sacrificing his own comfort to ensure his beloved was never wronged. Over time, he became an unabashed wife-slave in the eyes of others, yet he remained unfazed, viewing it as a symbol of happiness. Unexpectedly, this extreme indulgence towards his wife seemed to be hereditary, passed down not only to his son but also profoundly influencing his grandson, Di Jingma. However, unlike his ancestors, Di Jingma's romantic journey was fraught with challenges. Despite his family's repeated arrangements for blind dates, hoping he would soon find his ideal partner, the outcomes were consistently unsatisfactory. Either he found the prospective matches unworthy, believing they could not compare to his ideal companion, or there was a complete lack of chemistry during their meetings, leaving both parties devoid of any feelings. That one astonishing blind date experience became the talk of the family for years. He vividly recalled that after meeting with the young woman, Di Jingma had seemingly vanished from the world, not to be seen for several days. This sudden turn of events left Grandpa and Grandma D in a state of frantic concern, akin to ants on a hot pan, utterly perplexed. Following that incident, they were left thoroughly shaken, wary of ever forcing their grandson into blind dates again. After all, no one could predict if the next time would result in another earth-shattering debacle. Time quietly slipped away, and before long, Di Jingma had reached the age of 28, yet he still showed no inclination to settle down. This predicament had left his grandparents in a state of distress, longing to embrace great-grandchildren and enjoy familial bliss. Regrettably, no matter how much they urged or persuaded, Di Jingma remained unmoved. Watching their grandson grow older each day while remaining alone filled the elderly couple with sleepless nights, and their hair turned increasingly gray, resembling the frost of autumn, accumulating more strands of white in a short span. He gently closed the door, as if sealing off the clamor and chaos of the outside world. Entering the bathroom, he turned on the faucet, allowing warm water to cascade down, washing away the fatigue and dust of the day. After showering, he gently dried himself with a soft towel before donning a snow-white robe. The garment seemed crafted from the finest silk, its texture delicate and smooth, akin to ripples caressed by a gentle breeze across a lake's surface. It clung tightly to his robust physique, every contour of his muscles vividly delineated, as if it were a bespoke masterpiece of art. Turning to his face, it resembled a creation meticulously sculpted by a master artisan. With sword-like brows and starry eyes, his high-bridged nose complemented the slight upturn of his lower lip, revealing a barely perceptible smile. When this visage was juxtaposed with the robe adorning his form, he became a veritable embodiment of irresistible allure, a walking source of hormones that left onlookers utterly bewitched and craving more. Should the elite young ladies of the imperial capital be fortunate enough to behold such a sight, they would undoubtedly find themselves blushing and breathless, perhaps even overwhelmed by an uncontrollable urge to rush forward and tear away that robe, driven by insatiable curiosity about the flawless physique concealed beneath it. What remarkable abdominal muscles and how many astonishing lines of definition could possibly be hidden there? The chiseled chest, the taut waist, and the long, straight legs. Merely imagining it ignited a fervor within it. Is well known that countless women in the imperial capital are infatuated with Di Jingma. They are captivated by his handsome visage, noble and aloof demeanor, and the robust physique he is rumored to possess. These women dream fervently of sharing a night brimming with passion with him, even if only for a fleeting one-night affair. As night descended, stars twinkled in the sky, and a full moon hung high above, casting a cool, silvery light. Di Jingma leisurely strolled to the balcony, resting his hands on the railing as he gazed quietly at the cityscape bathed in moonlight. A cigarette dangled lightly between his lips, the swirling smoke rendering his handsome face somewhat hazy and enigmatic. This marked the second night since his rebirth, everything unfolding like an ethereal dream. Taking a deep drag, he savored the brief numbness brought on by the nicotine, his thoughts drifting far away. As time slipped by, Di Jingma remained silently on the balcony, ensconced in his own world. The following morning, the sun crept through the gaps in the curtains, softly illuminating the room. Di Jingma abruptly opened his eyes, sitting up in bed and swiftly dressing and grooming himself. After preparing, he hurried downstairs. As he reached the staircase, a faint sound caught the attention of Grandma Di. Upon hearing this, her wrinkled face broke into a smile of delight, her eyes squinting with joy. Good, good. My dear grandson is the most considerate. Come, breakfast is ready. I specially cooked your favorite. With that, Grandma Di turned and entered the kitchen, bringing forth a steaming breakfast to the dining table. However, unbeknownst to her, Di Jingma had secretly made a significant decision. He intended to sell the company, Di Rue, founded by his parents. Chapter 24. Selling Di Rue despite Grandma's unwavering support for all his decisions. Never prying too deeply, the years of watching her grandson come and go, perpetually busy, had filled her heart with concern and sorrow. They had poured their entire hearts into this endeavor, yet fate's capriciousness had led them to unforeseen misfortunes. From that moment, a thought had quietly taken root in Grandma Di's mind. To persuade her grandson to part with Di Rue. Now, her grandson was treading a similar path. Each time she saw him bustling about, her heart would clench tightly, fearing the repetition of history and dreading any further misfortune befalling him. Yet, despite her internal turmoil, her profound trust and respect for her grandson prevented her from summoning the courage to speak her long-held thoughts. In that moment, upon hearing her beloved grandson voice his intentions, how could Grandma Di possibly express any dissent? Her weathered heart was instantly filled with joy, blooming like a brilliantly vibrant flower. She delightedly wished to help her precious grandson cast aside all worries and distance himself from a venture that might harbor various dangers and uncertainties. For in her eyes, nothing was more paramount than her grandson's safety, peace, and happiness. And astute as Di Jingma was, he merely needed a fleeting glance to perceive the true sentiments nestled within his grandmother's heart. Without hesitation, he stepped forward and enveloped her in a tight embrace, his voice laden with remorse. Grandma, I am truly sorry for causing you and Grandpa such worry. Hearing this, Grandma Di's eyes grew misty. Secretly astonished that her grandson had always been aware of her feelings, she gently lifted her somewhat weathered yet still tender hand, resting it softly on his broad, sturdy back, as if that gentle pat could convey boundless strength and warmth to him. Her tone was as gentle as a spring breeze, yet imbued with unwavering conviction as she spoke. Little Mo, do not speak so despondently. There is nothing insurmountable, no matter how formidable the challenges. As long as you hold on to faith, everything will gradually improve, and those worries and troubles will ultimately dissipate like smoke. Upon hearing his grandmother's comforting words, he merely nodded slightly, responding softly, Mim. Come, breakfast awaits. My little Amo, Grandma called with a smile. All right, he replied, hurrying to the dining table to relish the delicious breakfast. In no time, he had satisfied his hunger. Grandma, I'm done. I'm heading to the company to take care of some matters. Di Jingma stood up, preparing to leave. Be careful on the road, Grandma warned with concern. That moment, in the company's conference room, the board was engaged in intense discussions regarding major decisions. The executives, all serious-faced, gathered in the moderately sized room. One of them broke the silence, inquiring with uncertainty. What do you think? Is it true that the young master mentioned selling his shares in Di Rue last night? Another shook his head, indicating he was unsure. It's hard to say. We can only know the truth once the young master arrives. Thus, the executives exchanged speculations and discussions, the atmosphere lively yet tense. Just as the chatter reached a crescendo, a sharp knock echoed through the room, followed by the door swinging open. Jingma, you're here. Come here quickly, the executives called, their voices overlapping. As soon as Di Jingma stepped through the door, they surged towards him like a tidal wave, encircling him in an instant. Each executive wore an expression of eager anticipation, as if any delay would cause them to miss this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. The shares of Rue were regarded by many as an incredibly enticing prospect. Who wouldn't he want a piece of such a lucrative pie? However, amidst the fervent scene and anxious inquiries, Jingma remained silent. His expression was austere as he walked straight to the chairman's designated seat and sat down with effortless grace. He then slowly extended his long legs, exuding an indescribable aura of aloofness. Finally, under the long gaze filled with eagerness and expectation, Jingma, like a king commanding the room, spoke leisurely, with calm assurance. Indeed, it is true, I have resolutely decided to sell all my shares in Rue. Who ultimately acquires them depends on who offers the highest price. However, before we proceed, there are some unpleasant matters I must address to avoid unnecessary complications later. I will only accept full cash payment. Absolutely no forms of credit will be permitted, nor will I agree to any installment payment plans. As his words fell, the previously noisy crowd erupted as if a bomb had been dropped among them. Whispers and discussions ignited, the atmosphere shifting to one of heightened intensity and excitement. Just then, an older executive, his face clouded with concern, stepped forward, addressing Jingma. What shall we do, dear Jingma? You know, we elders cannot possibly muster such a large sum of cash at once, he continued. Perhaps you could grant us a little leeway. Give us some time to gather the necessary funds? Yet, in response to this executive's earnest plea, Jingma merely narrowed his eyes slightly, a smirk playing at the corners of his lips, casually toying with his long, slender fingers, as if he had everything under control. Chapter 25. The clowns are they. It is important to note that even if all the funds at the disposal of these individuals were pooled together, they would amount to no more than approximately 5 billion. If one were to additionally consider their privately owned companies and real estate, they might just barely assemble a total of 100 billion. At that point, their funds would undoubtedly run dry, compelling them to tighten their belts. Thus, deep down, they are wholly reluctant to pursue such an outcome. In this moment, confronted with the almost pleading tone of their counterpart, Jingma remained as unyielding as an iceberg, showing no signs of being swayed. His expression was as dark and still as a stagnant pool of water, as he coldly uttered, "Absolutely not. There is no room for negotiation on this matter. I will grant you a maximum of 3 days. Should you fail to produce the required sum by then, I regret to inform you that Rue will have to be sold to other interested parties." In truth, Jingma was acutely aware of the calculations these old-timers were making. What a joke. 1 month. In just a week, the world might face its end. By then, even if they managed to secure this deal, what use would it serve? Please, Jingma, my dear nephew, could you allow us a few minutes to discuss this among ourselves and provide you with a definitive answer? The elder among them said, his face adorned with a forced smile, his eyes betraying a hint of desperation. Very well, Jingma replied with a slight nod, then resumed his seat, not even bothering to lift his gaze. He sat as upright as a pine tree, his chiseled features resembling a finely crafted sculpture, the depths of his eyes glimmering with an elusive light. Observing this, the so-called old fossils hastily moved to a quieter corner, engaging in hushed whispers. Their brows occasionally furrowed, as if embroiled in heated debate over a particular issue, only to break into smiles, suggesting they had reached some form of consensus. As time ticked by, the atmosphere grew increasingly tense and somber. After a few minutes, one of them finally cleared his throat and declared loudly, "Jingma, dear nephew, after our deliberation, we have arrived at a decision. We intend to co-invest. However, the final distribution of shares will be determined by the amount of capital each contributes. The more one invests, the greater their share." With that, all eyes turned towards the still imposing figure of Jingma. He slowly lifted his head, surveyed the group, and coolly responded, "Such matters do not fall under my jurisdiction. As long as the funds are guaranteed to be received in full, the specifics of distribution are for you to resolve internally." With that, he lowered his head once more, dismissing the others from his thoughts. "All right, I shall fetch a lawyer to prepare the contract," Xiao Jinyu exclaimed excitedly, and before he could finish his sentence, he dashed out the door like an arrow released from a bow, eager as if fearing that the cooked duck might fly away. He was acutely aware that with Jingma's unpredictable nature, there was no telling when he might change his mind. However, to his surprise, the lawyer turned out to be Guiyu, Jingma's brother. It must be said, the coincidence was indeed remarkable. Nonetheless, both men feigned ignorance of one another. Jiu Yu smiled, extending his right hand towards Di Jingma in a gesture of greeting, while courteously saying, "Hello?" Mr. Di. Meanwhile, the old men present exchanged glances, their expressions suggesting they were keenly observing the unfolding drama, secretly speculating that this audacious individual would surely face a setback, for they had never witnessed Di Jingma extend a favorable demeanor to anyone, much less initiate a handshake. The unexpected turn of events left the elder gentlemen astounded, their jaws nearly dropping to the floor as they gaped in disbelief at the scene before them. Mouths agape as if they could fit an egg inside. "Mr. D, here is the contract. Please review it to see if any adjustments or modifications are necessary," Gu Yu said respectfully, carefully retrieving the meticulously prepared contract from his briefcase and presenting it to Di Jingma. Di Jingma cast a casual glance at the contract in Gu Yu's hands, a faint, almost imperceptible smile gracing his lips. "No need. I trust in Lawyer Gu's professional capabilities and ethics." With that, Di Jingma unhesitatingly took the contract, picked up a pen from the table, and with fluid grace, inscribed his illustrious name at the bottom of the document. Witnessing Di Jingma's prompt completion of the signature, the waiting elders could no longer restrain themselves. They eagerly advanced towards the table where the contract lay, resembling a pack of wolves poised to pounce on their prey. "Gentlemen, I have signed. It is now your turn," Di Jingma remarked with a smile, his tone casual yet underscored by an undeniable authority. Upon hearing this, the elderly gentlemen hastened their steps, fearful of lagging behind. One particularly rotund individual, his face adorned with excess flesh, eagerly elbowed his way through the others, waddling like a clumsy penguin to the table, where he snatched the pen and began to write fervently. Others quickly followed suit, and soon the sound of pens scratching against paper filled the air. Chapter 26. Blame him. I won't go hungry. Once the esteemed elders had all affixed their signatures, Di Jingma's lips curled into a slight smile as he turned to Gu Yu and said softly, "Third brother, the matter is settled. Let us depart." With that, he gracefully turned and strode out of the tense shareholder meeting room with assured steps. Upon hearing Di Jingma's words, Gu Yu promptly responded, "Understood, elder brother." However, their exchange left the old gentleman present utterly astonished, their eyes widening in disbelief. One individual, unable to contain his surprise, pointed at Gu Yu and exclaimed, "Lawyer Gu, did you just refer to Jingma as what? Elder brother?" The moment those words left his mouth, the elders exchanged glances, momentarily at a loss for words. After a brief silence, another ventured to inquire, "But why did you not inform us of your acquaintance with him earlier?" Gu Yu furrowed his brow slightly, his tone remaining calm. "Why should I disclose such matters to you, esteemed seniors? This is a personal affair of mine. It hardly seems necessary to report to you." With Gu Yu's retort, the questioner found himself at a loss for words, unable to formulate a counterargument. After all, as Gu Yu had pointed out, it was indeed a private matter, and others had no grounds to pry further. The old gentlemen sat together, brows furrowed in suspicion as they scrutinized the thin contract in their hands. One elder gently traced the paper with his fingers, murmuring, "This can't possibly be a forgery. Can it?" His voice was laden with uncertainty and concern. Jiu Yu, who had remained silent until now, raised his gaze and, as if he could read the thoughts of the old men, offered a faint smile. "The contract is genuine. You need not worry," he stated with calm assurance. "However, should the funds fail to arrive within the next 3 days, the situation will not be so straightforward. According to the contract, you will be liable for 80% of the contract amount." As the door closed with a soft thud, the room fell into a profound silence. Those who, in their usual demeanor, were haughty and imperious, now exchanged glances, looking as deflated as punctured balloons, slumping into their chairs. After a long pause, one finally broke the silence, asking, "Do you believe it?" The others shook their heads, expressing disbelief. Another grimaced and replied, "But what can we do if we don't believe it? Are you willing to dig into your pockets to have a lawyer reassess this contract? I suggest we hasten to gather the 100 billion for him. Otherwise, come 3 days, the amount will double. Given our current situation, that's simply unattainable." This statement sent a collective shiver through the group, each silently lamenting their predicament. Jiu Yu slowly made his way to the door, casting a casual glance outside, where he spotted a familiar luxury car parked by the curb. His lips curled into a slight smile as he approached and tapped lightly on the window, saying, Elder brother, you haven't left. Were you waiting here for me? The window descended gradually to reveal Di Jingma's stern visage, his expression inscrutable as he nodded and succinctly instructed. Gidionite seemed that uttering even a single additional word would be an extravagance for him. Gu Yu, well aware of his elder brother's taciturn nature, found nothing amiss. He smiled softly, opened the car door with fluid motion, and slid into the seat. As the vehicle smoothly pulled away, Di Jingma, gazing ahead, spoke in a flat tone. Third brother, if you have no pressing matters today, please pack your things and move to the Jingwan old residence. Upon hearing these words, Gu Yu was momentarily taken aback. But he quickly regained his composure and replied, all right. He then inquired, elder brother, should I call the others as well? After receiving a response, Gu Yu immediately took out his phone and sent a message in the brother group. Elder brother has instructed us to move to his place tomorrow. Don't forget to bring your families along. Once he sent the message, as if a thought suddenly struck him, he raised his head to look at Di Jingma and cautiously asked, elder brother, does this include Chen? You know, Chi Yechen, who is currently mining coal in another location. Di Jingma turned to glance at him indifferently but did not respond. However, Gu Yu's heart was as clear as a mirror. He understood that his elder brother's silence and tacit approval had already provided a definitive answer. Realizing this, he dared not delay even a moment longer, hurriedly reaching for his phone and swiftly scrolling through the screen until he found Chi Yechen's number, pressing the call button without hesitation. As the call connected, a series of monotonous and urgent busy signals echoed in the receiver. Beep, beep, beep. Upon hearing Chi Yechen's inquiry, Gu Yu softly replied, yes, elder brother indeed instructed us to move to his place together. I know you might not have checked the WeChat group messages, so I called to inform you. On the other end of the line, Chi Yechen sniffed, slightly calming his emotions before responding, oh, I see. I understand now. Third brothered, what time is it? Why does it seem so dark outside? Jiang Qianqian, while mumbling, slowly opened her drowsy eyes. She felt as though her stomach had been hollowed out, ravenous to the point of feeling her front pressed against her back. Thus, she lazily stretched and reached for her phone at the bedside. When she finally registered the time displayed on the screen, she was utterly astonished. Goodness! I actually slept for a full 2 days and nights. How outrageous! No wonder I was awakened by hunger. Sighing, she lamented. It's all that detestable man's fault. If it weren't for him. Humph! No more thinking about it. The more I ponder, the angrier I become. I should quickly get up and find something to eat to fill my stomach. Jiang Qianqian struggled to sit up, her body still feeling soft and weak. After considerable effort, she finally slipped on her slippers and wobbled toward the kitchen. Along the way, she felt as if she were walking on cotton, light and airy. After a long trek to the kitchen, she opened the refrigerator door only to find it utterly bare. Left with no choice, she rummaged through and found a pack of instant noodles to stave off her hunger. Boiling water and preparing the noodles, she fumbled a bit, yet eventually managed to concoct a steaming bowl of noodles. Lifting the bowl and inhaling the tantalizing aroma, Jiang Qianqian eagerly devoured it. Phew, it's scalding hot. But it smells divine, she exclaimed, blowing on the noodles while ravenously eating, and in no time, the bowl was empty. Rubbing her round belly, Jiang Qianqian satisfiedly burped, phew, I've finally revived. The experience of hunger is truly unbearable. 2 days should have provided ample time for me to prepare adequately for the impending apocalypse. However, these precious moments have been squandered, and only 2 or 3 days remain until the end arrives. With this thought, Jiang Qianqian's anger was ignited. Her fists clenched tightly as she gritted her teeth, wishing she could rush over and unleash a flurry of punches and kicks upon that insufferable man. Just to let him know she was not to be trifled with. Suddenly, a thought struck her like lightning. Her salary from last month had not been touched. Without hesitation, Jiang Qianqian turned on her heels and strode purposefully toward the door. After making a quick tidy-up, she hurriedly stepped outside. Upon entering the supermarket, she suddenly realized she had forgotten to stock up on sanitary napkins in advance. Fortunately, there was still time to purchase them. Jiang Qianqian briskly walked towards the shelf displaying various brands of sanitary products. As her shopping cart filled up, it quickly reached its capacity. Undeterred, she fetched several empty carts, continuing to stuff them with sanitary napkins. Thus, she repetitively engaged in this action until the entire supermarket's supply of sanitary napkins was nearly depleted, leaving her satisfied with her shopping endeavor. That moment, A nearby attendant witnessed this astonishing scene. Frozen in disbelief, her mouth agape, unable to close it for quite some time. After a while, she finally regained her composure and stammered, Miss, are you really sure you want to buy so many sanitary napkins? She looked incredulously at the mountain of products before her, internally questioning what this customer was thinking. Seeing her astonishment, the attendant quickly nodded vigorously. Of course, I'll assist you with the checkout right away. Please hold on for a moment. She was unwilling to lose this business opportunity over such a trivial matter. After receiving a positive response, Jiang Qianqian nodded with satisfaction and quietly waited for her turn at the register. Before long, all the items had been processed, and gazing at the overflowing shopping bags, Jiang Qianqian couldn't help but furrow her brow, thinking to herself, it's still not enough. I need to stock up even more. After all, with the world on the brink of collapse, if production of these daily necessities halts, having money will be futile. With this in mind, Jiang Qianqian decided to make a few more trips to the supermarket to gather the items she had previously overlooked. Although each purchase was not substantial, they added up, and inevitably, her money flowed out like water. Inside the Jingwan old residence, the antique architecture exuded a unique charm accumulated over the years. The speaker was none other than the venerable matriarch of the D family, her face beaming with joy as she welcomed her beloved grandson's return. Jiu Yu, walking beside Di Jingma, approached with a smile and respectfully greeted the elderly couple. Grandma Di, Grandpa Di, Yu has come to see you. His handsome features and courteous demeanor instantly endeared him to those present. Matriarch Di, appearing particularly warm-hearted, quickly grasped Gu Yu's hand, inquiring with concern, Little Yu, what brings you here? Have you eaten? Upon hearing this, she immediately turned to shout into the kitchen. Yume, Yu is here. Prepare a few more dishes. As soon as she finished speaking, the kitchen door gently swung open, revealing a middle-aged woman in an apron, smiling as she emerged. This was Aunt Yume, responsible for the D family's meals. Seeing Gu Yu, her heart swelled with delight. Young Master Yu has come. Gu Yu smiled politely, nodding in acknowledgement. Yes, Aunt May. His voice was gentle and steady. Observing this, Matriarch Di quickly urged, Yume, look at this child. He hasn't eaten yet. Hurry and fry a few good dishes. We can't let our Yu go hungry. As she spoke, she affectionately gazed at Gu Yu. Hearing Matriarch Di's words, Yume paused her actions and promptly replied, All right, old madam. You can rest assured. I will make sure to prepare something delicious that will satisfy you. Before long, the clattering of utensils echoed from the kitchen, sometimes hurried, sometimes leisurely, as if a unique symphony were being performed. Accompanying this melody were the enticing aromas wafting through the door, filling the entire house, making one's mouth water uncontrollably. At that moment, Matriarch Di turned to Gu Yu and asked with concern, Little Yu, will you be leaving after dinner? Her eyes sparkled with anticipation. Upon hearing this, Matriarch Di's face instantly lit up with joy, her excitement causing her to clap her hands, exclaiming, Oh, how wonderful! You have no idea. Your Grandpa Di keeps me cooped up all day, preventing me from going out. I feel as though I'm suffocating from boredom. Now that you're moving in, I will finally have someone to talk to and relieve my loneliness. Old Master, Old Madam, Young Master Mo, Young Master Yu, the dishes are ready, and we can serve the meal now. Yume smiled brightly, skillfully arranging a variety of delectable dishes. Wow, just the aroma alone is enough to make my mouth water. Aunt May's culinary skills are improving by leaps and bounds, Gu Yu exclaimed while eagerly taking a seat at the dining table. Hee, as long as young Master Yu enjoys his meal, that is the greatest compliment for Aunt May. Yume chuckled, her smile broadening in delight. At this moment, Matriarch Di looked at the two boys with a loving expression and said, Little Amo, you both must eat more. You are at the stage of growth and should not deprive yourselves. While saying this, she incessantly served them dishes. Grandma Di, please don't just focus on serving us. You must eat more yourself. You don't need to care for us all the time. We can manage on our own, Di Jingma remarked, glancing at their bowls, already overflowing with food, and couldn't he help but smile wryly. Beside him, Gu Yu wore an expression of helplessness, staring blankly at the towering mound of dishes in his bowl. Upon hearing her grandson's words, Grandma Di's face blossomed with a benevolent smile. She gently nodded and replied, All right, Grandma understands. Yet, despite her words, Her hands showed no signs of pausing as she continued to serve delectable dishes into the children's bowls. At that moment, Grandma D seemed to suddenly recall something of utmost importance. She abruptly turned to the side where Wu Yumei was standing and instructed, "Yumei, quickly go upstairs and prepare a room. For starting today, EU will be living here with us." Upon hearing this, Wu Yumei promptly responded, "Of course, madam. I will head up to prepare right away." With that, she turned and briskly made her way toward the staircase. After Gu Yu struggled to swallow the last morsel of food, he finally cleared his bowl entirely. He patted his round belly, feeling as if it had reached its limit, as though one more grain of rice might cause it to burst. Meanwhile, Di Jingma, seated beside him, was in a similarly uncomfortable state, wearing a satisfied yet slightly pained expression. After all, these were the lovingly prepared dishes of their grandmother, imbued with care and affection, and they could hardly bear the thought of wasting even a morsel. At that moment, Grandma Di noticed that the two had stopped eating and, with concern, inquired, "Xiao Momo, EU, have you two little rascals had enough to eat?" As she spoke, she exaggeratedly patted her own belly, to which Di Jingma nodded with a smile in agreement. Observing their adorable demeanor, Grandma Di couldn't help but chuckle, yet she also reminded them, "But do not eat anymore. Overindulging will make you uncomfortable while sleeping at night." Di Jingma and Guiyu lingered in the living room for quite some time, chatting while gently rubbing their distended bellies, hoping to alleviate the feeling of fullness. Meanwhile, Lu Zicheng was nearing the conclusion of his affairs. He sat quietly at the table, his gaze fixed upon the heavy discharge report in his hands, a medley of emotions swirling within him. Finally, it was over. Lu Zicheng exhaled deeply, as if expelling the hardships and trials of the past 5 years along with that breath. From the naive rookie soldier who had first entered the military camp, he had clawed his way up through countless training sessions, battles, and life-and-death tests, relying on his indomitable will and relentless effort to ascend step by step, ultimately achieving the noteworthy rank of Major General. The blood, sweat, and tears poured into this journey were beyond what an ordinary person could imagine. Yet, at this moment, it seemed that all the glory and achievements were drawing to a close. Just then, a crisp notification sound from his brother group chat shattered Lu Zicheng's tranquility. Curious, he opened it to find a striking new message at the top. "Big brother says we're all moving to his place tomorrow. Remember to bring your families." Upon reading this message, a smile involuntarily crept onto Lu Zicheng's face, a gentle expression gracing his handsome features. He understood all too well that his elder brother must have his reasons for this. Efficiently, he packed some essential items into his backpack and, without hesitation, turned to leave the military camp, striding purposefully toward home. As Lu Zicheng stepped through the door, he found his parents, Lu Jun and Xian Tian, engaged in conversation on the sofa. Hearing the door open, they simultaneously looked up, their eyes landing on Lu Zicheng. "Dad, Mom, hurry and pack your bags. We're moving to Jingwan now." As he spoke, he quickly approached them. Lu Jun and Xian Tian exchanged puzzled glances, their eyes filled with curiosity. "What is going on, son? Why the sudden move?" Xian Tian was the first to ask. Lu Zicheng furrowed his brow slightly, acutely aware of the urgency of time, yet reluctant to divulge the truth for fear of inciting unnecessary worry. Therefore, he took a deep breath and said, "Mom, Dad, we really don't have much time for a detailed explanation. Once we arrive at Jingwan, everything will become clear. Please trust me. For now, let us focus on packing." After this statement, Lu Zicheng said no more and turned toward his room. Once inside, he swiftly tidied up, selecting a few frequently worn garments and neatly folding them into his suitcase. "Mom, Dad, are you ready yet? We're about to set off," he called out loudly to the adjacent room. They all turned and made their way toward the garage. Upon arriving, they found the spacious SUV quietly awaiting its owner's arrival. Everyone boarded the vehicle in an orderly fashion and fastened their seatbelts, as the engine roared to life. The car slowly exited the garage. Sai Quanj gazed at the brotherhood before him, a tumult of emotions swirling within him, unsure of how to proceed. Today, he had originally planned to dissolve this gang completely, allowing his longtime comrades to seek new livelihoods elsewhere. However, to his surprise, not a single person wished to depart. Just then, a sharp ringtone cut through the suffocating silence, prompting Sequanj to pull out his phone. It was a message from the group chat. The screen displayed, "Gu Yu says Big Brother wants us all to move to his place tomorrow. Remember to bring your families." Upon reading this, an epiphany struck Sequanj. Perhaps he could use this opportunity to accommodate the unwilling brothers. Drawing a deep breath, he addressed the crowd. If you truly wish to continue following me, that's fine. However, I shall no longer be your leader. The true leader is someone else. This proclamation, the crowd erupted in chatter, exchanging glances and speculating among themselves. Who is this new leader? Someone could not help but inquire. With that, Si Quanj turned and walked away, leaving behind a group of bewildered yet expectant brothers. Dawn broke. The sun had yet to fully rise, casting a pale light across the horizon. Si Quanj slowly opened his eyes. Deftly rolling out of bed and quickly donning his clothes, he began methodically packing his belongings. In no time, a bulging yet neatly arranged backpack lay before him. Just then, he heard a faint rustling outside the door. Looking up, he saw a group of younger brothers approaching in single file, each brimming with excitement and anticipation. Once everyone had gathered, Si Quanj raised his hand and called out, "Get in the car. It's time to go." With his command, everyone sprang into action, boarding their respective vehicles in an orderly manner. The sound of engines roared to life, resonating throughout the courtyard. Moments later, a cacophony of engines filled the air as a massive convoy of dozens of cars slowly wound its way out of the courtyard. Resembling a colossal serpent in motion, the cars were tightly linked, forming an imposing spectacle, akin to an unstoppable tide of steel. As the vehicles advanced, their wheels rolled rapidly, kicking up clouds of dust that swirled like a sandstorm in the air. Sunlight filtered through the haze, creating golden beams of light that rendered the entire scene dreamlike. Thus, the convoy sped forth, tirelessly making its way toward Jingwan. After several hours of arduous travel, they finally neared their destination. As they approached, the sight before them became clearer. To their astonishment, instead of the bustling city or picturesque scenery they had envisioned, they were confronted with an imposing, impenetrable wall that soared into the clouds. This barrier stood over 5 meters tall and boasted a staggering thickness of 2 meters, instilling a sense of overwhelming oppression. Even more astonishing was the dense electric fencing surrounding the perimeter, flickering with cold sparks as if it were an insurmountable chasm. The group exchanged glances, a wave of confusion and fear washing over them. What kind of place is this? It looks more like a heavily guarded prison. Si Quan's reaction, however, was markedly different from the others. He gazed in admiration at the Doomsday Fortress meticulously constructed by Mogu in such a brief period, silently marveling. "This is truly remarkable. Let us drive inside," he exclaimed excitedly. As the vehicle approached the gate, they were suddenly halted by a few individuals. One of them, polite yet firm, stated, "Hello, this is private property. Outsiders are not permitted to enter. Please leave this area with your companions." Upon hearing that familiar voice, Si Quanj instantly recognized who it was. The individual squinted in the direction of the voice, and upon realizing the identity of the speaker, his eyes widened in disbelief. His mouth slightly agape as astonishment washed over his face. After a moment of stunned silence, he stammered, "Q. Changgu? What are you doing here?" The young man referred to as Changgu swiftly approached. A smile gracing his features as he nodded, "Indeed, it is I. I have made a special journey to seek refuge with my esteemed brother. You see, the vehicle is filled with my loyal subordinates. Please allow us entry." The guard at the gate, upon hearing these words, quickly responded, saying, "Certainly, certainly. I shall open the gate for you at once. Please wait a moment." With that, he swiftly turned and hurried to unlock the tightly shut iron gate. As the gate slowly creaked open, the vehicle carrying Si Quanj and his entourage gradually advanced within. Upon truly stepping into this area, the sight that greeted them left everyone utterly astounded. Along the roadsides were various establishments, including vast breeding farms housing countless poultry and livestock, as well as expansive fields brimming with flourishing vegetables and fruits. In addition, several construction sites were underway, though it was difficult to discern what was being built. As they remained incomplete, the vehicle continued onward, eventually coming to a smooth halt outside an opulent and grand villa. Chapter 30. A Jest? I have meals to attend to. The melodious chime of the doorbell resonated throughout the tranquil night. Who could it be? Who arrives at such a late hour? A voice tinged with curiosity emerged from within, that of Wu Yumei. Moments later, she briskly approached the door, gently turned the handle, and slowly pulled it open. "Aunt May," Si Quanj greeted her with a smile, displaying utmost courtesy. "Ah, young Master Quanj, what a pleasant surprise. Please, do come inside. Wu Yumei's face immediately lit up with a warm smile as she hurriedly stepped aside to welcome Si Kuanj into the abode. At that moment, the previously tranquil grandmother Di, seated quietly in the living room, inquired upon hearing the commotion. Yuman, who has come at this hour? Kuanj? Upon hearing the name, grandmother Di appeared somewhat taken aback, rising from her seat with a slight tremor and eagerly making her way to the entrance. Upon seeing Si Kuanj, her face broke into a gentle and kind smile as she expressed her concern. Kuanj, my dear child, you've arrived. Have you eaten yet? Grandmother, I have not dined yet. Due to the haste of my journey, I hardly had the opportunity to enjoy a proper meal, merely subsisting on some biscuits to stave off hunger. Si Kuanj earnestly explained to grandmother Di, his eyes brimming with gratitude as he gazed at her, as if she were his most steadfast support at that moment. Hearing this, grandmother Di's brow furrowed with worry, and she exclaimed with affection, "Oh dear, my little ancestor, how can that be? Merely consuming those dry biscuits is simply insufficient. You foolish child, even amidst your busyness, you must not neglect your health. Surely, you must be ravenous by now. Yuman, swiftly head to the kitchen, prepare several of your signature dishes, and ensure that our Kuanj is well fed." With that, grandmother Di reached out her slightly worn yet warm hands, grasping Si Kuanj tightly, as if fearing he might vanish at any moment. Standing nearby, Wu Yumei immediately responded, "Certainly, madam, rest assured. I shall demonstrate my culinary skills in the kitchen and ensure young master enjoys a satisfying and joyous meal." No sooner had she finished speaking than she whirled around and hurried toward the kitchen. Vanishing in the blink of an eye, grandmother, please do not take my jest to heart. I was merely teasing you. See, I am perfectly well, and I do eat regularly. Si Kuanj firmly held onto grandmother Di's slightly rough yet immensely warm hands, his face adorned with a charming smile. At that moment, Gu Yu, who had been quietly seated in the room, suddenly heard a soft sound at the door. His heart stirred, and he immediately stood to walk outside. As he reached the staircase, a deep, melodious voice flowed into his ears like a gentle stream. This voice was all too familiar to Gu Yu. It belonged to Si Kuanj. "Grandmother, Kuanj, I did not expect you to arrive so swiftly. I trust that all the intricate matters have been aptly resolved." Gu Yu, upon hearing the voice, quickened his pace. He descended the stairs with agile grace. Like a swift leopard, in an instant, he traversed the corridor and entered the spacious, well-lit living room. With practiced ease, he settled onto the plush, comfortable sofa. "You, why are you still awake?" Grandmother Di turned her head slightly, her gaze warm and tender as she addressed Gu Yu. Her face radiated a kind smile, reminiscent of the gentle warmth of spring sunshine, evoking a sense of closeness. "Grandmother, it is quite late. You should retire early. Adequate sleep is essential for maintaining good health," Gu Yu advised with genuine concern. Grandmother Di nodded, a smile upon her lips, replying, "Very well, I shall take my rest now. You children should not stay up too late either. Do ensure you get ample sleep." With that, she slowly rose, her steps unsteady as she made her way to her room. Once grandmother Di had entered her chamber, Si Kuanj turned to Gu Yu, inquiring, "Third brother, how should we appropriately arrange those subordinates outside?" "Indeed, this arrangement seems quite reasonable," Si Kuanj concurred with Anodd. At that moment, Wu Yumei's gentle voice floated in from the kitchen. "Young Master Kuanj, the meals are ready. We may commence dining." "Excellent, Aunt May. I shall come forth. Third brother, would you care to join me for a meal?" Si Kuanj extended a warm invitation. Gu Yu waved his hand, saying, "No, you should eat while it is still hot. I must first attend to some arrangements." With that, he rose and briskly exited the room. Si Kuanj entered the dining room with exuberance, and upon seeing the table laden with delectable dishes, his eyes sparkled with delight as he exclaimed, "Wow! It smells wonderful." Without hesitation, he picked up his chopsticks and swiftly took a piece of food, exclaiming through a mouthful, so delicious." He then began to devour the food voraciously. Before long, Si Kuanj was eating with great gusto, his cheeks bulging noticeably, resembling a little squirrel stealthily nibbling on nuts. Utterly adorable. At that moment, he was wholly immersed in the world of culinary delights, relishing every morsel with unbridled enthusiasm. Yet, he did not forget Wu Yumei beside him, mumbling through bites, "Aunt May, you need not wait here until I finish. It is getting late, you should go rest." "Fear not, I shall certainly tidy up here once I am done." Upon hearing this, Wu Yumei, who had been feeling somewhat weary, nodded and replied, "Very well." She was utterly exhausted, having held on merely to assist Si Quanj with the cleanup after his meal. Now that the child had spoken, she decided not to insist further and slowly made her way to her room, her steps weary. Soon, Wu Yumei disappeared from Si Quanj's sight. Just then, a slight commotion outside the once quiet house drew the attention of everyone present, causing them to become alert. They instinctively raised their heads to glance in the direction of the sound. A figure gradually emerged from within, and by the faint moonlight, they finally discerned the identity of the newcomer, prompting a hushed murmur among the crowd. "Him? Isn't that the eldest brother's third brother? What brings him here at such a late hour?" The man referred to as the eldest brother's third brother approached the gathering with a steady gait, weariness evident upon his countenance. Chapter 31. The end of days he surveyed the surroundings, his gaze sweeping across each face before slightly furrowing his brow and stating, "It is quite late. Everyone has worked hard today. Any matters can surely wait until tomorrow. For now, I shall escort you to your resting quarters. It is imperative to get a good night's sleep and restore your spirits." With that, he turned and walked towards a nearby row of houses, signaling for the others to follow. Jiang Qianqian had been spending money recklessly these past few days, and before she knew it, her funds had dwindled to a mere pittance. Upon returning to her dormitory, she curled up in bed like a lazy cat, spending days in near solitude. One day, Jiang Qianqian idly stared at the calendar on the wall, suddenly widening her eyes in alarm. "Tomorrow is the end of days. Why do I feel such unease?" As night fell, the dormitory was enveloped in silence, interrupted only by the occasional chirping of insects outside. However, Jiang Qianqian, lying in bed, tossed and turned, unable to find solace in sleep, her mind plagued by various terrifying visions of the apocalypse. She attempted to calm herself by counting sheep, softly murmuring, "1 sheep, 2 sheep," until she reached over 10,000, yet sleep remained elusive. Finally, unable to endure the torment any longer, Jiang Qianqian sighed deeply. "Alas, enough of this counting. This is no solution. I might as well get up for a drink. Perhaps if I get drunk, sleep will come easily." Thus, she rose and, in the dark, made her way to the table, pouring herself a generous glass of liquor and downing it in one swift motion. The fiery alcohol coursed down her throat like a blazing flame, igniting a fierce sensation within her. Yet, at that moment, Jiang Qianqian was too preoccupied to heed the discomfort, for the deep-rooted fear of the apocalypse gnawed at her soul like a relentless demon. She gripped the wine glass tightly, pouring one drink after another down her throat. Each sip seemed to offer a fleeting respite, allowing her to momentarily forget the collapse and despair of the world around her. As glass after glass filled her stomach, Jiang Qianqian gradually felt her head growing heavy, and the sights before her became increasingly blurred. "Why have the glasses suddenly multiplied?" she murmured, her gaze dazed and perplexed. There had originally been but a single glass before her, yet now it appeared as if several had emerged, swaying as if mocking her helplessness and fragility. Jiang Qianqian attempted to reach for one of the cups, but her hand grasped nothing but air, causing her to lose her balance and nearly tumble to the ground. "The wine is truly delightful," she continued to murmur, taking another generous gulp of the exquisite liquor. The alcohol imbued her delicate visage with a rosy hue, and her eyes began to glaze over. However, before she could complete her thoughts, she collapsed to the ground, succumbing to a deep slumber. Time passed quietly, the night gradually receding, and the dawn's light spilled across the earth. The radiant sunlight pierced through the glass like a golden rain of arrows, illuminating the cold and silent corner where Qianqian's frail form was slowly rising from the bone-chilling floor. Her beautiful yet vacant eyes stared blankly ahead, filled with confusion. "How did I end up here? Where exactly is this place?" Jiang Qianqian rubbed her still dizzy head, struggling to rise from the ground. She surveyed her surroundings and found the room sparsely furnished, containing only a dilapidated bed and a rudimentary wooden table. "Who am I? Why is my mind a blank slate at this moment, as if all my memories had been erased?" Jiang Qianqian mumbled, her voice brimming with helplessness and fear. She felt her body stiffening unnaturally, as though it had been subjected to a binding spell, rendering her immobile. Moreover, her body was devoid of warmth, as cold as ice. She stood up, her limbs awkward from prolonged stiffness, and staggered toward the bathroom, accompanied by a series of creaking sounds. When she stood before the mirror and gazed at her reflection, she could not help but gasp in shock. The visage staring back at her was pallid to an alarming degree, as colorless as a blank sheet of paper. Particularly disconcerting were her eyes, which should have been bright and clear, now appeared in eerie white, sending chills down her spine. Apocalypse Zombie Chantian. These words flickered in her consciousness like a mysterious code from another realm. Chantian, I asked that my name. But what are apocalypse and zombies? Jiang Chantian furrowed her brow, her heart brimming with doubt and unease. She concentrated desperately, attempting to extract more useful clues from the indistinct images swirling in her mind. Yet regardless of her efforts, it felt as though she were groping in the dark, unable to piece together a coherent picture. Suddenly, a terrified cry pierced through the air. Help! There are zombies! Upon hearing this, Jiang Chantian's body froze instantly. Having transformed into a zombie, her once agile limbs now felt exceptionally rigid, making each step seem cumbersome and laborious. Her unsteady figure wobbled towards the balcony. When she finally reached the balcony, the scene before her rendered her speechless, her jaw nearly dropping to the ground. The once bustling street lay in utter chaos. The orderly thoroughfare, usually teeming with life, had morphed into a nightmarish tableau, filled with pale, panicked individuals. They scurried about like disturbed bees, frantically fleeing without direction. Some screamed for help, their cries echoing into the heavens. Others clung tightly to their children or precious belongings, desperately trying to escape this terrifying place. Still others tumbled to the ground in excessive panic, only to swiftly rise and continue their flight, oblivious to their injuries. Vehicles were strewn haphazardly across the road, some having collided, emitting plumes of thick smoke. The entire street was suffused with an atmosphere of despair and fear, as if the apocalypse had truly arrived. "Don't come any closer. I'm not tasty," a trembling voice from a nearby man pleaded. Yet the zombie paid no heed to his cries, lunging forward without hesitation to sink its teeth into his neck. Accompanied by the man's blood-curdling screams that echoed like a slaughtered pig, a nauseating torrent of blood surged forth, enveloping Jiang Chantian entirely. She felt as though countless worms were writhing within her stomach, churning her insides violently, the sensation threatening to expel her guts. In that moment, a sharp, urgent voice suddenly resonated from the void. "Master?" The voice, though youthful, brimmed with concern. Startled by the unexpected sound, Jiang Chantian whipped around to scan her surroundings, yet found no one in sight. Who is speaking?" The voice chimed again. "Master, it's me, Meow Meow." This time, the voice seemed closer, as if whispering directly in her ear. "Meow Meow. What a peculiar thing to be. Can it be eaten?" At that moment, Jiang Chantian, consumed by curiosity, pondered what she might desire to consume. Why did the voice refer to her as master? This left her utterly baffled. "Master, how could you say such a thing? Meow Meow is not something that can be eaten." The voice sounded urgent and aggrieved, almost as if it were on the verge of tears. It conjured an image of a small figure trapped within a hard shell, struggling desperately to break free and convey its plight to Jiang Chantian. Upon hearing this, her brows knitted in confusion as she muttered to herself, "Space? What is that?" "Master, you simply need to silently recite the 4 magical words enter space in your heart, and you will instantly step into this wondrous realm. Hurry, give it a try." Upon hearing this, Jiang Chantian, filled with curiosity and anticipation, softly whispered the seemingly enchanted words enter space in her mind. In an instant, a bright flash filled her vision, and she felt herself being drawn by an invisible force, vanishing in the blink of an eye. When Jiang Chantian opened her eyes again, she found herself in a completely unfamiliar place. Slowly, she turned her body, her gaze curiously sweeping across her surroundings. Suddenly, her eyes widened, and her mouth fell agape as she exclaimed, a peach garden?" Just then, a round object bounded into her line of sight, bouncing happily towards her before settling at her feet. She finally discerned the object before her. Her eyes, already wide, seemed to reach their utmost limit, and her mouth opened as if to fit an egg inside, her entire being frozen in astonishment. "An egg? Can it really be eaten?" Jiang Chantian murmured to herself, unable to resist licking her lips as she envisioned the egg transformed into a delectable dish. At that moment, the egg began to tremble as if it were alive. Then, A melodious voice emerged from within, as clear and sweet as the sound of silver bells. Master, my name is Meow Meow. I cannot be eaten. I am your most beloved pet. Upon hearing this, the excitement and anticipation that had just appeared on Jiang Qianqian's face evaporated. Replaced by profound disappointment, she cautiously extended a finger, gently poking the egg before her, muttering, "Oh dear, so it can't be eaten. What a pity." Just then, Meow Meow, seemingly attuned to Jiang Qianqian's subtle emotional shifts, whispered softly, I can't help but feel that my master seems a bit strange at this moment. Compared to the past, it's as if she has completely changed." Meow Meow cautiously inched closer to Jiang Qianqian, the peculiar scent emanating from her becoming increasingly pronounced. This scent was oddly repulsive, defying precise description. It bore none of the refreshing allure of blooming flowers, nor the sweet fragrance of ripe fruits, but rather a nauseating odor reminiscent of rotting flesh intertwined with decay. Meow Meow stood nearby, brow furrowed in contemplation. "Master, I sense that you seem to emit a peculiar odor. Have you noticed this yourself?" The words floated from Meow Meow, yet they struck Jiang Qianqian like a thunderclap in her ears. Stunned by this revelation, she instinctively tilted her head to one side, her once bright and enchanting eyes now clouded with bewilderment. She parted her lips and murmured, "What strange odor? Why can't I smell anything? It is inconceivable that I could have an unpleasant odor." As she spoke, she raised her sleeve to her nose and took a careful sniff, finding no abnormal scent. However, Meow Meow, standing nearby, continued to gaze intently at her. A serious expression etched on her face, as if she had truly sensed some peculiar presence that eluded others. Meow Meow stared blankly ahead, utterly bewildered by what it could possibly be, yet an inexplicable intuition told her it could not be anything good. "Master, is something happening outside?" Meow Meow blinked her large eyes, looking at Jiang Qianqian with a face full of confusion. Upon hearing this, Jiang Qianqian's mind flashed back to the horrifying scene she had witnessed on the balcony. Those grotesque, blood-soaked zombies were frantically tearing into humans, voraciously devouring flesh, creating a scene of utter carnage. What chilled her to the bone was that one of the zombies bore a striking resemblance to herself. Outside, hordes of ravenous zombies roamed, and she was left wondering what had caused humanity to split into two distinctly different factions. One group consisted of those infected by the virus, branded as zombies, characterized by their extreme brutality and insatiable hunger for human flesh. The other group comprised the uninfected, normal humans. But why, when it came to me, did I find myself in this bizarre state that lingered between the two? Meow Meow, could it be that the strange odor you detected emanating from me is the virus? Meow Meow blinked her large eyes and vigorously nodded. "Master, indeed it is so. But fret not. There happens to be a magical spiritual spring nearby. If you immerse yourself in it, it may greatly benefit your health." With that, she pointed with her small hand towards the steaming spiritual spring not far away. Chapter 33. Zero-cost purchase. Upon hearing this, Jiang Qianqian could not help but display a hint of gratitude, softly replying, "All right, thank you, Meow Meow. But alas, ever since I became a zombie, it feels as though I have lost all my memories. My mind is a blank slate, and I can recall nothing but my name. Master, rest assured, you will surely remember everything in due time. Do not worry excessively," her concerned servant said. Then, she gracefully stepped towards the mysterious spiritual spring. The spring's water was crystal clear, surrounded by a faint aura of spiritual energy. As if imbued with magical powers, Jiang Qianqian slowly stepped into the pool, and as the cool spring water enveloped her body, a wave of comfort coursed through her. She gently closed her eyes, savoring this moment of tranquility and ease. Time passed, and before long, half an hour had slipped by to that moment. A remarkable transformation began to unfold. Jiang Qianqian's once pallid skin gradually took on a hint of color, and her eyes, which had previously emanated an eerie glow, slowly began to return to normalcy. However, apart from that, her other features remained largely unchanged, still retaining the characteristics of a zombie. Yet, if she were placed among a bustling crowd, it is likely that no one would suspect she was, in fact, a zombie. For aside from her slightly lower body temperature, her appearance and behavior were indistinguishable from that of an ordinary person. "Master, are you done soaking?" Meow Meow's melodious voice chimed in. After patiently waiting in this mystical space for a while, she decided to leave this temporary sanctuary. It was the first day following the apocalypse, and the world had plunged into chaos and panic. Yet for Jiang Qianqian, a rare opportunity for zero-cost shopping had arisen. Although she could not consume the food herself, stockpiling it for future needs was a wise choice. With that thought in mind, Jiang Qianqian acted without hesitation. She quickly slung the tattered cloth backpack, filled with various essentials, over her shoulder and firmly grasped the wooden stick in her hand. Initially, she had no intention of taking the stick with her, feeling it to be somewhat cumbersome. However, upon reconsideration, she realized that if she did not put on a semblance of a facade, what would happen if someone discovered she was actually a zombie and killed her? Thus, she moved cautiously and slowly towards her front door, as if each step bore an immense weight. Yet, fate seemed intent on playing tricks. Just as this seemingly tranquil moment unfolded, a chilling shadow abruptly intruded upon her vision. Like a specter, it was a zombie, its features grotesquely distorted, emanating an unbearable stench. It stood rigidly not far from her, its hollow eyes gleaming with greed and malice, as if it had locked onto its prey. Faced with such a terrifying sight, Jiang Qianqian remained utterly motionless, simply standing still, for she understood that she was no longer the timid girl easily consumed by fear, but rather a fearsome zombie in her own right. Since they were of the same kind, what was there to fear? The zombie approached Jiang Qianqian step by step, then leaned down, sniffing her with great intensity. Following that, a low and raspy growl escaped its decaying mouth. Gore. Kindred. After confirming each other's identities, the zombie seemed to lose interest, turning away and staggering off into the distance. Only when the zombie had completely vanished from sight did Jiang Qianqian take a deep breath, striving to calm the tumultuous waves in her heart. Then, with resolute determination, she stepped out of her home and into this world that had become both strange and chaotic. The scene outside was nothing short of a doomsday tableau. As far as the eye could see, abandoned vehicles lay strewn across the road, some even engulfed in flames. Shards of shattered glass littered the ground, reflecting blinding light. Heaps of garbage piled up like mountains, nearly blocking the road entirely. Most pungent of all was the overwhelming stench of blood and decay, intertwining to form a nauseating odor that incessantly assaulted the senses. Jiang Qianqian knew all too well that the grotesque, foul-smelling zombies posed no threat to her, so she strolled leisurely down the desolate and crumbling streets as if taking a casual walk. Before long, her keen eyes caught sight of a supermarket with its doors firmly shut. The glass doors had been shattered into countless fragments, scattered across the ground, telling tales of the violent assault it had endured. Yet, even amidst this chaos, a small quantity of food and supplies remained on the floor. She headed straight for the shelves, her eyes fixated on the array of food above. Without hesitation, she reached for a piece of bread, eagerly stuffing it into her mouth, but after merely a few chews, she grimaced in disgust, spitting out the remnants and complaining, "Yuck! This tastes absolutely dreadful, not good at all." With that, she flung the remaining bread aside. After a brief contemplation while standing before the shelves, Jiang Qianqian decided to toss all the unappetizing food into her space. After all, while she might not wish to eat them now, saving them could prove useful in the future. With that thought, she began to gather the food from the shelves one by one. Once all the food was sorted, Jiang Qianqian turned to venture deeper into the supermarket. Suddenly, an enticing aroma wafted through the air. Jiang Qianqian inhaled the delightful scent that permeated the atmosphere, following it eagerly. When she finally approached the source, her eyes lit up. Ah, indeed. It is raw meat. The color, the marbling, it looks incredibly delicious. Unable to contain her desire any longer, she swiftly grabbed a piece of raw meat and bit into it without hesitation. Though the uncooked meat lacked the flavor and texture of a proper meal, for the famished Jiang Qianqian, having food to quell her hunger was already a considerable blessing. She devoured the meat hungrily, swallowing it down in a matter of moments. Then, she quickly seized a second and a third piece. Before long, Jiang Qianqian had finally satiated her hunger. With a contented burp, she surveyed the remaining abundant raw meat around her. Such a bounty of deliciousness cannot go to waste. Jiang Qianqian mused to herself, and then began to collect all the raw meat into her space. Chapter 34. They did not discover she was a zombie. Her movements were deft and efficient, and soon all the meat was neatly packed away. After completing this task, Jiang Qianqian clapped her hands and turned to leave the supermarket. However, just as she had taken a few steps, a sudden flurry of urgent footsteps echoed behind her. Oh no! If they discover that I have become a zombie, they will undoubtedly slay me without mercy. Jiang Qianqian thought to herself, a chill racing down her spine, causing her to tremble uncontrollably. She barely had time to devise a plan before her body instinctively reacted. In a flash, she darted away like a streak of lightning, disappearing in an instant, and quickly concealed herself behind a tall, sturdy shelf. Pressing herself tightly against the shelf, her heart raced like a drum. As if it might leap out of her throat, through the narrow crevices of the shelves, Jiang Xianxian cautiously peered outside. Before her, a group of disheveled humans stumbled and raced towards the supermarket in a frenzied dash. Their tattered garments were stained and caked with dirt, some parts worn to the point of being unrecognizable. Their faces bore the marks of extreme exhaustion, with sunken eyes and gaunt cheeks, a vivid portrayal of desperation akin to that of refugees. "Hurry! Quick! Let us see if there's anything to eat inside," shouted the leader, waving his arms frantically to urge those behind him to hasten their pace. His voice was hoarse and urgent, clearly starved to the point of desperation. Upon hearing the command, the others surged into the supermarket like ravenous beasts, frantically scouring for food. In an instant, the air was filled with the sounds of rummaging and heavy breaths. What in the world is happening? There's nothing to eat. Just this damned half-eaten bread, exclaimed one man, his fury akin to that of an enraged lion, cursing vehemently. Meanwhile, Jiang Xianxian, akin to a frightened rabbit, curled up in a corner behind the shelves. She hugged her legs tightly, her body trembling slightly, her breath barely audible, as if any sound would draw the attention of the ravenous crowd. Her once lively eyes were wide with fear and anxiety. Fixated on the unfolding chaos, beads of sweat forming on her forehead and trickling down her pale cheeks, landing on her tattered clothing. Yet, as the adage goes, what one fears often comes to pass. At that critical juncture, a keen-eyed individual suddenly directed his sharp gaze towards the shelf where Jiang Xianxian was concealed. He abruptly pointed, bellowing, "Hey, look over there, it seems someone is hiding." The others turned in unison to gaze in her direction. Jiang Xianxian's heart raced. She knew she had been exposed. "Get out here, now, or don't blame us for being unfriendly," a furious voice bellowed from outside, causing the air around to tremble. After a tense moment, a figure slowly emerged from behind the shelf. Upon closer inspection, it was a strikingly beautiful yet terrified woman. Jiang Xianxian, Jiang Xianxian screamed at the top of her lungs, her visage contorted in sheer terror. She desperately attempted to convey a message. "Please, don't kill me. I swear I'm not a malicious zombie. I don't bite." Yet, all that escaped her lips were meaningless cries. A mute?" The leader furrowed his brow, his piercing gaze scrutinizing Jiang Xianxian from head to toe. "Do they genuinely not realize she is a zombie?" Jiang Xianxian tilted her head slightly, her large, watery eyes fixed on the group. Yet, at that moment, she could only nod in acknowledgement of her apparent muteness. As a recently transformed zombie, her vocal capabilities had not fully returned. Faced with the inquiries of these strangers, she was engulfed by helplessness and dread. "Mute, tell me, where has all the food that was once stored here gone?" the man asked impatiently. "What a stroke of bad luck. Asking you is a waste of breath," he spat disdainfully, turning to his companions. "Everyone, search thoroughly. There might be overlooked food hidden in some corner." With that, the group began to ransack the moderately sized store. Meanwhile, Jiang Xianxian remained huddled in the corner, trembling as she observed the unfolding scene. Time trickled by, each second feeling as if it were suspended in this suffocating moment. The searchers combed through the supermarket, leaving no shelf unturned, but their efforts yielded nothing but disappointment. Once brimming with a plethora of goods, the shelves now stood bare, littered with debris. Not a crumb of sustenance was to be found. "Damn it, we're doomed. We can't find even a morsel of food. We'll starve to death in this wretched place," cried a bearded man, his voice trembling with despair. As he spoke, he pounded the ground in frustration, venting his pent-up rage and fear. "Indeed, we cannot simply await our demise. We must devise a plan to escape." "Perhaps there are other locations where food can be found," suggested another gaunt man, a flicker of hope in his eyes. "Leave here? It's easy for you to say. Outside, the streets are infested with those terrifying zombies. Where can we possibly flee? A moment's carelessness and we become their next meal. The leader shot a fierce glare at the man who had just spoken, his face etched with fatigue and anxiety. Beads of sweat cascading down his brow. Upon hearing this, the flicker of hope that had ignited moments ago was swiftly extinguished, plunging the atmosphere back into a suffocating silence. Jiang Xianxian stood quietly to the side, her ears filled with the fearful and anxious murmurs of the survivors. She felt a surge of relief, grateful that she had transformed into this fearsome zombie, sparing her the relentless pursuit for food like them, and the torturous pangs of hunger and unending dread. Look, what on earth is that? A tall man, his face etched with terror, pointed tremblingly towards a corner of the supermarket, his voice rising in panic. Chapter 35. Kindred Spirits? At this exclamation, the other survivors turned as if jolted by an electric shock, swiftly following the direction of his finger. In an instant, all eyes were riveted on a corner of the supermarket, where an enormous zombie, reminiscent of a small hill, had silently appeared. Its eyes glowed a blood red, reminiscent of flames. Drool dripped incessantly from its maw, hitting the ground with a soft patter. It advanced with heavy, deliberate steps, inching closer to the crowd. Witnessing this terrifying sight, fear gripped everyone, their faces as pale as corpses. A piercing scream shattered the air. Run! The zombies are here! With that desperate cry, the crowd erupted into chaos. Rushing frantically towards the supermarket's exit, in that moment, the once calm and orderly supermarket erupted like a bomb, plunging into utter pandemonium. People shoved and jostled, each solely focused on their own escape from this terrifying unknown. However, in a cruel twist of fate, their earlier frantic search had led to the supermarket's sole exit being completely blocked, rendering it utterly impassable. That moment, squeezing through that narrow gap seemed an insurmountable challenge. Damn it! This is all your fault for recklessly knocking over the shelves. Now we're left with no escape. The burly leader fumed, cursing relentlessly. Meanwhile, he strained with all his might, pushing against the heavy, fallen shelves, yet, no matter how desperately he struggled, it was all in vain. The toppled shelves loomed like insurmountable mountains, pinning him down, immovable. It's over. We're truly doomed. Another man cried, his face a mask of terror, his eyes reflecting deep despair as he screamed hoarsely. No, this is far from over. The speaker's intense gaze was fixed on Jiang Xianxian, as if attempting to pierce through her very being. Upon hearing his words, the others turned their attention towards her. A mute? Right, with her, we won't have to worry about escaping. The moment those words were spoken, it was as if a stone had been cast into a tranquil lake, sending ripples of discussion surging forth, a cacophony of voices rising in unison. All eyes were magnetically drawn to Jiang Xianxian's frail figure. At that moment, Jiang Xianxian acutely sensed the unusual stares fixed upon her. Prickling her skin, her heart raced. She involuntarily raised her head, bravely meeting the gazes of the crowd. Why are they staring at me so intently? Jiang Xianxian pondered, her brow furrowed in suspicion. Her pair of lively, large eyes resembled two resplendent gems, darting about with an agility that seemed capable of perceiving the essence of all things in the world. She swiftly scanned the surroundings, taking note of the peculiar gazes directed her way, akin to a flash of lightning streaking across the night sky. Some individuals, upon being met with her penetrating gaze, felt a tremor within their hearts and could not bear to turn away, fearing that a mere glance might unveil their innermost, unconfessed thoughts. At that moment, the previously silent atmosphere was abruptly shattered by a gruff male voice, resonant like a thunderclap. Hey, mute. Come over here for a moment. I need your help with something. The crowd turned to find that the speaker was none other than the imposing figure of Cha, who stood not far away, tall and robust, with a bushy beard that lent him an air of untamed bravado. At that instant, he bellowed loudly while casting a knowing glance at a companion nearby. The individual, quick to respond, vanished into the bustling throng like a wraith, leaving onlookers astounded by the swiftness of his departure. Suddenly, a sharp sound pierced the air, the unmistakable shattering of glass. Jiang Qianqian instinctively raised her head, eager to discern the unfolding events. However, as she did so, an overwhelming force surged from behind, propelling her forcefully forward. With a shriek, Jiang Qianqian felt as though she were a kite severed from its string, soaring uncontrollably ahead. Amidst the chaos, a voice rang out from the crowd. "Quick, everyone, run!" In an instant, the previously calm scene erupted into pandemonium. People began to scatter in a frenzied bid for escape, their cries and screams echoing in a cacophony of terror. Jiang Qianqian fell heavily to the ground, the impact resonating dully against the unforgiving surface. Yet, astonishingly, she felt no pain. This did not indicate a lack of inner turmoil. Rather, a fierce resentment surged within her. Just then, a pair of enormous, filthy feet loomed before her. Jiang Qianqian slowly lifted her gaze. Following the legs upward, when she beheld the sight before her, her heart constricted. A zombie, just as the earlier group had described it. That moment, the grotesque, decaying creature bent down, its already distorted visage twisting into an even more horrifying semblance. Resembling a crumpled rag, sending chills down her spine, it inched closer to Jiang Qianqian, as if intent on devouring her whole. As the distance between them diminished, the zombie began to inhale deeply, drawn to the scent emanating from Jiang Qianqian. The aroma, a pungent blend of fear and sweat, was particularly acrid in the eerie silence that surrounded them. The zombie seemed to detect something unusual, a flicker of confusion passing through its murky eyes as it muttered indistinctly, "Same kind?" The words emerged from its damaged throat, imbued with an indescribable strangeness. As soon as it finished speaking, the zombie straightened up, swaying unsteadily before turning away, leaving Jiang Qianqian standing there, dazed, her heart brimming with anger and fear. How utterly infuriating! Those wretched beings had so brazenly shoved her to the ground. If she were not trapped in this loathsome zombie form, she might have truly met her end, her soul consigned to the netherworld. Humph! Vengeance shall not be overlooked. This grievance shall be etched into my memory point one day. They shall pay dearly for their transgressions. Chapter 36. Pushed down, fed to zombies, Jiang Qianqian clenched her teeth, wishing to shatter her silver molars. As she murmured under her breath, her beautiful eyes ablaze with a fiery rage that seemed capable of incinerating all in its path. "Humph! Since you dare to toy with me, well then, next time I shall engage you fully in this game of cat and mouse. After all, I am currently bereft of amusement and was just lamenting my lack of entertainment." With this thought, a cold, provocative smile crept upon her lips. She then slowly rose, brushing off the dust and debris clinging to her garments. With firm and resolute steps, she continued onward. As she walked, a beautifully adorned baby formula store suddenly came into view not far ahead. Driven by an insatiable curiosity, Jiang Qianqian involuntarily slowed her pace and ultimately paused at the entrance of the shop. After a moment's hesitation, she stepped inside. The items within appeared to have been rummaged through recently. Jiang Qianqian furrowed her brows, contemplating for a moment before deciding to collect all these items into her space. Subsequently, she pressed on, gathering various supplies from other locations. Soft, comfortable bedding was meticulously folded and stored neatly within her space. Delectable food items were selected one by one and stashed away for future needs. Even an array of electrical appliances did not escape her attention. All were gathered within. As time passed, Jiang Qianqian's space gradually filled, yet she did not halt her efforts, remaining focused on searching for every potentially useful item. Finally, when she surveyed her collection once more, a satisfied smile graced her face. Was that a series of sounds emanating from ahead? Jiang Qianqian's heart tightened, prompting her to halt and stealthily slip into a nearby corner. Cautiously, she peered out, her gaze alert as she sought the source of the noise. Before her, a street teemed with a horde of grotesque, sluggish zombies, their clawing hands and low, guttural growls sending shivers down her spine. Amidst this ghastly assembly, several humans appeared, their expressions fraught with panic. They formed a defensive circle, clutching various weapons, desperately attempting to fend off the encroaching tide of zombies, yet their situation seemed dire, as they were heavily surrounded. Were they clad in military uniforms? Jiang Qianqian's eyes widened in disbelief as she beheld the soldiers before her, her mind swirling with chaotic thoughts. What were these soldiers doing here? She pondered, contemplating the possibility that they too had come in search of supplies. To assist or not to assist? Would they, like the earlier group who appeared harmless yet harbored malicious intent, push her down and madly attempt to feed her to the zombies? Faced with this new group of similarly uniformed strangers, she found it exceedingly difficult to discern their true nature. Whether they were friend or foe, dressed in green garments, they stood out starkly against the desolate and eerie backdrop. Jiang Qianqian scrutinized one of the figures for some time, reflecting inwardly. Surely, those in green attire cannot be villains. In her subconscious, these individuals seemed to radiate a sense of goodwill, evoking no feelings of resistance within her. Perhaps it was the comforting aura of their green uniforms. Or perhaps their demeanor did not betray any malice. However, just then, a chilling thought struck her. What if they were to become zombies? What would that entail? Would they transform into mindless creatures driven solely by a desire to bite and tear? A shiver coursed through her at the mere thought. After all, she was currently a zombie herself, yet unlike the ordinary mindless creatures, she had no inclination to harm others. Nevertheless, the heart-wrenching truth remained. No one knew how long it would take for her to revert to her former human state. Ever since her transformation, Jiang Qianqian felt her intellect waning, her ability to discern the nature of those around her deteriorating. She could scarcely distinguish between friend and foe anymore. Before her, a group of soldiers clad in dark green uniforms emerged, fully armed and gripping various weapons, yet each face betrayed a palpable tension and fear. Behind them surged a relentless wave of grotesque, decaying zombies, the sight utterly horrifying, as the zombies relentlessly battered against the tightly shut door. Visible cracks began to form, suggesting that it might collapse at any moment. Her heart leaped into her throat as she pondered. Were these individuals enemies or allies? Ultimately, Jiang Qianqian gritted her teeth and made a daring decision, a gamble. Taking a deep breath, she reached into her spatial pouch and retrieved a fresh tray of pig's blood along with a portable speaker. Without hesitation, she dashed into an open area, gently placing the items on the ground. Then, like a nimble rabbit, she swiftly bolted several meters away from the spot. Once she reached a safe distance, Jiang Qianqian paused to catch her breath, then decisively pressed the speaker's switch. "You are my little apple." The familiar, vibrant melody instantly filled the space, commanding attention. Jiang Qianqian was startled by the sudden eruption of sound, her beautiful eyes widening in astonishment. How loud it was, she couldn't help but exclaim in shock. Instinctively raising her hands to firmly cover her ears, attempting to shield herself from the thunderous music that crashed against her eardrums like a tempest. The sound reverberated like a sudden clap of thunder, booming in her vicinity as if it aimed to pierce through the heavens, reaching the celestial realms above. Chapter 37. Almost rendered deaf by the thunderous sound, she silently congratulated herself for her quick reflexes as she swiftly fled from the source of the noise, her feet moving as if driven by the wind. Had she hesitated even a moment longer, that overwhelming wave of sound would have surged forth like a colossal tide, crashing down upon her and shattering her eardrums into oblivion. The mere thought of such a dreadful scenario sent a shiver down Jiang Qianqian's spine, causing her to pat her chest in a lingering sense of trepidation. At that very moment, the grotesque figures of the zombies congregated at the supermarket entrance. Exuding a foul stench, seemed to be drawn by some mysterious force. They suddenly perked up their ears in unison and began to surge frantically toward the source of the sound. Meanwhile, the soldiers inside the supermarket believed their doom was imminent, only to suddenly witness the horde of zombies one by one disappearing from their sight. As the last zombie staggered away, someone couldn't help but murmur, did these zombies really just leave? Yet, before the words had fully escaped his lips, a deafening melody erupted. "You are my little apple, no matter how much I love you. It's never too much." This unexpected song left everyone in a state of bewilderment. In this apocalyptic environment, how could anyone dare to play music so audaciously, and at the maximum volume no less? A chorus of curses erupted in response. Who on earth is playing music at a time like this? Don't they realize it will attract more zombies? This is sheer recklessness. Good heavens, this is utterly insane. Even in such a life-and-death situation, someone can still find the leisure to enjoy a song. In my opinion, this person must be out of their mind. They are undoubtedly a lunatic, a terrified voice called out, trembling with fear. However, at that moment, a calm voice emerged from the crowd. "No, everyone, let us not jump to conclusions in haste. If you think about it, this person isn't crazy. Rather, they are using a unique method to save us all. Without that melodious song continuously playing, how long do you think this fragile glass can withstand? The speaker's gaze was resolute, their expression serious. Upon hearing this, the initially panicked crowd directed their skeptical and angered glances toward the glass, which had begun to show distinct cracks. The fissures spread rapidly like a spider's web, threatening to shatter completely at any moment, plunging them into an abyss of despair. In a way, there's really a crack? A man exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief as he cautiously reached out to touch the glass, as if to confirm that what he saw was not an illusion. Beside him, a teammate anxiously inquired, "Captain Shin, what should we do now? Should we go save her?" Captain Shun Ichen furrowed his brow, his expression grave as he nodded in agreement, saying, "Yes, we must save her. After all, she has put herself in danger to save you." At that moment, not far away, Jiang Qianqian cautiously peeked out, her face a mask of confusion as she wondered what the commotion was about. Suddenly, one of the team members spotted her presence and shouted, "Who's there? Come out now." Jiang Qianqian stood silently, waiting as the seconds ticked by, her heart beginning to swell with unease. Unable to suppress her curiosity, she cautiously peeked out again. However, in that instant, a terrifying face appeared before her. Jiang Qianqian was seized by panic, losing her balance and falling heavily to the ground. Her eyes widened, her heart racing as if it would leap from her throat. The person standing before her was none other than Shen Yichen. Seeing her distress, Shen Yichen hurriedly reached out to help Jiang Qianqian up, his face filled with remorse as he said, "I'm so sorry. I truly didn't mean to frighten you, little sister." His tone was imbued with sincere regret. She felt an overwhelming sense of dejection and helplessness as tears welled up in her eyes. After a moment, she lowered her head in resignation, falling silent. "Woo-woo. Why can't I speak normally after becoming a zombie?" Jiang Qianqian silently lamented, her sorrowful cries seeming to pierce the very soul, evoking heartache. Since becoming a zombie, she had not only lost the ability to speak normally, but her once animated expressions had also turned rigid and distorted. Faced with such a profound disparity, Jiang Qianqian found it exceedingly difficult to accept. Just then, noticing her distress, Shen Yichen felt a wave of panic wash over him. Although he was somewhat clever in everyday matters, he was utterly clueless about how to console a girl after all. He had little experience in such situations throughout his life. For a moment, he stood there like a statue, unsure of how to proceed. Suddenly, an idea struck him. He recalled that he had a piece of candy in his pocket. In a flurry, he fumbled to retrieve it, stammering, Hey, little sister, please don't cry. Can I apologize to you? Don't be sad. I have a piece of candy here. It's sweet and delicious. Why don't you give it a try?" As he spoke, his long, fair fingers gently held the exquisitely wrapped candy, as if cradling a rare treasure, and then he slowly, carefully extended it toward Jiang Qianqian. Jiang Qianqian blinked her sparkling eyes, immediately captivated by the sudden appearance of the candy. She hesitated for a moment, but then, unable to restrain herself, burst into a series of delighted exclamations. Ah! Her voice rang clear and melodious, like the chime of silver bells, though tinged with a hint of indistinctness. It was at that moment that Shen Yichen realized that this adorable little girl was unable to speak like ordinary people. A surge of compassion welled up in his heart as he gently asked, "Little sister, can you not speak?" Upon hearing this, Jiang Qianqian nodded vigorously, her movements appearing somewhat frantic and anxious, as if afraid he would not believe her. Chapter 38. Where is the adorable little sister? Observing her obedient and understanding demeanor, Shen Yichen felt a deepening sense of affection. He slowly crouched down to meet Jiang Qianqian's gaze, maintaining eye contact with the petite girl. His deep, gentle eyes regarded her with warmth akin to the tender rays of spring sunshine. And then he spoke in an exceedingly soft tone, "Little sister, please don't be afraid. I merely wish to ask you a few simple questions. If I'm correct, you can nod your head gently. If I'm mistaken, just shake your little head. All right?" As soon as he finished speaking, a warm smile blossomed on his face, akin to a gentle spring breeze, and he cast a look filled with encouragement and kindness toward Jiang Qianqian. As if to convey that she need not be anxious, he would not harm her, he continued, "Little sister, was that music you played just now?" At that moment, Jiang Qianqian regarded the man named Shen Yichen with skepticism. Pondering internally, how does he know that I was the one who played that song? After a brief contemplation, She ultimately nodded slightly in affirmation. Upon seeing Jiang Qianqian acknowledge him, Shen Yichen couldn't help but feel a surge of admiration for the little girl. He thought to himself, despite her young age, this little sister possessed remarkable courage. Moreover, and perhaps most importantly, it was thanks to her that the music had been played, which ultimately saved them from peril. With gratitude in his heart, Shen Yichen addressed Jiang Qianqian. I truly cannot thank you enough, little sister. Hearing his words of thanks, Jiang Qianqian hurriedly waved her delicate hands, making soft sounds. Little sister, you need not feel embarrassed. You must know that just moments ago, had it not been for your brave intervention, we all might have ended up as prey for those fearsome zombies, Shen Yichen expressed with a grateful smile. Meanwhile, those remaining inside began to grow anxious as they noted Shen Yichen's prolonged absence in search of help. They decided to send someone out to investigate. Upon witnessing the scene outside, one of them couldn't help but exclaim, Captain Shen, why has it taken you so long to find someone? Meanwhile, Jiang Qianqian, hidden in the shadows, became alert at the sound of others approaching and swiftly relocated to a more concealed position. Shen Yichen's handsome face radiated joy as he excitedly waved his hands toward the group inside, raising his voice to call out, Qi Sijun, come quickly. Look, I've finally found her. It's this super adorable little sister. Do you know? The music that was just playing was all from her. And if it weren't for her, we would all be in dire straits. We must truly express our gratitude to this little girl. As he spoke, he hurried toward Shen Yichen's location. As Qi Sijun approached, he glanced around, yet he could not find any trace of the so-called little sister. Puzzled, he inquired, is there truly a little sister? Captain, you wouldn't be deliberately deceiving me, would you? Upon seeing this, Shen Yichen quickly turned around and pointed behind him, saying, look, she is right here. However, when Qi Sijun eagerly followed the direction of his finger, he was met with nothing but an empty expanse. There was not even a ghostly silhouette to be found on the other side. Shen Yichen wore a similarly bewildered expression, equally perplexed by the situation. The man furrowed his brow, his hand incessantly scratching at his hair. Muttering to himself, this is truly strange. That little sister was just standing here a moment ago. How could she vanish in the blink of an eye? Could she possibly possess some miraculous magic? Like instant teleportation? Otherwise, how could she simply disappear without a trace? Meanwhile, Jiang Qianqian had already sprinted far away like a gust of wind, stopping only when she was 100 meters from her original spot. She marveled inwardly at the unexpected benefits of becoming a zombie. After discovering her new state, she realized that whether trekking long distances or sprinting rapidly, she felt no fatigue whatsoever. Initially, she had anticipated that life devoid of a human body would be fraught with suffering and inconvenience. Yet it now appeared that her situation was not as dire as she had imagined. Jiang Qianqian gradually acclimated to her new identity and learned to harness the unique abilities of a zombie to navigate various situations. Boldly, she wandered through the bustling streets without a care in the world. Astonishingly, despite the surrounding hordes of snarling, grotesque zombies, they paid her no heed, displaying no inclination to attack her. Witnessing this, Jiang Qianqian could not suppress a surge of joy. Her spirits lifted even further. She meandered leisurely along the street, simultaneously collecting a plethora of useful supplies. Unbeknownst to her, nightfall quietly descended, shrouding the sky in darkness. At that moment, Jiang Qianqian suddenly realized that considerable time had passed and the light was fading. Having gathered numerous supplies today, she gracefully stepped back into her space. Upon entering, she made a beeline for the crystal-clear spring water emanating a mystical aura. Chapter 39. I can speak now, she gently crouched down, extending her delicate hand to scoop up some of the spiritual spring water, feeling the refreshing and soothing sensation coursing through her fingertips. Without a moment's hesitation, she slowly untied her garments, allowing the thin fabric to fall to the ground like petals. Her graceful figure gradually unveiled itself, resembling a blooming flower yearning for the nurturing touch of dew. She lifted her delicate foot and stepped into the crystalline spring water, as her body sank deeper until fully submerged. Only her lustrous black hair floated above the surface. How delightful! Jiang Qianqian could not help but let out a soft sigh of contentment. In that moment, she resembled a languid kitten, lazily reclining in the spring water. Reveling in this rare moment of bliss, threads of spiritual energy, as if alive, subtly infiltrated her body through her delicate pores. These energies flitted joyfully through her meridians, nourishing her bones and every minuscule cell. Jiang Qianqian blissfully closed her eyes, savoring the tranquility and comfort, allowing her thoughts to drift. Master, please wake up. It's been such a long time. Meow Meow anxiously observed her master, who had been soaking in the water for quite a while. Her heart filled with concern. She reached out, gently shaking Jiang Qianqian's shoulder in an attempt to rouse her. After a considerable time, Jiang Qianqian finally stirred, slowly opening her eyes and murmuring drowsily, what is it? Her voice was languid and muddled, as if she were still ensnared in a deep slumber. Blinking her eyes vigorously to regain clarity, she finally recognized Meow Meow's worried face. With a look of confusion, she softly asked, "What happened? Meow. Meow?" As she inquired, she pondered internally, feeling as if she had been asleep for an eternity. Just then, Meow Meow, as if ignited by fireworks, suddenly exclaimed with excitement, "Master, you can actually speak now, and not just through thoughts like before." Upon hearing this, Jiang Qianqian was momentarily taken aback, frozen in place as if petrified. Her trembling lips parted as she stammered, Really, Meow? Meow, Qian? Qian can talk now." Each word seemed bound by an invisible force, making it challenging to articulate, as though they were being forcibly extracted. Nevertheless, the incredulity and overwhelming joy were unmistakably palpable. Meow Meow nodded gently, responding softly, Yes, Master is the best. I believe this is likely related to the spring water. Perhaps you should try soaking for about half an hour each day. Who knows, it may yield unexpected miraculous effects." Her eyes sparkled with anticipation as she spoke. Hearing this, Jiang Qianqian gazed at Meow Meow with a hint of dazed innocence. Taking a while to process before murmuring, Is it the same as how Qianqian is soaking now?" At that moment, a trace of bewilderment flickered in Jiang Qianqian's eyes, as though she were unsure about this novel suggestion. Meow Meow, noticing her uncertainty, quickly reassured her, Yes, Master. As long as you soak like Qianqian, you'll surely become smarter. Then, no challenge will be too great for our clever master." As she spoke, Meow Meow animatedly gestured with her hands to make her description more vivid. Jiang Qianqian blinked her lively eyes, filled with a desire to become intelligent, and muttered, "Qianqian wants to be as smart as Meow Meow. So, Qianqian must obediently listen and soak more." With that, she extended her delicate hand to gently stir the clear water before her. The droplets splashed, sparkling like pearls in the air. Jiang Qianqian was enchanted by the beautiful sight, laughing joyfully, her face aglow with innocent delight. She immersed her hands in the water, feeling the cool flow glide over her fingertips, and then scooped up some water to sprinkle into the air, watching it transform into fine droplets raining down. In that moment, she seemed to forget all worries and anxieties, wholly absorbed in this joyous aquatic realm. Reveling in the Funi in the Jingwan district, the atmosphere was particularly tense and heavy. Grandma D anxiously addressed the old man beside her. "Old man, what shall we do? Little Momo and the others have been unconscious for 2 whole days and nights. How could this happen? What should we do?" Her wrinkled face was etched with worry, her brows furrowed tightly, her hands unconsciously clutching the hem of her clothing. The old man, equally frantic, attempted to calm Grandma D, saying, "Dear, don't panic. Let us wait a little longer. Perhaps the children will wake up soon." However, despite his words, the old man felt no reassurance in his heart. After all, so much time had passed without any sign of awakening from the children. How could one not be anxious? Grandpa D stood by the window, staring blankly at the world outside, ravaged by the apocalypse. "Grandpa, if we all fall unconscious after the apocalypse, it may take several days for us to awaken. But do not worry. This is not due to illness or danger, but rather we are awakening our powers. When we wake up, we will naturally come out to find you." At that moment, Chi Yechen stirred awake, stretching lazily while rubbing his bleary eyes, then slowly sitting up. Suddenly, as if recalling something, he let out a startled exclamation. "What the heck? How long have I been asleep? Why does my whole body feel so sore and numb?" He frowned, grumbling to himself, and reached for his phone on the bedside table. Upon seeing the time displayed on the screen, his eyes widened in disbelief, his expression one of shock. 2 days and 2 nights? No wonder I feel so exhausted. Chapter 40. The first to wake up just then, a sudden, loud gurgling sound broke the previously quiet atmosphere, drawing attention. The sound was so out of place, eliciting curious glances. It turned out that the source of the noise was none other than Chi Yechen's empty stomach. At that moment, his belly protested pitifully, resembling an abandoned child, as if lamenting that its owner had not fed it for an extended period. Upon hearing the noise, Chi Yechen was initially taken aback, then instinctively reached out to gently pat his now deflated belly. He felt a profound sense of lethargy, as if all his strength had dissipated. With a resigned shake of his head and a deep sigh, he pondered inwardly. It seems imperative to find something to eat soon. Otherwise, my stomach may very well stage a rebellion. Thus, Chi Yechen mustered his resolve and swiftly rose from his bed. After a brief wash, he hurriedly exited his room. To his surprise, as he stepped out, the door of the opposite room swung open, revealing Si Kwongo. Chi Yechen's eyes widened in astonishment as he exclaimed, "Gidge, have you just awakened as well?" While speaking, his gaze remained fixed intently on Si Kwongo. Noticing this, Chi Yechen promptly suggested, "Let us first seek some sustenance. We can devise our plans once the others awaken." Upon reaching the first floor, they immediately noticed a figure in the living room. Chi Yechen squinted, and a smile of joy illuminated his face as he called out, "Dai Nai Nai." At the sound of this familiar call, Dai Nai Nai turned towards them. Upon seeing Si Kwongo and Chi Yechen, her previously murky eyes sparkled with deep concern and boundless affection. With a slight frown, she reproached gently, "Oh my little Gu and little Chin. You two have finally roused. We were quite worried, waiting for a full 2 days and nights." After this statement, Dai Nai Nai paused momentarily before glancing behind them, only to find no other figures present. Curiosity overtook her as she inquired, Where are Xiao Momo, Xiao Cheng, and Xiao Yu? Why are they not here? Have they not yet awakened?" Hearing Dai Nai Nai's tender inquiry, Chi Yechen furrowed his brow slightly, worry flickering in his eyes. At that moment, the perceptive Si Kwongo interjected to shift the subject, aware that dwelling on the absence of the two would only heighten Dai Nai Nai's anxiety. "Dai Nai Nai, perhaps we should first prepare some food. After such a long slumber, they must be ravenous upon awakening." Dai Nai Nai nodded in realization, exclaiming, "Ah, indeed. After such a lengthy rest, their stomachs must surely be growling." Swiftly, she turned her head, her gaze sharp as she called out, you may, hurry and prepare a feast for us. When Xiao Momo and Xiao Cheng awaken, they should be able to indulge immediately." At that moment, a mischievous voice chimed in from nearby, "Oh dear, Dai Nai Nai, it seems you only care for Momo and the others, completely forgetting about us. Humph, we are feeling quite jealous." It was none other than Chi Yechen, who was teasing with a playful grin as he spoke. He animatedly employed facial expressions and gestures to enhance his words' impact, lowering his head slightly, furrowing his brow, and blinking his large, bright eyes as if on the verge of tears, feigning a pitiful demeanor that was simply too comical. Even the usually solemn Dai Nai Nai could not help but burst into laughter, her joyful sound echoing throughout the room, dispelling any previous unease. His once tense expression relaxed like a spring breeze, a gentle smile of satisfaction gracing his lips. "Yes, yumming, do prepare more. Our little Yu and little Chen are quite famished." At that moment, Gu Yu, stretching lazily, ambled toward the door. Just as he reached the threshold, he saw the door opposite his room slowly open, revealing the familiar figure of Lu Ziqing, with sleep still lingering in his eyes and tousled hair. Ziqing smiled at Gu Yu and nodded, saying, "Ah, old three, I too have just awakened." Jiu Yu, seeing this, proposed with a grin, "In that case, why don't we descend to the first floor and see if the others have stirred?" Ziqing readily agreed, "Certainly. I could use a stroll to stretch my limbs." The two then made their way to the staircase. As they approached the stairs, a burst of cheerful laughter rang out, bright and melodious, like silvery bells fluttering directly into their ears. The sudden sound caught both Ziqing and Gu Yu off guard, prompting them to halt and exchange curious glances before turning their gazes toward the source of the laughter. "Dai Nai Nai, what are you all laughing about? It sounds so delightful. Do share with us so we may join in the merriment." At that moment, the group seated on the sofa in the living room turned towards the entrance. Intrigued by the unexpected call, "Xiao Cheng, Xiao Yu, you finally awakened," Dai Nai Nai exclaimed first, her warm smile radiating kindness and affection towards Lu Ziqing and Gu Yu. Chenggu, you go. Si Kuanggo and Qi Yechen echoed in unison. Then, straightening slightly, Ziqing turned his gaze back to Dai Nai Nai. A look of curiosity on his face as he pressed, Dai Nai Nai, why don't you tell us what has brought such joy to your hearts? Dai Nai Nai's face broke into a gentle smile as she pulled Qi Yechen closer, explaining with amusement, oh, nothing particularly special. This little one just shared a few witty remarks that had me in fits of laughter. She playfully poked Qi Yechen's nose while speaking. Just then, footsteps approached from the kitchen, revealing Wu Yumei, carefully carrying a steaming platter of delectable dishes. She moved with grace, as if balancing a precious treasure rather than mere food. Upon reaching the dining table, she gently set down the platter, ensuring it was perfectly arranged. Lifting her head, she beamed with a radiant smile, her eyes warmly sweeping over everyone present. Old madam, this feast has been prepared to suit your every taste. And it is now ready for us to enjoy. The satisfied elder nodded, her eyes sparkling with joy and anticipation. Liu Ziqing, Gu Yiyu, Si Kuanggo, and Qi Yechen hurried over, eagerly discussing the delightful dishes they hoped to savor. Qi Yechen, unable to contain his excitement, dashed to the table and plopped down, his bright eyes fixated on the array of mouth-watering delicacies before him, as if they were the most prized treasures in the world. Wow! This dish looks absolutely delicious, and that one. Just the aroma tells me it must be superb. In that instant, Qi Yechen was struck by a sudden thought, and he quickly looked up, scanning the room with keen eyes. A hint of confusion on his face as he asked, Dai Nai Nai, may we begin our meal now? But I don't see Grandpa around. Where has he gone? As he spoke, Dai Nai Nai, her hands still nimble despite their wrinkles, busily began serving fragrant braised pork, crispy fried chicken legs, and vibrant vegetables into the bowls before Qi Yechen and the others, piling them high like little mountains. Overwhelmed by her generous hospitality, Qi Yechen felt a warm surge of gratitude and exclaimed, Thank you, Dai Nai Nai, for your care and concern, but do remember to eat as well. The other two, seeing Qi Yechen enjoying his meal with such gusto, joined in, and soon the room was filled with laughter and the enticing aroma of food. I am so full, Qi Yechen sighed contentedly, patting his round belly. The other two mirrored his actions and expressions, clearly relishing the feast. At that moment, Liu Ziqing gently rubbed his slightly protruding belly while raising his head, curiously glancing at Grandma Di and asking, Grandma Di, where have my parents gone? Why can't I see them? As she spoke, Grandma Di gently shook her head, a hint of confusion flickering across her face. Though it was quickly overshadowed by a warm smile. Grandma Di, has Amo not woken up yet? Liu Ziqing looked at Grandma Di with deep concern, a trace of worry evident in his eyes. Upon hearing the name Di Jingchen, the formerly kind and gentle expression of Grandma Di instantly dimmed. She shook her head softly, her voice tinged with melancholy as she replied, No, my little Momo is still in a deep coma. At that moment, Si Kuang and the others sensed that something was amiss. They silently cursed their bad luck, wishing to intervene before Liu Ziqing continued. However, it was already too late. Liu Ziqing appeared bewildered, completely unaware that his words might hurt Grandma Di's heart. Observing this, Qi Yechen hurriedly approached Liu Ziqing, his expression flustered, and leaned down to whisper in his ear. Qi Yechen's lips trembled slightly as he deliberately lowered his voice, his words laced with reproach. Brother Cheng, you have no idea. I have gone to great lengths to help Grandma Di set aside her worries for the time being, and it took me considerable effort to lift her spirits a bit. Yet you? Why did you so thoughtlessly bring up Brother Mo again? Liu Ziqing's panicked gaze shifted between Qi Yechen and Grandma Di, who was sitting not far away at this juncture. Grandma Di appeared remarkably magnanimous. She slowly raised her hand, gently waving it while a warm smile, reminiscent of the gentle spring sun, spread across her face. She softly reassured Liu Ziqing, Little Cheng, please do not take to heart what little Chen said. I, Grandma Di, am quite well. Truly there is nothing wrong. It's just that I've been a bit worried about our little Momo. But do not fret. Upon hearing Grandma Di's comforting words, Liu Ziqing's feelings of guilt intensified. He lowered his head slightly, a look of shame crossing his face as he sincerely apologized to Grandma Di. Grandma Di, I am truly sorry. It is all my fault. Seeing this, Grandma Di quickly reached out, gently patting Liu Ziqing's shoulder, and smiled reassuringly. Oh dear child, please do not say that. I know you did not mean it, and besides, I am quite well, not a thing to worry about. With that, Grandma D lovingly ruffled Lu Ziqing's hair. Her eyes filled with affection. Oh my! Look at everyone here, all enjoying their meal. Accompanied by a hearty laugh, Grandpa D strode in through the door, followed closely by Lu Jun and Yuan Tian, all three wearing radiant smiles. At the dining table, Lu Ziqing, Gu Yu, Si Quanj, and Qi Yechen raised their heads in unison at the sound. Lu Ziqing promptly stood up, respectfully greeting, "Hello, Grandpa D." Simultaneously, Gu Yu, Si Quanj, and Qi Yechen echoed, "Hello, Grandpa D, Dad, Uncle Lu." Mom, Aunt Yuan. Grandpa D's wrinkled face radiated a warm smile, his gentle gaze sweeping over the four young people standing before him like the tender warmth of the spring sun. His caring eyes seemed to convey all the warmth and love of the world to the children present. He slightly parted his lips and, in a deep yet amiable voice, inquired, "Little Cheng, have you all finally awakened?" The words revealed a unique affection of elders for their juniors. Grandpa D nodded and continued. "Now tell Grandpa, what kind of abilities have you all awakened?" His tone held a hint of curiosity and anticipation. Qi Yechen, his face brimming with excitement, could hardly contain his enthusiasm as he eagerly exclaimed, "Grandpa D, you must listen. We are all so lucky. We have successfully awakened our powers, and mine is particularly unique. It is a magical ability to control fire." As he spoke, Qi Yechen proudly raised his right hand and waved it gently. In an instant, a massive flame erupted in his palm, blazing fiercely. Not to be outdone, Lu Ziqing quickly chimed in, "Grandpa D, my awakened ability is of the metal type. With this power, I can manipulate everything related to metals at will." Just think about how powerful that is. At that moment, the previously silent Gu Yu finally spoke up. "Well, in comparison, my ability is a bit strange. Up until now, I'm still unclear about what type it belongs to. So, I guess we'll have to wait for Brother Amo to wake up to figure it out." Next, Si Quanj succinctly interjected, "Mine is ice type." Just then, Lu Jun, who had been quietly listening from the side, spoke up, "Haha, wonderful. I did not expect you kids to awaken such formidable powers. Actually, your mother, Aunt Yuan, and I have awakened powers as well. I have the wind ability, allowing me to summon howling gales, while your mother, Aunt Yuan, has awakened the wood ability, enabling her to hasten the growth of plants." As he spoke, Lu Jun could not help but chuckle, pride gleaming in his eyes. "Wow, Uncle Lu. Aunt Yuan, this is truly astonishing. I never expected you both to awaken abilities as well. This is just fantastic," Qi Yechen exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief, filled with joy and excitement. Beside him, Lu Jun smiled slightly and confidently replied, "Kid Chen, do not underestimate us. Although we may be a bit older, we still possess strength." With that, he deliberately demonstrated his recently awakened ability, a faint glow flickering from his hand. At that moment, Lu Ziqing hurried over. Concern etched on his face as he asked, "Dad, Mom, where have you been?" Lu Jun gently patted his son's somewhat frail shoulder, comforting him earnestly, "Child, do not rush. We just went for a brief stroll. Wanting to see what this place has turned into after the apocalypse. Who would have thought that after our exploration, we would discover that it has already been designated by the government as the first base to be prioritized for construction?" Aunt Yuan quickly chimed in, nodding in agreement. "Indeed. I also heard that the government is planning to build a safe and reliable shelter here, specifically to accommodate those who survived the apocalyptic disaster." At this moment, Lu Jun raised his head slightly, his resonant voice rising a notch as he recounted the subsequent events. "That's right. After a thorough discussion with your Grandpa D, we unanimously agreed that this matter must be resolved properly. Yet who would have thought that both the military and the government have set their eyes on our precious piece of land, like hungry wolves, glaring at it, eager to seize it." Upon hearing this, Lu Ziqing was immediately filled with rage. He slammed his hand on the table, his eyes wide as he shouted, "What? They dare to do such a thing?" Beside him, Gu Yu remained notably calm, though a hint of coldness could still be sensed in his slightly narrowed eyes. He slowly adjusted his glasses, a cold smile playing on his lips as he remarked, "Humph, they want this land. Fine, let them come and discuss it with us. But they should first consider whether they have the capability to take it. Do they really think we five brothers are pushovers? Do they believe we are already dead? Grandpa D, Uncle Lu, Aunt Yuan, you need not worry about this matter. We have awakened now, and we will handle the subsequent issues." Gu Yu declared firmly, his bright eyes sparkling with confidence and determination. Hearing this, Grandpa D smiled and nodded, his eyes filled with affection and satisfaction. Good, good. Seeing you all so responsible, Grandpa D can rest easy. With that, he turned his gaze back to the lively young ones before him, inwardly lamenting how swiftly time flies, as these children had grown into young adults in the blink of an eye. At this moment, Lu Ziqing, filled with concern, quietly inquired, Grandpa D, have Dad and Mom had their meal yet? After asking, Grandpa D's warm and gentle eyes, reminiscent of the sun in spring, slowly and softly scanned the surroundings. However, to his surprise and concern, no matter how thoroughly he searched, he could not catch a glimpse of his precious grandson. Grandpa D couldn't help but ponder. Has the child still not awakened? How could this be? It has already been 2 full days and nights. As he thought this, he gently furrowed his brow, a barely perceptible expression of anxiety crossing his face. Time silently slipped away, and before long, the dawn of the 7th day had arrived. As the first golden rays of sunlight streamed through the window, gently illuminating the bedside, the slumbering Di Jingma finally stirred. He let out a low, indistinct murmur. What time is it now? Subsequently, his long closed eyes began to flutter, as if awakened by some mysterious force. Last, Di Jingma slowly opened his eyes. Initially, his vision was somewhat blurred, but as his consciousness gradually cleared, the sight of the white ceiling came into focus. After a considerable while, he began to adapt, slowly sitting up from the bed. He reached for his phone on the bedside table, illuminated the screen, and gasped in astonishment. What? I've been asleep for a full 7 days. Is today really the 7th day of the apocalypse? Grandfather and grandmother must be terribly worried. At this thought, a wave of guilt washed over Di Jingma. He hastily threw off the covers and dashed into the bathroom to freshen up. Meanwhile, in the kitchen, the anxious voice of grandmother Di could be heard. Yume, when do you think our little Majuan will wake up? It's already been 7 days, going without food or drink for such a long time. Even a deity would struggle to endure such torment, wouldn't they? As she spoke, Grandmother Di gently wiped away the tears from the corners of her eyes. Her once bright and spirited gaze now swollen and red. Witnessing Grandmother Di's tears, caused by her overwhelming worry for her grandson, Wu Yume felt a pang of heartache. In these brief 7 days, Grandmother Di had likely cried countless times, and her once clear and beautiful eyes were now nearly blinded by her excessive weeping. Just as Di Jingma reached the ground floor, he suddenly heard a peculiar sound emanating from the kitchen. The noise was intermittent, as if someone was busy with something inside. A twinge of curiosity arose within him, and he unconsciously made his way toward the kitchen. Upon arriving at the kitchen doorway, the sound grew clearer, mixed with faint sobs. The sound of crying sent a jolt of unease through Di Jingma, and an ominous premonition surged within him. He hastened into the kitchen, and his gaze fell upon his grandmother, who was sitting by the stove, wiping her tears. Grandma, Di Jingma called out anxiously. Hearing her grandson's voice, Grandmother Di paused for a moment, then looked up, her tear-filled eyes gazing toward the doorway. Yume, did I just hear little Majuan's voice? Is it just my imagination? Wu Yume, standing nearby, quickly shook her head in denial. No, dear lady, you must have misheard. However, at that moment, Di Jingma's voice rang out again. Grandma! This time, the clarity of his voice pierced through the air. Grandmother Di instinctively turned her head toward the kitchen door. There stood Di Jingma, his face etched with concern, his eyes filled with worry. Little Majuan? Grandmother Di exclaimed, a mix of surprise and joy flooding her heart as she hurried to her grandson. However, having sat for too long, her legs felt numb, and she stumbled, nearly falling to the ground. Fortunately, Di Jingma was quick to reach her side, supporting her. Little Majuan, you've finally woken up. It's been a whole 7 days. My heart has been in turmoil, fearing for your well-being. If you had continued to sleep like this, I feared I would not be able to endure it any longer. Grandmother Di sobbed, tightly gripping her grandson's slightly pale hand. Her cries growing louder. Oh, my precious little Majuan. His heart clenched painfully, as if gripped by an unseen force, a sense of foreboding flooding over him. Without a moment's hesitation, he rushed into the kitchen, his heart racing, breaths quickening, constantly repeating in his mind. Please, dear lady, do not let anything happen to you. What on earth has occurred? Why are you crying so sorrowfully? Finally, he arrived breathlessly at the kitchen entrance. Before he could steady himself, he called out anxiously, "Dear lady, what is the matter? Why are you crying like this?" The worry and concern in his voice were palpable as he burst into the kitchen. The sight before him left him in shock. There, the dear lady was tightly embracing a young figure. His grandson, Di Jingma. Di Jingma appeared haggard and weak, yet there was a glimmer of strength and comfort in his eyes. "Armo?" he called out in disbelief, his voice trembling slightly. Hearing his name, Di Jingma slowly turned his head to look at his grandfather. His once handsome face now bore a pallid hue, his lips devoid of color. Yet, his gaze remained bright and warm, filled with profound remorse as he said, "Grandfather, I'm awake. I'm sorry for making you worry." Upon seeing his grandson regain consciousness, Grandfather D's eyes instantly welled with tears. They shimmered, as if ready to spill over at any moment. With trembling lips, he spoke in a hoarse, low voice. "Yes, it's good that you're awake. It's good." Before he could finish, he unconsciously reached out with his weathered, calloused hands, gently caressing Di Jingma's lustrous black hair, his eyes brimming with boundless love and meticulous care. "You've lost weight," he murmured softly, his tone laced with tenderness and concern. "Indeed, this child has been in a deep slumber for 7 days and nights. How could he not lose weight?" Grandmother Di chimed in, her face etched with worry, her gaze fixated on her precious grandson, unwilling to look away. You may, come and see. Our little Majuan has become so thin from hunger. Hurry and prepare some nourishing dishes for him," Grandfather D called out anxiously toward the kitchen. This time, Grandmother D was too late to respond, as he had already spoken. "Humph! Old man, do you dare to steal my thunder? Are you asking for a beating?" Grandmother D retorted angrily. Seeing his wife's fury, Grandfather D realized he had neglected her in his worry for their grandson. "Dear lady, I was wrong. It's simply my worry causing confusion." Upon hearing this, the tension in Grandmother D's face relaxed slightly, yet her tone still held a hint of reproach and dissatisfaction as she huffed. "Now you finally care for our grandson. Where were you before? You pretended to be indifferent all along." Grandfather D, feeling somewhat embarrassed, scratched his head and mumbled, "Dear lady, please don't always undermine me." A bitter smile appeared on his face. Grandmother D, however, remained unfazed, huffing again. "No way. Step aside. Don't block my path. I need to hurry to the kitchen to prepare some delicious dishes for my precious grandson." Without waiting for a response, she turned and hurried off toward the kitchen. Though her words were stern, her heart was not truly angry with Grandfather D. It was simply her habitual banter, gazing at the mountain of supplies before her. Jiang Qianqian couldn't help but break into a euphoric smile. However, this smile lasted only a brief moment before it swiftly faded, replaced by a visage of dejection and helplessness. So many delectable items. Yet they were all mine, but not a single one could I savor. Jiang Qianqian murmured to herself, her voice filled with boundless regret and sorrow. These dazzling arrays of food, drinks, and various exquisite snacks were perhaps irresistible temptations for an ordinary person. Yet for her, a zombie, they were an unattainable dream. With this thought, Jiang Qianqian's eyes began to glisten with tears, trickling down her pale, bloodless cheeks. As a zombie, she had lost the ability to consume food like a normal human. Aside from raw meat, any other food would provoke intense discomfort or even a vomiting reaction. This cruel reality filled her with immeasurable pain and despair. Day after day, aside from venturing out to gather supplies, there was hardly anyone willing to keep her company and play. Of course, the only exception was the unhatched egg, Meow Meow. Yet, even to this day, Meow Meow lay quietly, showing no signs of hatching. "Meow Meow, when will you finally break free from your shell?" In a world where no one remained to frolic and play with her, she knew you could hardly imagine what had transpired today. "When I went out to collect supplies, I had hoped to play with others, but those ruffians merely roared, 'Gore, we want to eat.' Nothing more." Jiang Qianqian tightly embraced the egg, murmuring softly. Over the past month, Jiang Qianqian had been soaking in the spiritual spring water. Perhaps it was due to this magical water that her ability to express herself had become increasingly clear. Although her body had not yet fully returned to that of a normal human, she was gradually beginning to adapt to and accept her new identity as a zombie. "Master, it's almost time. It's almost time." Meow Meow will soon be out to meet you. Meow Meow's tender and expectant voice emerged from within the eggshell, as if struggling to break free. Jiang Qianqian stood anxiously and excitedly beside the egg. Her hands unconsciously clenched. She whispered, "Meow Meow, don't rush. Take your time coming out. I will be here waiting for you." Her gaze was fixed intently on the egg, which was on the brink of hatching. Her heart brimming with joy and anticipation. In the blink of an eye, 2.5 months had passed. At a certain moment, a series of crisp cracking sounds filled the air as the egg began to develop cracks that gradually widened. Finally, with a final crack, the shell shattered completely, revealing a fluffy little head peeking out from within. The adorable sight melted Jiang Qianqian's heart, and she gasped in delight, "Meow Meow." Her voice resonated with surprise and joy. The little creature blinked its large, round eyes, reminiscent of black gemstones, exuding an abundance of curiosity about the world around it. Cautiously, it extended its delicate little paw, resembling a freshly bloomed flower bud, tender and enchanting. As its tiny paw gently brushed against Jiang Qianqian's outstretched finger, it felt as if time itself had come to a standstill. In that moment, a warm, soft sensation radiated from her fingertips, reaching the deepest recesses of her heart. Shortly thereafter, a melodious voice echoed in Jiang Qianqian's ears, "Master, I can finally see you. You are simply exquisite." This statement was like a celestial melody, filled with endless joy and affection. Chapter 45. Meow Meow is female. Meow Meow. "Are you male or female?" Jiang Qianqian inquired, her large, sparkling eyes filled with curiosity as she leaned closer to the spirit spring pool. At that moment, Meow Meow was happily swimming about. Upon hearing Jiang Qianqian's question, it paused briefly, then playfully splashed a spray of water, seemingly teasing her. After a while, Meow Meow leisurely swam to Jiang Qianqian, poked its little head out, and with a twinkle in its eyes, said, "What's the matter?" "Master, is my gender really that important?" Jiang Qianqian couldn't help but chuckle at Meow Meow's adorable demeanor. She gently patted its head and replied, "Not really. I'm just a bit curious. After all, it's hard to tell from your appearance." Meow Meow swayed its silky, smooth tail, its face radiating a brilliant smile as it sweetly declared, "Hee hee. Actually, I am a bona fide girl. So, dear master, are you surprised by my little secret?" Its big, expressive eyes sparkled with mischief and charm. Upon hearing this, Jiang Qianqian was taken aback, her mouth agape and her eyes wide, as if they could hold an egg. "Wow, really? That is so unexpected. Meow Meow, I always thought you were a mischievous little boy. I can't believe you're such a charming little girl." As she spoke, she reached out to gently stroke Meow Meow's head, expressing her fondness for this newfound revelation. At that moment, Meow Meow suddenly noticed something unusual in the spirit spring pool not far away. She focused intently and saw 2 resplendent, 9-colored lotus flowers emerging from the once calm water, swaying gently in the breeze. "I didn't even notice those before," Jiang Qianqian exclaimed, her eyes wide with curiosity as she gazed at the stunning lotus flowers. Her face painted with wonder. She couldn't help but marvel. These lotus flowers are truly beautiful, their colors as vivid as a dream. "Oh well, let us not worry about that. Let us go out and play. I've been bored in this space for too long," Jiang Qianqian enthusiastically proposed. "Yay, I've been wanting to go out too. I've never been outside this space," her little pet chirped in delight. Without hesitation, the duo swiftly exited the space. Upon emerging, Meow Meow remarked, "Master, why does it smell a bit unpleasant in here?" As she spoke, she unconsciously wrinkled her little brow. Meow Meow instinctively lifted her paw to touch her head, suddenly realizing that her master had now turned into a zombie and could only smell food, unable to detect any other sense. She couldn't help but chuckle at her own foolishness. "Master, let us set off," Meow Meow said softly. "All right," Jiang Qianqian exclaimed, bouncing out the door like a lively little rabbit. She quickly arrived at a bustling street, only to be greeted by a horde of grotesque, sluggish zombies. Strangely, Jiang Qianqian displayed not an ounce of fear in the face of such a terrifying scene. Instead, she cheerfully greeted each zombie, "Good morning, little corpses. I'm here to visit you all again. And today, I've brought a great surprise." With that, she proudly hugged the 9-tailed fox in her arms and, like showcasing a rare treasure, lifted it high, exclaiming, "Tada! Look, this is my super adorable pet, Meow Meow." Unfortunately, The zombies showed no interest in what she deemed a treasure. They merely stared blankly ahead, occasionally emitting low growls, continuing their aimless wandering down the street. I feel like there is something special about it, Meow Meow remarked, furrowing her brow. Just then, one of the zombies let out a deep growl, and its once normal claws began to visibly elongate at an astonishing speed. In the blink of an eye, the zombie lunged forward like lightning. However, in an instant flicker, this ferocious zombie collapsed heavily to the ground. Observing this, Meow Meow nimbly leaped off Jiang Qianqian and walked leisurely toward the fallen zombie. Her steps were light and steady, as if she had everything under control. Soon, Meow Meow reached the zombie's side, but her gaze was fixed not on its body, but directly at its head. Meow Meow concentrated on her target for a while, and suddenly, her razor-sharp claws darted toward the zombie's head with blinding speed. In an instant, a flash of cold light flickered as a crystal orb, transparent and radiating a captivating glow, was extracted forcefully from the zombie's skull. "Wow, this is stunning," Jiang Qianqian exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with delight as she clapped her hands. "Meow Meow, quickly give me that orb. I love it. And it looks like it might be delicious." As she spoke, Jiang Qianqian couldn't help but swallow her saliva. Her gaze locked onto the beautiful crystal orb, utterly captivated by its allure. Meanwhile, she couldn't help but wonder inwardly, how strange. Why did I not notice this treasure's existence all this time? "Master, do you like it?" Meow Meow inquired, her big, sparkling eyes filled with curiosity as she gazed at Jiang Qianqian. As she spoke, she brought the orb closer to her nose, taking a careful sniff, seemingly wishing to savor its fragrance more vividly. Chapter 46. Energy Orb? Edible. Without hesitation, Jiang Qianqian seized the crystal orb, glistening and emanating a mysterious glow, and tossed it into her cherry-like mouth as if it were candy. The crisp crunching sounds echoed as a satisfied smile blossomed on her adorable face. "Wow, this is so delicious, Meow Meow. I want more." Meow Meow, concerned, quickly asked, "Master, how do you feel now? Is there any special reaction or discomfort?" Jiang Qianqian closed her eyes, attentively sensing the changes within her body, then slowly opened her eyes and softly replied, "Well, I feel a warm, gentle flow moving through me, and it's a rather marvelous sensation, quite pleasant indeed." With that, Meow Meow joyfully turned and scampered off, eager to find more energy orbs for her master. Meow Meow darted through the horde of zombies like a wraith, her agile eyes seemingly able to perceive everything, accurately honing in on the hidden energy orbs. Each strike was swift and precise, leaving onlookers awestruck in no time. Meow Meow had gathered over 10 energy orbs, each glowing faintly yet alluringly, akin to stars shimmering in the darkness. Elated, Meow Meow rushed back to Jiang Qianqian, her charming little face aglow with excitement and pride, chattering, "Master, look, I found so many, but it seems these are all there are. Let us go look for more elsewhere." With that, she stuffed the energy orbs into Jiang Qianqian's hands. Jiang Qianqian leisurely chewed on the crystal orb, which sparkled like a gemstone, as she strolled along the broad road. Meanwhile, Meow Meow, armed with a sharp blade, skillfully dispatched the relentless stream of approaching zombies. Her movements flowed like water, each swing of her blade precise and lethal, as zombies fell one after another at her feet. Jiang Qianqian appeared far more leisurely. She occasionally bit into the crystal ball in her hand, paused to admire the scenery around her, and even played with the small flowers and grass by the roadside. Despite this, her pace of consuming the crystal balls was far outstripped by Meow Meow's speed in dispatching the zombies. As she watched the pile of crystal balls accumulating like a mountain at her feet, Jiang Qianqian couldn't help but click her tongue. There's no way I can eat all these crystal balls." However, she reassured herself that she could store them away for later enjoyment. With that, she tossed the remaining crystal balls into her mysterious space. Just then, she caught sight of a beautifully decorated baby supply store not far ahead. The shop window displayed an array of adorable clothes, tiny shoes, and toys, instantly captivating Jiang Qianqian's attention. Curiosity piqued, she strolled towards the shop, gently pushed the door open, and stepped inside. A faint scent of milk wafted through the air, enveloping her in an overwhelming sense of warmth. Meanwhile, Meow Meow, having finished off a wave of zombies, paused to wait for Jiang Qianqian to catch up. However, after a considerable time, there was still no sign of her. Puzzled, she raised her head to scan the surroundings. Discovering that Jiang Qianqian had unknowingly entered the adjacent baby store. "Wow, how stunning!" she exclaimed. "I can't miss out on such beautiful things. I must collect them all into my space." Jiang Qianqian cried excitedly, her eyes glinting with greed as if she were gazing upon countless rare treasures. Just then, a hurried voice called from behind. "Master, wait for me. Where are you going? Could you at least tell Miao Miao first?" A petite figure was desperately chasing after Jiang Qianqian, panting heavily from the exertion. Jiang Qianqian reached out her slender, fair hand and gently rested it on Miao Miao's frail shoulder, softly patting her twice. As tender as a spring breeze caressing a lake, to offer her comfort, a playful voice responded, "Humph. So Miao Miao is throwing a little tantrum." At that moment, Jiang Qianqian blinked her large, sparkling eyes, filled with sincerity, and said, "Miao Miao, please don't be angry. It's all my fault, and I sincerely apologize." Miao Miao found it hard to resist Jiang Qianqian's adorable and charming demeanor, and her heart softened instantly. Pouting, she murmured, "All right. In light of your heartfelt apology, I shall generously forgive you this time, but there must not be a next time." Hearing this, Jiang Qianqian nodded eagerly in agreement. Immediately afterward, Miao Miao retrieved a glowing energy ball from her pocket and carefully handed it to Jiang Qianqian, whispering, "Master, you must keep these energy balls safe." Observing this, Miao Miao's bright eyes sparkled with a sudden idea. She excitedly suggested, "Oh, Master, how about this? You can store the energy balls in our unique space for safekeeping. That way, when you feel like tasting them later, you can simply take them out." Upon hearing Miao Miao's suggestion, Jiang Qianqian nodded slightly in approval. Yet, at that moment, she felt a wave of fatigue wash over her, unable to stifle a large yawn. Thus, the two hurriedly set off on their journey home. Jiang Qianqian seemed somewhat listless, her steps heavy, yet she forced herself to follow Miao Miao. Not long after, they finally arrived home. As soon as she entered, it felt as if all her energy had been drained, and she collapsed onto the bed, instantly slipping into a deep slumber. Miao Miao, witnessing this, shook her head helplessly and sighed softly. "Oh, my master, how can you sleep so soundly the moment you touch the bed?" Despite a tinge of complaint in her heart, Miao Miao's actions did not falter. She gently approached the bed, carefully pulled up the blanket, and covered Jiang Qianqian with it, fearful of waking her. After ensuring Jiang Qianqian was comfortable, Miao Miao did not leave the room immediately but instead stood quietly by the bed, gazing at Jiang Qianqian's peaceful sleeping face. Lost in thought, Miao Miao's brow furrowed slightly. A soft groan escaped Jiang Qianqian as she stirred awake. She felt a gnawing emptiness in her stomach, as if a tiny hand were incessantly scratching at it. "I'm so hungry. I want to eat meat," as she grumbled. She rubbed her sleepy eyes and struggled to sit up. With a swift motion, she reached beside her, and a large piece of raw meat materialized before her. The meat, still dripping with blood, appeared incredibly fresh. Without a second thought, she seized the meat and took a hearty bite, resembling a famished little beast. With each mouthful, Jiang Qianqian devoured the meat ravenously, her cheeks puffing out like a squirrel caught in the act of stealing. As she continued to chew and swallow, the hefty chunk of meat diminished at an astonishing rate. Finally, after a whirlwind of voracious eating, the last succulent, aromatic piece of meat was hastily consumed, and she leaned back in her chair, utterly satisfied, letting out a loud and prolonged burp. She then gently placed her right hand on her now round belly, as if savoring the fullness and warmth that the food provided. At that moment, a melodious voice chimed in, "Master, you're awake?" It was Miao Miao, who had been waiting patiently by her side. With her big, bright eyes filled with concern, she gazed at Jiang Qianqian. Jiang Qianqian turned her head slightly, smiling at the adorable Miao Miao. "Did I disturb you, Miao Miao?" Hearing this, Jiang Qianqian felt a wave of relief wash over her. She nodded gently, then lazily stretched, yawning as she told Miao Miao, "Oh, in that case, you can go play by yourself. I still want to doze off for a little while." With that, she closed her eyes, ready to continue enjoying the tranquility and comfort of the moment. For several consecutive days, Jiang Qianqian remained cocooned at home, alternating between eating and sleeping, leading a life of unparalleled laziness and contentment. One day, sunlight streamed through the window onto the bed, and Miao Miao, blinking her big eyes, leaned closer to Jiang Qianqian's ear and gently said, "Master, let us go out and play. The world outside is so exciting." Yet, Jiang Qianqian merely mumbled sleepily, meow meow, I don't want to go out. I want to sleep, her voice laced with drowsiness. Unwilling to relent, Meow Meow continued to persuade her, but, Master, we haven't been outside for so many days. Don't you feel bored? She even pulled the blanket up over her head, burying herself in the covers. Seeing this, Meow Meow shook her head helplessly and sighed. All right then, I shall go play by myself. You must behave while you're home alone. Meow Meow gazed at her unsuspecting master, deeply asleep on the bed, feeling a swell of helplessness. She turned quietly, cautiously extending her paw to the doorknob. As night fell like a heavy black curtain, the world seemed to sink into tranquility. Streetlights emitted a warm glow, resembling the eyes of a slumbering giant. At that moment, a small figure, weary yet lively, trotted homeward. It was Meow Meow, returning from her outing. Clutching a bulging bag tightly in her mouth, it was clear she had something important inside. Upon entering, she noticed Jiang Qianqian still lying on the bed, sound asleep, showing no signs of waking. Intrigued by the sound, Meow Meow moved closer, scrutinizing her master. She soon realized Jiang Qianqian had her eyes tightly shut, rubbing her sleepy eyes. After a while, Jiang Qianqian finally stirred slightly, slowly opening her eyes and focusing her gaze on Meow Meow. Upon seeing Meow Meow covered in dust and dirt, her once pristine white fur now dull and grimy, and with a bag firmly clenched in her mouth, Jiang Qianqian gasped in surprise. Meow Meow, did you go out? Master, you have been acting so strangely lately. I believe you must be unwell, Meow Meow said, her face filled with concern as she looked at Jiang Qianqian, her eyes brimming with worry and urgency. After a while, Jiang Qianqian finally ceased her weeping, though she continued to sob intermittently, punctuated by the occasional hiccup. Meow Meow, please think of something quickly. I am so afraid of being ill. Sleepy, love to eat. Meow Meow widened her eyes, scrutinizing the person before her from head to toe, ultimately locking her gaze onto Jiang Qianqian's slightly protruding abdomen. Could it be? A thought flashed through her mind, reminiscent of the pregnant females within their fox clan, whose bellies appeared similarly round. Master, this is not an illness. You are expecting little cubs, Meow Meow exclaimed excitedly, her voice echoing throughout the room. Jiang Qianqian, initially taken aback by this revelation, felt the weight of anxiety in her heart finally lift. As long as it wasn't an illness, that was a relief. However, what exactly is a cub? Blinking her large, watery eyes in confusion, she looked towards Meow Meow, waiting for an explanation. A cub, my dear master, is a tiny treasure that looks just like you, the speaker explained affectionately. Upon hearing this, Jiang Qianqian's eyes widened, and an image of a small figure chasing after her filled her mind. Running joyfully, instantly, a chill ran down her spine, causing her to shudder involuntarily. No, I don't want a baby, Meow Meow. Jiang Qianqian cried out, tears welling in her eyes once more. Faced with Jiang Qianqian's intense reaction, Meow Meow felt utterly perplexed, murmuring, why is this so? My dear master, cubs are undeniably adorable. Why do you resist so vehemently? Look at this cub. It is truly delightful, just as obedient and clever as I am. It will surely accompany you in play, Meow Meow patiently explained, her face beaming with a smile. Upon hearing the word play, Jiang Qianqian immediately halted her cries, blinking her large, glistening eyes as she asked, really? Someone can play with me? Overjoyed, she exclaimed, then I want this cub to keep me company. Observing her master's swift shift in demeanor, Meow Meow found herself at a loss for words, inwardly reflecting. So, the reason for her earlier tears was simply a desire for companionship. Thus, Meow Meow hastily reassured her, do not fret, my master. Although you are quite fond of this cub, you will have to wait several months for it to be born. What? We must wait that long? Upon hearing this, Jiang Qianqian's spirits plummeted, her head drooping like a deflated balloon, muttering, I thought it could come out immediately to play with me. Meow Meow, when will the cub come out? Jiang Qianqian inquired with wide, expectant eyes. And when will it grow up? She continued to press, her questions seemingly endless. Meow Meow, exasperated, covered her head with her small hands, grumbling, oh dear master, why must you be so persistent? Nonetheless, she maintained her patience, explaining, the most important task for you now is to take care of yourself, eat well and sleep soundly. This way, the cub will grow quickly. Oh, so that's how it is. Jiang Qianqian nodded, somewhat understanding. Just then, her stomach let out a loud growl, as if protesting. Embarrassed, Jiang Qianqian rubbed her belly and said to Meow Meow, "Meow Meow, I'm hungry." Meow Meow promptly pointed to a bag nearby, saying, "Master, this bag contains energy balls. They can quell your hunger." Jiang Qianqian happily took the bag, but upon opening it, noticed the energy balls were covered in dust. Appearing rather dirty, she frowned and addressed Meow Meow, "Meow Meow, these energy balls are too filthy. They need to be washed before eating. I'll go clean them up, otherwise, it could be troublesome if they upset my stomach. After all, there's a little baby in here." Saying so, Meow Meow carefully took the energy balls to the kitchen, washing them with utmost diligence. Before long, the energy balls gleamed with a crystalline luster, radiating an enticing glow, and were arranged neatly on an exquisite plate. Meow Meow then brought the plate to the room, saying softly, "Master, you may indulge now." Jiang Qianqian, her face alight with anticipation, received the plate and gazed at the jewel-like energy balls. Eagerly tossing one into her mouth, she savored the treat and in no time had devoured the entire plate of energy balls. However, still wanting more, she licked her lips and looked longingly at Meow Meow, playfully calling out, "Meow Meow, I want to eat more. Please get me some." "That's not possible. It's late now. We can get more tomorrow. There are some stored in the space. We can take them out to eat." Jiang Qianqian skillfully reached into her personal space, retrieving several energy balls that shimmered with a mysterious light. She squinted her eyes, a satisfied smile gracing her lips, then without hesitation, popped them into her mouth one by one. As the crisp crunching sounds filled the air, she relished them as if they were candy. Before long, she had consumed all the energy balls in her hands. Hearing this, Jiang Qianqian's previously hopeful heart felt as if it had been doused with cold water, revealing a hint of disappointment. "Oh, that's how it is. I thought I could play with the cubs soon." Chapter 49. No matter what, I must find her brother Mo. You have been searching for sister-in-law since before the apocalypse. Yet now, 6 months have passed since its onset, and you still show no signs of respite in your quest. Why do you remain so steadfast in your pursuit? Qi Yechen and his group of 5 had been tirelessly seeking individuals ever since Di Jingma awakened. Their journey was fraught with peril, having faced countless zombie attacks. Their astonishing growth seemed almost supernatural, as if they had activated a cheat mode. Yet, they all understood that without the guidance of Di Jingma, a reborn individual, they could not have achieved such rapid upgrades. After all, upon awakening, Di Jingma's abilities skyrocketed to a terrifying level of 7 to 8, and even more astonishing was that he had successfully awakened an extremely rare and powerful psychic ability. "Perhaps sister-in-law has already met with misfortune?" Qi Yechen trailed off, as if the latter part of his statement was an insurmountable chasm he dared not cross. "No, that is impossible. She would never come to harm." "My intuition has always been accurate," Di Jingma declared resolutely, his eyes filled with unwavering conviction. Qi Yechen hesitated, as if doubt lingered in his heart, but before he could voice it, he was interrupted by Gu Yu. "Mo? We believe in you. Regardless, there is no concrete evidence that sister-in-law is in danger. Let us not jump to negative conclusions." He glanced at Gu Yu, shaking his head gently, indicating for him to refrain from continuing. Though he felt somewhat reluctant, he understood that this was not the time for debate. Thus, he pressed his lips together and fell silent, his brow still furrowed, clearly still anxious. "Mo, where should we head now?" Si Quanj asked, focused on driving while glancing back at Di Jingma. The car sped down the road, kicking up a cloud of dust. Finally, G City appeared on the horizon, but the sight that met their eyes was utterly chilling. With zombies shambling about, their expressions grotesque and sluggish. "Mo, we have arrived at G City, but it's swarming with zombies." Di Jingma, however, remained unfazed, calmly surveying the surroundings before speaking. "I'll use my psychic powers to scout. There's a small path to enter G City that can help us avoid these zombies. Turn right, and after driving a short distance, you will see a small road." Without hesitation, Si Quanj followed Di Jingma's instructions. This hidden path lay between buildings, easily overlooked unless one was specifically searching for it. Di Jingma led his team into the territory of G City. As soon as their feet touched the ground, a pungent stench filled the air, as though the entire city was shrouded in an overwhelming odor. Once a bustling and lively street, it now lay desolate, the buildings on either side stripped of their former glory. reduced to rusting heaps of metal. The houses were in a dire state, some teetering precariously, seemingly on the verge of collapse. Others leaned against one another at strange angles. The walls were riddled with cracks and moss, and the shattered glass of the windows allowed the cold wind to howl through, producing eerie sounds. Amidst this desolation, Di Jingma and his companions trudged forward with difficulty. At long last, they arrived before a shopping mall known as Puyue City. However, the sight that greeted them left them utterly astonished. What should have been a magnificent and grand establishment had now fallen into disarray. The entrance stood firmly shut, with the sign hanging askew, its paint peeling in a most unsightly manner. Surrounding billboards were tattered and battered, the inscriptions faded and nearly indecipherable. Upon stepping inside the mall, they were met with a scene of utter chaos. Refuse and debris littered the floor, and the air was thick with a rancid stench. Once filled with an array of splendid merchandise, the display counters now stood barren, with only a few dilapidated shelves remaining, forlornly occupying their spaces. Rest assured, there is no danger here. We must hasten to search for useful items and swiftly proceed to our next destination, declared Di Jingma with an air of calm, his deep and piercing gaze sweeping the surroundings as if to encompass everything in his sight. Wow! Qi Yechen exclaimed, unable to contain his astonishment, his mouth agape as if it could accommodate an egg. His eyes widened in disbelief as a dazzling array of self-service hot pot ingredients and bases unfolded before him. Qi Yechen, overwhelmed with excitement, felt as if he had been ignited, exuding the exuberance of a carefree child dancing with glee. This is fantastic, finally. I won't have to endure those unpalatable biscuits and instant noodles anymore, he cheered, mumbling to himself. Since the apocalypse began, each day had been fraught with hardship, and food had become an exceedingly rare and precious commodity. Throughout this protracted period, he had scarcely enjoyed a proper meal, subsisting solely on biscuits and instant noodles. Had it not been for this dreadful cataclysm, Qi Yechen, with his previously fastidious palate, would not have even glanced at such commonplace fare. Yet now, these once unremarkable self-service hot pot ingredients had transformed into the most delectable delicacies in his eyes, filling him with profound satisfaction and joy. Mogu. Come quickly and take a look. I've discovered something absolutely amazing, Qi Yechen exclaimed, his face flushed with excitement as he called out loudly, rushing over with hurried steps. Clutched tightly in his arms was a large cardboard box, and from its shape and the corner of packaging paper peeking out, it was evident that it contained a self-service hot pot. Upon hearing Qi Yechen's exuberant cries, a nearby companion quickly hushed him, saying, Chun, could you lower your voice? Please, close your mouth, if you attract those damn zombies. We find ourselves surrounded. The speaker's face was etched with anxiety, beads of sweat forming on his brow. Realizing his indiscretion, Qi Yechen swiftly covered his mouth, his wide eyes reflecting sheer terror. After a moment, he regained his composure, sheepishly scratching his head, and murmured, Oh dear, I sincerely apologize. I was just too thrilled to see this self-service hot pot and lost my composure. Chapter 50. Discovering the self-service hot pot. Self-service hot pot? Si Quanj stared at the individual before him in astonishment, his eyes wide with disbelief. I never would have imagined. This place is so well hidden, yet you managed to find it. Impressive. Upon hearing this, Qi Yechen's lips curled into a slight smile of pride. He tilted his head back slightly, an air of arrogance and confidence radiating from him, as he slowly replied, Hee, of course. Do you not recognize who I am? Such a trivial matter could not possibly stump me. With that, he crossed his arms and struck a pose of invincibility, as if he were an omnipotent hero. Perfect timing for dinner tonight. It has been ages since we've savored this, he continued. Reminiscing about how they once looked down upon such food, Liu Ziqing swallowed hard, as if the deliciousness was already within reach. As they conversed, Di Jingma, who had remained silent until then, suddenly furrowed his brow. His sharp gaze fixed on the distance, as if sensing something amiss. This is bad. I feel an unidentified entity approaching us at great speed, he stated gravely. That thing is moving too quickly. Given our current state, we won't be able to evade its pursuit. What thing? What exactly are we dealing with? Qi Yechen's brow knitted in concern, his gaze locked onto the dark expanse ahead, his unease swelling like a tidal wave. Di Jingma, equally somber, shook his head slightly and replied, I cannot discern its true form. My mental prowess fails to reveal it. This is exceedingly strange. Everyone, brace yourselves and prepare for battle. It is drawing near. Di Jingma urged, his expression stern. The group gripped their weapons tightly, readying themselves for confrontation. As time ticked by, a subtle tremor approached, heightening the tension in the air. Finally, when the mysterious figure came into view, a collective gasp escaped their lips. Before them was an enormous zombie rat, lurching forward with a staggering gait. This creature was colossal, akin to a ferocious dog, with rotting flesh that emitted a nauseating stench. A scent that seemed to penetrate one's very soul. How can it be so large? It's practically the size of a dog. Si Quanj exclaimed in disbelief. Meanwhile, Chi Yechen's complexion turned pale, battling the urge to vomit as he muttered, but it's just too foul. Before he could finish, he doubled over, retching. The grotesque zombie rat, with its decaying form and repulsive odor, fixated its blood-red eyes on the food laid out before it. Strings of viscous saliva dripped from its jaws, as though it had been starved for an eternity, eager to devour the delicacies within its sight. Suddenly, the creature emitted a shrill, piercing sound, squeak, and without hesitation, lunged toward the food. At that moment, Di Jingma, standing not far away, snorted coldly. With a swift motion of his right hand, a blinding bolt of lightning shot forth, aimed directly at the zombie rat. However, to their astonishment, the seemingly clumsy creature displayed remarkable agility, evading the lightning with ease. It continued its frenzied dash toward the food, its speed astonishing. Good grief. This damned creature was already agile before it turned into a zombie rat. Now it's even more so. Chi Yechen cursed as he waved his hands, unleashing fireballs one after another. Yet, that wretched zombie rat seemed to possess an uncanny ability to foresee his attacks. Dodging each fireball with precision, it zipped across the ground like a shadowy bolt of lightning, nimbly avoiding the oncoming flames, its movements graceful and elusive, leaving them unable to predict its trajectory. Chi Yechen's eyes widened in alarm, veins popping on his forehead as he grumbled inwardly, What kind of monster is this? Why is it so difficult to deal with? Despite his mounting anxiety, he did not relent, continuing to hurl powerful fireballs in an attempt to strike the cunning zombie rat. Emo, what should we do now? Gu Yu queried, glancing at Di Jingma. Di Jingma's gaze remained fixated on the gigantic, menacing zombie rat, and after a moment of contemplation, he replied, Don't panic. I'll devise a means to set up an electric net to trap this beast. If we can restrict its movement, we'll have a chance to counterattack. In the blink of an eye, Di Jingma's intangible powers materialized into a massive, intricate electric net, radiating an electrifying glow as if woven from countless currents. At that moment, Guiyu also sprang into action. He took a deep breath, closed his eyes, and focused on harnessing the energy within him. As his breathing steadied, a formidable force began to coalesce around him. Then, with a sudden flourish of his arm, Di Jingma unleashed a brilliant blue current from his hand. This current danced like a lively serpent upon the electric net, flickering with energy. Ultimately, the blue current fused seamlessly with the net, forming an impenetrable barrier. The zombie rat emitted a piercing shriek, attempting to break through this defense, but to no avail. As the creature grew increasingly agitated by the electric net, it relentlessly charged at it, striving to break free, yet all efforts were in vain. At that moment, Di Jingma turned to Guiyu and shouted, Now, release your powers and engulf this creature. Upon hearing this, determination flickered in Guiyu's eyes, and he bellowed, unleashing a surge of potent energy. Chapter 51. Patience, patience, dinner is imminent. The zombie rat, keenly sensing the perilous atmosphere, began to thrash wildly, desperately attempting to escape its confines. A piercing, shrill squeaking sound incessantly emanated from its mouth, as if pleading for help from the outside world. Yet, no matter how desperately it struggled, it remained ensnared in the formidable electric net. As time passed, the surrounding light gradually dimmed, until it was ultimately engulfed by darkness. Nevertheless, this pitiable zombie mouse was still unable to escape the clutches of the net. At that moment, Chi Yechen looked towards the distant figure of Di Jingma with a face full of excitement and admiration, exclaiming, Emo Gu, you are truly incredible. To think you can transform lightning abilities into such a powerful electric net at will. I am utterly in awe of you. Gu Yu nodded slightly, a hint of humility gracing his features as he replied. In truth, this is my first genuine use of such abilities, and I must admit I am still somewhat unskilled. However, I believe that through continuous practice and exploration, I will be able to master its techniques better in the future. Now, let us move swiftly and prepare to set off, Di Jingma urged the group loudly. Immediately, Lu Ziqing and the others sprang into action, deftly organizing various items. They meticulously packed the food into bags and arranged them neatly in the vehicle. Once everything was in order, they began to seek a relatively safe place to rest momentarily. Over here, Qi Yechen adeptly utilized his fire abilities to ignite a campfire, boiling a pot of clear water until it bubbled vigorously. He carefully tore open several bags of noodles, placing them into the pot one by one, gently stirring with chopsticks to prevent sticking. Next, he tossed in the hot pot ingredients he had just found. As time elapsed, an enticing aroma gradually filled the air. Wow, it smells amazing, Lao Wu. Is the noodles ready yet? Si Kuango approached swiftly, drawn by the delightful scent, his mouth watering. Qi Yechen cautiously ladled a steaming bowl of fragrant food from the pot. He hurried over to the vehicle where Di Jingma was resting with his eyes closed. Gently tapping on the window, he smiled and said, Imogu, the meal is ready. You can eat now. As he opened the door, he presented the steaming bowl before Di Jingma. Slowly, Di Jingma opened his deep, pool-like eyes, a glimmer of clarity flickering within. He turned slightly to regard the bowl's presenter and softly uttered, Thank you. Di Jingma first glanced at the food within the bowl before gradually bringing the spoon to his lips. As time progressed, the contents of his bowl diminished, yet his movements retained an air of elegance and composure. He picked up his chopsticks, delicately lifting a dish that was both visually appealing and aromatic to his mouth. Savoring each bite. For a moment, the dining area was filled only with the subtle sounds of chewing and the occasional clinking of utensils. Wow, this flavor is absolutely divine. I never imagined it would be this delicious. Qi Yechen exclaimed in delight as he relished the meal before him, unable to suppress his astonishment. He pondered to himself. How could he have previously detested such culinary delights? Had he merely overlooked their true deliciousness before? Meanwhile, Di Jingma sat composedly, his chopsticks flying with remarkable speed. As he consumed the food with a grace inherent to him, in the blink of an eye, his bowl was empty, and he nonchalantly tossed it aside. The empty bowl arcing gracefully before landing accurately in the trash bin. Soon after, Di Jingma reclined in the vehicle, his handsome features overshadowed by a deep-seated worry. With his eyes tightly shut and brow furrowed, he murmured to himself, Why have I searched for so long without a trace of her? Where could you possibly be hiding? Have you truly vanished without a trace? My heart endures daily torment, yearning for our reunion every moment. Yet, where are you? Are you still alive and well in this world? Or have you encountered some misfortune? Why does my intuition so strongly insist that you are still among the living? Yet, I have scoured every potential corner for your presence, yet I have found none. It has been a full 6 months since that horrific apocalyptic disaster, yet I still cling to the faint hope of your survival. Refusing to abandon the search? Is someone approaching? Di Jingma furrowed his brow slightly, pondering inwardly, however. He refrained from disclosing this observation to Lu Ziqing and the others, merely allowing a barely perceptible smile to grace his lips as he whispered to himself. Let them handle it themselves. Just then, someone exclaimed excitedly, I can really smell hot pot, pointing towards the direction of Lu Ziqing and his group. Could it be? Are we so hungry that we are hallucinating? Another person responded skeptically, sniffing the AIR.AT that moment. A crisp yet somewhat haughty female voice interrupted, Hey, could you spare us some food? The group turned to the source of the voice, discovering a petite, striking young woman standing with her hands on her hips, looking arrogantly at Lu Ziqing and his companions. To their astonishment, they noticed a cluster of unfamiliar individuals had gathered behind them without their notice. The attire of these newcomers was indescribable, appearing as though they had long abandoned hygiene. Their clothing was not only tattered and filthy but also stained and dusty, appearing utterly disheveled. One must understand that in the midst of an apocalypse, who would have the leisure to concern themselves with appearances? Everyone was solely focused on fleeing for their lives, striving to survive in a world rife with peril and death. Chapter 52. Wow. They are so handsome. At this moment, the group appeared haggard, their faces pale and gaunt from hunger, their eyes dull yet occasionally glimmering with an intense craving for food. In a flash, as they turned their heads, Xiao Ping felt her cheeks flush as if they had been set ablaze, the heat rapidly spreading to her ears. She widened her eyes, unable to help but exclaim, "Wow, they are so handsome." However, in the next instant, she realized she had been somewhat indiscreet, quickly regaining her composure and stammering, "Brother, I'm terribly sorry to interrupt you. We have fled here in desperation and are utterly famished. Could you kindly show us some compassion and spare us a bit of food?" Upon hearing this, Lu Ziqing frowned slightly, muttering a curse under his breath. Damn, in this world, there truly are all sorts of people. His expression darkened, clearly displeased with Xiao Ping and her companions' unexpected intrusion during their meal. They were savoring this delightful hot pot, only to be confronted by such uninvited guests, and the rudeness in the stranger's tone irked him. It stinks, why you? Don't come any closer. Get away, Chi Yechen shouted in anger. Disregarding the girl's identity entirely, he furrowed his brow, a look of disgust on his face as he waved his hand, as if to disperse the foul odor. The girl, named Xiao Ping, stood there, her face flushed crimson, her lips trembling as she pointed shakily at Chi Yechen, unable to utter a single word. Why you dare speak to me like that? Do you not understand the concept of cherishing beauty? How could you so mercilessly insult such a charming girl? Someone nearby commented. Yet Chi Yechen remained unfazed, scoffing coldly, "Humph! Cherishing beauty. Just look at her appearance. What is there to pity? Not to mention her greasy hair. I bet the oil on it could fry several dishes. And that filthy outfit of hers is worse than a street beggar." He then exaggeratedly pinched his nose, making a face of utter revulsion. The crowd shifted their gazes toward Xiao Ping, momentarily falling into a stunned silence. Finally, someone broke the awkward quiet with a meaningless sigh. Indeed, after months of the apocalypse, everyone had undergone drastic changes. Each person was preoccupied with survival, battling harsh conditions, ferocious monsters, and scarce resources. Who had the time to care about their appearance? How could one find the time to groom themselves meticulously? Xiao Ping keenly sensed the stares directed at her, first instinctively glancing down at her tattered and stained clothing, then reaching to touch her hair, which resembled dry grass. In that instant, a wave of intense shame surged within her, her cheeks reddening to the hue of a ripe apple. Why you all? Xiao Ping raised her head, attempting to say something to alleviate the awkwardness. But the words caught in her throat, leaving her only able to stammer out a few words. Get lost? All of you, get away. No one is allowed to look anymore. Xiao Ping's eyes widened in fury, her voice reaching a hysterical pitch that seemed capable of shattering the very heavens. Humph! What is there to admire about your appearance? You are nothing more than a filthy little beggar, exuding a foul stench. Chi Yechen curled his lip in disdain, a mocking smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Seemingly unsatisfied with merely expressing his contempt, he continued in a sarcastic tone, I truly wonder where you found the audacity to scream like this. Just then, Pan Jinyang, who had been silently standing to the side, hurriedly stepped forward, his face etched with apologies as he addressed Chi Yechen. Why, dear brother, I sincerely apologize. Xiaoping may be a bit unruly due to her hunger. If she has offended you in any way, I beg your forgiveness on her behalf. Please, let it slide and don't take her to heart. Very well. For your sake, I shall show some magnanimity and not stoop to her level. Chi Yechen waved his hand dismissively, his reluctance evident. Thank you ever so much. Pan Jinyang quickly expressed his gratitude, his face lighting up with appreciation. His lips parted, as if he wished to say more. Yet the words eluded him. Observing this, Chi Yechen's lips curled slightly as he softly inquired, Is there anything else you wish to discuss? Feel free to speak candidly. Hearing this, Pan Jinyang seemed to seize upon a lifeline, hastily exclaiming, Well, you see, my brother, we have been traveling in haste these past few days, enduring the elements and have not had a proper meal in quite some time. Yes, we are quite famished. I was hoping to inquire if you might have any excess food to spare. Upon finishing, he sheepishly scratched his head, his eyes brimming with anticipation and a touch of embarrassment. Food, you say? Chi Yechen mused, stroking his chin thoughtfully. I'm afraid we just finished our meal, but there is a bit of soup left. Would you care for it? The words fell into Pan Jinyang's ears, and his previously displeased expression turned crimson, as if he might bleed from the embarrassment. Clenching his jaw, he managed to spit out, "No, thank you." With that, he turned on his heel in a huff, muttering under his breath, "What a detestable thing. How dare you toy with me? Just wait. One day, you shall fall into my grasp, and then you will see how I deal with you." And they just stood by, watching her say that. What a bunch of imbeciles! Chi Yechen muttered curses under his breath, his originally clear and bright eyes now tinged with a hint of red from his anger, as if they might ignite with flames. Noticing this, Si Kuango stepped forward, gently patting Chi Yechen's shoulder and soothingly said, "All right, Aiken, do not let your anger fester. Let us gather our things and depart from this place. The farther we go, the less we will have to see those irritating individuals." The vehicle roared to life. Its wheels churned forward, kicking up clouds of dust along the way. Time passed unnoticed until night fell, enveloping the world in darkness. "Gu, we have been traveling for quite a while. It is time we find a place to rest for the night. Lest we exhaust ourselves," Gu Yu remarked, massaging his sore shoulders as he turned to the driver. At that moment, Di Jingma, who had been silent in the back seat, suddenly opened his eyes, his deep gaze shimmering with an enigmatic light. Focusing intently, he harnessed his formidable mental energy to explore their surroundings. Moments later, he spoke, "Gu, a few 100 miles ahead, turn right. I sense there are some houses there where we may rest." Without hesitation, Gu nodded in agreement. "Understood. We shall follow your directions." With that, he deftly maneuvered the steering wheel in the direction indicated by Di Jingma. Chi Yechen frowned slightly, gazing at the dilapidated door before them, which was draped in a thick layer of cobwebs. Resembling a vast net that ensnared the entrance, he extended his hand and gently pushed the door open, the creaking sound echoing in the stillness, accompanied by a musty odor that wafted forth. Inside, a thick layer of dust coated every surface, while sunlight streamed through the windows, casting golden rays that illuminated the particles floating in the AI. It appeared that this house had been abandoned for quite some time. Chi Yechen murmured to himself as he cautiously stepped inside, surveying every detail. "Let us split up and see if we can find anything edible. Otherwise, we shall be left with nothing but dry biscuits to sustain us tonight," Gu Yu suggested. As soon as he entered the garden, he was struck dumb by the sight before him. Wow! There are so many vegetables growing here. The vegetable patch was lush and vibrant, brimming with an abundance of greens. Chi Yechen excitedly dashed over, crouching down to carefully select the best ones, soon filling a basket to the brim with fresh produce. He then raised his voice, calling out, "Gu, hurry over here and take a look. I've found a treasure trove of fresh vegetables." Hearing this, Chi Yechen couldn't help but beam with pride, his face radiating delight as he exclaimed, "Hee, of course. My good fortune has accompanied me, allowing me to discover these vegetables so effortlessly." He clapped his hands in joy, reveling in his serendipity. Chi Yechen skillfully boiled a pot of water, and once it reached a rolling boil, he gently added the noodles. Watching them dance and swirl in the water brought him immense joy. Before long, the noodles were cooked to perfection, soft and springy. The vibrant greens added a splash of life and color to the dish. He then opened a can of meat, spooning some out and evenly distributing it over the noodles. As the rich aroma wafted upward, he could not help but swallow in anticipation. How delightful! He marveled. Finally, a steaming bowl of fragrant, simple fare was ready. Eagerly, he picked up his chopsticks, ready to indulge. However, at that moment, a wave of reflection washed over him. It has been so long since the apocalypse began, and I haven't tasted fresh vegetables in days. Without further hesitation, Chi Yechen picked up a mouthful of noodles and savored them. The silky texture of the noodles, combined with the crisp sweetness of the greens and the savory canned meat, was nothing short of ambrosial. Each bite filled him with unparalleled satisfaction. Suddenly, a loud and forceful knocking shattered the tranquility of the room. Frowning in annoyance, Chi Yechen muttered, "Who on earth is it? Such impeccable timing." While still chewing, he grumbled incoherently, "Every time I'm about to enjoy a meal, an uninvited guest shows up to ruin it. How frustrating!" With a sigh, he reluctantly stood, carrying his steaming bowl of noodles toward the door. Upon reaching it, he flung the door open and barked, "Who is it? Do you have no manners? Are you trying to break down the door with all that knocking?" when he finally saw who stood outside. He couldn't help but curse under his breath, "Damn. How is it you again? You're like a persistent ghost." There stood several individuals, with Pan Jinyang at the forefront, wearing an ingratiating smile as he addressed Chi Yechen. "I apologize, brother. We have exhausted all options and searched this area thoroughly. Yours is the only house we could find, so we humbly beseech your assistance." A woman beside Pan Jinyang chimed in, "Brother, please, have mercy. With nightfall approaching, the zombies outside are quite fearsome. We are genuinely frightened and implore you to let us stay for just one night." As she spoke, she cast a pitiful glance at Chi Yechen. Her eyes filled with desperation. The speaker was none other than the formidable Di Jingma. Upon hearing this command, Chi Yechen hesitated for a moment but quickly turned away, stepping back from the door without hesitation. Given that Di Jingma had spoken, there was no doubt that these individuals would be allowed entry. At that moment, one of Pan Jinyang's team members couldn't help but ask, "Pan, are we really going in?" With that, he took the lead and cautiously approached the door. As Pan Jinyang and his group stepped gingerly into the house, a sense of unease lingered in their hearts, for the occupants were not ordinary individuals. Pan Jinyang took a deep breath and gratefully addressed those inside. "Thank you all so much for allowing us to come in." Just then, a tall, stern-looking man stepped forward and said coolly, "No need for thanks. But let me make one thing clear. You are only permitted to move about on the ground floor. The second floor is our private space." This man was Si Kwanggo. Pan Jinyang nodded vigorously, his eyes darting around to take in the others present. Suddenly, his gaze was drawn to a powerful aura emanating from a figure quietly seated in the corner. Though he remained silent, the chilling presence surrounding him was enough to instill fear in everyone present. Indeed, it was Di Jingma. Chapter 54. Noodles, Vegetables, and a Can of Meat. As Pan Jinyang meticulously scrutinized Di Jingma, the latter seemed to sense the penetrating gaze upon him. Slowly, Di Jingma lifted his head, his eyes, deep and fathomless like a tranquil pool, fixed intently on Pan Jinyang. In that fleeting moment, Pan Jinyang felt an overwhelming, intangible pressure wash over him, akin to standing face to face with a ferocious tiger. His heart raced uncontrollably, and a sheen of perspiration formed on his forehead. After merely a few seconds of this intense eye contact, he could no longer bear the oppressive weight and hastily lowered his gaze. Too intimidated to meet Di Jingma's eyes again, Di Jingma merely cast a cursory glance before silently turning away, striding towards the staircase as if everything surrounding him bore no relevance. His tall silhouette swiftly vanished around the corner of the stairs. "You must not have eaten yet. There are some ingredients and food in the kitchen. If you're hungry, feel free to prepare something yourselves. Just remember to keep it quiet, as we wouldn't want to disturb anyone," Lu Ziqing said with a smile. Although no longer an active military man, his years of habit and innate kindness remained unchanged. Upon hearing this, Gu Yu and the others remained silent. After a moment, they gradually rose to follow Di Jingma's footsteps upstairs. Pan Jinyang watched their retreating figures and softly expressed his gratitude. "Thank you." His voice was barely above a whisper, yet it brimmed with sincerity. "Pan Jinyang, I'll head to the kitchen to see what I can whip up," one of them said. Pan Jinyang gave a slight nod in acknowledgement. "All right." The individual then hurried towards the kitchen. "Noodles, vegetables, and this can of meat." Xiaoping mumbled to herself as she surveyed the ingredients before her. At that moment, Pan Jinyang approached them, saying, "Xiaoping, you girls can simply prepare these ingredients and make a meal." After uttering this, he turned and left the kitchen. Upon hearing his words, Xiaoping hurriedly responded, "Of course." Once Pan Jinyang exited the kitchen, the sweet smile that had adorned her face vanished instantly, replaced by a ghastly and menacing expression. She glared at the other girls, her brows furrowed and eyes wide with fury, and shouted, "What are you all standing around for? Hurry up and get to work. You all must follow my instructions." Her shrill voice echoed like thunder, startling the girls into action as they scrambled to comply. Before long, a petite and lovely girl cautiously emerged, cradling a steaming bowl of noodles. She moved gracefully, akin to a delicate butterfly, and soon approached a man referred to as Yang Gu, who was leisurely seated at the table with his legs crossed, smoking a cigarette. Just then, Xiaoping elegantly approached with the fragrant bowl of noodles. In a flurry, the man clumsily attempted to remove the cigarette, still emitting wisps of pale blue smoke from his mouth. Each movement was executed with utmost caution, as if any misstep would lead to a grave error. He slowly raised his other hand, gently pinching the cigarette's tip, and meticulously extinguished it. Throughout the process, his eyes remained fixated on the dying ember, fearful of letting it fall to the ground in these dire times. Resources were severely scarce, and even cigarettes, once commonplace, had become exceedingly rare. Securing a single cigarette was a Herculean task, let alone possessing one to savor at leisure. This particular cigarette had become his treasured possession, one he had been savoring for over half a month. With a slight smile, he said, "Thank you, Xiaoping." Before the words had fully escaped his lips, he eagerly extended his hands, receiving the aromatic bowl of noodles from her with care, and placed it gently on the slightly worn yet spotless table before him. At that moment, his eyes were fixated on the delectable dish, practically yearning to indulge in it immediately and relish this rare culinary delight. Observing his eager expression, Xiaoping could not help but stifle a giggle, playfully chiding him. "Yang Gu, why don't you try it first and see if it suits your taste? If it weren't for this dreadful apocalypse, where ingredients are so hard to come by, I would have prepared you an extravagant feast, ensuring you'd be thoroughly satisfied and singing its praises." Meanwhile, in K City, Miao Miao anxiously addressed Jiang Qianqian. "Master, in just 2 to 3 months, our little ones will be born. You must rest well and refrain from venturing out. What if you accidentally encounter those terrifying zombies?" Saying this, Miao Miao hurriedly approached the door, arms outstretched in an attempt to stop Jiang Qianqian, who was trying to sneak out. Jiang Qianqian, with a pout and a face full of grievance, fiddled with her fingers, murmuring softly, "But it's so boring at home, and there's no one to play with me." Her big, watery eyes looked imploringly at Miao Miao, as if begging for leniency. After speaking, Miao Miao gently patted Jiang Qianqian's shoulder in comfort, asked for why she referred to them as little ones rather than just one. Over time, Jiang Qianqian's belly had grown rounder, resembling a balloon being inflated. Initially, Miao Miao had thought her master was simply overeating, only to discover that she was expecting a pair of adorable twins. Every time Miao Miao contemplated the imminent arrival of 2 little beings into this loving world, an indescribable joy surged within her. Soon, the household would welcome 2 new little masters, bringing with them endless laughter and warmth. After saying this, Miao Miao gently caressed Jiang Qianqian's burgeoning belly, as if feeling the 2 tiny lives joyfully moving within. Chapter 55. The birth of the twins. Subsequently, Miao Miao slowly turned and gently stepped out of the room. Outside, after much effort, she finally found a small shop, where a few scattered items caught her attention. Upon closer inspection, she discovered a collection of abandoned toys. Joy surged within her like a treasure unearthed, filling her with excitement. Upon returning home, Miao Miao presented the toys to Jiang Qianqian. "Master, this is all I could find. I'll search further afield tomorrow." Jiang Qianqian beamed at the toys in her hands, her face lighting up with delight. "Miao Miao, you're wonderful. These toys are so adorable. I love them." Jiang Qianqian gazed at Miao Miao with gratitude, her eyes sparkling with happiness. Seeing Jiang Qianqian's joy filled Miao Miao's heart with satisfaction and delight. Sometimes, it was small trinkets, other times books, or even charming little animals. Jiang Qianqian's days became ever more fulfilling and joyful. However, as her pregnancy progressed, she began to experience discomfort. Her movements became increasingly cumbersome, often leaving her fatigued and weary. Finally, on a bright and sunny morning, Jiang Qianqian welcomed her day of labor. Miao Miao nervously stayed by her side, cheering her on. "Master, you can do it. The little ones are almost here." The atmosphere in the room was thick with tension and anticipation. To her delight, Miao Miao watched in awe as an exquisitely beautiful pair of twins entered the world. "Master, look, they're dragon and phoenix twins. How wonderful!" Miao Miao exclaimed joyfully. She cautiously approached, her eyes brimming with delight and tenderness, gently cradling one of the tiny babies. As she felt the softness of the little one and the faint but warm breath, an indescribable joy filled her heart. Why mention holding? Because the charming Miao Miao had the ability to transform into a human form. However, at that moment, she appeared merely in her teenage years. Yet, even so, her petite frame, pure and enchanting face, and lively, playful eyes made one want to embrace her tightly and protect her. Meanwhile, Jiang Qianqian leaned in to gaze at her newly born children, but after just one glance, she frowned and muttered, Why do they look so ugly? Woo-woo, I don't want such ugly little ones." Tears began to flow uncontrollably. However, despite her words, she still held an immense affection for the two new lives. She just found it hard to accept their wrinkled appearance at birth at that moment. Master, how could that be? These little ones are simply adorable. Just look at their rosy little faces, their round, bright eyes, and their chubby hands and feet. Each one is utterly heart-melting. I believe that as time passes, they will surely grow more beautiful, meow meow. Seeing Jiang Qianqian's tears, quickly interjected, her voice filled with urgency and concern. Really? Meow meow. You must not deceive me. Jiang Qianqian sniffled, letting out a loud burp, then looked at Meow Meow with a hint of skepticism in her eyes. She extended her hand, gently caressing the delicate faces of the little ones, relishing the silky smoothness of their skin, and could not help but exclaim, "Oh my, they are truly so tiny and tender. They are as fragile as newly blossomed flowers." Jiang Qianqian stared in astonishment at the faintly visible mark on the left shoulder of the dragon and phoenix twins. Upon closer inspection, she discovered it to be a vividly lifelike lotus birthmark. A wave of curiosity and confusion surged within her, and she quickly whispered, "Meow meow, what on earth is this? How did it come to be here?" Hearing her sister's inquiry, Meow Meow also leaned in, intrigued to take a closer look. Upon seeing the lotus, his eyes widened in shock, and he blurted out, "Nine-colored lotus. How is this possible?" Before his words had even settled, it seemed he suddenly realized something, and he turned to dash towards the nearby spiritual spring. Arriving at the edge of the pool, Meow Meow anxiously peered into the water. However, the once vibrant pool, which should have been adorned with blooming lotuses and glimmering ripples, now appeared desolate and empty. The two nine-colored lotuses, which had always emanated an air of mystery and unparalleled beauty, had seemingly evaporated into thin air, leaving not a single trace behind. Meow Meow stood frozen in disbelief. Her eyes wide with incredulity, it dawned on her that those two lotuses were not ordinary flowers. They were the destined flowers of the little ones, from the very moment they entered the world. These magical lotuses had forged a wondrous connection with them, ultimately merging into their very beings, becoming an indispensable part of their lives. Jiang Qianqian could not resist leaning in to kiss the forehead of one of the little ones, her face radiating the glow of maternal love. In the days that followed, Meow Meow and Jiang Qianqian together tended to these two little creatures. Jiang Qianqian watched the dragon and phoenix twins with immense joy. Witnessing their growth and transformations day by day, Meow Meow, you truly did not deceive Qianqian. Just look at these two little darlings. They are simply too adorable, with their cherubic faces as soft and plump as glutinous rice dumplings. At that moment, a clear and melodious call rang out, akin to the sound of celestial music. The voice, tinged with childish innocence and a sweet lilt, evoked a sense of affection in those who heard it. As the two tiny figures sweetly exclaimed, "Mama," this delightful pair of dragon and phoenix twins had perfectly inherited their father's remarkable talents. Whether it was complex mathematical problems or profound literary knowledge, whether it was intricate craftsmanship or challenging athletic feats, nothing seemed beyond the capabilities of these two little ones. After a professional assessment, Meow Meow discovered that their IQ was an astonishing 250. Jiang Qianqian turned towards the source of the sound. And not far away, she saw two irresistibly adorable toddlers swaying as they slowly approached her. Indeed, these little treasures were the dragon and phoenix twins born to Jiang Qianqian. The little boy was the elder brother, named Jiang Chunbao, while the exquisitely crafted little girl was called Jiang Yinbao. Though their steps were still unsteady, wobbling as if they might topple at any moment, they persevered in their practice of walking. Witnessing this scene, Meow Meow couldn't help but smile with pride. Time flew swiftly, and in the blink of an eye, these adorable little ones were already over 10 months old, on the cusp of learning to walk steadily. "Meow Meow, let us go out and play tomorrow. It's been ages since we had a proper outing," Jiang Qianqian said, her eyes gleaming with anticipation. Chapter 56. No, Mama is different from them. Before she could finish her sentence, the eager voices of the little ones echoed from a distance, filled with yearning. "Go out, play." Their calls were like little angels asking for a favor, stirring a sense of tenderness within. Looking at their innocent faces and hopeful eyes, Meow Meow's heart softened instantly. She smiled and nodded, gently responding, "All right then, since the little ones are so eager to go out and play, let us go together." Upon hearing Meow Meow's agreement, Jiang Qianqian leaped with joy. resembling a child herself, and rushed to embrace Meow Meow tightly, exclaiming, "That's wonderful. I knew Meow Meow is the best." Ever since Jiang Qianqian gave birth, she had undergone tremendous changes. Yet, there were moments when she would reveal a childlike innocence and purity. For instance, sometimes when she spotted blooming flowers by the roadside, she would excitedly dash over, carefully plucking a blossom and tucking it into her hair, admiring her reflection in the mirror with delight. Or when she encountered a cute puppy on the street, she couldn't help but squat down to play with it, her face lighting up with joy as if oblivious to her surroundings. However, let no one be misled. Although Jiang Qianqian occasionally displayed childlike behavior, it did not imply she was foolish. On the contrary, in many matters, she possessed keen insight and clear judgment. The next morning, the sun rose like a colossal fireball from the east, casting warm and bright rays upon the earth. Meow Meow and Jiang Qianqian walked side by side, each holding one of the exquisitely adorable little ones. This was the twins' first venture outside, into a world brimming with the unknown and the marvelous. They opened their round, sparkling eyes wide, gazing around in wonder, utterly captivated by their surroundings. Suddenly, Jiang Qinbao halted, pointing at a nearby group of swaying figures, and innocently asked, "Mama, what are those? They look so strange, and there's a bad smell too." The figures were, in fact, terrifying zombies. Unfamiliar with such horrific creatures, Jiang Qinbao was oblivious to their true nature. Jiang Qianqian quickly crouched down, her movements gentle as if she feared startling the tiny being before her. She extended her delicate hand, tenderly stroking Jiang Qinbao's soft hair, her eyes brimming with concern and affection, softly reassuring him, "Don't be afraid, dear. Those are not good things, but Mama is different from them." Upon hearing Mama's words, the little boy's head shook vigorously like a rattle drum, and he chirped adorably, "No, Mama is not like them at all. Mama is the most beautiful person in the world." As he spoke, his round, bright eyes fixed intently on Mama, filled with boundless trust and deep affection, as if she were the one and only goddess in his heart. Meanwhile, Jiang Yinbao, not wanting to be outdone, quickly chimed in, "Yes, yes. Mama is not only the most beautiful but also smells so good." Fearing that Jiang Qianqian might focus solely on her brother, she hurriedly tugged at Mama's clothing, tilting her head back, her lively eyes blinking earnestly at Mama, her expression utterly endearing. Strangely, the surrounding zombies, with their grotesque faces and clawing limbs, did not launch an attack on them. Why was that? It turned out that Jiang Qianqian emitted a unique and formidable aura. Ever since she consumed the crystal core, her strength had increased dramatically, now reaching the level of a zombie king. The overwhelming pressure exuded by such a powerful being deterred ordinary zombies from approaching, leaving them trembling in fear from a distance. The little ones also possessed a faint aura reminiscent of the zombie king, but rest assured, these little ones were undeniably human. They could never be the terrifying undead. Indeed, the little master speaks the truth. You are the most beautiful, charming, and delightful presence in this world. Compared to those creatures, you are truly in a league of your own, Meow Meow eagerly echoed. Jiang Qianqian felt her cheeks flush from their compliments, a hint of bashfulness washing over her. All right, if you keep praising me like this, I might just die from embarrassment," she playfully chided, laughing lightly while brushing her hair behind her ear, attempting to mask her current shyness. Yet, her slightly reddened cheeks and flickering eyes betrayed her true feelings. "Mama, look, flowers. They are super pretty," Jiang Qinbao exclaimed excitedly, pointing with his chubby little hand at a nearby radiant flower, his round eyes sparkling with desire. Upon hearing Qinbao's call, Jiang Qianqian quickly followed his pointed direction. There, the flower swayed gently in the breeze, resembling a beautiful fairy in a vibrant, colorful gown, seemingly dancing joyfully, as if eagerly waving hello to them. Captivated by the enchanting flower, Jiang Qianqian could not help but smile softly, then crouched down to lovingly stroke Jiang Qinbao's little head, gently saying, "All right, since our little Qinbao loves this flower so much, Mama will go help you pick it now, okay?" With that, Jiang Qianqian stood up gracefully and began to walk towards the splendid flower. However, just as Jiang Qianqian was about to touch that flower, the ground suddenly began to tremble violently, as if some colossal creature was stirring beneath. Chapter 57. Dare to harm my little ones, seek death, oh no, danger. Meow Meow's expression changed dramatically as she urgently shouted, At that moment, a gigantic zombie unexpectedly burst forth from the earth, opening its gaping maw and lunging towards them. Meow meow, quickly protect the little ones, Jiang Qianqian cried out as she moved closer to the children. Seeing this, Meow Meow rushed forward without hesitation, engaging in a fierce struggle with the zombie. However, the creature proved to be exceptionally powerful, and Meow Meow found herself unable to defeat it for the time being. In this critical moment, the aura of the Zombie King within Jiang Qianqian suddenly erupted, forming a formidable energy field that sent the zombie flying away in an instant. Humph! Daring to harm my little ones? You seek death, Jiang Qianqian snorted coldly, her eyes filled with a chilling murderous intent. The zombie, after being hurled away, crashed heavily to the ground, emitting a piercing wail before becoming utterly immobile. Relieved, Meow Meow hurried over to Jiang Qianqian's side, anxiously inquiring, "Master, are you all right?" Jiang Qianqian gently shook her head, the corners of her mouth curving up into a warm and confident smile as she softly replied, "I'm perfectly fine. This time, I owe it all to the latent aura of the Zombie King within me. Otherwise, we would have encountered significant trouble." As her words faded, she slowly lowered her gaze to the adorable little ones. The little creatures gazed up at her with awe-filled eyes, as if they beheld a remarkably powerful hero. "Mommy, you truly are amazing. When I grow up, I want to be as formidable as you," Jiang Chenbao exclaimed, her chubby little hands joyfully clapping in the air, her round eyes sparkling with admiration, her cheeks flushed with excitement. Resembling a perfectly ripe apple, at that moment, Jiang Yanbao, standing nearby, also chimed in with a sweet voice. "Yanbao wants to be as powerful as Mommy too." She blinked her large, sparkling eyes, staring intently at her mother, as if envisioning her future self as a remarkable figure. Meow Meow gazed at the lively and adorable little ones before her, her heart swelling with endless warmth and happiness. Each of these little ones appeared clever and bright, their delicate faces akin to juicy peaches, evoking an irresistible urge to pinch them. Their big, bright eyes sparkled like stars in the night sky, and their pudgy little hands and feet felt soft and fluffy to the touch, reminiscent of cotton candy. Meow Meow couldn't help but marvel at her fortune in having such understanding and delightful little ones, and with her beloved master by her side, she felt that her life was already complete. At this moment, she wished time could freeze, preserving this warmth and beauty forever. "Mommy, what are you doing?" Jiang Chenbao asked curiously, her round eyes wide with wonder as she observed Jiang Qianqian, who was busy kneeling on the ground. Digging at something. It was a translucent orb, softly glowing and resembling a dazzling gemstone. Jiang Qianqian took it to the nearby pool, turned on the faucet, and began to rinse it carefully. Water cascaded over the orb, washing away the dirt and impurities, making it increasingly pure and radiant. "Mommy, the ball is so beautiful. Can it be given to Yanbao?" Jiang Yanbao, who had been quietly watching all this, could no longer contain her affection. Stepping forward to tug at Jiang Qianqian's sleeve, her voice sweetly pleading. Her sparkling eyes were fixated on the beautiful orb, unwilling to look away for even a moment. "Yanbao, you like this ball so much?" Jiang Qianqian asked, her heart softening at the sight of her beloved daughter, whose eyes shone with unquenchable desire. With a gentle smile, she asked softly, "Do you really want it?" "Jiang Yanbao nodded vigorously, her voice sweet as she replied, "It's so beautiful." Yanbao loves pretty things. As she spoke, she reached out her chubby little hands, eager to grab the orb. Jiang Qianqian smiled and gently placed the orb in Jiang Yanbao's small hands. However, the orb was rather large for the young girl, and she had to use both hands to hold it securely. "Sister, if you like it, Gidge will help you find shiny, sparkling orbs," Jiang Chunbao said affectionately, his warm gaze seemingly capable of melting anything. Jiang Yanbao blinked her big, glistening eyes, her face beaming with joy as she said, "Thank you, Gidge." She then gave Jiang Chenbao a sweet smile, her expression as radiant as flowers blooming in spring. "Meow meow, it seems the little ones really enjoy this orb," Jiang Qianqian remarked. "Rest assured, I will find even more beautiful energy orbs for them to play with. Wow, woo woo. Mommy, the ball is gone." Jiang Yanbao's round eyes instantly filled with tears, her tiny mouth pouting as she began to cry in a pitiful manner. She tightly clenched her pudgy little hands, as if still feeling the lingering warmth of the orb, but now her hands were empty. Jiang Qianqian, busy nearby, heard Yanbao's heart-wrenching cries, and her heart tightened as she quickly turned to see the source of the sound. The little darling stood there, her face streaked with tears, crying in utter despair. Chapter 58. The little one accidentally absorbs the orb. Without a moment's hesitation, Jiang Qianqian rushed to Jiang Yinbao's side, squatting down to gently cup her tear-stained face in her hands, her heart aching as she asked, "Yinbao, why are you crying? Did you get hurt anywhere? Tell mommy." As she spoke, she delicately wiped away the tears rolling down Yinbao's cheeks. The little one sniffled and said intermittently, "Yinbao's ball is gone." Before she could finish, the little one seemed to recall something and burst into even louder, more sorrowful cries. "Yinbao, be good. Mommy is here to help you find your little ball." Jiang Qianqian gently caressed her daughter's delicate face. Her eyes filled with tenderness and affection. Her fingers brushed lightly over Yinbao's soft skin, as if afraid to hurt her beloved little darling. Meanwhile, Yinbao blinked her bright, sparkling eyes, gazing expectantly at her mother, occasionally making cooing sounds as if urging her to find her cherished little ball quickly. "Master, it seems Yinbao has absorbed the energy orb," Miao Miao exclaimed, her eyes wide with surprise. "What? Absorbed? How does that work?" Jiang Qianqian asked, her face a mask of confusion, her brows furrowing as she pondered. "Isn't the orb meant to be eaten?" "Actually, Master, not everyone, like you, chooses to consume energy orbs. Some individuals, while not fond of eating them directly, possess the ability to absorb the energy within the orbs into their bodies," Miao Miao patiently explained to Jiang Qianqian. Is that even possible? Why didn't you tell me this before?" Upon hearing this, Jiang Qianqian felt a wave of nausea wash over her. The thought of having foolishly put the energy orbs in her mouth, chewed, and swallowed them over the years made her want to retch. However, she managed to suppress that queasy feeling by recalling certain matters. Just then, Jiang Yinbao, who had been crying loudly, suddenly stopped upon hearing her mother's retching sounds. The little one blinked her gem-like, crystal-clear eyes, filled with concern and curiosity, and cautiously asked in her sweet, childish voice, Mommy, what's wrong?" Her gentle words felt like a spring breeze, stirring affection in the hearts of those who heard them. Yet, the innocent little Yinbao was not satisfied. She pouted her small lips and continued to inquire, "Oh, will Mommy still help Yinbao find the ball?" Her adorable demeanor melted the hearts of everyone present. Looking at her daughter's hopeful expression, Jiang Qianqian patiently explained, "Yinbao, that ball has already entered your body. Do you feel any discomfort anywhere?" As she spoke, a hint of worry crossed her face. Yinbao tilted her head in thought, then shook it, happily declaring, "No, Mommy, I just feel warm inside, as if a magical power is flowing within me." She then reached out to pat her little belly, her face radiating with happiness. "Wow, it seems our little ones can successfully absorb these mysterious energy orbs," Jiang Qianqian exclaimed with delight. Miao Miao nodded excitedly. "That's right, Master. In that case, we must find a way to locate more energy orbs." As she spoke, Miao Miao's figure flickered, instantly transforming into a majestic nine-tailed fox. And then, like a bolt of lightning, she leapt towards the distant horde of snarling zombies. "Mama, where did Sister Miao Miao go?" the young and adorable Jiang Yinbao inquired, blinking her large eyes curiously at the direction in which Miao Miao had vanished. "Mama, can we go too, please?" Jiang Yinbao pouted, tugging at Jiang Qianqian's sleeve. Jiang Qianqian gently patted her little head, readily agreeing, "Of course, my dear. Let us play while we search." Thus, Jiang Qianqian led a lively group of adorable children on a journey filled with both peril and delight. Along the way, they bravely dispatched the relentless waves of zombies, never forgetting to check if their heads contained crystal cores. "Mama, look, there seems to be a ball inside this one." Suddenly, with sharp eyes, Jiang Yinbao excitedly shouted, pointing at a zombie. Jiang Qianqian hurried over, using her dagger to extract the core from within, rinsing it carefully with clean water before handing it to Jiang Yinbao. "Yinbao, sweetheart, this is for you. Thank you." "Mama!" Jiang Yinbao beamed as she eagerly cradled the core in her small palm. However, to their astonishment, in an instant, the core melted away as if exposed to intense heat, ultimately transforming into a fine powder. "Mama, I want more." Clearly enchanted by this magical phenomenon, Jiang Yinbao eagerly pleaded with Jiang Qianqian for additional crystal cores. Meanwhile, Jiang Qianqian pressed on, relentlessly slaying the surrounding zombies, extracting glistening crystal cores from their bodies. and distributing them to the ravenous little ones beside her. Darkness gradually enveloped the sky, and the last rays of the setting sun slipped below the horizon. Jiang Qianqian finally slowed her pace. She mused to herself, "Thank goodness I am a zombie. Otherwise, wouldn't humans tire themselves to death?" Hearing their mother's call, the two little treasures immediately scampered over joyfully. Zhang Qinbao blinked his bright, sparkling eyes, and in a sweet, childlike voice exclaimed, "Yes, Mama, today was so much fun. We want to come out and play again tomorrow." Zhang Yinbao nodded enthusiastically in agreement. "Yes, yes, Mama, we must come again tomorrow." After a whole day of nourishing themselves with the energy of crystal cores, the two little ones not only brimmed with energy but also spoke more clearly and fluently than ever before. Chapter 59. Zhang Qinbao's shyness with a smile. Zhang Qianqian affectionately patted the children's heads, responding, "All right then, as long as my little ones enjoy it, we can come out to play every day." With that, she took the soft little hands of her two children and turned towards home. Along the way, the children chirped like two lively little birds, incessantly sharing the amusing events and novel discoveries of their day with their mother. Before long, they arrived home. Without the slightest delay, Zhang Qianqian led her little ones straight into the mysterious and wondrous space. Upon entering, a refreshing and pleasant aroma enveloped them, inducing a profound sense of comfort and relaxation. "Qinbao, Yinbao, hurry over for a bath. You two have been playing outside all day. Just look at how dirty you are." Zhang Qianqian gently called to her little ones. Zhang Qinbao dashed over like a lively little rabbit, while Yinbao closely followed her brother, her face radiating with innocent joy. As Zhang Qinbao noticed his mother preparing to help him out of his clothes, he quickly waved his hands, saying, "Mama, no need. I want to wash myself. You should help my sister instead." At that moment, Zhang Qinbao's face turned bright red, resembling a perfectly ripe apple. Zhang Qianqian couldn't help but feel a bit surprised. She paused her actions and looked closely at her son. She saw that his cheeks were flushed, and his eyes darted shyly, presenting a bashful demeanor. "Oh dear, what's come over our Qinbao? He's actually shy." Zhang Qianqian teased with a smile, her bright eyes sparkling with mischief. Zhang Qinbao's originally fair face now blushed crimson, much like a ripened apple, and he shyly lowered his head, softly calling out, "Mama." His voice was barely above a whisper, as if afraid of being overheard. Meanwhile, Zhang Yinbao looked on in confusion at her mother and brother, not understanding why Mama was so amused. However, upon hearing her brother request help with bathing, her little face instantly lit up with a brilliant smile as she joyfully ran towards Zhang Qianqian, exclaiming, "Mama, help Yinbao wash. Please help Yinbao wash." Zhang Qianqian smiled down at her lively and adorable daughter, gently nodding in agreement. "All right, my little princess, Mama will make sure you are sparkling clean and smelling delightful." She then reached out to gently pat Zhang Yinbao's little head. Zhang Qinbao, raising his adorable face, seriously declared in his sweet voice, "No need, Mama. I can do it." His bright, starry eyes conveyed confidence and independence. Zhang Qianqian sighed in resignation, conceding, "All right, but you mustn't soak for too long, or you'll catch a cold with that." She still felt slightly uneasy, offering a reminder to him. Zhang Qinbao obediently nodded, indicating that he understood. As time passed, 20 minutes slipped by in the blink of an eye. Zhang Qianqian softly informed the still immersed Zhang Yinbao, "Yinbao, it's time to wash up. No more playing." Swiftly, she grabbed a soft, large towel, gently drying Yinbao's body, and then carefully dressed her in clean, warm clothes. Turning her gaze to the equally freshly bathed Zhang Qinbao, she inquired with concern, "Qinbao, do you want Mama to help you get dressed?" However, Zhang Qinbao firmly shook his head and declared loudly, "No need, Mama. I can dress myself." With that, he began to put on his own clothes. Zhang Qianqian quietly watched her son's adept movements, her heart filled with curiosity. This little fellow was barely over a year old. How could he be so proud? He refused assistance in anything, insisting on doing everything himself. Moreover, not only was he remarkably independent, but his intelligence also seemed to surpass that of his peers. He grasped new concepts almost instantly, leaving her both astonished and delighted. Zhang Qianqian meticulously observed the adorable pair of fraternal twins before her. One resembled her mother's gentle grace, while the other inherited their father's strong and handsome features, truly embodying the perfect blend of their parents' finest attributes. Furthermore, This pair of twins not only possessed striking appearances but also exhibited extraordinary intelligence. Reflecting on this, Jiang Qianqian couldn't help but feel a twinge of self-consciousness. For in comparison, her own intellect seemed rather ordinary. Yet, upon reconsideration, it was evident that their brilliance must surely be a result of their father's remarkable genes. After all, if it weren't for a dashing and exceptionally intelligent man as their father, how could such outstanding children possibly be born? Mama, Yinbao is tired. Jiang Yinbao raised her chubby little hand high, gazing at her mother with a pitiful expression, her little face flushed from holding the pose for too long. However, Jiang Qianqian was completely absorbed in her thoughts about that mysterious man, completely oblivious to the fact that she had yet to dress her daughter. Finally, with a hint of grievance and dissatisfaction, Jiang Yinbao spoke up again. Mama, Yinbao is really so tired. I'm sorry, Yinbao. It's all Mama's fault for being distracted. Jiang Qianqian quickly apologized, hurriedly grabbing the clothes to swiftly dress Jiang Yinbao. Jiang Yinbao blinked her watery, bright eyes and obediently nodded, saying, "It's okay. Mama, I know you didn't mean it." The little one's understanding words warmed Jiang Qianqian's heart, and she gently stroked Jiang Yinbao's head, her eyes brimming with tenderness and affection. Chapter 60. Phew, you scared me. Grandpa D sat leisurely on a bamboo chair, fanning himself while comforting, "Dear wife, you needn't worry so much. Our Amok is no ordinary child. He and his little friends all possess extraordinary abilities, and they are quite capable. How could they possibly encounter danger so easily? Besides, young people must venture out to gain experience and broaden their horizons. Who knows, they might be busy accomplishing something earth-shattering right now." After hearing this, Di Jingma momentarily paused, gazing into the distance, and after a long silence, he finally spoke. "If we don't find her in K-City this time, let us return home first, take a good rest, and then set out again to search." After a lengthy and arduous journey, Qi Yechen and his companions finally arrived in K-City after 3 days and nights of relentless driving. Along the way, vehicles sped by, kicking up clouds of dust, as if to cast aside the fatigue and tension of the journey. "Brother Mo, we've arrived in K-City," Qi Yechen announced. Di Jingma squinted slightly, focusing his powerful mental energy to probe into the city. After a moment, he softly hummed, "Something seems off here." He frowned. "I haven't detected a single zombie." Di Jingma's expression grew serious as he nodded gravely. "Indeed, I've examined thoroughly. There isn't a single zombie in this city." This news detonated like a bombshell, instantly igniting a commotion within the vehicle. "What? No zombies? How is that possible? This is K-City." Si Quanji's eyes widened in disbelief as he shouted loudly, his voice filled with astonishment and confusion, as if he could not accept the surreal events unfolding before him. The others began to murmur amongst themselves, their whispers echoing in the eerie silence. After all, K-City, once a bustling metropolis, now lay in an unsettling stillness that was utterly baffling. "Mogu, are we really going in?" Qi Chun turned anxiously to the man beside him, his eyes betraying a hint of unease and hesitation. Without a moment's pause, Di Jingmo nodded affirmatively, his voice resolute and commanding. "We go in. What is there to fear?" His tone was deep and powerful, imbued with an invisible aura of intimidation. Having received this reassuring confirmation, Qi Chun took a deep breath, gripping the steering wheel tightly as he cautiously drove the vehicle into the seemingly tranquil, yet perilously unknown territory ahead. The wheels crunched softly against the ground, the sound piercing through the oppressive silence. As the car advanced along the road, Qi Chen's eyes were wide with vigilance, scanning the surroundings. The street, which should have been bustling with life, was now desolate, with only the abandoned buildings standing silently on either side. The streetlights flickered ominously, casting a foreboding atmosphere over the entire scene. "Is there really not a single zombie here?" Qi Chun pondered silently. Yet he dared not let his guard down, for no one could predict from which corner those terrifying creatures might suddenly emerge. The vehicle continued to traverse the empty streets, and Qi Chen's feelings of uncertainty and trepidation intensified. "Mogu, are you absolutely sure there's no problem here? I can't shake this uneasy feeling," he blurted out again, unable to contain his anxiety. Suddenly, a fork in the road appeared ahead, one path leading to the city center while the other veered toward the suburbs. "Which way should we go?" Qi Chen inquired, slowing down. Di Jingamo contemplated briefly before pointing towards the main road, stating, "Let us take this route. It will be easier to find clues in the city center." Qi Chen nodded, deftly turning the steering wheel as the car sped along the thoroughfare. At that moment, a faint noise emanated from the roof of the vehicle. "What was that sound?" Lu Zicheng exclaimed, abruptly lifting his head to scrutinize the car's roof. The others, too, became aware of the anomaly, and Di Jingamo immediately released his psychic energy, probing the roof. "Not good. It's a zombie." Di Jingmo's expression shifted dramatically as he shouted. Before his words had even fully escaped his lips, a massive zombie lunged down from the roof, its gaping maw aimed directly at Qi Chen. Qi Chen screamed in terror, instinctively slamming the brakes. Gripping the steering wheel tightly as he leaned back in his seat to eye in that crucial moment of life and death, Di Jingmo moved like a specter, appearing before the zombie in the blink of an eye. His movements were as swift as lightning, leaving the onlookers breathless. Swiftly, Di Jingmo swung his arm, releasing a blinding bolt of lightning that shot forth from his hand. The lightning crackled like a roaring dragon, hurtling towards the zombie with cataclysmic force. With a deafening boom, the zombie had no time to react before being struck by the overwhelming power of the lightning. In an instant, its body was sent careening backwards, arcing through the air before crashing heavily to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. Its once formidable form now lay charred and smoldering, emitting wisps of black smoke, clearly gravely injured. Bang! The zombie fell heavily to the ground, producing a dull thud that reverberated through the air. "Phew, that scared me to death," Qi Chen gasped, patting his chest as he looked at Di Jingmo with eyes full of gratitude and awe. "Thank you, Imo Gu. Be careful. There is indeed something amiss here," Di Jingmo cautioned, his expression once again turning serious. At that moment, the others gradually recovered from the shocking scene, hastily exiting the vehicle and stumbling toward the site of the incident to uncover what had transpired. Si Quan-gu quickly crouched down, his piercing gaze fixated on the sprawled-out zombies on the ground. His brow furrowed, his demeanor serious and focused, as if he sought to unveil the secrets hidden beneath this seemingly ordinary facade. Standing beside him, Di Jingmo's deep, oceanic eyes flashed with a glint of coldness. A subtle smile played at the corners of his mouth as he murmured, "It seems we are not facing ordinary foes. These zombies possess the ability of invisibility. How intriguing." Upon hearing this, Qi Chen's eyes widened in disbelief, his face a mask of skepticism. "What? Are you saying invisibility means the ability to make oneself or objects completely disappear?" Di Jingmo nodded slightly, confirming, "Indeed, that is correct. This ability allows zombies to partially conceal themselves, enabling them to launch surprise attacks against us. However, now that we have uncovered their little trick, it will not be so easy for them to succeed." "I can't believe such a bizarre power exists. This is utterly inconceivable," Qi Chen exclaimed, eyes wide with disbelief as he cursed in astonishment. He could never have imagined encountering such a peculiar situation. It was one thing to possess such powers, but who would have thought they would be embodied in a zombie? It was a nightmarish combination. Silently, Qi Chen skillfully extracted the crystal core from the monster's body before swiftly climbing back into the car, starting the engine as he sped towards a nearby supermarket. Upon stopping the vehicle, he opened the door and stepped inside. To his surprise, he found, "Wow, it seems there is still quite a bit of food here." Moreover, it appeared untouched, save for a thick layer of dust covering the surface. Meanwhile, Di Jingmo wasted no time, striding inside with determination as he casually commanded, "Pack all this food and throw it into the car." On the other side, Zhang Chunbao and Zhang Yinbao quietly slipped out of their home to play while their mother, Zhang Qianqian, slept soundly. The younger Zhang Yinbao tugged anxiously at her brother Zhang Chunbao's sleeve, saying, "Brother, do you think mommy will be worried if we just run out like this?" Zhang Chunbao comforted her with a pat on the head. "Don't worry, with me around, those scary zombies won't dare to hurt us." With that, he took her hand and continued their joyful exploration outside. The children dashed about like wild ponies, laughing and playing, relishing their carefree moments as if the entire world were their playground. Unbeknownst to them, they soon arrived at the entrance of a supermarket. Zhang Yinbao suddenly halted, looking up with her curious, wide eyes at her older brother, asking sweetly, "Brother, it looks like there's a car over there. Do you have a car?" Zhang Qianbao followed her gaze and indeed spotted a shiny new car parked quietly in front of the supermarket. Excitedly, he took his sister's hand, leading her and their friends towards the mysterious vehicle. "Mo go. We VE packed everything," Chi Chen excitedly reported to Di Jingmo. However, just as Di Jingmo stepped out of the house and into the yard, his keen eyes immediately detected something amiss. In the distance, he noticed shadows flickering in a corner. "Who's there? Get out!" Di Jingmo bellowed, his voice crashing like thunder in the still night. This sudden roar startled those hiding in the shadows. At that moment, Lu Zicheng and the others, busy inside the house, were also jolted by the fierce shout from outside. The voice belonged to none other than Di Jingmo. "What on earth is happening? Why are you so furious?" Lu Zicheng inquired, halting his work and looking towards the door, astonished. Jiang Yinbao's face turned as pale as paper, cold sweat trickling down her forehead as she clutched her brother Jiang Qinbao's sleeve tightly, her voice trembling with fear and anxiety as she stammered, "Brother, what should we do? I feel like they've already discovered us." Jiang Qinbao, though equally apprehensive, forced himself to remain calm, taking a deep breath. He squeezed his sister's icy hand reassuringly, stating, "Don't be afraid, sister. I'm here. Everything will be all right." With that, he cautiously led her out from their hiding spot. Just then, a tall figure with a cold demeanor appeared before the siblings. The man wore a flowing black cloak, his sharp eyebrows and piercing eyes giving him a chiseled, statuesque appearance, exuding an aura of formidable power that sent shivers down their spines. His gaze, sharp as a blade, fixated on the two children as he muttered to himself, "Two little kids? How have they managed to survive in this apocalypse?" Jiang Yinbao's eyes widened in curiosity as she scrutinized this unfamiliar yet imposing man. Suddenly, as if she had uncovered something of great significance, she hastily leaned toward Jiang Qinbao's ear and whispered, "Brother, look at that uncle. He resembles you so much. It's as if he was carved from the same mold." "Indeed, I too have noticed," Jiang Qinbao replied, blinking his large eyes and speaking in a childlike voice. Beside them, a little girl clutched her hand tightly, gazing up at the towering figure next to her with curiosity, and asked, "Brother, do you think he could be our father?" Meanwhile, Di Jingma was wholly engrossed in conversation with the two little ones, completely oblivious to the group approaching from a distance. These children were exceedingly dirty, their small faces resembling that of a little calico cat, making it difficult to discern their true appearance. Chapter 62. "Sister, do not be afraid. Brother is here." "Wow. How come there are such small children here? They look to be only about a year old." Lu Zicheng and others emerged from the house, immediately taken aback by the sight of Di Jingma conversing with the two little ones. "Brother, I'm scared." Jiang Yinbao's tiny body trembled slightly as she tightly grasped Jiang Qinbao's clothing, quickly hiding behind his tall figure like a frightened little rabbit. Her large, watery eyes were filled with terror as she timidly gazed at the group that had suddenly appeared before them. "Sister, do not fear. Brother is here." Jiang Qinbao quickly turned around, gently patting Jiang Yinbao's small hand and softly comforting her. His gaze was filled with concern and affection, as if he sought to dispel all her fears. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Qinbao bravely lifted his head and glared at Lu Zicheng and his unexpected guests. With hands on his hips and his small chest puffed out, he struck a pose of authority. Then, summoning his courage, he shouted in a tone that was both youthful and fierce, "You lot, how dare you frighten my sister? Apologize to her at once. Otherwise, do not blame me for being rude. I will make you understand how to write the word regret." With that, Jiang Qinbao shook his tiny fist in a display of defiance. Though it appeared somewhat comical, his determination to protect his sister was unmistakable. Suddenly, a burst of hearty laughter filled the room. It was Chi Yechen, unable to contain himself upon witnessing the scene. He laughed so hard that he doubled over, clutching his belly as he exclaimed, "This little one is simply too fierce, but that fierce look is absolutely adorable." In contrast, Lu Zicheng and the others maintained their composure, standing quietly without the exaggerated expressions of Chi Yechen, though a hint of amusement flickered in their eyes. At that moment, Jiang Yinbao, who had been hiding in the corner, seemed to hear the laughter and cautiously peeked out, her big, sparkling eyes blinking curiously as she asked, "Brother, what are they laughing at?" Jiang Qinbao's previously gloomy expression darkened further, resembling a thick ink stain. As he stared incredulously at those who dared to mock him, his eyes began to redden, tears welling up as if they might spill over at any moment. However, the stubborn boy bit his lip. Fighting to hold back his tears, Di Jingma observed everything, and upon seeing the little boy's struggle to contain his emotions, he felt a sudden pang of inexplicable pain in his heart. Unable to restrain himself, he admonished, "All right, stop laughing." Upon hearing Di Jingma's words, Qi Yechen was momentarily taken aback, then ceased his laughter. He scratched his head awkwardly and said to Jiang Qinbao, "Little friend, I sincerely apologize. I shouldn't have laughed at you." With that, he offered a somewhat apologetic smile. "Humph." Jiang Qinbao crossed his arms defiantly, tilting his chin slightly, exuding an air of pride reminiscent of a haughty little peacock. At that moment, a gentle voice inquired, "Little friends, what are your names? Where is your mother?" The speaker was Lu Ziqing. Qi Yechen, in a contemplative tone, remarked, "So they have." His voice trailed off, suggesting an unsettling thought. However, he left the statement incomplete, arousing curiosity about what lay behind it. Did they misunderstand something? Jiang Qinbao blinked his large eyes, gazing at Lu Ziqing and the others, who were looking at him and his sister with pity. He mused privately, "Why are they looking at us like that? Do they think we are like homeless little beggars?" Shaking his head at the thought, he dismissed it. Standing beside him, Jiang Yanbao appeared innocent and pitiful, her large, watery eyes reflecting confusion and helplessness, resembling a frightened little rabbit. She gently tugged at Jiang Qinbao's clothing and whispered, "Brother." Yanbao doesn't understand why they are looking at us like this. Just then, a warm and melodious voice reached the siblings' ears. "Little ones, what are your names?" It was Lu Ziqing. Meanwhile, Guiyu, standing beside Lu Ziqing, couldn't shake the feeling that these two children seemed familiar, though he couldn't quite place where he had seen them before. Especially the little boy, whose dirty face made it hard to see clearly, yet that sense of familiarity lingered. Hearing the question, Jiang Qinbao turned to the silent but imposing figure of Di Jingma beside him. After a moment's contemplation, he softly asked, "Is that all right?" In truth, he was pondering whether he should follow them. Ever since he encountered this man, he felt an inexplicable connection, as if there was something special linking them. Perhaps through engaging with him, he could discern whether he might indeed be his father. After weighing his options, Jiang Qinbao ultimately decided to accompany them for the time being. However, at that moment, his sister Yanbao gently tugged at his clothing. Her face etched with worry, murmuring, "Brother, do we really have to go with them? What about Mama? If Mama can't find us, she will surely be terribly worried. Sister, have you ever thought about looking for our father?" Jiang Qinbao asked earnestly, gazing at his sister. Jiang Yanbao blinked her large, watery eyes and nodded without hesitation, exclaiming, "I want to." Yanbao really wants to find Papa. Her tender yet resolute voice carried a yearning for paternal love. Chapter 63. Because the uncle is handsome, especially when standing next to brother. Jiang Yanbao nodded obediently, her small hand tightly clutching her brother's clothing, as if the presence of her brother would shield her from any fear of adversity. Di Jingma cast a fleeting glance before turning away, stepping into the SUV with a composed stride. Taking a seat in the last row, he leaned against the backrest, lightly closing his eyes, seemingly indifferent to everything around him. At this moment, Lu Ziqing, beaming with a smile, opened the car door and warmly beckoned. "All right, little friends, hop in." Responding to the call, Jiang Qinbao and Jiang Yanbao quickly scrambled into the vehicle. Just then, a pair of large, watery eyes fixated on Di Jingma. It was the adorable Jiang Yanbao, who blinked her lively eyes and timidly asked, "Uncle, can Yanbao sit next to you?" Di Jingma's previously closed eyes slowly opened, and when his gaze met Jiang Yanbao's clear, water-like eyes, he felt an unusual sensation stir within him. For reasons unknown, he found himself nodding instinctively. Upon seeing Di Jingma agree, Jiang Yanbao was utterly thrilled, her little face blooming with a radiant smile akin to spring flowers. She fluttered like a light and cheerful butterfly, swiftly taking her place beside Di Jingma. Once settled, her sparkling eyes shone with joy, and she tilted her head, sweetly thanking him. "Thank you, Uncle. You are so kind." Upon hearing the question from Sequanj, Jiang Yanbao blinked a few times before redirecting her gaze back to Di Jingma. She extended her chubby little hand, pointing at Di Jingma's extraordinarily handsome face, and cheerfully proclaimed, "Because this uncle is the most handsome," especially when standing next to brother. Realizing she had nearly revealed her secret, she quickly covered her mouth with both hands. "Oh dear, one must not speak carelessly. It is still uncertain whether this dashing uncle is truly the father she has longed to find. What if she accidentally angered him? With that thought, Jiang Yinbao playfully stuck out her tongue. Her expression adorably mischievous. Dear little sister, why did you stop speaking so abruptly? This truly ignites a burning curiosity within me. Qi Yechen furrowed his brows slightly, his deep-set eyes fixated intently on the petite figure before him. Under his gaze, the young girl appeared somewhat flustered. She gently bit her lip and, after a moment of hesitation, slowly began to speak. No, it is not yet the time to share this with you. When the moment is right, Yinbao will naturally reveal it. Upon finishing her sentence, she lowered her head in haste, as if fearing further inquiries from Qi Yechen. Jiang Qianqian sat up languidly from the soft, comfortable bed, rubbing her drowsy eyes. After yawning, she murmured, how long have I been asleep? It feels as though I have slumbered for an entire century." Observing her surroundings, Jiang Qianqian's brows knitted together as unease began to swell within her. Her heart raced, and she called out with all her might, "Chen Bao! Yin Bao!" A sense of unprecedented panic surged through her, prompting Jiang Qianqian to spring from the bed in disarray, disregarding her shoes as she hurriedly searched the room. She dashed into the children's bedroom, turned on the light, and scrutinized every corner, but the empty beds and silent room revealed no trace of the children. Next, she rushed into the living room, kitchen, and bathroom, scouring each space, even checking the wardrobes and cabinets. Yet the two little ones remained elusive. Beads of sweat rolled down her forehead as her breath quickened, her anxiety burning like a fierce flame. At that moment, she suddenly spotted Jiang Qianqian, pitifully crouched at the door, weeping inconsolably, as if the world itself had crumbled. "Master, what has happened? Has someone bullied you?" Miao Miao hurriedly set down the bag she was carrying and rushed to Jiang Qianqian's side, her concern evident. However, Jiang Qianqian was completely immersed in her sorrow, sobbing uncontrollably and struggling to articulate, "Miao Miao woo woo." Seeing her master in such distress tugged at Miao Miao's heartstrings, she gently stroked Jiang Qianqian's back, softly reassuring her. "Master, please do not cry. Tell me what has happened. Regardless of the situation, I will always be by your side." Hearing Miao Miao's comforting words, Jiang Qianqian managed to calm herself slightly, yet her tears continued to flow unabated. Like a torrential flood, she choked out, "The little ones are missing," and then broke into loud sobs, her cries heart-wrenching. "What? The little ones are missing?" Miao Miao's eyes widened in disbelief as she let out a piercing scream that echoed throughout the room. As if to lift the very roof off, Jiang Qianqian's complexion turned ashen at the sound of the alarm, and tears streamed uncontrollably down her cheeks. Chapter 64. "Uncle, would you like to have this?" Yinbao's favorite chicken leg rice. Seeing Jiang Qianqian's eyes swollen from crying, Miao Miao, filled with sympathy, nuzzled her fluffy head against Jiang Qianqian's leg, saying, "Master, please do not panic. It is of utmost importance that we find the little ones. Quickly, let us gather our energy spheres. I shall accompany you in the search." Upon hearing Miao Miao's words, Jiang Qianqian, as if awakening from a dream, wiped her tears and nodded, "All right, let us proceed as you suggest." With that, she swiftly reached for the shimmering crystal core and tossed it into her spatial realm. Without hesitation, the pair embarked on their quest to locate the children. Unbeknownst to them, the little ones had already accompanied Di Jingma and others. Leaving K City, Jiang Qianqian, burning with urgency, navigated through the desolate streets, rife with debris and the stench of blood. Whenever she encountered slow-moving, grotesque zombies, she would unhesitatingly confront them, anxiously inquiring, "Have you seen my little ones?" Miao Miao dashed to Jiang Qianqian's side, tail wagging with excitement, "Master, I can smell the little one scent. Follow me." Hearing this, a glimmer of hope sparked in Jiang Qianqian's eyes as she hurriedly followed Miao Miao in a frenzied dash. Soon, they arrived at the entrance of an abandoned supermarket. Jiang Qianqian rushed inside, scanning desperately for any sign of the children, but disappointment washed over her as she found no familiar faces. "Miao Miao, they are not here. Have you made a mistake?" Jiang Qianqian asked, her face reflecting confusion and a hint of frustration. However, Miao Miao shook her head firmly, sniffing the air before replying, "No doubt, master, their scent is indeed present, yet it is mingled with that of unfamiliar individuals. I believe they must have left with them." With that, Miao Miao began to discern the various scents with meticulous care. "They went this way." Miao Miao pointed eagerly toward a distant direction, her gaze locked on it as if fearing the target would vanish. Without hesitation, Jiang Qianqian set off in pursuit of Miao Miao's indicated path, calling out cheerfully, "Little ones, are your tummies growling? Uncle Chun has delicious bread here. Would you like some to fill your little tummies?" Qi Yechen beamed at the two little ones in the back seat. "Thank you, Uncle Chen, but we have already prepared food." Jiang Qinbao waved his small hand as if performing magic, producing two steaming, aromatic lunchboxes from his spatial realm. He carefully handed one to his sister, Jiang Yinbao, gently saying, "Sister, look, this is your favorite chicken leg rice." "Wow, thank you, brother," Jiang Yinbao exclaimed, joy illuminating her face as she received the lunchbox, her eyes squinting with delight. At that moment, the sweet and charming Jiang Yinbao suddenly turned to Di Jingma, her large, sparkling eyes blinking adorably as she held out her lunchbox with both hands, standing on her tiptoes to offer it. "Uncle, would you like this? It's Yinbao's favorite chicken leg rice, and it's so delicious." Di Jingma was taken aback, utterly unprepared for the little girl's generosity in offering her beloved lunchbox. He stood momentarily dumbfounded, while Qi Yechen beside him was equally astonished, his jaw nearly dropping as he exclaimed, "Goodness, little one, you possess such an extraordinary spatial ability, and the items within remain fresh? How remarkable, Uncle Chun. You truly have none." Jiang Yinbao gazed up with her innocent, wide eyes, fixated on Qi Yechen and his companions. Qi Yechen smiled and shook his head. "No, if they had any, why would they need to eat bread?" Di Jingma added. "Yinbao, Uncle isn't hungry. You should eat." However, despite Di Jingma's verbal refusal, his gaze remained glued to Jiang Yinbao's adorable face. Yet, when Jiang Yinbao heard what could very well be her biological father reject her kind offering without hesitation, her eyes instantly brimmed with tears, her sorrow so palpable it seemed she might burst into tears at any moment. Witnessing this, Di Jingma felt as though something had pierced his heart, an indescribable pang of pain surging through him. He opened his mouth, intending to offer words of comfort to Jiang Yinbao, but found his throat constricted, leaving him only able to produce a few incoherent sounds. At that moment, Jiang Qinbao, who had been silently observing everything, stepped in to mediate. He gently patted his sister's shoulder, soothingly saying, "Sister, do not be upset. This is a special meal made just for you. You must eat it all by yourself. As for this uncle, I have more to share. I will get another one for him shortly." Yay! Upon hearing that there was more food available, Jiang Yinbao immediately relinquished the lunchbox in her hands, her face lighting up with joy as she eagerly accepted the fragrant chicken leg, devouring it with gusto. Her little cheeks puffed up like an adorable squirrel. So delicious!" Jiang Yinbao exclaimed through her mouthful, completely oblivious to the greasy residue on her face, lost in the sheer delight of the meal. Seeing his sister so happy and satisfied, Jiang Qinbao let out a relieved sigh. He gently remarked, "Phew, I dread it when my sister cries. Her happiness is far more important than anything else." As he spoke, he tenderly ruffled his sister's hair, his eyes filled with affection and adoration. Jiang Qinbao then pulled out 5 more aromatic lunchboxes from his spatial realm, carefully handing one to Di Jingma with a beaming smile. "Uncle, you must try this delicious lunch." Di Jingma, initially thinking the little one was merely jesting, was utterly astonished to see him produce yet another batch of lunchboxes as if by magic. He stood momentarily speechless, gazing at the offered lunchbox in disbelief. At that moment, the whimsical Jiang Yinbao noticed that her father had not reached out to take the lunchbox. With her sparkling, lively eyes twinkling mischievously, she swiftly extended her small hand and snatched the lunchbox, unhesitatingly placing it into Di Jingma's embrace while murmuring, "Uncle, please don't be polite. Hurry and eat." Chapter 65. The unfinished lunchboxes. Jiang Qinbao smiled as she offered the remaining lunchboxes in her hands to Lu Zicheng and those beside him. Although these lunchboxes appeared quite simple, to the humans enduring the apocalypse, they were invaluable sustenance. Standing nearby, Qi Yechen's gaze was fixed hungrily on the lunchboxes, his throat involuntarily swallowing. After all, in this world ravaged by disaster, food was exceedingly scarce, and it had been over a year since they had tasted a proper meal. The gnawing hunger followed him like a shadow, igniting a fervent desire for the lunchbox. However, Qi Yechen hesitated to reach out for it. He lifted his gaze toward Di Jingma, seemingly awaiting his signal or approval, for within this group, Di Jingma held absolute authority and influence. Di Jingma's eyes slowly scanned them before he nodded slightly, indicating his consent. "Wow, that's fantastic, thank you." Chunbao! Chi Yechen exclaimed with excitement as he eagerly accepted the lunchbox, devouring it without restraint. Observing this, Lu Ziqing and the others followed suit, ravenously enjoying the meal. Di Jingma ate gracefully. Yet his pace was quicker than usual. In a mere few minutes, they had consumed the lunchboxes as if swept away by a whirlwind. However, despite their rapid and fervent consumption, they still felt an emptiness in their stomachs, as if their hunger had not been satiated. After all, for those endowed with supernatural abilities, their appetites far exceeded that of ordinary humans. At that moment, the perceptive Zhang Qinbao, as if by magic, produced over 30 lunch boxes from her remarkable space. Neatly stacked, the boxes emitted an enticing aroma. It turned out that these abundant lunchboxes were crafted by Jiang Qianqian, her mother. Whenever Jiang Qianqian found herself with idle time in her space, she delighted in preparing a myriad of delectable dishes, always making a large quantity, which she would then store away. Upon discovering that her son, Jiang Qinbao, possessed a unique space capable of accommodating numerous items, she eagerly increased her culinary efforts, depositing the prepared food directly into her son's space. As for the exact quantity, even Jiang Qinbao herself could not ascertain. "Qinbao, please don't take any more out. The uncles are truly full," Di Jingma exclaimed in astonishment, his eyes wide as he gazed at the little one, secretly marveling at her astonishing generosity. Jiang Qinbao waved her small hand nonchalantly and replied, "It's all right, uncle. I still have plenty, but as for the exact number, I really can't say. However, I assure you, even if I were to share all of this with you, it would suffice to sustain you for over 80 years. Upon hearing this, Chi Yechen nearly dropped his jaw in disbelief, stammering, "What? 8.80 years?" He gazed at Jiang Qinbao in incredulity, as though he were beholding an extraordinary little creature. Di Jingma cast a contemplative glance at the 30-plus lunchboxes, grappling with indecision. After all, in this post-apocalyptic world, food had become exceedingly precious and scarce, each morsel needing to be meticulously rationed. Yet, ultimately, he could not withstand the onslaught of hunger and slowly extended his hand to grasp a lunchbox. Seeing Di Jingma take a lunchbox, Chi Yechen and the others followed suit. "I'm so full," Chi Yechen exclaimed after finishing the last bite, gently patting his now rounded belly, a blissful smile gracing his features. This meal was nothing short of a feast for him, as he had not felt so satiated since the onset of the apocalypse. Lu Ziqing and the others echoed his sentiments, instinctively nodding in agreement. They exchanged glances, each reflecting a shared appreciation and sentiment for this rare feeling of fullness. Of course, it was imperative to express their gratitude to Qinbao. The speaker wore a face of deep appreciation, gazing sincerely at Jiang Qinbao. Jiang Qinbao mused internally, "The reason I am so wholeheartedly assisting you is indeed rooted in a certain connection. After all, you share a profound bond with my father, who is like a brother to you. Given this intimate relationship, it is only natural for me to extend such generous treatment to you." As these thoughts swirled in his mind, a smile unconsciously crept upon his lips, filled with pride for having such a loyal and devoted father. Meanwhile, Jiang Qianqian was breathlessly sprinting, beads of sweat rolling down her forehead, yet she could not catch up with those ahead. What should she do? Anxiousness painted her face, her hands tightly clasped together, her brow furrowed as if she could crush a fly. Her starry eyes were filled with panic, akin to a lost fawn. After quietly listening to every word that Miao Miao spoke, her heart was heavy with reluctance and frustration, but rationality informed her that the situation had become exceedingly urgent. She bit her lip tightly, as if trying to chew away her discontent. Ultimately, she steeled herself and resolutely turned, striding with determination and urgency toward home. Along the way, her heartbeat raced like a drum, and fine beads of sweat formed on her brow. Finally arriving home, she wasted no time catching her breath and began to hurriedly gather her belongings. First, she dashed into her bedroom, stuffing various clothes, jewelry, and utensils, along with the sofa, into her space. Then she swiftly moved to the kitchen, collecting the ingredients and cooking tools. Next, she entered her children's rooms, carefully placing their clothes, books, and cherished toys into her space. Once everything was securely stored, Jiang Qianqian let out a sigh of relief and called into the air, "Miao Miao, I'm ready. We can set off now." Chapter 66. This girl is quite lovely at this moment. Although she felt physically drained, her gaze was resolute. "All right, Jiang Qianqian retrieved a vehicle from her space and set off with Miao Miao beyond K-City. The scenery outside the window rushed past, yet her mood grew increasingly heavy. Jiang Qianqian slowed the car, proceeding with caution. Just then, a shadow darted out from the thick fog, blocking the road ahead. Jiang Qianqian slammed on the brakes, and upon closer inspection, she found a disheveled girl standing there. "Sister, please save me. There are bad people chasing me," the little girl pleaded, tears streaming down her face. Jiang Qianqian hesitated, and Miao Miao whispered, "Master, be cautious. It may be a trap." However, as Jiang Qianqian's gaze fell upon the girl, a wave of compassion surged within her. The girl wore tattered clothing, her hair a tangled mess, and her face was smeared with dirt and tear stains, looking utterly pitiful, and she seemed only slightly younger than Jiang Qianqian herself. After much internal conflict, Jiang Qianqian ultimately could not bring herself to disregard the girl's plight. Thus, she gently opened the car door and beckoned the girl to get in. The girl timidly glanced at Jiang Qianqian before cautiously climbing into the vehicle. Just as Jiang Qianqian shut the door, a chilling, bone-chilling laughter echoed around them. The laughter seemed to emanate from the depths of hell, sending shivers down their spines. Subsequently, the fog that had enveloped them began to dissipate, revealing a group of menacing thugs brandishing various sharp weapons. These thugs bore grotesque expressions, their faces riddled with flesh, resembling demons that had emerged from the underworld. Each was burly, their muscles bulging, exuding an aura of terror. Their eyes glimmered with greed and malice, akin to ravenous wolves spotting their prey, filled with bloodlust. Clearly, they had been lurking here for some time, waiting for their target to fall into their trap. "Humph, think you can escape? Not so easily," the leader of the thugs sneered, his voice reminiscent of a night owl's hoot, sending chills down one's spine. With arms crossed and a disdainful smile curling at his lips, he eyed the vehicle before him. Inside the car, Jiang Qianqian gripped the steering wheel tightly, her eyes radiating determination, as if staring death in the face. "If that's the case, then don't blame me for being rude. You dare obstruct my quest to find my children. You must be tired of living. Meow meow, hold on tight. I'm going to accelerate." With that, Jiang Qianqian slammed on the gas pedal, the car hurtling forward like an arrow loosed from a bow, heading straight for the group of thugs. Taken aback by her audacity, the thugs momentarily faltered, but quickly scattered. However, a massive chasm suddenly appeared ahead, prompting Jiang Qianqian to slam on the brakes. The girl's face turned pale with fear as she clutched the seat tightly. In that instant, Jiang Qianqian swiftly retrieved a handgun from beneath her seat. Her expression cold and unyielding, she rolled down the window, her icy gaze locking onto the brazen thugs outside. Immediately, she parted her ruby lips and chided in a delicate voice. "If you possess even a modicum of self-awareness today, you should swiftly scurry away with your tails between your legs. Otherwise, do not blame me for being ruthless and heartless." Upon hearing her words, the group of ruffians was momentarily taken aback, only to erupt into a cacophony of raucous laughter. "Oh my, who would have thought she was such a delicate flower?" One particularly brutish fellow guffawed, rubbing his hands together while leering at Jiang Qianqian, lewdly remarking, "Boss, just take a look at this lass. She's quite the catch." The others chimed in, their lascivious gazes resembling that of ravenous wolves, fixated upon Jiang Qianqian. The lewd stares sent chills down her spine, and a wave of intense revulsion surged within her. Clenching her silver teeth, a glimmer of cold light flickered in her beautiful eyes as she secretly summoned the formidable powers of the zombie king within her. With a mere thought, ominous growls reverberated around her, as grotesque zombies, reeking of decay, began to encircle her from all directions. "What sound is that?" One man abruptly halted, alertly straining to discern the faint noise. "Boss, it seems like a horde of zombies." Another, pale as a ghost, trembled uncontrollably, his speech faltering, eyes wide with terror. "Quick, run. Are we to remain here and be devoured by those repulsive creatures?" the leader bellowed, turning and sprinting ahead, with the others following suit as if awakening from a dream. "Please, don't come any closer. I'm not tasty at all." A man quivered, his face ashen, lips quaking. Yet, the zombies paid no heed to his pleas. Their hollow, soulless eyes were filled solely with ravenous hunger. Bereft of reason, they advanced with stiff, staggering steps toward the unfortunate soul in the blink of an eye, he was engulfed by the throng of zombies. Amidst the cacophony of his anguished screams, he struggled in vain as the relentless zombies tore at him. His clothing shredded to tatters, blood splattering everywhere in a gruesome spectacle. Meanwhile, Jiang Qianqian stood nearby. Her gaze as frigid as ice, her expression devoid of any emotion as she watched the horrific scene unfold. Remarkably, she remained unmoved, not even furrowing her brow. It was only when the screams began to wane, fading into silence, that she slowly uttered, "Meow meow. Let us depart." That moment, the girl seated in the car was struck with astonishment, her large, sparkling eyes nearly popping out of their sockets as she murmured in disbelief. She can actually control those terrifying zombies? How is that possible? Fear and panic filled her heart as she fixated her trembling gaze on Jiang Qianqian, instinctively inching away toward the car door. Yearning to distance herself from this enigmatic and perilous woman. Chapter 67. Why are you so afraid of me? Whatever happened to your earlier courage? Jiang Qianqian noticed the girl's actions and cast a cold glance in her direction. Her tone as flat as water yet laced with a hint of mockery. Afraid of me? Humph. When you stopped my car on the road just now, I saw no sign of fear from you. Now you're scared? It's too late. Upon hearing this, the girl bit her lip, her complexion paling to a ghostly white. After a brief hesitation, she summoned her courage to inquire, "Then, why did you save me? And let me witness your astonishing ability to control zombies." Jiang Qianqian did not disclose to the young girl that she was the zombie queen, nor would she tell anyone. Choice. What choice? The girl looked bewildered, entirely perplexed by Jiang Qianqian's words. Weighing her options, she considered the zombies lurking outside, knowing that venturing out alone would likely lead to her demise. Taking a deep breath, she steeled herself and declared, "I will go with you." My name is Jiang Qianqian. I'm 22 years old. Before her stood a girl with sparkling eyes, a sweet smile gracing her lips as she introduced herself. Upon hearing Jiang Qianqian's introduction, the slightly younger girl paused for a moment, then responded as if realizing, I am Pei Lin. I'm 3 years younger than you." As she spoke, she lowered her head shyly, nervously fiddling with the hem of her clothing. Jiang Qianqian regarded this bashful yet endearing girl, a smile gracing her lips. "Ah, I see. From now on, you shall call me Sister Qian." Hearing this, Pei Lin immediately lifted her head, her face lighting up with a brilliant smile as she obediently nodded. "All right, Sister Qian." Just then, a gust of wind swept through, stirring up the dust on the ground. Jiang Qianqian skillfully started the engine, and with the roar of the motor, the car sped forth like an arrow into the unknown ahead. "Meow meow, which direction should we head towards now?" Jiang Qianqian asked while driving, glancing at the nine-tailed fox in the passenger seat, her eyes reflecting a hint of confusion and uncertainty. The nine-tailed fox, poised elegantly, with its 9 fluffy tails swaying gently, looked wise and spirited. Hearing Jiang Qianqian's query, it replied softly, "Master, based on my observations, it seems those little ones have headed south." However, just then, the girl who had been quietly seated in the back suddenly let out a terrified scream. Her eyes widened in disbelief as she pointed at the nine-tailed fox, her voice trembling with fear. How is this possible? The nine-tailed fox can actually speak." The girl's scream shattered the tranquility within the car. Startling Jiang Qianqian, "Is it strange that Meow Meow can talk? Strange? How could it not be strange?" the girl exclaimed, her eyes wide. At this moment, the world had descended into chaos, with ruins and desolation everywhere. Yet, in such a bleak and hopeless environment, Lin's exaggerated reactions left Jiang Qianqian utterly perplexed. "Even in the apocalypse, you're still so easily startled." Jiang Qianqian could not help but grumble, shaking her head in exasperation at Lin's reactions. Meow Meow, overhearing this, rolled her eyes. Lin, in response to Meow Meow's words, retorted, "Even if it's the apocalypse, it is still unusual for a fox to speak." Meow Meow scoffed, her 9 tails flicking higher. "Foolish humans. This fox spirit is capable of anything under the heavens. Speaking a few words is merely trivial." Jiang Qianqian quickly interjected to mediate. All right. The pressing matter now is to locate those little ones. Meow Meow, please sense their location once more." Meow Meow closed her eyes and, after a moment, opened them to say, "Master, they seem to be lingering near an abandoned factory." The car sped toward the derelict factory. As they neared the site, a thick fog enveloped the surroundings, obscuring their vision. Lin Lin anxiously gripped the handrail, remarking, "This fog feels a bit eerie." Meow Meow, however, remained composed. "It's merely an illusion." With that, she exhaled a plume of flame, dissipating the fog. As the mist cleared, the abandoned factory came into view, a dilapidated, ominous structure, its walls overrun with vines, exuding a pungent odor. "Be cautious," Jiang Qianqian whispered, as they cautiously exited the vehicle and approached the factory. Just as they reached the somewhat decrepit entrance, a low, chilling roar resonated from within. The sound resembled that of an ancient beast, carrying an undeniable air of menace. Before the others could react, the brave and fearless Meow Meow dashed through the door without hesitation, her petite figure vanishing into the darkness like a flash of lightning. Following closely was the agile Jiang Qianqian, charging into the unknown peril like a swift leopard, unyielding in the face of danger. Last to enter was Lin Lin, who, though slightly hesitant, summoned her courage and stepped forward with determined strides. Upon entering the factory, the sight before them made them collectively gasp in shocked awe. On the spacious factory floor, a group of colossal, bizarre creatures surrounded several indistinct figures. These creatures bore resemblance to wolves yet were distinctly different. Their bodies were significantly larger than ordinary wolves, covered in a thick layer of gray fur, with sharp fangs glinting menacingly and blood-red eyes radiating ferocity and brutality. Meow Meow steadied herself, carefully observing the encircled figures before exhaling in relief. "Well, thankfully, they are not our little ones. Master, should we rescue them?" The nine-tailed fox's keen eyes darted to Jiang Qianqian, awaiting her command. Jiang Qianqian furrowed her brow slightly, her gaze coldly sweeping over the humans in distress. Initially, she had no intention of intervening, as these individuals held no significance to her. However, just as she was about to turn and leave, a sudden impulse stirred within her, and the image of her beloved Yinbao surfaced in her mind. The thought of Yinbao's fondness for energy orbs caused Jiang Qianqian to hesitate. She was acutely aware that this pack of wolves might possess precious energy orbs, and it would indeed be a pity to let such an opportunity slip away. Chapter 68. One may choose not to save a life, but the energy orbs must be obtained. After careful contemplation, Jiang Qianqian ultimately reached a decision. She would not rescue them, but she was determined to acquire the energy orbs. With that, a sly smile crept upon her lips. Meow Meow's gaze was piercing. With just a glance, she discerned Jiang Qianqian's intentions. It was well known that those adorable little creatures were quite enamored with energy orbs. Without a moment's hesitation, Meow Meow stepped forward. "Master, allow me to go. You and everyone else should wait here in peace." No sooner had she spoken than an astonishing scene unfolded. The originally petite and delicate nine-tailed fox suddenly grew in size, transforming in the blink of an eye into a magnificent creature as imposing as a steed. Its 9 fluffy tails swirled through the air, exuding an unparalleled aura of majesty. Without warning, the 9-tailed fox lunged forward, its sharp claws slicing through the air with a fierce wind. A cacophony of screams erupted as a considerable number of the zombie wolf pack were swiftly felled. They lay scattered across the ground, some already devoid of life. Jiang Qianqian, quick-witted and agile, followed closely behind the 9-tailed fox, swiftly crouching down to excavate the crystal cores. Her movements were deft. She expertly used a small knife to remove the flesh surrounding the cores, then gently rinsed them with a handful of clean water to wash away any lingering impurities. Before long, a collection of crystalline, translucent cores emanating a faint glow lay before her. Jiang Qianqian beamed with joy as she meticulously stowed each core into her satchel, simultaneously calling for Pei Lin Lin to assist her. "Lin Lin, come quickly. We must gather as many as we can." Upon hearing her summons, Pei Lin Lin dashed over, joining in the exhilarating and tense endeavor. The two worked in perfect harmony, swiftly filling several bags with crystal cores. Wow, this is an abundance. If Yinbao were to learn of this, she would surely soar with delight. Jiang Qianqian's eyes widened in disbelief as she gazed at the numerous bags filled to the brim with cores, elation bubbling within her. Meanwhile, the humans besieged by the ferocious zombie wolves were utterly astonished by the sudden appearance of Meow Meow. For a moment, everyone seemed frozen in place, as if under a spell, completely oblivious to the peril surrounding them. Just as panic set in, Jiang Qianqian's petite figure boldly charged toward the oncoming horde of zombie wolves. Astonishingly, at some point unbeknownst to anyone, a gleaming, razor-sharp long knife had manifested in Jiang Qianqian's hand. The blade glinted ominously in the sunlight, instilling a sense of dread. In a flash, with a swift motion of her arm, Jiang Qianqian brought the knife down, and with a crisp sound, the head of a zombie wolf lunging at her was severed cleanly. Akin to a ripe watermelon, blood splattered and brain matter erupted, painting the surroundings crimson. Yet, Jiang Qianqian did not falter. She skillfully probed within the severed head of the fallen zombie wolf, searching for something. Witnessing such a gruesome and brutal scene, many onlookers found themselves unable to bear the surging tide of fear and disgust. Their previously taut nerves unraveled in an instant, and their stomachs churned violently. Some turned pale, clamping their hands over their mouths. Barely stifling painful wretches. In that moment, chaos reigned, the sounds of vomiting intertwining with Jiang Qianqian's calm and decisive slaughter. The once mighty and imposing nine-tailed fox suddenly radiated a peculiar luminescence, and as the light flickered, its form swiftly shrank, ultimately transforming into an exquisitely petite and adorable little fox. "Master, are we done?" the nine-tailed fox inquired, its expressive eyes brimming with anticipation. Jiang Qianqian smiled and nodded, then raised her satchel to showcase its contents to the nine-tailed fox. "Yes, indeed. Take a look at how many bags we have." She held up several bulging bags, clearly brimming with treasure. "Meow Meow, have you finished over there?" Meow Meow paused her efforts, wiping the beads of sweat from her brow, and replied, "Almost. We must hurry to excavate these energy orbs, or we'll lose track of the little ones." With that, she resumed her diligent digging. Hearing this, Jiang Qianqian quickened her pace, muttering, "Yes, yes, we need to be swift. It wouldn't do to let those little critters wander too far." Her tools moved with increasing speed, as if she were intent on turning the very earth upside down. Shortly thereafter, Jiang Qianqian completed her excavation and called out, "Meow Meow Lin Lin, we're ready to set off." The two quickly gathered their belongings and rushed toward the direction of the call. "Boss, are they really leaving? Should we point?" one individual whispered to the leader. "Young lady, please wait a moment," Zhou Hua shouted while hurriedly making his way towards Jiang Qianqian, his voice echoing through the empty streets. Upon hearing the call, Jiang Qianqian halted, turning with a look of confusion and displeasure. She furrowed her brow, pondering, what does this human want? Does he not realize we are in a hurry? Observing the perplexed expression on Jiang Qianqian's face, Zhou Hua quickly offered an explanation. "I sincerely apologize for the interruption." Jiang Qianqian replied curtly, "If there's something to say, then say it. Does this lady not have urgent matters to attend to?" Taking a deep breath, Zhou Hua earnestly stated, "I cannot express enough gratitude for your life-saving intervention. If it weren't for your timely assistance, we would have surely fallen prey to those dreadful zombies by now." With that, he prepared to turn and continue on his way. Hey! Before Zhou Hua could finish his thought, Jiang Qianqian abruptly turned her head, her fierce gaze piercing like a shard of ice directed at him. Zhou Hua felt as if he had been struck by a spell, his body frozen in place. Mouth agape yet unable to utter a sound. Chapter 69. Not lacking in supplies, Jiang Qianqian's eyes seemed to blaze with an inferno of fury, concealing an immense pressure that made it difficult to gaze directly at her. Just that one look instilled in Zhou Hua a profound sense of fear and oppression, causing his heart to race uncontrollably, beads of sweat forming on his brow. The other party remained silent, gradually turning to Pei Lin Lin standing nearby, inquiring, "Can you drive?" Upon hearing this question, Jiang Qianqian let out a cold huff, impatiently responding, "Very well. If that is the case, let us depart quickly. Staying here is a sheer waste of precious time." No sooner had she spoken than she strode towards the vehicle parked not far off. Mustering all his courage, he called out, "Wait, please. May we accompany you on your journey?" However, the only response he received was Jiang Qianqian's derisive and disdainful laughter. "Ha! Do you truly believe that is possible? Bringing along your burdensome selves would only serve to encumber us." Faced with such a blunt and ruthless rejection, Zhou Hua hastily explained, "Don't jump to conclusions. We are not entirely without merit. We know of a very hidden and absolutely secure shelter stocked with abundant supplies. If you would allow us to travel with you, everything within that shelter would be at your disposal." Jiang Qianqian's lips curled into a confident yet scornful smile as she softly replied, "Not necessary." The tone was unwavering, as if those two words sufficed to convey everything. It was important to note that her space was brimming with an inexhaustible array of supplies. From precious herbs to rare gems and delectable food, it had it all. The quality and quantity of these resources far exceeded what they could fathom, rendering their offerings utterly insignificant in comparison. "Let us go." With that decisive proclamation, Jiang Qianqian gracefully leaped into the back seat of the vehicle. Simultaneously, the enigmatic and alluring nine-tailed fox followed suit, elegantly taking its place. Pei Linlin, standing nearby, cast a lingering glance at Zhou Hua. Her eyes seemingly filled with unspoken words, yet ultimately she resolutely turned away and entered the vehicle with swift precision. Moments later, Pei Linlin pressed the accelerator, and the vehicle sped away like an arrow released from a bow, kicking up a cloud of dust before vanishing at the end of the road, leaving Zhou Hua standing there in a daze, watching the receding car, a tumult of emotions swirling within him. "Boss, why did they leave?" The crowd behind realized that Jiang Qianqian and the others had departed. They were left wondering what the boss had said to them. Zhou Hua took a deep breath and slowly recounted the words he had just spoken. After hearing Zhou Hua's narrative, everyone wore a look of astonishment, especially Qiao Wei, who widened his eyes in disbelief and exclaimed, "What? They actually looked down on those supplies. How is that possible? Those are precious resources we painstakingly gathered." The vehicle glided smoothly along the broad road, while the scenery outside the window rapidly receded. Pei Linlin, driving, glanced at Jiang Qianqian, who was resting her eyes in the back seat, and finally couldn't help but ask, "Sister Qian, those people were clearly willing to provide us with supplies, so why did you refuse them?" Pei Linlin bit her lip and continued, "But Sister Qian, having more supplies is always a good thing, especially in this apocalypse where resources are scarce." Jiang Qianqian let out a languid yawn before slowly opening her tightly shut eyes. Within her beautiful gaze, a fleeting glimmer of disdain flickered, unmistakably revealing her contempt. She slightly raised her chin, a mocking smile curling at the corners of her mouth, and coldly retorted, "Those so-called supplies? Humph! They are utterly insignificant compared to what we possess, not even a third. What purpose do these things serve? Merely to take up space? Sister Qian, you must understand that in this apocalypse, no one would ever disdain those precious supplies," Pei Linlin said earnestly, her big, watery eyes fixed on Jiang Qianqian, as if she hoped her sincere gaze would convey this truth. Meanwhile, Zhou Hua gazed in the direction the car had departed, murmuring, "I hope you truly do not need them." Qiao Wei leaned in and asked, "Boss, what shall we do now?" Zhou Hua's gaze turned resolute. "We will proceed as planned to find a safe haven and collect supplies along the way." With a long exhale, Qi Yechen leaned back in his seat, feeling a wave of relief wash over him. Having driven continuously for a week, he was utterly exhausted. His body, stiff from prolonged sitting, ached intolerably. He gradually stretched his limbs, savoring this moment of relaxation, murmuring, finally arrived in the capital, upon learning that Jiang Qinbao possessed a miraculous space. Di Jingma and his group hurriedly made their way to resource-rich areas, embarking on a frenzied scavenging spree. Yet, no matter how much they collected, Jiang Qinbao's space seemed eternally insatiable, as if it had limitless capacity to contain all things in existence. Each time they placed a substantial amount of supplies within, the space showed no signs of nearing fullness, leaving Qi Yechen and the others both astonished and exhilarated. "Uncle, where are we?" Jiang Yanbao stared with wide, curious eyes at the towering walls, filled with wonder and awe. Her small frame appeared so diminutive and fragile. Qi Yechen smiled, bending down to gently ruffle Jiang Yanbao's soft hair, softly saying, "This is the capital, dear, and also where your uncles live." Jiang Yanbao blinked, her gaze drifting over the walls, seemingly eager to uncover more secrets within. Chapter 70. Yanbao gets hurt. Lu Ziqing sat in the driver's seat. Upon hearing the guards shout, he furrowed his brow slightly and leisurely rolled down the window. The guards exchanged glances, and one of them suddenly brightened, as if recognizing Lu Ziqing, stammering, Lu Xiao. "I'm sorry, but we cannot violate the regulations." Lu Ziqing shot him a glare, impatiently retorting, "Since you recognize me, why don't you hurry up and open the gate? Don't waste my time." The guards hesitated for a moment, but slowly opened the gate. Lu Ziqing's expression darkened as he snorted coldly, speaking with a hint of dissatisfaction and impatience. "Let us go, Agu." His stern gaze swept over the guards. Saquanj skillfully drove the vehicle into the base. "Wow, brother! Look! There are so many people here!" Jiang Yinbao exclaimed, her eyes wide with curiosity as she gazed at the bustling crowd outside the window. For this girl, who had lived in a relatively isolated environment, the sight of so many humans gathered together was exceedingly rare. After all, the creatures she had encountered most frequently since birth were not living humans, but rather those grotesque, terrifying zombies. At that moment, Zhang Chunbao, hearing his sister's excited shout, hurried over to join her, also exclaiming in astonishment, "Ah, so many people." He too was taken aback by the lively scene, having interacted with very few outsiders throughout their lives. "Kids, do you like it here?" Lu Ziqing asked with a smile, his tone warm and inviting. "Yes, Yinbao likes it the most," Jiang Yinbao cheered, enthusiastically waving her chubby little hands, her face flushed with excitement. "We've arrived at Dijingwan." Siquanj stated casually, "Kids, we're home. You can get out now." Qi Yechen called out to the children, his voice gentle and friendly, making one feel as if they were basking in the warmth of spring. Di Jingma, who had been resting with his eyes closed in the car, slowly opened his eyes. His profound gaze sparkled with a mysterious light, akin to black obsidian. He elegantly descended from the vehicle, his tall figure drawing attention under the sunlight. Just as Di Jingma was about to step into the villa, a clear, childlike voice called out, "Uncle. Wait for Yinbao." However, in her haste, Zhang Yinbao was unable to stop in time and collided directly into Di Jingma's back. With a dull thud, Di Jingma's tall frame swayed slightly but quickly regained its stability. The sound echoed again as Zhang Yinbao, like a doll losing balance, fell straight to the hard ground. Her small body made contact with the cold stone, and she lay there, utterly limp. A vivid red mark rapidly bloomed on her originally fair forehead, as if it had been heavily coated with vermilion. "Woo woo woo! Yinbao hurts." Zhang Yinbao pouted, tears streaming down her cheeks like a torrential flood. The crystalline droplets cascaded down her chubby face, splashing onto the dusty ground, only to vanish without a trace. Hearing his sister's pitiful cries, Zhang Chunbao's heart tightened. He dashed to her side like an arrow released from a bow, anxiously calling out, "Sister, where does it hurt? Let me see." He knelt down, carefully reaching out to gently touch Zhang Yinbao's body, trying to locate the source of her injury. "Woo woo woo, brother. Yinbao's head hurts, and my bottom hurts too." Zhang Yinbao sobbed, gazing up at her brother with pitiful, tear-filled eyes, overflowing with grievance and pain, evoking a deep sense of compassion. Zhang Chunbao quickly shifted his gaze to his sister's forehead, noticing the swollen area, which had risen prominently, even revealing faint traces of blood. His brows knitted tightly, the lines on his forehead resembling deep crevices, his face etched with worry as he stammered, "Oh no, it's so red from the impact?" At that moment, Zhang Chunbao suddenly lifted his head, his previously clear eyes now blazing with fierce intensity, directed squarely at Di Jingma. His gaze was akin to two sharp arrows, seemingly aiming to pierce through Di Jingma. He clenched his jaw, his cheeks puffed with anger, silently seething, "It's all your fault. If it weren't for you, my sister wouldn't have been hurt. She has been my precious treasure since the first moment I laid eyes on her. And I have always cared for her tenderly." Throughout their lives, his sister had never suffered even the slightest injury, and now, as these thoughts surged, Zhang Chunbao's fury intensified, yearning to confront Di Jingma immediately. Even if this person might very well be his beloved father, so what? In his young heart, a steadfast belief took root. Anyone who caused harm to his sister or mother would be unequivocally deemed a villain beyond redemption. This sentiment left no room for negotiation, as solid as steel and unyielding. For him, mother and sister were the most cherished treasures in the world, deserving of utmost protection, and no one should dare to harm them even slightly. At the moment Di Jingma beheld the weeping little girl, his heart felt as though it had been gently pierced by something, an indescribable pang of sorrow surging through him. "I'm sorry." His voice unconsciously softened, tinged with guilt and compassion. Meanwhile, Zhang Yinbao's small frame trembled slightly as she struggled to open her tear-filled eyes, revealing a look of profound helplessness and longing that tugged at the heartstrings. Slowly, she extended her arms, as if seeking a warm embrace, her soft voice calling, Uncle, hug Yinbao." The scene resembled that of an injured kitten, evoking deep compassion. Dijingma gently cradled Jiang Yinbao in his arms, as if he were safeguarding the most precious treasure in the world. With utmost care, he reached out his hand, tenderly wiping away her tears that cascaded like pearls, each gesture imbued with boundless affection and concern. Subsequently, Dijingma slowly carried Jiang Yinbao into the grand and opulent villa. Chapter 71. Yinbao's sweetness. Ah, old man, did I just hear the sound of a child crying? Grandma, seated on the sofa, suddenly furrowed her brow, questioning with curiosity. Upon hearing this, Grandpa perked up his ears, listening intently, but after a moment, he shook his head. No, my dear. Perhaps you misheard. It might just be the sound of the wind outside. However, Grandma remained resolute, rebutting without hesitation. No way. My hearing hasn't deteriorated to that extent. With that, she swiftly rose and hurried towards the door. As Grandma reached the entrance, she spotted Dijingma approaching. Before she could utter a word, her eyes glistened with unshed tears, as if they were on the verge of spilling over. Grandma, I'm so sorry. It's all my fault for worrying you, Dijingma said. His face etched with guilt as he embraced the trembling figure of Grandma. His voice was deep and filled with remorse, as though he wished to convey all his inner regrets to this elderly woman who had always cared for him. At that moment, a soft, childlike voice piped up, Auntie, don't cry. Yinbao will help you wipe your tears. A plump little girl, delicate and exquisite, swayed towards them. Her big, glistening eyes were filled with concern and empathy, stirring an instinctive affection in those who beheld her. The little one, Jiang Yinbao, stretched her chubby hand in an earnest attempt to dry the tears on Grandma's cheek, though her movements were somewhat clumsy. The purity and kindness radiating from her were enough to warm the heart. Looking down at the serious little girl wiping her tears with such dedication, Grandma felt an indescribable surge of emotion. It was only at that moment that she realized her grandson was cradling this adorable child, who appeared to be little more than a year old. Little Momo, do tell Grandma, whose child is this lovely little girl? Grandma inquired, her face lighting up with affection as she gazed at the exquisite child in Dijingma's arms. He paused briefly, seemingly gathering his thoughts, before he began to explain. That day, we were searching for food in the supermarket. Just as we were about to leave, we heard a faint sound coming from behind the car. Upon investigation, we discovered them and inquired about their parents, only to find out they had AT that moment. A shy little girl approached, blinking her large, watery eyes and sweetly chimed, Auntie, hello. My name is Jiang Yinbao. Grandma gently took the girl from her grandson's arms, asking tenderly, Yinbao, may I call you Yinbao? The little girl beamed, obediently nodding, of course, Auntie. Grandma was so charmed by the girl's innocent demeanor that she couldn't help but chuckle, playfully correcting, Yinbao, you must call me Grandma, not Auntie. However, Jiang Yinbao tilted her head, gazing at Grandma with puzzlement, her little lips pouting as she murmured, but, Auntie, you look so young and beautiful. How could you be a grandma? Upon hearing this, Grandma felt her heart bloom with joy, reminiscent of flowers blossoming in spring. She smiled warmly, reaching out to gently pinch Jiang Yinbao's tender, peach-like cheek, softly saying, Oh my, our Yinbao is simply too adorable. That little mouth of yours is as sweet as honey. But darling, you just called him uncle. And then me, Auntie, that doesn't seem quite right. As she spoke, Grandma smiled and pointed toward the tall, distinguished figure of Dijingma. Jiang Yinbao followed the direction of her finger and focused her gaze on Dijingma. So, Daddy's auntie is Daddy's grandma? She blinked her big, innocent eyes, suddenly enlightened. Oh, I see. So this beautiful auntie oh no, I mean grandmother. Her adorable expression was irresistible, prompting an urge to pinch her soft cheeks. Then she turned her attention back to Dijingma and asked, Earlier you mentioned them? Besides Yinbao, are there other little friends? Dijingma, sensing the importance of the moment, promptly replied, Indeed, Grandma, they are an adorable pair of fraternal twins. As they conversed, Lu Ziqing and others stepped inside. Hearing the commotion, Grandma's gaze shifted to the door, where she immediately recognized the group. Her attention didn't linger long. It fixated on Jiang Qinbao, locking onto him firmly. In that instant, Jiang Yinbao's radiant smile, akin to the warmth of a spring sun, bloomed on her face, and with uncontainable joy, she raised her chubby little hands high, her delicate fingers pointing towards Jiang Qinbao, who was rushing towards them in a voice as sweet and melodious as a nightingale's song. She exclaimed to her kind-eyed grandmother, "Look, Grandma, that little boy running over is my very own brother." Before long, Jiang Qinbao dashed up, breathless, stopping right in front of Jiang Yinbao. He paused, panting, beads of sweat glistening on his forehead. Yet his eyes sparkled with delight and excitement upon seeing his sister. "Sister!" Jiang Qinbao called out her name loudly, spreading his arms wide to envelop Jiang Yinbao in a warm embrace. Feeling the comforting warmth of her brother's hug, Jiang Yinbao giggled joyfully. Then, she gently wriggled out of her brother's embrace, bouncing away like a cheerful little rabbit, leaping down from Grandma's lap to join Jiang Qinbao's side. Chapter 72. Why does this little boy seem so familiar? Jiang Yinbao then tiptoed, leaning close to Jiang Qinbao's ear, her voice a conspiratorial whisper, "Brother, brother, I just heard Daddy say that this kind and lovely old lady is Daddy's real grandmother, so she is also our grandmother." Upon hearing this, Jiang Qinbao looked up at Grandma and greeted, "Hello, Grandma." Grandma's face blossomed with a warm smile, reminiscent of the gentle sun in spring. Her bright eyes crinkled with laughter, radiating kindness and warmth. She softly reached out, first ruffling Jiang Qinbao's fluffy little head, as if caressing an invaluable treasure. Then she gently grasped Jiang Yinbao's soft little hand, filled with love, saying, "Good children, you truly are heartwarming." Then, with genuine concern, Grandma asked, "Yinbao, and you too, Qinbao, are your little tummies grumbling? Are you hungry?" With that, she called out towards the kitchen, you may, quickly, prepare a few delicious dishes that suit the taste of these little treasures." Following this, Grandma took the children by the hand, leading them towards the basin. As they walked, she chattered, Come, my little darlings, let us wash our hands until they are nice and clean. Look at you both. You all muddy from playing. After washing your hands, we can sit down comfortably to enjoy a delicious meal." At that moment, Grandma busily wiped the grime from their faces with a handkerchief. But no matter how hard she tried, the dirt stubbornly clung on. Frowning, she scrutinized the little boy before her, her gaze unwavering. After a while, she muttered to herself, Why does this little boy seem so familiar? I feel as though I've seen him somewhere before." As she spoke, Grandma strained to recall any memories related to this little boy. Jiang Qinbao slowly lifted his exquisitely sculpted face, blinking his clear, innocent eyes like black jewels, peering curiously at Grandma. At that moment, Grandma paused, the handkerchief suspended in midair, no longer gently wiping his cheeks. Jiang Qinbao tilted his head, his chubby little hand tugging at Grandma's clothing, softly asking, "Grandma, what's wrong? Did I do something to upset you?" His innocent and endearing expression would warm anyone's heart. "Oh no, my dear, Grandma is fine. I was just reminded of something from the past," Grandma replied, letting out a gentle sigh, a hint of subtle sadness flickering in her eyes. Just then, Yume entered, carrying steaming dishes, and the rich aroma filled the air. Grandma momentarily set aside her thoughts, calling the children to the dining table. "Old woman, why are there suddenly 2 little children in the house?" Grandpa, seated at the table, looked at her in astonishment, noticing her tightly holding the hands of the 2 little ones. Then, with a face full of affection, she picked up the chopsticks and began to serve dishes to the 2 children, constantly murmuring, Come, Qinbao, Yinbao, you must eat more, so you can grow tall and strong." At that moment, the dining table was enveloped in a warm atmosphere, as if the entire world had been reduced to just these 4 individuals, 1 old and 3 young. The 2 children, with their wide eyes, sat obediently in their chairs, gazing at the abundant dishes and their amiable grandparents, their hearts brimming with warmth and happiness. "Thank you, grandmother," the 2 little ones exclaimed in unison, their voices clear and melodious, akin to the delightful song of a yellow oriole. Their adorable little faces radiated bright smiles, as vibrant and captivating as flowers blooming in spring. Upon hearing the children's sweet expressions of gratitude, Grandma felt a surge of warmth within, and her smile grew increasingly gentle and kind. She sighed softly and remarked, "Oh, Qinbao, Yinbao, you truly are so considerate." As she spoke, Grandma D's movements became more swift and skilled, as if she were determined to present every delectable dish on the table to the little ones. When Grandpa D heard his wife's tender voice calling out to him, a twinge of jealousy arose within him. He gazed at the two adorable children with an envious expression and softly said, Chen Bao, Yin Bao, I too wish to call you so affectionately. May I? At that moment, Jiang Yin Bao was puffing out her cheeks, her mouth stuffed with food, resembling a greedy little squirrel. Grandpa Di, with a benevolent smile, watched the charming sight of Jiang Yin Bao and felt immense joy in his heart. This little one was savoring her meal, her tiny mouth chewing eagerly, looking every bit like an adorable little squirrel. The more he watched, the more he cherished her, unable to resist softly saying, Come, Yin Bao, do try this braised chicken leg. It was made by Aunt May. As he spoke, he deftly picked up a tempting, aromatic braised chicken leg with his chopsticks and carefully placed it in Jiang Yin Bao's small bowl. Thank you, grandfather. Jiang Yin Bao's bright, gem-like eyes sparkled with surprise as she unhesitatingly reached out her small hand, grasping the fragrant chicken leg tightly, and then eagerly opened her mouth to take a big bite. The tender, juicy chicken mixed with the rich aroma spread delightfully in her mouth, prompting a satisfied sigh. The way Jiang Yin Bao ate was a perfect reflection of Jiang Qian, a quintessential foodie. Sitting nearby, Jiang Qian Bao couldn't help but feel a tinge of envy watching his sister relish her meal. He silently observed the chicken leg in his sister's hand, unconsciously swallowing hard. This subtle action was noticed by the attentive Grandma Di, who gently nudged Grandpa Di's foot and gestured towards Jiang Qian Bao. Grandpa Di, following Grandma Di's direction, immediately understood her meaning. Chun Bao, come and taste this chicken leg. It's absolutely delicious, Grandpa Di cheerfully told Jiang Qian Bao, while placing a chicken leg in front of him. Chapter 73. Two little joys upon hearing his brother's words. Jiang Yin Bao, who was happily devouring her meal, looked up, her mouth still filled with unchewed chicken, and mumbled, No need, brother. There's still so much here. I can't possibly finish it all. As she spoke, she pointed with her chubby little hand at the generous plate of chicken legs on the table, indicating to her brother that there was no need to worry about not having enough. Grandpa Di gazed lovingly at the two adorable children, his heart filled with joy. Indeed, Chun Bao, this was specially served for you by your grandfather. If you don't eat it, does that mean you don't like this old man? Grandpa Di feigned a pitiful expression, pretending to wipe away non-existent tears from his eyes. Jiang Chen Bao, witnessing his grandfather's antics, instantly panicked, his little hands waving frantically as he anxiously explained, No, that's not it. Grandfather! Chen Bao really likes this chicken leg. With that, the little fellow quickly reached for the large chicken leg in his bowl, opening his mouth wide to take a hearty bite, his cheeks puffing out like a little squirrel. Observing Jiang Chen Bao's adorable eating habits, Grandpa Di's face broke into a doting smile. Yet he wasn't ready to let the little one off the hook so easily, teasingly remarking, Oh dear, it seems our Chen Bao only likes chicken legs. Does that mean you don't love your grandfather as much? I also like grandfather, Jiang Chen Bao replied, his words muffled by the chicken leg in his mouth. Di Jingamo followed the direction everyone's gaze was pointed. Seeing Grandpa Di's beaming smile, his genuine joy evident, he couldn't help but smile as well, reflecting, Indeed, it has been a long time since I've seen Grandpa this happy. After finishing their meal, everyone gathered in the spacious and bright living room, enjoying the leisurely post-meal moments while chatting about everyday matters. That time, the entire living room was filled with a warm and harmonious atmosphere. Suddenly, the adorable and clever Jiang Yin Bao's eyes lit up, as if a flash of inspiration had struck her curious and innocent gaze. She seemed to have thought of an extremely interesting idea, her face breaking into a radiant smile. Grandfather, how about we play a riddle game together? Jiang Yin Bao eagerly set down the unfinished food in her hands, clapping joyfully, producing a crisp and pleasant sound. Grandpa Di, seeing Jiang Yin Bao's lively and adorable demeanor, couldn't help but smile warmly. Nodding gently and saying, All right, my little Yin Bao, then you shall present the riddle. After receiving her grandfather's consent, Jiang Yin Bao tilted her head and pondered seriously for a moment, then, in her tender yet clear voice, sweetly said, A winding vine climbs high, strings of pearls hanging nearby. Grandfather, can you guess what this is? After speaking, she blinked her sparkling eyes, eagerly awaiting her grandfather's answer. As soon as she finished speaking, Jiang Yin Bao clapped her hands excitedly, exclaiming, Wow, grandfather is so clever. You guessed it right away. Next, it was her brother Jiang Chen Bao's turn to present a riddle. He quickly swallowed the food in his mouth, gathered his thoughts, and said, a little red jar. Filled with red dumplings, eat the red dumplings, spit out white pearls. The two children were filled with delight, bouncing around Grandpa Di's. Night fell, like a massive and heavy black satin draping over the earth. The city's lights gradually twinkled on, resembling brilliant stars adorning the sky. Inside the house, soft lighting cast a warm glow. Yin Bao, Chun Bao, it's already as dark as ink outside. Time to go to bed. Grandma Di gently called out to the two adorable children. Oh, how can it be so soon? But Yin Bao hasn't played enough yet. Little Jiang Yin Bao pouted, her face displaying reluctance as she whined. Grandma Di smiled and gently patted her head, patiently coaxing, "Sweetheart, if you sleep early and rise early, your body will grow tall. If you stay up too late, you won't grow taller." Upon hearing that she might not grow tall, Jiang Yin Bao's big eyes widened in alarm, her face reflecting panic. She hurriedly jumped off the sofa, running toward the bedroom while chanting, "Ah, Yin Bao wants to sleep. Yin Bao wants to grow tall quickly." Her demeanor resembled that of a startled little rabbit, evoking amusement. "Yin Bao, Chun Bao, which of you little treasures wants to sleep with whom tonight?" Grandma Di looked at the adorable twins with a loving gaze and gently inquired. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yin Bao pondered for a moment, then suddenly pointed at Di Jingmo, sitting nearby, and declared, "I want to sleep with Uncle." Her gaze was locked onto Di Jingmo, unwavering, as if afraid he might escape. At that moment, she secretly thought, Yin Bao has never slept with Daddy before. Although it's not entirely certain if this handsome uncle is truly her father, it would still be nice to sleep with him. Perhaps when she wakes up, she will find out the answer. With that thought, Jiang Yin Bao couldn't help but break into a sweet smile. Grandpa Di and Grandma Di looked at the two little ones in astonishment, completely taken aback by their unexpected decision. Their eyes simultaneously shifted towards Di Jingmo, silently contemplating. Given their grandson's stubborn and headstrong nature, he would undoubtedly be reluctant to agree easily. Chapter 74. Uncle? Tell us a story. Meanwhile, Di Jingmo was seated on the sofa, attempting to relax in peace. Who could have anticipated that at that moment, Jiang Yin Bao would suddenly run over, her soft and sweet voice proclaiming, "Uncle, Yin Bao wants to sleep with you tonight." Just as he was about to refuse, he found himself captured by Jiang Yin Bao's sparkling, lively eyes. Those eyes conveyed a blend of determination and anticipation. As if silently pleading, "Uncle, if you don't agree, Yin Bao might just cry." Di Jingma's lips trembled slightly, as that simple word seemed lodged in his throat, refusing to escape. Beside him, Jiang Yin Bao had already shed tears, her delicate frame quivering as she clutched the hem of Di Jingma's garment tightly, her voice tinged with a cry, "Uncle, please." Her big, watery eyes brimmed with pleading, tears cascading down like pearls from a broken string. "Very well, but you must promise to sleep obediently. If I discover you have deceived me, I will unhesitatingly cast you out." Di Jingma spoke with utmost seriousness, his cold visage seemingly shrouded in a layer of frost, instilling a sense of dread. Standing nearby, Grandpa and Grandma Di were taken aback, their mouths agape. They had never witnessed their precious grandson in such a manner. Especially in the presence of children, he displayed an utter lack of patience. Yet, at this moment, the little girl named Jiang Yinbao managed to soften the heart of the notoriously unyielding Di Jingma, which was truly astonishing. Grandpa and Grandma Di exchanged glances, their hearts filled with confusion and curiosity, pondering what sort of magic Jiang Yinbao possessed to penetrate the ironclad fortress of Di Jingma's heart. "Grandpa and Grandma, I'm going to bed now," Di Jingma obediently informed the elderly couple, then turned and ascended the stairs with a light step. However, after taking a few strides, he suddenly realized that the familiar sound of footsteps was absent behind him. He turned to see Jiang Yinbao holding Jiang Qinbao's hand, gazing at him. "Brother, can I come too?" Jiang Qinbao, standing to the side, appeared somewhat awkward and uneasy, seemingly uncomfortable under Di Jingma's gaze. Di Jingma observed this, and a complex wave of emotions stirred within him. After a slight sigh, he called out to Jiang Qinbao, "You can come up as well?" With that, he turned once more and continued his ascent. Upon hearing this, Jiang Qinbao was momentarily stunned, but then a radiant smile broke out on his face as he quickly replied, "Thank you, uncle." He hurriedly followed in Di Jingma's footsteps. At this moment, Jiang Yinbao was so elated that she danced with joy. Upon reaching the room, Di Jingma pointed to the bed. "You may sleep here tonight." Jiang Qinbao eagerly nodded, pulling his sister over to sit down. However, Jiang Yinbao looked at Di Jingma with sparkling eyes. "Uncle, tell us a story." Di Jingma initially intended to refuse, but upon meeting her innocent gaze, his words transformed into an agreeable, "All right." He began recounting ancient myths and legends. His voice deep and gentle. Jiang Qinbao was entranced, while Jiang Yinbao gazed at him with admiration. After finishing the tale, Di Jingma lay down to rest, yet found himself unable to sleep, tossing and turning. He had never shared a room with anyone before. In the middle of the night, Jiang Yinbao suddenly began to sob quietly. Di Jingma sat up instantly, softly asking what was wrong. It turned out she had experienced a nightmare. After a moment's hesitation, Di Jingma rose from the sofa and seated himself beside her, gently patting her back in comfort. "Uncle, come sleep here too. This bed is super big, it can fit many people. We can definitely sleep together." Jiang Qinbao blinked his big, sparkling eyes, looking at Di Jingma with eager anticipation, his little hands continuously patting the empty space beside him on the bed. Hearing this, Di Jingma was momentarily taken aback, but then resolutely shook his head, refusing. "No, I have things to attend to." With that, he prepared to stand up and leave. However, just as he began to rise, a soft little hand suddenly grasped his clothing tightly. "Please, Mommy, don't go. Don't leave Yinbao and brother behind." Jiang Yinbao pouted. Jiang Qinbao, witnessing this, couldn't help but stifle a chuckle. He understood perfectly that his quirky little sister was deliberately acting this way, simply wishing to sleep with their father. "Uncle, look, my sister is dreaming again." Jiang Qinbao pointed at Jiang Yinbao, who had her eyes tightly shut, her little face trembling slightly as if lost in a terrifying dream. Di Jingma turned his head at the sound, his gaze falling upon Jiang Yinbao's face, which was etched with terror. She clung tightly to his garment, as if seeking solace. Observing her distress, Di Jingma's heart ached. He gently approached, tenderly stroking Jiang Yinbao's hair, and cautiously lifted her into bed. Jiang Yinbao seemed to sense the warmth and security, immediately burrowing into Di Jingma's embrace, her small hands gripping his clothing tightly. Unwilling to let go, Di Jingma's lips curled into a slight smile, a mixture of helplessness and affection, his voice soft as if it could melt the heart. "Do not fear, Yinbao, Uncle is here with you. Sleep soundly, I will never leave you." His gentle touches were both soothing and calming, akin to a melodious lullaby, filled with infinite tenderness and care. At that moment, Jiang Qinbao looked on with envy, observing how blissfully his sister nestled in their father's embrace. His heart stirred with a hint of melancholy. Just then, the perceptive Di Jingma seemed to sense the intense gaze behind him. He turned slightly, his eyes instantly locking onto Jiang Qinbao, who was attempting to shy away. "Why are you still awake?" Di Jingma's deep, magnetic voice resonated softly. Chapter 76, Tortured all night, unable to sleep. Upon hearing this, Jiang Qinbao lifted his head, locking eyes with Di Jingma. His cheeks flushed slightly, his gaze evasive, as if feeling somewhat shy. Noticing this, Di Jingma smiled gently, slowly extending an arm to embrace Jiang Qinbao. Feeling the warmth and broadness of his chest, Jiang Qinbao's heart involuntarily raced, yet simultaneously, he felt an overwhelming sense of security and comfort. "Let us sleep, Qinbao. How about Uncle holds both of you together?" Di Jingma leaned down, whispering softly in Jiang Qinbao's ear, his warm breath brushing against her sensitive skin, causing her to shiver slightly. In that moment, Di Jingma resembled a tender, caring father, rendering his affection irresistible. Jiang Qinbao complied, closing her mouth and falling silent, gradually drifting off to sleep without realizing it. Di Jingma gazed tenderly at the two little ones nestled in his arms, their serene forms resembling little angels, their rosy lips slightly parted, breaths steady and gentle. A faint smile graced his lips, imbued with boundless paternal love and indulgence. The silvery moonlight streamed through the window, casting a delicate veil over the children, as if draping them in a shimmering glow. The entire room was enveloped in a tranquil and peaceful atmosphere, instilling an immense sense of calm and serenity. Time slipped by unnoticed. After an indeterminate duration, Di Jingma's once clear eyes began to grow heavy, a profound fatigue washing over him. Just as he was on the verge of slipping into slumber, he suddenly felt as though he were pinned down by a weight, a heaviness pressing against his chest, nearly suffocating him. Struggling to open his eyes, he groggily realized that two little figures were clinging to him. One was tightly wrapping around his neck, while the other lay sprawled across his chest, their chubby little legs kicking restlessly. What the heck? Is this what that little rascal meant by obedient? I nearly lost my life. Di Jingma, usually refined and composed, couldn't help but curse in exasperation. Cold sweat beaded on his forehead, and his heart raced from the recent scare. He frantically attempted to pry the two little ones off, but they clung to him like stubborn gum, rendering him momentarily helpless. As dawn broke, the first light of day filtering through the curtains, Di Jingma finally descended the stairs slowly. Rubbing his bleary eyes and yawning, he resembled a panda with dark circles under his eyes. Oh dear, my little Mo, what has happened to you? You look like you didn't sleep well. Grandma Di, seated on the living room sofa, felt a pang of worry upon seeing her grandson's appearance and hurried over to inquire with concern. Di Jingma's once deep and bright eyes were now bloodshot, heavy dark circles evident. He forced a smile to reassure his grandmother, yet inwardly grumbled, "Humph, if it weren't for those two mischievous little rascals weighing me down all night, I wouldn't look like this." However, he would never dare voice such thoughts. Grandma Di nodded thoughtfully, her gaze scanning the empty space behind him, puzzled as she asked, "By the way, where are Yinbao and Qinbao? Have they not yet risen?" She noticed the absence of the two children. "Grandma!" The simultaneous, bright, and urgent calls of Jiang Qinbao and Jiang Yinbao rang out. They both exclaimed the words. Grandma Di, busy preparing breakfast, paused her actions and turned slowly. A warm smile blossomed on her kind face, radiant as flowers in spring. "Yinbao, Qinbao, my dear ones, you've finally awakened." Grandmother Di, while speaking, stepped towards the staircase, her eyes brimming with affection for Yinbao and Qinbao. Upon reaching the foot of the stairs, she paused, raising her gaze to behold Jiang Qinbao and Jiang Yinbao standing above. The two children, rubbing their sleepy eyes and with tousled hair, could not conceal their adorable innocence. "Yinbao, Qinbao, come down quickly. Grandmother has prepared a delicious breakfast, waiting for you both to savor." Grandmother Di called out with a smile, waving her hand to beckon them down. "We're coming, Grandmother." At the sound of their cheerful voices, the little ones bounded towards the dining table like lively sprites. Settling down obediently. At that moment, Jiang Yinbao suddenly turned her gaze to the table opposite, noticing the imposing figure of Di Jingma, whose countenance was stern and dignified. He sat upright, exuding an innate aura of nobility. "Uncle, good morning," the little one exclaimed brightly, her voice filled with childlike innocence and warmth. However, in response to the child's enthusiastic greeting, Di Jingma merely lifted his head slightly, responding indifferently with a soft "mm." His expression remained aloof, seemingly untouched by the children's vivacity, yet a flicker of unnoticeable tenderness passed through his deep-set eyes. Come, Yinbao and Qinbao. You two must eat well, for you are in the prime of growth." Grandmother Di beamed with maternal affection, her chopsticks busily serving dishes into the children's bowls, her movements somewhat clumsy yet laden with profound care. She first placed a succulent piece of braised pork into Yinbao's bowl, exclaiming, "This meat is so fragrant. Yinbao, do try it." Then she selected a vibrant green vegetable for Qinbao, gently advising, "Qinbao must eat more vegetables to grow tall." However, overwhelmed by the constant flow of delicacies from Grandmother Di, Yinbao and Qinbao soon found themselves at their limit. Yinbao looked up, her big eyes blinking as she said to Grandmother, "Grandmother, I'm truly full. Look, my bowl is nearly overflowing. If you add more, it will spill." Beside her, Qinbao quickly nodded in agreement. "Yes, Grandmother, we really have enough." "Thank you for your concern." "Thank you, Grandmother." Two melodious voices chimed in unison, as delightful as the song of a golden oriole. "Oh," Grandmother Di replied with a kind smile, gently stroking the heads of the twins. Her eyes filled with adoration. Watching the children's obedient demeanor melted her heart. Meanwhile, standing aside, Di Jingma observed the warm scene before him. A slight smile unconsciously gracing his lips, eye in another direction. Jiang Qianqian looked around, bewildered by the unfamiliar surroundings, asking, "Meow meow, where exactly are we now?" Her delicate features reflected confusion and unease. After speaking, Meow meow shyly lowered her head, fearful of displeasing her master. "What to do? We don't know the way." Jiang Qianqian lamented, wishing to find the little ones quickly, feeling on the verge of tears. Behind the wheel, Pei Linlin turned the steering wheel, glancing from the road ahead to Jiang Qianqian in the back seat, gently asking, "Sister Qian, where are we headed?" Jiang Qianqian frowned slightly, her gaze revealing anxiety and uncertainty as she shook her head softly. "I'm not quite sure. The little ones suddenly disappeared. We could only rely on Meow Meow's keen sense of smell to track them down. And it took us a long time to arrive here, but now the scent left by the little ones is fading. Sister Qian, what exactly is this so-called energy ball? Why do we need so many? And what purpose does it serve?" Pei Linlin inquired, her big, lively eyes filled with confusion as she looked at Jiang Qianqian. Upon hearing her friend's question, Jiang Qianqian tilted her head slightly, a look of surprise crossing her face. "Linlin, you mean to say you don't know that?" Faced with Jiang Qianqian's retort, Pei Linlin appeared somewhat embarrassed, scratching her head and saying, "Am I obligated to know?" Seeing Pei Linlin's adorable yet slightly awkward demeanor, Jiang Qianqian couldn't help but laugh, then patiently explained, "The energy ball is a precious treasure. It can effectively enhance our supernatural abilities. The more energy balls we possess, the stronger our powers will become." "Ah!" Pei Linlin exclaimed in astonishment, her beautiful face overtaken by disbelief. It was as if time froze at that moment, and the air around them grew heavy with tension. As she spoke, she tightly grasped Jiang Qianqian's arm. Her eyes filled with confusion and urgency. Jiang Qianqian smiled gently, patting Pei Linlin's hand reassuringly. "Linlin, don't be anxious. In fact, you have encountered it before. Remember when I asked you to dig out the heads? What we are looking for are the balls inside their heads." With that, Jiang Qianqian calmly retrieved a gleaming crystal core from her bag. The core radiated an enchanting glow, as dazzling as the stars in the night sky. This truly the legendary energy ball?" Pei Linlin gasped, her eyes wide with incredulity as she cautiously cradled the shimmering crystal core in her palms. She could distinctly feel the powerful energy emanating from the tiny core, as if an invisible force was drawing her in. "Sister Qian, how do we use this? I've never encountered such a wondrous object before." Pei Linlin turned to Jiang Qianqian, her eyes brimming with curiosity. Jiang Qianqian smiled softly. "Don't worry, Linlin, it's quite simple. You just need to use your supernatural abilities to sense the energy flow within the core, then gently guide it towards your body. But be careful to control the force and speed, or you might stir up some unnecessary trouble." Pei Linlin focused intently, following Jiang Qianqian's instructions. She fixated on the core, which pulsed with mysterious light. Holding her breath and remaining vigilant, as moments passed, the core gradually began to melt, transforming into a shimmering powder that glowed softly. Pei Linlin slowly opened her eyes, filled with delight and excitement. Unable to contain her joy, she leaped towards Jiang Qianqian, embracing her tightly. "Sister Qian, I leveled up. I truly did it," Pei Linlin exclaimed, her voice trembling with excitement, her face radiant with a smile as beautiful as flowers blooming in spring. "Master, approximately 500 miles ahead, I sense a powerful and malevolent aura. It seems a multitude of zombies are gathered there," exclaimed the nine-tailed fox Meow Meow. Jiang Qianqian furrowed her brow, contemplating for a moment before stating, "In that case, let us proceed and investigate. Perhaps we might gather some energy balls." With that, she darted forward like a wraith. Seeing this, Meow Meow did not lag behind, swiftly sweeping her nine tails and taking Pei Linlin along, transforming into a streak of white light closely following Jiang Qianqian. The wind whipped past them, trees blurring by in a rush. Soon, the trio arrived near the horde of zombies. From a distance, a mass of dark figures slowly moved, exuding a nauseating stench, their throaty growls echoing ominously. Jiang Qianqian halted, carefully observing the zombies' movements and distribution. "What are they doing? Why are they all gathered here?" Jiang Qianqian mused aloud, her beautiful face marked by curiosity, her gaze fixed intently on the crowd. After speaking, the nine-tailed fox darted forward like a flash of white lightning into the throng. "Master, my investigation revealed that some people are trapped inside a supermarket. Due to insufficient food supplies today, disputes broke out, leading to chaos and the confusion. Someone accidentally cut themselves, and the scent of blood attracted a horde of zombies. Now the zombies are relentlessly crashing against the supermarket's glass doors, threatening to shatter them, while those trapped inside are in a state of great anxiety. Meow Meow, Linlin, let's go and collect energy balls." Jiang Qianqian exclaimed excitedly, her lovely face slightly flushed with enthusiasm, her bright eyes sparkling with anticipation. Upon reaching the supermarket, the sight before them dazzled their eyes, as if the energy balls were beckoning them eagerly. These energy balls glimmered with captivating light, twinkling like stars in the night sky. At that moment, Jiang Qianqian showcased her formidable power as the Zombie King. She concentrated, employing her unique control skills to guide about half of the zombies towards their location. With a commanding tone, she declared, "Lin Lin, Meow Meow, get ready. I will start controlling these zombies, and you are responsible for eliminating them." As soon as the words left her mouth, the previously sluggish zombies suddenly seemed to be infused with new vigor, their speed markedly increasing as they lunged towards the two with outstretched claws. "Attack!" Jiang Qianqian shouted again, her voice reverberating through the air like thunder. Lin Lin and Meow Meow exchanged a glance, instantly slipping into combat mode. Lin Lin brandished a sharp long knife, the blade glinting as it cut through the air, stirring up gusts of wind. Meow Meow's claws struck like a tempest, targeting the horde of advancing zombies in an instant. The supermarket erupted with cries of battle, the cacophony of metal clashing and the zombies' growls resonating throughout the space. "Feud, I'm so exhausted," Pei Lin Lin gasped, collapsing onto the ground like a limp ragdoll, her mouth agape as she desperately inhaled the air. As if that alone could bring her some relief, that moment, Jiang Qianqian gracefully approached, waving her delicate hand to retrieve a bottle of crystal-clear spring water from her spatial pouch. With a smile, Jiang Qianqian said to Pei Lin Lin, "Lin Lin, get up and drink some water. It should make you feel better." Pei Lin Lin struggled to lift her head, gazing at the bottle of spring water emanating a mysterious glow in Jiang Qianqian's hand. A flicker of surprise and desire flashing in her eyes, she extended her trembling hands, cautiously accepting the bottle, then eagerly tilted it towards her mouth, drinking it down in one swift motion, with audible gulps. Pei Lin Lin consumed the entire contents in one breath. Instantly, a refreshing and sweet sensation flowed down her throat, rapidly spreading throughout her body. Her previously heavy and weary limbs gradually regained their strength, the fatigue ebbing away like a receding tide. "Sister Qian, what exactly is this water? I feel as if my exhaustion vanished the moment I drank it," Pei Lin Lin exclaimed, her eyes wide with astonishment as she looked at Jiang Qianqian in disbelief. "It's a grand secret," Jiang Qianqian playfully winked, placing her index finger lightly on her lips in a shushing gesture, her lively gaze seemingly saying, "Don't tell anyone." "All right," Pei Lin Lin chirped in response. Following this, Jiang Qianqian and her companions moved swiftly and efficiently, extracting all the crystal cores from the zombies in just a quarter of an hour. They skillfully divided these cores into 2 equal portions, one of which was handed to Pei Lin Lin. "Lin Lin, this is your share. Hold on to it," Jiang Qianqian said with a smile, gently placing the bag containing the cores into her hands. However, Pei Lin Lin appeared somewhat flustered at that moment. She stared wide-eyed at the bag brimming with cores, disbelief etched on her face. "Sister Qian, you really don't have to give me so many," Pei Lin Lin said, repeatedly waving her hands in refusal. Her beautiful eyes were filled with sincerity and panic. Clearly overwhelmed by the generous gift before her, it was important to remember that just a few days prior, Sister Qian had rescued her, unhesitatingly taking her in when she was homeless and alone. Now, Sister Qian was bestowing upon her such a precious bounty, filling Pei Lin Lin's heart with gratitude and unease. While these cores may merely represent a rare resource to others, for Pei Lin Lin, they symbolized so much more. They represented not only wealth and power but also the profound friendship and care from Sister Qian. Yet, because this bond felt so weighty, Pei Lin Lin feared that accepting such a generous gift would weigh heavily on her conscience. "Don't worry, with me, Jiang Qianqian, looking out for you, you will never suffer even the slightest grievance or loss," Jiang Qianqian assured, her face radiating confidence and warmth. Upon hearing this, Pei Lin Lin felt a sense of reassurance wash over her. She looked gratefully at Jiang Qianqian and sweetly said, "Thank you, Sister Qian. It is truly wonderful to know you." Jiang Qianqian nodded in satisfaction, smiling as she said, "That's more like it. Stick with me, and I guarantee everything will go smoothly for you. And you'll be happy every day with that," she added. "Now that the energy spheres have been distributed, shall we set off?" Meanwhile, the once anxious people in the supermarket began to notice a peculiar change. The fearsome and grotesque zombies lurking outside seemed to be dwindling in number. Finally, someone could no longer contain themselves and spoke up. "Have you all noticed? It seems like the zombies outside are becoming fewer." Though their voice was soft, it rippled through the crowd like a stone thrown into a calm lake, stirring a wave of commotion as everyone began to whisper and discuss this strange phenomenon. What if this is a trap set by the zombies to lure us out and then employ a strategy to divide and conquer? Someone said anxiously. In an instant, opinions clashed. No one could ascertain whether it was wise to venture out and investigate. Some advocated for waiting to see more signs indicating safety before acting, while others felt that they could not afford to sit idly by and should seize this potential opportunity for a proactive strike. A tense and tangled atmosphere enveloped the supermarket. Chapter 79. The army. After a significant amount of time had passed, the crowd strained their ears, listening intently for any sounds from outside the door. But silence prevailed. One person pondered silently. Could it be that the outside is truly safe now? With a heart full of doubt and apprehension, Chang cautiously reached for the doorknob and gently turned it. As the door creaked open, Chang's heart raced even faster. When the crowd finally pushed the door wide open, the sight before them left them utterly astonished. The ground outside was strewn with the corpses of zombies. These once terrifying and grotesque creatures now lay motionless on the ground, as if they had lost their very lives. What is going on? Xia Yingying exclaimed, her eyes wide with disbelief as she muttered to herself. Who is so powerful that they could eliminate all the zombies in such a short time, and without making a sound? Just then, a voice from the side called out, "Look, it seems every zombie has a hole in its head." The crowd gathered around to investigate, and indeed, as noted, each zombie had a varying depth of hole in its head, creating a rather eerie sight. "Tang Rui, what do you make of this?" Ruan Yuan asked curiously. Her big, sparkling eyes fixed on Tang Rui. Tang Rui furrowed his brow slightly, shaking his head gently as he replied, "To be honest, my thoughts are quite muddled right now. I'm really not sure how to assess this situation." As he spoke, he unconsciously scratched the back of his head, appearing somewhat at a loss. Hearing this, Xia Yingying rolled her eyes and retorted, "Come on, Tang Rui, you're our team leader now. Can't you act a bit more like one? You shouldn't look so flustered every time something happens." Tang Rui felt a bit embarrassed at her words, scratching his head awkwardly before clearing his throat and attempting to regain his composure. "Ahem. Well, since everyone is looking at me, I suppose I should say a few words. I believe there is something fishy about this. We should refrain from acting rashly, lest we fall into someone else's trap." The crowd nodded in agreement upon hearing this. Just then, a sudden flurry of footsteps echoed nearby. "What should we do? Could it be more zombies are coming?" Someone shouted in terror. "Stay calm. Let us assess the situation first," Tang Rui urged, trying to soothe everyone's nerves. Peering through the crack in the door, they spotted a soldier clad in black combat gear, wearing a helmet and wielding a submachine gun, sprinting towards them. As he reached the corpses of the zombies, he merely glanced at them before quickly turning to run in another direction. Phew, seems he's not a zombie. He's likely from the army. Tang Rui sighed in relief, patting his chest. "The army? Does that mean we're saved?" Xia Yingying asked excitedly. "It seems so, but we must remain vigilant. Let us wait for them to come find us," Tang Rui advised cautiously. The crowd nodded in agreement. Thus, they continued to wait in the supermarket for a while longer until a few soldiers cautiously approached, firearms at the ready. "Is anyone inside? We are the military. You can come out now," one soldier called out loudly. Upon hearing the soldier's words, the crowd finally dared to open the door and step outside. "Wonderful! We are finally saved," Xia Yingying exclaimed with excitement. Thank you for rescuing us," others chimed in gratefully. The soldiers merely smiled faintly and replied, "You're welcome. It's what we're here for. Please follow us to a safe location." With that, they led the group towards a nearby building. Upon arriving at the building, they found a considerable number of survivors already gathered there. "This is our temporary shelter. You can settle here for the time being," one soldier indicated towards the building. The crowd nodded appreciatively. "By the way, do you have any doctors here? One of our friends is injured and needs treatment." Tang Rui suddenly recalled Zhao Lili, who was still lying in the room, and quickly inquired, "Yes, we do. Please follow me." Upon hearing the words, a soldier immediately led Tang Rui and the others into the building. Soon, Zhao Lili received timely treatment, and her wounds were meticulously bandaged. "I am truly grateful to you all." Tang Rui expressed his heartfelt thanks to the soldiers as he gazed at Zhao Lili, who was resting at tea that moment. A tall and resolute soldier stepped forward and addressed the group. "Dear friends, We are merely pausing here temporarily. Once we have resolved the matters at hand, we shall promptly depart for the Hope Base, which is our main stronghold. The speaker was Qi Yin, the leader of the soldiers. In the days that followed, everyone settled into this makeshift refuge. Each morning, as the first rays of sunlight kissed the earth, the army would dispatch a carefully selected team, laden with supplies, to embark on an uncertain journey in search of what seemed an elusive goal. Yet, day after day, these valiant warriors returned empty-handed, their silhouettes shrouded in fatigue and disappointment. Tang Rui, what exactly is the army desperately searching for? Each day ends in futility, and this has persisted for many days. When shall we finally set forth for that legendary Hope Base? Ruan blinked her large, expressive eyes, gazing at Tang Rui with a face full of confusion, her tone tinged with urgency and unease. Captain, we have thoroughly scoured this area multiple times without uncovering any clues. One weary soldier, caked in dirt and breathing heavily, reported to Qi Yin, who stood nearby with a furrowed brow. Qi Yin silently surveyed the desolate ruins before him, as if trying to glimpse the events that had transpired there. After a moment, he waved his hand, signaling the team to spring into action. Chapter 80. The mutated eagle standing alone in the center of the camp. Qi Yin gazed up at the sky, his brow furrowed. The base was in dire need of the supplies gathered from the outside. To take a detour would only deplete more resources and introduce potential new crises along the way. Taking a deep breath, Qi Yin resolved to proceed as originally planned, albeit with heightened precautions. He entered the tent, meticulously inspecting various defense mechanisms: laser shield generators, electromagnetic pulse guns, high-energy particle cannons. Each device was scrutinized for its status indicators and energy reserves. The following morning, the convoy set off promptly, each member bearing a serious expression and gripping their weapons tightly. As they approached an area with abnormal radiation levels, the atmosphere grew increasingly tense. Suddenly, shadows flitted past the car windows. "Prepare for battle," Qi Yin shouted. She widened her eyes in terror as she beheld a creature of unimaginable size. Just as they were conversing, countless shadows surged forth like a black tide, in the blink of an eye. These shadows swept towards them with overwhelming force. As they drew nearer, the group was horrified to discover that these shadows were countless mutated creatures. They converged in such numbers that they obscured the sky, casting a terrifying pall over the world, as though darkness itself had descended. Among these mutated beings, the most striking were the colossal mutated eagles, their wingspan measuring several meters. Once the rulers of the skies, these eagles had undergone astonishing mutations in the wake of the apocalypse, becoming fiercer and more powerful now. The sight of such a multitude of mutated eagles descending in formation was truly chilling. Good heavens! It's a flock of mutated eagles, and such a large one at that. Even in peacetime, eagles were a rare sight. I cannot believe there are so many now. Everyone must be cautious. These eagles are carnivorous, and we are in grave peril. One individual turned pale, trembling as he pointed to the dark mass of mutated eagles above, his voice quaking with fear and despair. Faced with this sudden crisis, Tang Rui reacted swiftly, activating the laser shield device in his hand without hesitation. In an instant, a brilliant light erupted, forming a sturdy energy barrier that shielded them both. However, the sheer number of mutated creatures and their ferocious onslaught proved overwhelming. Although the laser shield could withstand some attacks, the pressure it endured grew increasingly intense over time. Sparks and arcs of electricity danced across the surface of the shield, threatening to shatter it at any moment. The team members leaned out of the car windows to fire their weapons. Qi Yin stood firmly atop the vehicle, skillfully operating the massive and powerful high-energy particle cannon. With each press of the firing button, a dazzling beam of energy shot forth like lightning, striking true against the approaching horde of mutated creatures. Those hit by the beam fell as if swept away by a tempest, raising clouds of dust and flesh. Yet, despite Qi Yin's fierce attacks, the sheer number of mutated creatures was staggering. They continued to pour forth, a relentless tide of darkness that instilled a profound sense of despair. As the situation grew ever more dire, a team member shouted anxiously to Qi Yin, "Captain, you must think of something. At this rate, we cannot hold out much longer. We will all perish here." His voice trembled with fear and tension. "Tang Rui, what are we to do now? My strength is nearly spent. I can hardly endure any longer." Xia Yingying gasped for breath, urgently calling out to Tang or Ui.at. That moment, a cunning mutated bird seized the opportunity of Xia Yingying's distraction, darting towards her with lightning speed. "Watch out, Yingying!" Tang Rui cried out, his voice filled with urgency. Hearing Tang Rui's warning, Xia Yingying turned sharply, her eyes widening in terror as she beheld the fearsome, clawed creature racing toward her. Don't come near!" Xia Yingying screamed in sheer panic, her body instinctively recoiling. However, overwhelmed by anxiety and exhaustion, her steps faltered, and she teetered on the brink of being toppled by the ferocious mutated eagle. Once agile and nimble, she now found even the most basic reflexes becoming sluggish, as if time had stretched infinitely in that moment. Just then, a gentle yet slightly teasing voice rang out like a celestial melody. "Little girl, are you all right?" Upon hearing this voice, Xia Yingying seemed to awaken from a dream, her body jolting slightly before she quickly looked up in the direction of the sound. When her gaze met that of the speaker, she was instantly entranced. Before her stood a young man with striking features and deep-set eyes, a faint smile playing on his lips, reminiscent of a warm spring breeze, inviting and comforting, making one wish to linger in its embrace. The soldier is so handsome. I really like him." Xia Yingying felt her cheeks flush with warmth, her ears turning crimson as she lowered her head, whispering in a voice barely audible to herself. In that moment, it felt as though a lively little deer was bounding within her heart, leaving her emotions in delightful disarray. "Little girl, how are you feeling now? Can you stand on your own? If all is well, I shall release you now," Qi Yin asked gently, his expression filled with concern as he looked at the girl whose cheeks had turned pink. Hearing these words, Xia Yingying's face reddened further. Resembling a ripe apple, she nodded slightly, cautiously extricating herself from Qi Yan's warm embrace and steadying her feet. Chapter 81. Watching the show. Yes, I'm all right now. I cannot thank you enough. If it weren't for your timely intervention, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Xia Yingying raised her head, her gaze filled with gratitude as she spoke to Qi Yin, her voice trembling slightly. Qi Yin smiled softly, revealing a set of perfectly white teeth. His sunlit smile exuded warmth and reassurance. "There's no need for such formality, little girl. Ensuring the safety of the populace is an inherent duty of us soldiers. It is what we are meant to do." After saying this, Qi Yin swiftly turned his attention back to the mutated eagle. Before him lay a creature of colossal proportions, its immense body sprawled across the ground like a small hill. Its once majestic wings now drooped helplessly, unable to soar as they once did. Its eyes, half open, conveyed a sense of impending demise. Without a moment's hesitation, Qi Yin brandished his blade and charged towards the mutated eagle. Upon nearing it, he struck with precision, delivering multiple blows with all his might to the already weakened beast. The mutated eagle lay lifeless in a pool of blood. However, the battle was far from over. The remaining eagles continued to circle overhead, their fury ignited by the sight of their fallen comrade. They swooped down in relentless waves, launching fierce attacks against the gathered group. Some individuals began to falter under the intensity of the conflict, their strength waning until they ultimately collapsed onto the cold earth. At that moment, several eagles spotted the fallen individuals, and they pounced upon them with a ferocity reminiscent of sharks sensing blood in the water. A chilling, heart-wrenching scream pierced the sky. The anguished cries tore through the air, sending shivers down the spines of all who heard it. In a state of horror, the crowd turned to witness the unfolding tragedy. Yet they found themselves powerless to intervene. At that instant, they were each preoccupied with their own survival, grappling desperately with assaults coming from all directions, with no spare energy left to rescue others. They all understood that their extraordinary abilities were nearly depleted. If they did not swiftly devise a means to escape their dire predicament, they would likely be the next to fall. Qi Yin, wearing a grave expression, surveyed his surroundings and keenly sensed the rapid depletion of everyone's powers, while the looming crisis showed no signs of abating. If effective measures were not taken soon, it seemed inevitable that they would all descend into despair. "Everyone, listen to me," Qi Yin shouted, his voice tinged with urgency and anxiety. "Our abilities are running low, and we must come up with a strategy immediately. Otherwise, the consequences will be dire." Upon hearing his words, the crowd turned their anxious gazes toward Qi Yin, their faces betraying their panic. Taking a deep breath, Qi Yin continued, "I have a plan. Let us form a tight circle to consolidate our strength against the external threats. Those who have severely depleted their powers should rest in place to recover, and once they regain some energy, they can rotate in with those still able to fight. Upon hearing this arrangement, although the crowd felt a twinge of apprehension, they swiftly complied, forming a circle as instructed by Qi Yin. The previously chaotic scene transformed into one of order. Wow, Master, look over there. There are so many energy orbs. Miao Miao exclaimed excitedly, her voice crisp and vibrant, as if the entire world could hear her jubilant declaration. Jiang Qianqian followed Miao Miao's gaze and, upon seeing the group of eagles, her eyes sparkled with delight. Reminiscent of two twinkling stars, and her lips curled into a joyous smile. Yes, indeed. The little ones will surely dance with joy upon seeing these energy orbs. Jiang Qianqian nodded repeatedly, her eyes filled with tenderness and affection. The thought of those adorable little creatures rejoicing over the energy orbs filled her heart with anticipation and joy. Then let us hurry and eliminate them, Master. Miao Miao urged eagerly, her hands clenched into fists. Exuding an eagerness to spring into action, her expressive eyes were fixed on Jiang Qianqian, seemingly awaiting her command. Jiang Qianqian, however, replied calmly, there's no need to rush. Let us first find a comfortable place to sit and observe quietly for a while. The two, along with a peculiar spirit beast, navigated through the bustling crowd until they found an ideal vantage point to witness the unfolding spectacle. With a graceful wave of her hand, Jiang Qianqian conjured several exquisite chairs and a petite table from her mysterious space. As if performing a magic trick to everyone's astonishment, the table was laden with an array of fresh, succulent fruits and fragrant sunflower seeds. Meanwhile, Pei Lin merely cast a nonchalant glance at the scene. As if such wondrous and thoughtful gestures had long since become commonplace in her experience with Jiang Qianqian. Captain, we can't continue like this. We must devise a way to break through, even if we avoid being bitten by these creatures. Remaining in this stalemate will eventually wear us down, Soldier Wang Haonan exclaimed anxiously, beads of sweat rolling down his forehead. Yet, in response to Wang Haonan's suggestion, Qi Yin stood silently, his lips sealed. Gripping his weapon tightly, his brow furrowed, he too felt the weight of anxiety and helplessness. After all, he desperately wished to find a breakthrough and lead everyone out of this perilous situation. However, the overwhelming number of enemies surrounding them made it exceedingly difficult to conceive an effective counter-strategy. The atmosphere was palpably tense and oppressive, and every breath felt heavy, as if they could hear the collective heartbeat of the group. As time passed, their stamina waned, and if they did not act soon, the outcome would be unimaginable. Qi Yin furrowed his brow, his gaze revealing a hint of hesitation and uncertainty. Slowly, he lifted his feet and walked toward Tang Rui's direction. Finally, he reached Tang Rui's side and halted. Taking a deep breath, he softly called out, Comrade Tang. Suddenly, amid the chaos of battle, Tang Rui turned at the sound of his name, surprise flickering across his face upon recognizing Qi Yin standing behind him. He smiled and inquired, What is it, Captain Qi? Have you found a solution? Chapter 82. A true man must not say impossible. We shall act separately, Qi Yin announced with a serious expression. His voice firm and powerful, he scanned his surroundings, his gaze piercing, and continued. One group will be responsible for leading the survivors to safety, while another must devise all possible means to hold off those ferocious mutated eagles. Upon hearing Qi Yin's orders, the crowd nodded in agreement without hesitation. Yet, a crucial question soon arose. But who will lead everyone to escape? And who will take on the daunting task of holding back the mutated eagles? A momentary silence enveloped the scene, with all eyes turning to Qi Yin, awaiting his final decision. Even Tang Rui and the others looked toward him, their expressions filled with trust and expectation. Qi Yin was acutely aware of the perilous nature of this mission. Successfully holding off the vicious mutated eagles would be no easy feat, but he already had an answer in mind. He lifted his head, fixing his gaze on Tang Rui. Among the group, Tang Rui's abilities ranked second. Having him lead the survivors to safety would be the most prudent choice. Without hesitation, Qi Yin declared, Comrade Tang, the crucial responsibility of leading everyone to safety falls upon you. You are the most suitable leader for this task. As for me, I will take a few individuals to do our utmost to hold off these mutated eagles. Me? Tang Rui exclaimed, astonished, as if a storm had erupted within him. struggling to comprehend why Qi Yin had chosen him for such an important task. Yes, it is you, Qi Yin affirmed earnestly, nodding with determination in his eyes, as if he were convinced Tang Rui was the only appropriate choice. I truly cannot find anyone more suitable than you. Upon hearing this, Tang Rui became flustered, hastily waving his hands and shaking his head. But I really can't. My abilities are limited. I fear I may be unable to fulfill such an important role. Please, look for someone else. His voice trembled slightly, revealing his inner turmoil and apprehension. Nevertheless, Qi Yin remained resolute in his decision, undeterred by Tang Rui's refusal. Tang Rui opened his mouth, wishing to argue further, but the words seemed to vanish, leaving him speechless. All right, it's settled. When I give the signal, you will lead them to escape, Qi Yin stated solemnly, his gaze unwavering and resolute, as if prepared to face any danger ahead. At that moment, the previously silent Xia Yingying suddenly interjected. Captain Qi, I want to stay and fight alongside you. She fixed her determined gaze on Qi Yin, her eyes radiating a fierce resolve. Qi Yin turned to Xia Yingying and noticed her beautiful face slightly flushed with excitement, her bright eyes shining with bravery. However, after a brief moment of hesitation, he promptly rejected her without a second thought. No. She bit her lip and asked loudly, why not did I in truth? Had it not been for her infatuation with Qi Yin, she would never have been so proactive in expressing her desire to remain. Qi Yin furrowed his brow, his tone resolute as he stated, no means no, there is no reason. This is an order. He understood the extreme danger of this mission and could not allow Xia Yingying to accompany him into harm's way. Protecting the safety of the civilians during their evacuation was a duty he could not neglect as a seasoned soldier. Every life was precious, and his mission was to shield these innocent individuals from the ravages of war and threat. Amidst the chaos and smoke of the battlefield, Xia Yingying was merely one among many civilians. With a piercing gaze, Qi Yin swiftly selected several agile soldiers. Armed with sharp blades, they bravely charged into the enemy ranks, carving out a bloody path. Tang Rui led the remaining civilians closely behind the advancing group, desperately fleeing the death zone. Qi Yin fought valiantly against wave after wave of fierce attacks, all the while keeping a watchful eye on the civilians' evacuation. When he finally saw Tang Rui and the others successfully break free from the encirclement, a sigh of relief escaped him. However, at that moment, several soldiers nearby were already on the brink of collapse due to their severe injuries. However, Qi Yin was acutely aware that at this moment, he could not retreat even a single step. He raised his voice once more, calling out, brothers, we must hold our ground. We cannot allow the enemy to succeed. Just as the situation reached a critical point, one individual could no longer endure the immense pressure and fear. His body began to tremble, and his steps became unsteady. The watchful mutant eagle, poised to strike, keenly detected this vulnerability and darted forward like a bolt of lightning. Qi Yin had been intently observing the battlefield, and when he saw the mutant eagle launch its attack, he reacted instantly. He swiftly swung his arm, and a blazing fireball erupted from his hand, hurtling directly towards the oncoming mutant eagle. However, as Qi Yin focused on this particular foe, he remained oblivious to the fact that he had unwittingly become the target of another mutant eagle lurking in the shadows. This cunning creature stealthily approached Qi Yin, seizing the opportune moment to strike. With its sharp talons extended, it swooped down with the ferocity of a fighter jet, lunging towards him at breakneck speed. Captain, be careful, a soldier nearby, quick to notice the impending danger, shouted in alarm, his voice laced with urgency. Yet, everything transpired too swiftly. By the time Qi Yin heard the warning and comprehended the peril, it was already too late. Faced with the imminent threat of the mutant eagle, Qi Yin had no time to evade or employ any effective defensive measures. Instinctively, he thrust out his hands in a desperate attempt to shield himself, bracing for the fierce assault of the mutant eagle with nothing but his flesh and blood. Chapter 83. Love at First Sight. Qi Yin quietly awaited the impending pain, but as seconds ticked by, he felt no hint of anguish. Confused, he slowly lowered his hands to his line of sight, only to discover that someone stood before him. None other than Xia Yingying. It turned out she had bravely stepped forward, using her fragile form to absorb the fatal blow meant for Qi Yin. As he gazed upon Xia Yingying's pale visage and wavering stance, a surge of fury ignited within him. His eyes widened, radiating a formidable aura, and he unleashed a powerful punch, imbued with boundless rage and accompanied by a fireball, aimed straight at the mutant eagle. The creature screeched as it was sent hurtling backward like a kite severed from its string, vanishing into the horizon in the blink of an eye, having flown several hundred miles away. Meanwhile, Xia Yingying could no longer endure the strain. Her body trembled, and she coughed up a mouthful of crimson blood, splattering it upon Qi Yan's attire. Alarmed, Qi Yan rushed to catch her as she began to collapse. He held her tightly in his embrace, feeling her feeble breaths and the gradually fading warmth of her body. His heart aching with sorrow. No, I let you go. Why did you not leave with them? Qi Yan furrowed his brow, looking at Xia Yingying with confusion. Her face as pale as paper, lips trembling, she replied. Captain Qi, I am truly sorry. I did not obey your orders. She lowered her head, avoiding his gaze as if she were an errant child. Qi Yan's eyes widened in disbelief as he raised his voice. Do you not realize the consequences of staying behind? This is no trivial matter. He felt both anger and concern, unable to fathom why this seemingly delicate woman was so stubborn. Taking a deep breath, Xia Yingying slowly lifted her head, her gaze resolute as she looked at Qi Yan. I certainly understand. Though her voice was soft, it was filled with determination. Qi Yan crossed his arms, coldly inquiring, if you understand, then why did you insist on remaining? Xia Yingying bit her lip, hesitating to speak. After a long pause, she finally whispered, do you wish to know why I stayed? However, before she could finish her thought, she fell silent. Why? After a brief hesitation, Xia Yingying summoned her courage to say, do you know what love at first sight is, Captain Qi? Upon uttering this phrase, her cheeks flushed a deep crimson, resembling a ripe apple. Qi Yan shook his head in bewilderment. I do not know. He was utterly perplexed by the intentions of Xia Yingying. With a wry smile, she confessed, I fell in love with you at first sight. So I do not want to leave you, even if it means facing death together. Qi Yan was taken aback. He had never anticipated her to express such sentiments. In this apocalyptic world, survival was exceedingly arduous, and love seemed a luxury. After a moment of silence, he replied, you should not sacrifice your chance at life for such feelings. Captain, we truly cannot hold on much longer. A soldier gasped, his voice rising with urgency. His weapon trembled in his grasp, sweat cascading down his forehead. Xia Yingying's pallor deepened, her body appearing frail from exhaustion. In a barely audible voice, she murmured, I am sorry. It is my fault for causing you all this trouble. Upon hearing her words, Qi Yan swiftly turned his gaze towards her. Let us not dwell on such matters, he commanded sharply. The priority now is to conserve our strength and push through this ordeal. With that, he turned his attention back to the imminent crisis, fully focused. Yet, despite his stern words, he silently vowed to protect Xia Yingying and the other team members at all costs. Meow meow, Lin Lin. It is our turn to take the stage. Zhang Qianqian's melodious voice rang out, infusing a spark of vitality into the tense atmosphere. However, Qi Yan and his companions were already utterly exhausted, their stamina severely depleted. As Qi Yan gazed at the increasingly blurred scene before him, despair washed over him. He knew he and his comrades might never escape this terrifying place, destined to remain trapped forever. With heavy steps, he slowly approached Xia Yingying. Guilt etched on his face, he softly said, I am sorry. I ultimately could not ensure everyone's safety. Xia Yingying slightly tilted her head back, her beautiful eyes shimmering with determination and tenderness. After a moment of silence, she suddenly summoned her courage to ask, Captain Qi, may I inquire, if I were to confess my feelings to you now, would you accept my heart? Qi Yan was momentarily taken aback before a warm smile graced his lips as he countered. My dear lady, may I ask your name? Upon hearing her name, his heart quivered. He gazed intently at Xia Yingying's delicate and enchanting face, murmuring her name, Xia Yingying. Then, as if struck by a thought, a tender smile graced his lips as he asked, may I refer to you as Ying Bao from now on? Upon hearing Qi Yan affectionately call her Ying Bao, Xia Yingying felt her cheeks flush, as if they had been scorched by fire, a shyness overtaking her pale complexion. Unable to resist, Qi Yan burst into laughter, exclaiming, ha ha, I never expected our adorable Ying Bao could be so bashful. What a delightful surprise. His laughter was hearty and magnetic, capable of penetrating the depths of one's heart. Xia Yingying, feeling increasingly embarrassed by Qi Yan's teasing, instinctively buried her head deep into his sturdy chest, savoring the strength of his heartbeat and the warmth of his breath. Internally, she lamented, "Oh dear, how can this infuriating military brother be so charming? What should I do?" Upon hearing those 3 words, Xia Yingying's face instantly blossomed into a radiant smile, her joy palpable. She fluttered into Qi Yan's embrace, swiftly planting a sweet and fervent kiss upon his handsome face. The sudden kiss left Qi Yan momentarily stunned. He had not anticipated that this seemingly gentle and timid girl would be so bold and proactive. In that instant, his heart raced, warmth flooding through him, as he found himself enveloped in this unexpected happiness. Chapter 84. A bountiful harvest, the little ones will surely rejoice. Qi Yan gazed tenderly at the petite and adorable girl in his arms, a blissful smile spreading across his face that could not be concealed. He had never imagined that, in this life and death moment, he would be graced with such a beautiful love, discovering a partner willing to share his life with him. The other soldiers around them cast envious and congratulatory glances at Qi Yan, exclaiming in unison, "Congratulations, Captain! You have finally found your beloved wife. May your love endure and flourish." One soldier, with a hearty laugh, patted his chest, declaring, "Captain, don't mention it. We are brothers who have faced life and death together. This is but a small matter. Besides, if not in this life, we shall be heroes together in the next." The others nodded in agreement, the atmosphere a blend of solemnity and profound brotherhood. Just then, a massive mutant eagle, its wings shimmering with an eerie glow, descended upon them like a bolt of black lightning. Arriving before them in an instant, faced with such a terrifying sight, Xia Yingying turned pale, her delicate form trembling uncontrollably. However, without hesitation, Qi Yan drew her tightly into his embrace, softly reassuring her, "Ying Bao, do not fear. I am here. No matter what happens, I will always protect you and ensure that this vile creature does not harm you in the slightest. Even if we were to face an unforeseen calamity today, if there exists a next life, I would hope to encounter you sooner, so that I could be by your side, safeguarding you for eternity." Qi Yan and the others tightly shut their eyes, their hearts brimming with despair, quietly awaiting the arrival of death. Time passed second by second, yet they never heard the anticipated deafening sound. After a while, unable to suppress their curiosity, they slowly opened their eyes. The sight before them left them utterly astounded. 2 individuals and a 9-tailed fox had, within mere minutes, vanquished nearly half of the ferocious mutated eagles. One soldier could not contain his astonishment, exclaiming, This is simply unbelievable. They are truly formidable." He stared wide-eyed, incredulity etched on his face as he gazed at the figures engaged in fierce combat with the mutated eagles. Another soldier, his voice trembling with excitement, exclaimed, "My goodness, look, that is a 9-tailed fox. I never dared to believe that such a creature truly existed in this world." His face was awash with astonishment, as if he had witnessed one of the rarest wonders of the world. With that, he brandished his weapon and rushed toward the battlefield. Upon seeing this, the others mustered their courage and joined Qi Shao in this life-and-death struggle. As they entered the fray, the tide of battle shifted dramatically. The 2 individuals and the 9-tailed fox exhibited a remarkable synergy, causing the mutated eagles to fall one after another. Qi Yan noticed that one of the women moved with agility and speed, each attack landing precisely on the eagle's vital points. The other woman seemed to possess the ability to manipulate the wind. With a flick of her hands, powerful gusts surged toward the flock of mutated eagles, rendering them unable to fly. After a fierce battle, the last mutated eagle was finally slain. With resolute yet slightly hurried steps, Qi Yan swiftly approached Zhang Qianqian and the others. When he finally stood before them, his face radiated genuine gratitude. He bowed deeply and then straightened, sincerely stating, "I am truly grateful for your timely assistance. Had it not been for your noble intervention, the consequences would have been dire. May I inquire about your esteemed names?" However, at that moment, Zhang Qianqian was entirely focused on the crucial task of excavating the crystal cores, suddenly obstructed in her line of sight and actions by Qi Yan. A flicker of irritation surged within her. She furrowed her brows and looked up at Qi Yan, bluntly stating, "Step aside. You are blocking my way." Her tone was laced with evident dissatisfaction and impatience. Taken aback by Zhang Qianqian's brusque words, Qi Yin found himself momentarily speechless. The multitude of thanks he had prepared caught in his throat, leaving him at a loss for words. A brief silence enveloped the scene, the atmosphere growing somewhat awkward. After a moment, he took a few steps back, ensuring he no longer hindered Jiang Qianqian's excavation efforts. "I apologize," Pei Linlin said apologetically to Qi Xiao. However, Pei Linlin gently shook her head, a mysterious smile gracing her lips as she softly added, "Actually, we are not entirely here just to rescue you." Pausing briefly to gauge the reactions of Qi Yin and the others, and seeing their puzzled expressions, Pei Linlin continued, "To be honest, the reason we intervened is primarily because those creatures possess something we need." Of course, Pei Linlin did not divulge the specifics of what those items were, as they were the invaluable crystal cores found within the minds of the mutated eagles. A secret not to be easily shared. Changing the subject, Pei Linlin winked, a glint of mischief in her eyes, and continued, "However, if you genuinely wish to express your gratitude, you could assist us with a small favor." "Sure, what do you need?" Qi Xiao asked, his face a mask of confusion as he awaited her next words. Pei Linlin leaned in close to Qi Yin's ear, whispering, "You see, there is a shiny orb within the mind of that mutated eagle. You must help us extract it." Upon hearing this, Qi Yin's eyes widened in shock, his expression one of disbelief, his mouth agape as if it could accommodate an egg. After a considerable pause, he finally regained his composure and stammered, "A dot orb?" However, before Qi Yin could finish, Pei Linlin impatiently interrupted, "What do you mean, will you help or not? If you don't want to assist, then please don't obstruct us." With that, she placed her hands on her hips, glaring at Qi Yin, her eyes revealing a hint of dissatisfaction and urgency. Chapter 85. Compensation help? Very well, I shall inform my teammates immediately, Qi Yin replied without hesitation. He turned on his heel, hastening toward his companions. Soon, he arrived before his teammates, relaying the information he had just received from Pei Linlin. After listening to Qi Yan's account, he pondered for a moment and then earnestly stated, "Since they have so kindly assisted us, we must reciprocate their generosity. It is only proper." With Qi Yin and his companions working in unison, the crystal cores from the mutated eagles were soon entirely excavated. Qi Yin clapped his hands and then picked up 3 bulging bags lying on the ground, swiftly approaching Jiang Qianqian with a smile, saying, "Miss, here are the items you requested. They are all right here." A total of 3 large bags. Jiang Qianqian smiled as she stepped forward, accepting 2 of the bags with gratitude, saying, "Thank you for your hard work. However, I cannot let you toil for nothing. This remaining bag shall be your reward." Qi Yin hurriedly waved his hands in refusal. "Miss, you are too kind. This small matter is nothing, truly no need for a reward. Moreover, we gentlemen do not particularly fancy items meant for ladies." He scratched his head sheepishly, revealing an endearing smile. Upon hearing this, Jiang Qianqian paused in surprise, a flicker of astonishment crossing her beautiful eyes as she gently remarked, "These items are not exclusive to either gender." A genuine kindness and sincerity shone through her exquisite features. Subsequently, she waved her hand lightly, and in a flash of light, she produced 2 bottles of crystal-clear spring water, radiating rich spiritual energy from her mysterious space. Gracefully, she approached and offered the spring water, saying softly, "You all appear to have sustained some injuries, and your girlfriend seems to be in a more serious condition. Please accept these 2 bottles of spring water as a small token of my goodwill. 1 bottle should be given to your girlfriend, and I hope it aids in her swift recovery." With a gentle smile, Jiang Qianqian turned and walked away. Pei Linlin, who had been quietly observing from the side, shook her head helplessly, muttering to herself, "Sister Qian always does this, leaving half her words unspoken, leaving others in confusion." Qi Yin stood silently, his gaze following Jiang Qianqian's graceful figure until she vanished from sight. Slowly, he turned to Pei Linlin, his face a canvas of bewilderment, and asked, "Miss, what exactly did she mean by that? What does it mean that these items are not gender-specific? I'm truly at a loss." Pei Linlin raised an eyebrow, seemingly surprised by Qi Yan's ignorance, and retorted, "You truly do not know about this?" Qi Yan scratched his head with an endearing grin, pointing to the luminous orb in his hand. "Isn't this just a beautiful orb? Typically, such lovely items are favored by girls, right?" Hearing this, Pei Linlin rolled her eyes and replied exasperatedly, "Correct, it does indeed resemble an ordinary beautiful orb, but in reality, it is far more significant. It is a crystal core. Upon hearing this, Qi Yan's expression turned blank, clearly unfamiliar with this term. He paused for a moment before stammering, crystal core. What on earth is that? Seeing Qi Yan's reaction, Pei Linlin let out a resigned sigh. Thinking to herself how uninformed he truly was, nevertheless, she suppressed her impatience and patiently continued to explain. Captain Qi, please take a moment to reflect on what grants us such extraordinary power and astonishing abilities. There must be a key factor at play. Qi Yan blinked, his gaze wandering into the distance as he fell into a brief reverie. Noticing Qi Yan's contemplation, Pei Linlin's eyes sparkled with excitement as she quickly nodded. Exactly. It is these orbs that bestow upon us our extraordinary strength. The mysterious energy they contain can significantly enhance the abilities we already possess. Upon hearing this, Qi Yan's face transformed with sheer astonishment. His mouth agape as if it could hold an egg, his jaw nearly dropping to the ground. He stared at Pei Linlin in disbelief, stammering, Mississippi, since these orbs have such miraculous effects, how exactly should we use them properly? Just as Pei Linlin was about to speak, a sudden, crisp and urgent call echoed through the air. Linlin, hurry up. We must set off at once. The voice belonged to Jiang Qianqian, who was standing not far away. Waiting by the car, upon hearing Jiang Qianqian's summons, Pei Linlin promptly replied, coming, Qianjia. She then swiftly turned to Qian beside her, conveying the methods she was aware of in precise detail. Qian listened intently, nodding repeatedly to indicate his understanding and gratitude. Once she had finished her instructions, Pei Linlin turned and hurriedly dashed towards the vehicle parked by the roadside. In no time, she reached the car door, pulled it open, nimbly climbed inside, and gently closed the door behind her. At that moment, Jiang Qianqian was already seated in the passenger seat, ready to depart as soon as Pei Linlin joined her. In her hands, she tightly clutched a bag filled with sparkling, translucent beads. Capturing the attention of her teammates, Qi Yan shook his head and softly explained, not quite. These were specially left for us. With that, he walked directly towards where Xia Yingying was situated. At that moment, Xia Yingying's complexion was pale as a sheet. Appearing quite weak, Qi Yan cautiously approached her, gently supporting her so that she could lean against his warm embrace. He then retrieved a bottle of clear, transparent liquid from his bag, the very spring water gifted by Jiang Qianqian. Bao, here, take a sip to soothe your throat, Qi Yan said gently. Unscrewing the cap and bringing the bottle to Xia Yingying's lips, he slowly tilted the bottle, and a stream of cool, sweet spring water flowed forth, trickling into Xia Yingying's parched mouth. Chapter 86. The Underworld. After Xia Yingying gulped down the entire bottle of spring water, it wasn't long before she felt a refreshing sensation coursing through her body, alleviating the heaviness of her eyelids. Finally, she slowly opened her eyes, murmuring, where am I? Her voice still carried a hint of drowsiness and confusion. Blinking, her vision gradually cleared, revealing that she was in a strange and dimly lit place. A thin mist enveloped the surroundings, making it difficult to discern distant sights. Just then, a familiar figure appeared before her. Captain Qi Yan, have you come down to accompany me as well? Xia Yingying exclaimed in surprise. Her heart filled with doubts and confusion, for in her understanding, one could only arrive at such a grim and eerie place after death. Thus, she naturally assumed she had entered the legendary underworld. And it astonished her that Qi Yan had followed her here. No, Bao, we are truly still alive. Qi Yan grasped Xia Yingying's hand tightly, his eyes brimming with the joy and excitement of surviving. The pallor of his face was tinged with a slight blush from exhilaration. Xia Yingying widened her eyes in disbelief, gazing at Qi Yan, her voice trembling as she said, Not dead. How can that be? That I was gravely injured, lost so much blood, and felt as if I were on the verge of death. You must be lying to me, right? Xia Yingying stared at her body in astonishment, murmuring incredulously, all my injuries, they vanished. She examined the places where she had once been wounded, as if unable to comprehend the miraculous events unfolding before her. Qi Yan, equally astonished, could hardly fathom that the bottle of water gifted by Jiang Qianqian would possess such miraculous effects. It was known that Xia Yingying had sustained severe injuries, and by all accounts, even with prolonged treatment and care, her recovery would not have been so complete. Yet now, after merely sipping that water, she seemed reborn, all pain dissipating in an instant. Upon hearing Qian's words, Xia Yingying's beautiful eyes widened slightly. And with a playful pout, she asked, "But did you even ask them their names?" Her voice, clear and melodious, resembled the song of a nightingale. A hint of embarrassment surfaced on Chayan's face, the smile appearing somewhat awkward and forced. However, the moment the words escaped her lips, she seemed to lose her ability to speak, momentarily at a loss for how to continue. After a brief silence, it was Xia Yingying who broke the awkward quietude. Shaking her head gently, a flicker of disappointment crossed her eyes. Chayan's heart sank as he realized he had forgotten to inform his comrades about the crystal cores. He quickly called out to the soldiers nearby. "Brothers, come over here. I have something extremely important to tell you all." Upon hearing Chayan's call, the soldiers quickly gathered around, their faces etched with curiosity and confusion. One soldier inquired, "Captain, what is this important matter? Just tell us. We are all ears." Chayan nodded and extended his hand, saying, "Please pass me that bag from earlier." The soldier holding the bag hurriedly approached and handed it to Chayan, unable to suppress his curiosity as he asked, "Captain, is this important matter related to the beads in this bag?" "Wow, so beautiful." Xia Yingying's eyes widened in awe as she fixated on a stunning bead, her face glowing with delight as she couldn't help but exclaim. The bead was smooth and glossy, transparent and radiant, emitting a captivating luster, akin to a dazzling gem that rendered her spellbound. Chayan, noticing Xia Yingying's joyous expression and admiring gaze, couldn't help but smile as he softly asked, "Yingbao, do you like it?" His voice was gentle and deep, imbued with an enchanting charm. Upon hearing Chayan's question, Xia Yingying instinctively nodded but quickly shook her head, shyly responding, "I do, but I can't just take someone else's belongings." Though her heart longed for the bead, she maintained a semblance of reserve. Observing this, Chayan's eyes twinkled with amusement as he teasingly remarked, "Since you like it so much, I shall bestow it upon you as a token of our affection. What do you say?" With that, he playfully winked at Xia Yingying. Xia Yingying's face flushed crimson at his words, resembling a ripe apple. She trembled slightly, lifting her slender finger to point at Chayan, her lips parting yet faltering due to her inner turmoil. You. How can you say such things? Oh dear." As she spoke, her enchanting visage turned a deeper shade of red, irresistibly adorable. In that moment, her heart raced uncontrollably, her mind blank as she grappled with how to respond to this playful and endearing companion. The tranquil lake of her heart was stirred by an enormous stone, sending ripples that refused to settle. Xia Yingying found herself staring wide-eyed at Chayan, internally pondering, "Is this truly the same aloof soldier I once knew? How has he transformed into such a smooth talker?" Chapter 87. Crystal Cores, Enhancing Abilities. Chayan, witnessing his charming little girlfriend blushing furiously, chuckled to himself, realizing it was time to ease up. If he continued to tease her, he might genuinely frighten her away. And where could he find someone so perfectly suited to him? The surrounding soldiers, observing the couple's flirtation, felt as if they were being fed a feast of affection. They had never seen their usually stoic and serious captain display such tenderness and warmth. It seemed that love truly changed a man. One soldier couldn't help but shout, "Captain, don't forget there's a whole group of us here. Can you tone it down a bit and be mindful of your image?" His words prompted laughter from the other soldiers, while Chayan merely cast them a sidelong glance, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Evidently in high spirits, "I have fantastic news to share," Chayan proclaimed excitedly, holding tightly onto a bead that radiated mysterious brilliance. This bead is called a crystal core. It possesses remarkable powers that can significantly enhance our abilities. Upon hearing Chayan's declaration, the previously subdued soldiers erupted in excitement. "What? Such a treasure exists?" One soldier exclaimed, eyes wide with disbelief. "Is this for real? It can enhance abilities? Then we would be invincible," another soldier added, his voice trembling with enthusiasm. The crowd began to buzz with excitement, their conversations overlapping as they speculated about the implications of this astonishing discovery. Some soldiers displayed expressions of joy, envisioning their newfound strength, while others remained skeptical, approaching the news with caution. "Captain, where did you get this information? Is it reliable?" one soldier asked anxiously, his gaze revealing uncertainty and concern. He gently shook his head, as if he too was not entirely convinced by the news. "Then what are we waiting for? Let us give it a try," an impatient soldier exclaimed eagerly, his eyes shimmering with excitement and anticipation. Another soldier leaned in and inquired, "By the way, Captain, How exactly is this thing supposed to be used? Did they inform you? His tone revealed a hint of urgency and curiosity. After uttering these words, Qian paused slightly, allowing his gaze to sweep across each individual present, as if he aimed to capture the essence of their expressions. He then continued, that is the general situation. Is there anyone willing to step forward? Upon seeing someone volunteer, a flicker of appreciation crossed Qian's eyes, and he smiled as he nodded in agreement. Excellent. Since this brave brother is so eager, let us have you give it a try. The soldier took the crystal core as if it were the most precious treasure in the world. He cradled the core gently in his palms, closed his eyes, and focused intently on perceiving the formidable energy emanating from within it. Gradually, a warm energy began to flow from the core, spreading through his body via his hands. This energy resembled a clear spring, nourishing every cell within him, bestowing an overwhelming sense of comfort and joy. After a moment, the soldier slowly opened his eyes, a glimmer of surprise illuminating them. He could not help but exclaim, "Wow! I feel so comfortable. This sensation is simply marvelous. Moreover, I can sense my abilities are continuously enhancing, stronger than before." As he spoke, a faint glow radiated from his body, akin to the first rays of sunlight at dawn, gentle yet brilliant. Incredible! It's truly unbelievable that this orb can enhance our powers. The crowd erupted into fervent cheers, their joy uncontainable. People embraced one another, high-fiving and celebrating this astonishing revelation. Qian, with a smile, methodically distributed the crystal cores among everyone, counting carefully to ensure that each person received a fair share of 3 to 4 orbs. Everyone received their precious resources with eager anticipation, their eyes sparkling with excitement and hope. Yingbao, come and see. This is specially prepared for you, Qian exclaimed with enthusiasm, carefully presenting a delicate box to Xia Yingying, as if unveiling a rare treasure. His bright eyes shone with anticipation and delight, the corners of his mouth curving upward, revealing an unmistakable excitement. Xia Yingying gazed at Qian's comical and endearing demeanor, unable to suppress her joy any longer, bursting into laughter. "Ha ha, look at you. You resemble a little puppy eagerly awaiting praise from its master," she chuckled, doubling over with laughter, nearly in tears. At that moment, a rare blush crept onto Qian's face, yet he steadfastly maintained his gaze on Xia Yingying. "Captain Qi, where did your previously aloof demeanor go? Have you discarded it?" Xia Yingying teased. In response, Qian leaned closer to her ear, gently blowing a breath, then softly murmured, "If I must choose between my face and my wife, without a doubt, I would unhesitatingly choose my wife." Upon hearing this, Xia Yingying's cheeks flushed a deep crimson, resembling a ripe apple. She playfully glared at Qian and pushed him away, muttering, You, who wants to be your wife?" Before she could finish, she spun around like a startled deer and dashed out the door, leaving behind the sound of her light footsteps fading away. Chapter 88. The old cow eats the tender grass. Qian watched Xia Yingying's hasty retreat and could not help but burst into laughter. This girl is far too easy to tease. Just moments ago, she boldly declared her feelings for him, only to shy away and flee at a few light-hearted jesting remarks. How amusing, Qian mused to himself. Ah, now you've discovered shyness, but it is too late. You are destined to be Qian's woman for life. Meanwhile, the team members exchanged bewildered glances, completely mystified by the unfolding events. Qian, noticing their confusion, raised an eyebrow in jest, eliciting both exasperation and amusement. However, he seemed reluctant to end the playful banter, clearing his throat and addressing the crowd with a raised voice. "From this day forth, you must change your address for her. No longer shall she be called Miss Xia, but rather sister-in-law. Do you understand?" The moment these words left his lips, the crowd was taken aback, eyes wide with disbelief as they pointed at Qian, exclaiming in unison, "Ah, Captain. You actually point." One individual could not contain their sarcasm, remarking, "Captain, isn't this akin to an old cow eating tender grass? Don't you have any shame?" Qian shrugged nonchalantly, his demeanor relaxed, as if the matter were of little consequence. He then smiled knowingly. "What is face worth? Mere trifles. Compared to my wife, it is utterly insignificant. Of course, my wife is of utmost importance." No sooner had he spoken than he turned on his heel and sprinted forward, calling out loudly, "Yingbao, don't run so fast. Your body has only just recovered." You must be careful. Observing Qi Yan's flustered and anxious demeanor, the soldiers behind him could no longer contain their laughter. Shaking their heads in amusement, at that moment, one soldier, wearing a teasing smile, exclaimed, "Look at our usually imposing captain. Now he's all flustered. I predict he will undoubtedly become a complete henpecked husband." As soon as these words were uttered, laughter erupted among the other soldiers, as if their humor had been ignited. Some laughed so hard they doubled over, while others playfully patted their companions on the shoulder, as if they had heard the funniest joke in the world. Amidst the merriment, they exchanged banter, indeed. "We used to worry that the captain might remain single forever due to his busy work or personality, but unexpectedly, he has made an astonishing entrance, finding a beautiful wife a full decade younger than himself. Ha ha, our team will surely be lively now. With such a young and lovely sister-in-law, the captain will likely lose himself in bliss." The crowd chattered excitedly, their words filled with playful teasing and genuine blessings for Captain Qi Yan. Though they jested mercilessly, each person felt sincere joy for their captain. After all, they had previously harbored concerns that he might remain alone due to the demands of his work or his character. And now witnessing him finally attain his own happiness brought them genuine delight. "Ingbao, why are you running so fast? Can't you wait for me just a moment?" Qi Yan called out loudly. Hastening to grasp the hand of Xia Yingying, who was preparing to run again, he pulled her into a warm embrace, and instantly, Xia Yingying's face flushed with embarrassment, squirming in his warm hold, attempting to escape his grasp. Yet, despite her efforts, she could not break free from his iron-like grip. "Oh, please let go of me. Don't you know that there should be a certain distance between men and women, adhering to the principle of propriety?" Xia Yingying exclaimed, her voice tinged with both shyness and annoyance. However, Qi Yan paid her protests no heed. His lips curling into a playful smile, he gently pinched her chin, turning her face toward him. Allowing their eyes to meet, then, gazing into her sparkling eyes, he tenderly remarked, "What's wrong with a hug for my beloved wife? It's not against the law." Upon hearing this, Xia Yingying's cheeks puffed in indignation as she glared at the audacious man before her. "Who is your wife? I haven't agreed to marry you yet," she retorted, raising her hands in an attempt to push him away. Unfortunately, no matter how hard she tried, Qi Yan remained steadfast, an unyielding fortress. After several attempts to push against his solid chest, Xia Yingying's once fair and delicate hands turned a rosy hue. The pain and frustration mingled, causing her eyes to glisten with unshed tears. Why are you like this? Your chest is as hard as steel. My hands feel like they might break," she complained, her voice tinged with a whimper, evoking a sense of tenderness. "I'm sorry, my Ingbao. Let me take a good look. It's already so red," Qi Yan said, his face etched with concern. He gently cradled her injured hand, blowing softly on it as though that would alleviate her pain. After a moment, unable to resist the urge, he lowered his head and tenderly kissed the back of her hand, then looked up at her, his gaze soft as water, quietly asking, "Does it still hurt?" Xia Yingying was taken aback by Qi Yan's sudden display of affection, her body trembling involuntarily. She felt a sudden rush of warmth flood her cheeks, her already slightly flushed face now resembling a ripe apple. Radiant and tempting. Chapter 89. Is expressing affection merely a formality? Qi Yan's gaze was firmly fixed on Xia Yingying, who appeared charming and delightful, her floral beauty stirring his heart. Qi Yan instinctively swallowed hard. Feeling parched, a surge of indescribable desire welling up within him, he endeavored to suppress his emotions, calling out in a voice as deep and magnetic as possible, "Ingbao." Upon hearing Qi Yan's affectionate address, Xia Yingying paused momentarily, then lifted her head, her captivating eyes meeting his. She softly inquired, "What is it?" Her tone bore a hint of confusion. Yet, upon catching sight of Qi Yan's gaze, she quickly lowered her head again. Feeling as though his eyes might consume her, how could she not understand the meaning behind it? Though she had never experienced such things, she had certainly seen others in similar situations. Qi Yan observed the bashful and adorable Xia Yingying before him. Noting how her already rosy ears had turned an even deeper shade, alluring like ripe cherries, a faint smile graced his lips, revealing a tender affection, and he gently lifted her delicate face, gazing softly into her crystalline eyes as he asked, "Ingbao, is it all right?" As Xia Yingying felt Qi Yan's intense gaze and gentle touch, Her heart raced like a startled deer, the flush on her cheeks extending to her neck. Was this happening too quickly? I am not entirely mentally prepared, she pouted, her face as charming and alluring as a ripe apple, her hands unconsciously fiddling with the hem of her clothing, her eyes flickering with a hint of nervousness and uncertainty. Qi Yin, standing beside her, smiled gently, his expression tender and indulgent as he softly asked, "Ing Bao, do you truly like me?" Seeing this, Qi Yin let out a joyful laugh, teasing, "Haha, it seems my Ing Bao is not as reserved as she pretends. I thought your previous declaration of affection was merely to amuse me. That's not true." Xia Yingying hurriedly waved her hands in protest, but found her words lacked strength in that moment. Her gaze inadvertently fell upon Qi Yan's sensual lips, her heart racing uncontrollably. After a brief hesitation, she seemed to have made up her mind, standing on her tiptoes to plant a gentle kiss on Qi Yan's lips. Before swiftly burying her head into his broad, warm chest like a frightened fawn, too shy to look up again. Qi Yan was momentarily taken aback, a flicker of surprise crossing his face as he looked at Xia Yingying before softly saying, "Ing Bao, a kiss isn't supposed to be like that. Let me show you how." With that, he slowly lifted her porcelain-like face, his movements gentle and filled with affection. In the instant their eyes locked, Qi Yin leaned down and kissed her without hesitation. The kiss was light as a dragonfly skimming the water, yet filled with profound tenderness. Xia Yingying felt as though she were floating on clouds. Her mind blank. "Ing Bao, sweetie, open your mouth," Qi Yan's deep, magnetic voice whispered in her ear, casting a spell that compelled her to comply. Xia Yingying's tightly closed lips parted slightly, revealing a small gap. Seizing the opportunity, Qi Yin deftly slipped his tongue into her mouth. In that moment, time seemed to stand still. The world around them faded away, leaving only the sounds of their intertwined breaths and heartbeats. Qi Yin was thoroughly satisfied with the situation and craved more. His hands instinctively Xia Yingying let out a soft moan, feeling as though her chest were being tightly gripped by a large hand. Almost suffocating her, she instinctively pushed against Qi Yin, attempting to escape this overwhelming kiss. He abruptly halted, glancing at the flushed, breathless Xia Yingying in his embrace, a surge of tenderness and guilt welling up within him. "Silly girl, how can you not even remember to breathe?" Qi Yin murmured, his tone as gentle as a spring breeze. He reached out, lightly brushing Xia Yingying's dainty nose, his eyes filled with affection and adoration. "Humph, this is all your fault," Xia Yingying pouted, stamping her foot in playful annoyance, her arms crossed over her chest, her lips protruding in a cute yet vexed manner, resembling an adorable, irate kitten. Her sparkling eyes glared at Qi Yin, seemingly determined to convey all her grievances and frustrations through her gaze. Qi Yin, standing opposite her, wore an innocent expression, hastily nodding in agreement. Yes, it's all my fault. I'll remember to breathe next time. Ing Bao, please don't be angry, all right?" As he spoke, he cautiously reached out to tug at the hem of her clothing. However, Xia Yingying swiftly turned away, evading his hand. She frowned and questioned, "Why are you so skilled? Have you kissed other women before? Speak." Her voice carried a hint of a whimper, clearly indicating genuine anger. Qi Yan's heart sank, realizing the gravity of the situation. He quickly began to explain with a smile. No, sweetheart, you are my first love. Where would I have encountered other women? You are undoubtedly the first and will be the last. I swear, in this lifetime, I shall love only you. If I speak even half a lie, may lightning strike me." To this point, Qi Yin exaggeratedly raised his right hand, feigning an oath to the heavens. Xia Yingying shot him a playful glare, then swiftly covered his mouth with her delicate hand, continuously muttering, Pa, don't say such things. What nonsense is this?" Her demeanor resembled that of a startled little rabbit, utterly adorable. Seeing this, Qi Yin smiled gently removing her hand, his gaze warm and steadfast as he softly said, "Now, you must believe my words, right?" His voice brimmed with confidence and anticipation. Xia Yingying, under his gaze, felt a blush creeping across her cheeks, lowering her head slightly as she murmured, Fine, I'll temporarily believe you. But if I discover even the slightest hint of deceit," she waved her tiny fist as a warning. Chapter 90. If you don't marry me, whom do you intend to marry? As soon as they entered, a group of soldiers greeted them enthusiastically. Upon hearing this address, Xia Yingying's face instantly turned crimson, playfully protesting. Oh, please don't call me that. I'm not your sister-in-law yet. I haven't married your commander. Her bashful demeanor was akin to peach blossoms blooming in spring, evoking an instinctive sense of affection. However, Qi Yin remained unfazed, smiling at her before slowly speaking. I instructed them to call you that. His words revealed a hint of pride and indulgence. Commander Qi, how could you do this? Xia Yingying stomped her foot, casting a slightly reproachful look at Qi Yin. Yet, he seemed unperturbed by her little tantrum. Teasingly continuing, if you don't marry me, do you intend to marry someone else? After all, we just kissed before he could finish. Xia Yingying dashed forward, covering Qi Yin's mouth with her hand, fearing he might utter something more embarrassing. Your commander might be a bit foolish today. Feel free to call me whatever you like. As she covered Qi Yin's mouth, she awkwardly laughed while explaining to the soldiers. Meanwhile, Qi Yin, with his mouth covered, could only emit muffled sounds, his eyes sparkling with laughter. Is there anything else to say? Xia Yingying's enchanting eyes bore into Qi Yin. Seemingly capable of piercing through one's soul at that moment, she firmly grasped his arm, determined not to release him should he dare not. Sensing the threat in her gaze, Qi Yin quickly shook his head. Observing this, Xia Yingying slightly relaxed her grip but did not entirely let go. Just then, Qi Yin suddenly leaned in closer, pressing his lips to her ear, softly whispering, Bao, after all this time together, shouldn't you give me a new title? As he spoke, Qi Yin deliberately blew a breath of air into her ear. Xia Yingying was startled by this unexpected act, momentarily frozen. Her luscious lips trembled slightly, as if she had exerted great effort to part them, softly saying, Qi brother Qi. Although this term of endearment was an improvement from Commander Qi, it clearly did not meet Qi Yan's expectations. However, he understood that everything required a gradual process. One could not rush things and scare her away. After all, there were many days ahead for them to grow closer, allowing her to gradually adopt the titles he longed to hear. Qi Yin responded while gently stroking her head, his actions tender and affectionate. At that moment, the perceptive Xia Yingying detected a hint of dissatisfaction in his tone. But what of it? At this moment, she absolutely refused to yield to his wishes. She knew that if she compromised so easily now, she would likely be subjected to his whims in the future. Therefore, no matter what, she had to maintain her stance, at least for now. However, the soldiers were not pleased with the situation. They clamored in unison, Captain, we are still here, you know? Could you perhaps spare a thought for us poor singles? Their words were laced with playful teasing. However, Qi Yin, understanding their intent, raised an eyebrow in delight and replied with a smirk, Who told you not to have luck as good as mine? All you can do is envy. With that, he reached out and gently tousled Xia Yingying's hair. The two exchanged a knowing smile, and a sweet atmosphere enveloped them. Observing this affectionate couple, the soldiers, though they grumbled, couldn't help but feel a twinge of joy for them. At that moment, Qi Yin waved his hand and said, All right, everyone, stop the commotion. Let's take a break. We have a long journey ahead of us tomorrow. Bao, it's quite late. Let's get some rest, Qi Yin said tenderly, taking Xia Yingying's delicate hand and leading her slowly upstairs. Upon reaching the door of their room, Xia Yingying smiled at Qi Yin and said, Big brother Qi, good night. She then gently turned the doorknob, preparing to enter. However, Qi Yin seemed reluctant to let her go just yet, and with a hint of reluctance, he asked, Bao, are you really sure you don't want to stay with me? His eyes conveyed a flicker of hope and yearning. Noticing his demeanor, although Qi Yin felt a slight pang of disappointment, he forced a smile and replied, All right, then do rest well. Seeing Qi Yin's slightly dejected expression, Xia Yingying felt a surge of sympathy. With a resigned sigh, she suddenly leaned in and quickly planted a kiss on his cheek, playfully chiding, Big brother Qi, be good, don't be upset, all right? Before she could finish her words, he seized the moment, leaning down to kiss her cherry-like lips. Xia Yingying was initially taken aback but soon found herself lost in the kiss. After what felt like an eternity, Qi Yin reluctantly released her. Xia Yingying's cheeks flushed crimson, and she muttered a shy annoying before hastily entering her room and shutting the door. Qi Yan's demeanor shifted as he noticed pairs of red eyes glinting in the darkness. Level 4 zombies? He murmured. These zombies were faster and stronger than their ordinary counterparts. He immediately alerted all soldiers to prepare for battle. Suddenly, a bone-chilling scream erupted from downstairs, shattering the night's tranquility. In an instant, a fierce battle ensued, filled with shouts and the sounds of collision reverberating through the air. Quick, everyone, concentrate your fire, Qi Yin shouted urgently, his voice booming like thunder amidst the chaos of the battlefield. Upon hearing the command, the soldiers unleashed their abilities, creating a dazzling array of colors that intertwined like a magnificent tapestry. Yet, these formidable powers did not deter the zombies. Rather, they incited their fury. The grotesque zombies let out deep, menacing growls, charging towards the crowd with lightning speed. Not good. Everyone, scatter and take cover, Qi Yin cried out in desperation. The soldiers, jolted by his frantic command, immediately sprang into action, fully aware of the dire situation. They utilized their most potent abilities, darting in all directions with all their might. Meanwhile, Qi Yin, seizing the opportunity while the fearsome zombies were distracted, began to gather his strength. He clenched his fists, closed his eyes, and murmured incantations. As his powers surged within him, a massive fireball, the size of a small mountain, slowly materialized above his palm. The fireball blazed fiercely, emitting a suffocating heat and brilliant light, as if it aimed to ignite the very world. Die, he shouted, swinging his arm with all his might, sending the enormous fireball hurtling towards the zombies. It soared like a wild stallion, leaving a trail of scorched air in its wake. With a roar, the zombies fell silent, collapsing to the ground. Qi Yan's gaze sharpened as he approached the fallen foes, mercilessly delivering several more strikes, each infused with all his strength. With the final blow, he exhaled a sigh of relief. Finally, it's over. At that moment, a thought flashed through his mind. Ying Bao. Realizing this, Qi Yin vanished from his spot in an instant, reappearing on the second floor like a phantom. His heart raced as he hurried towards Xia Yingying's room. Meanwhile, Xia Yingying was in her room changing clothes when she heard hurried footsteps outside. Instinctively, she turned to look and was taken aback to see Qi Yin bursting into the room without warning. "Big brother Qi, why didn't you knock?" she exclaimed in surprise. However, as the words left her lips, she suddenly remembered her state of undress, her face flushing a deep red. She hurriedly grabbed her clothes to cover herself, letting out a series of shrieks. Ah, ah, ah. His face turned beet red as well, and he quickly apologized. "I'm sorry, Ying Bao, it was unintentional." With that, he bolted from the room, shutting the door behind him. Just as he stepped outside, he felt a warmth in his nose, and a stream of liquid began to flow from his nostrils. He touched it and looked down, realizing with shock that he was bleeding. Damn, just a glance and this happens. What will happen if I do something else? I might bleed profusely, Qi Yin lamented inwardly, frantically pulling a handkerchief from his pocket to stem the flow. Inside the room, Xia Yingying hurriedly donned her clothes, her heart racing as if it might leap from her chest. After finally getting dressed, she swiftly covered her burning cheeks with her hands, trying to cool the heat rising within her. After a while, when she felt her face was no longer so flushed, she took a deep breath and slowly approached the door, grasping the doorknob and gently twisting it to open the door. Standing at the threshold was Qi Yin, appearing somewhat awkward. He scratched his head and stammered. "I didn't mean to. There was a sudden zombie ambush outside, and the situation was critical. I was worried for your safety, so I rushed in without knocking." Upon hearing Qi Yin's words, Xia Yingying's face went pale, her eyes widening in shock as she trembled. What? There was a zombie ambush just now. What is happening now? Is everyone all right?" "Everyone is fine. I was worried about you, which is why I burst into your room," Qi Yin explained. She gently patted his shoulder, signaling him not to be overly anxious. They exchanged glances, both at a loss for how to break the awkward silence that had suddenly enveloped them. After all, an exceedingly embarrassing incident had just occurred, complicating their already delicate relationship. Almost simultaneously, they spoke in unison. The moment the words left their mouths, they both seemed to burn with embarrassment and quickly fell silent. The air felt thick with tension, punctuated only by their slightly uneasy breaths. After a prolonged silence, it was Qi Yin who broke the ice, gazing gently at Xia Yingying and saying, "Ying Bao, you go first." Hearing this, Xia Yingying bit her lip, hesitating for a moment before softly saying, "Well, it's quite late now. We should get some rest." Her voice dwindled to a whisper, barely audible. After speaking, she lowered her head, unable to meet Qi Yin's gaze. Qi Yin nodded in agreement with her suggestion. However, He then turned his earnest gaze towards her, his eyes blazing with intensity as he said, "Yes, we should rest, Ing Bao. But I'm worried there might be another zombie attack tonight." So he paused, seemingly weighing his words carefully. Taking a deep breath, he continued, "So let me guard you while you sleep. That way, if danger arises, I can protect you." With that, Qi Yin fixed his unwavering gaze on Xia Yingying, filled with concern and determination. "This probably won't happen, right?" Xia Yingying murmured, uncertainty flickering in her autumn-like eyes. She bit her lip, her hands fidgeting with the hem of her clothes, as if grappling with an internal struggle. His deep and fervent gaze seemed to pierce through her soul, holding her captivated, causing a wave of shyness to wash over her. After a moment of contemplation, Xia Yingying seemed to arrive at a resolution. Thinking to herself, "Oh, he is my boyfriend. What is there to fear?" With a deep breath, she turned and walked lightly towards her room. Qi Yin watched her retreating figure, a faint smile gracing his lips. Although Ing Bao had not explicitly agreed, the door remained ajar, as if conveying a silent message to Qi Yin. He was acutely aware that Xia Yingying's actions signified her acquiescence to one of his requests or thoughts. Chapter 92. Why are your lips so swollen? Qi Yin gently pushed open the door and slowly stepped inside. His gaze fell upon Xia Yingying, who was seated at the edge of the bed. And he softly spoke, "Ing Bao, rest assured, I shall not do anything inappropriate to you. Tonight, I will sleep on this sofa." Upon finishing his words, Qi Yin revealed a tender and somewhat ingratiating smile. Although he appeared calm on the surface, a sense of unease and trepidation lingered within him as he observed Xia Yingying lying down. A flicker of disappointment crossed his eyes. Internally, he lamented, "Oh dear my beloved wife is right before me, yet I cannot even embrace her. How torturous this existence is." With no other option, he silently made his way to the sofa. Yet his gaze remained fixated on Xia Yingying's petite silhouette. As time ticked away, Xia Yingying had begun to feel drowsy. However, Qi Yan's fervent gaze bore down on her from behind, rendering her unable to truly fall asleep. After tossing and turning several times, she finally could not restrain herself and sat up, glaring at Qi Yin as she complained, "Brother Qi, could you please stop staring at me? I simply cannot sleep like this. I won't look anymore. You may sleep." Qi Yin replied, flustered, hastily averting his gaze and pretending to look elsewhere, yet his heartbeat quickened. Upon hearing his words, Xia Yingying softly acknowledged and reclined once more. Before long, a gentle rhythm of breathing emanated from her side, indicating that she had indeed drifted into slumber. Only then did Qi Yin cautiously rise to his feet. Moving as if to avoid disturbing the sleeping figure, he approached the bedside, his gaze tender as it rested on Xia Yingying's peaceful and sweet visage. "Ing Bao," he murmured softly, his tone deep and filled with affection. Qi Yan's eyes gradually ignited with fervor, fixating on Xia Yingying's luscious lips, his throat involuntarily rolling. Feeling the delicate sensation at his fingertips, Qi Yan's heart nearly melted. Moments later, he could no longer suppress the impulse within. Leaning down to gently press his lips against hers, the kiss began softly and tenderly, akin to a gentle breeze caressing the surface of a lake. Yet gradually, Qi Yan's emotions surged, and the kiss grew fervent and profound. Startled, he abruptly withdrew, a flicker of panic and guilt flashing in his eyes. Xia Yingying could finally breathe freely, turning her body in relief to find a more comfortable position, sinking back into her sweet dreams. Entirely oblivious to the recent occurrence, he could hardly fathom his own impulsiveness, having acted so out of character. At this moment, his heart was awash with regret and self-reproach, alongside a subtle, indescribable sentiment quietly blossoming within him. He anxiously observed the slumbering Xia Yingying, fearing she would awaken at any moment and unleash her wrath upon him. However, despite the myriad of concerns swirling within him, he found himself unable to move. Reluctant to depart from her side as the morning sun filtered through the curtains, illuminating the room, Xia Yingying stirred awake, lazily stretching her arms and murmuring, that was quite a refreshing sleep." Yet, when she instinctively touched her lips, a sudden sting caused her to exclaim, "Why do my lips hurt so much?" Rubbing her eyes, she focused her gaze and noticed Qi Yin seated on the opposite sofa, his face marked by unease. Instantly, the hazy memories of the previous night flooded back, causing her cheeks to flush a deep crimson. Taking a deep breath, Xia Yingying mustered her courage and approached Qi Yan. As the distance closed, Qi Yan's heart raced uncontrollably, to the point where he dared not even breathe, merely gazing blankly at the approaching Xia Yingying. At last, she stood before him, her head slightly bowed, her voice barely above a whisper. "Last night, did you kiss me?" The moment the words left her lips, her face burned like a ripe apple. Upon hearing this, Qi Yan's body jolted, and he became even more tongue-tied than usual. I died. After much hesitation, he resolved to confront the truth, stammering an admission. "Yes, I'm sorry. It was why the end." His voice had dwindled to a near inaudible whisper. Xia Yingying lifted her gaze to meet Qi Yan's anxious and remorseful expression. She gently bit her lip and, gathering her courage, asserted, "We are in a boyfriend-girlfriend relationship now, so you needn't be so secretive about it." As soon as she finished speaking, her face deepened in hue, seemingly capable of dripping blood. "What? Bao, what did you just say?" Qi Yan's eyes widened in disbelief, staring at Xia Yingying with a quizzical expression, his voice trembling with excitement. Xia Yingying turned her face away, biting her lip as she muttered, "I can't hear you, never mind." She then turned to leave the somewhat awkward scene. However, Qi Yan was not about to let her escape so easily. With a swift motion, he rushed forward, encircling the fleeing Xia Yingying from behind. "Bao, don't go." "I heard you," he said, burying his head into the crook of her neck, his warm breath brushing against her sensitive skin. Causing her to shiver slightly, he then slowly turned her body to face him, cradling her porcelain-like face in his hands, gazing deeply into her enchanting eyes. "Bao, I want to kiss you." Qi Yan's deep, magnetic voice seemed to carry an irresistible charm. Before his words could fully dissipate, he leaned in slowly, approaching Xia Yingying's tender lips. "No, we haven't brushed our teeth yet." Xia Yingying protested, her face flushed with embarrassment and trepidation. Chapter 93. The Power of Different Factions. "I don't mind," Qi Yan declared firmly, his gaze steadfast and gentle as it rested on her. Upon hearing this, warmth spread within Xia Yingying's heart. Yet she still shyly lowered her head, murmuring, "Be gentle. My lips still hurt." After which, she buried her head into Qi Yan's broad chest like a startled little rabbit. Qi Yan nodded in understanding, then tenderly lifted her chin. Carefully raising her face. 2 hours later, the sun had ascended high into the sky, casting its rays into the room. The two finally completed their morning routine and descended the stairs. That moment, they appeared side by side, gradually making their way down the staircase. Sunlight streamed through the windows, casting a gentle glow upon them. Upon reaching the spacious and bright living room, one among them broke the silence. Inquiring Qi Yan, "Captain, we are now aware of the crucial information regarding how crystal cores can enhance our abilities. What course of action should we take next? Shall we return to the base without hesitation? Or?" Qi Yan furrowed his brow slightly, his deep-set eyes glimmering with contemplation, as if the rest of the world had faded away, leaving only the tumult of thoughts within. He knew all too well that the current situation within the base was exceedingly intricate. It had long since fragmented into several disparate factions, each embroiled in a web of intrigue and conflict, with no cessation in sight. Were it not for their military faction's steadfast control over formidable weaponry as a backing, they would have likely lost their voice in this power struggle long ago. Yet now, such a rare opportunity to enhance their abilities lay before them. How could they let it slip away so easily? "Agreed," the crowd responded in unison, their voices brimming with indignation and anticipation. Just thinking about the despicable faces back at the base, the condescension and oppression they faced ignited a fierce flame in their hearts. Once they had upgraded their abilities, they would ensure that those people would face the consequences. "All right, everyone, move swiftly, pack your belongings. We are setting off for other cities. Those areas are where the zombies are most concentrated, and crystal cores abound. We can also gather supplies," Qi Yan called out, hastily organizing his backpack while urging his companions. Moments later, he led the group on their journey. After a lengthy trek, they finally arrived at a seemingly desolate small town. Entering the town, they found that the buildings lining the streets were mostly in ruins, as if they had endured a brutal battle. The ground was a gruesome sight, littered with splotches of dried blood and various discarded debris. A potent stench of decay permeated the air, inducing nausea. Most chilling of all were the zombies wandering about, their grotesque visages emitting low, guttural growls as they staggered forward. Upon spotting a living person, they would charge like famished wolves. The group dispersed to locate the horde of zombies, with Qi Yin and Xia Yingying pairing up. They worked in perfect harmony, with Qi Yin effortlessly launching nearby zombies into the air using his recently enhanced fireball, while Xia Yingying skillfully employed her wood-based abilities to strike the zombies' heads and extract their crystal cores. As the number of slain zombies continued to rise, so too did the crystals they collected. However, at that moment, an unusual atmosphere began to permeate the crowd, and everyone keenly sensed that something was amiss. The scene, which had previously only featured one or two sporadic zombies, now seemed to undergo a bizarre transformation. As the eerie figures multiplied ominously, her beautiful large eyes were fixed intently on Qi Yin, her voice trembling slightly. Qi Yin clenched his fists tightly, his resolute gaze sweeping the surroundings like a flash of lightning. After a brief silence, he suddenly raised his voice and exclaimed, "Everyone, do not panic. Quickly gather around me. We will form a tight defensive circle, back to back, to confront this sudden crisis together." Without hesitation, they swiftly moved towards Qi Yan's position, adjusting their formations as instructed, creating a solid, interdependent battle array. Facing the massive horde of zombies, which surged like a black tide, everyone could not help but gasp in horror at a team member, his face pale with fear. Shouted, "Captain, there are far too many. We cannot withstand such an onslaught. We must find a safe place immediately." Just then, another team member pointed towards a nearby location, exclaiming, "Captain, look over there. There's a small supermarket that appears undamaged from the outside. It might be safer inside." Upon hearing this, the group turned to follow his. Indeed, a small supermarket stood solitary at the street corner, its doors and windows tightly shut, seemingly untouched by destruction. Qi Yin made a swift decision, waving his hand decisively. "All right, in that case, let us take refuge in that supermarket. Everyone, move quickly and stay close to me." With that, he dashed towards the supermarket, followed closely by the other team members, all sprinting towards their temporary sanctuary with utmost urgency. Chapter 94, Never let go of your wifing bow. Make sure to stay close. Qi Yin turned his head, casting a gentle glance at Xia Yingying. His deep and bright eyes revealed a hint of concern. Him. Xia Yingying nodded vigorously, assuring him she would stay close. Nevertheless, despite her affirmative response, Qi Yin felt an unsettling anxiety within. Thus, without hesitation, he reached out, gently pulling Xia Yingying to his side. He grasped her delicate hand tightly, as if fearing it might slip away from his grasp at any moment. "I think it's safer this way. Otherwise, if I were to lose you, I'd have to search the world for my dear wife." Qi Yin remarked, a hint of a doting smile gracing his lips. Hearing this, Xia Yingying's face flushed crimson. She lowered her head, unable to meet Qi Yan's fervent gaze, yet her heart brimmed with sweetness and happiness. As the group rushed to the supermarket entrance, a team member anxiously cried out, "Captain, it's bad. The door is locked." The firmly shut door stood before them like an insurmountable barrier. Qi Yin, frowning slightly, quickly made a decision. "Metal ability user, step forward. Use your powers to open this damned door. The rest of you, hold off those relentless zombies with me." Upon hearing the command, the metal ability user immediately complied. Concentrating his energy into his hands, in a dazzling flash of light, his palms transformed into a key. Meanwhile, Qi Yin and the other team members turned to face the surging horde of zombies. As time ticked away, beads of sweat began to form on Luo Shi's forehead. Rolling down his cheeks, he gritted his teeth, hands trembling as he manipulated the complex equipment before him, muttering, "Hurry to open it." At that moment, the anxious Yi could no longer contain himself, shouting, "Luo Shi, is it done yet? The captain and the others are about to be overwhelmed." His voice resonated with anxiety and concern. His eyes, sharp as a hawk's, were fixed on the seemingly indestructible lock, as if attempting to pierce through it. His dexterous fingers, imbued with abilities, deftly manipulated the mechanism, and with a faint click, the lock finally gave way. In an instant, flames erupted, and amidst the piercing screams, the once ferocious zombies were engulfed by fire, reduced to charred corpses. With a resounding bang, the outside world was momentarily severed, leaving behind a chilling silence. "Brother Qi, are you hurt?" Xia Yingying ran to his side, worry etched across her face as her small hands anxiously searched him, as if afraid of missing any potential injury, observing her increasingly exaggerated movements. It seemed she might even attempt to unfasten his clothing. Yingbao, stop moving around. I'm really not hurt. Qiyin quickly grasped her restless hands to prevent her from continuing. Hearing this, Xia Yingying's face flushed a deep red as she stammered. Why, you can't misunderstand. I just wanted to check if you were injured, nothing else. However, her flustered eyes and disjointed words betrayed her true feelings. All right, I wanted to undress for Yingbao. Qiyin deliberately emphasized the word undress, his gaze teasingly provocative as he looked at Xia Yingying. A smirk played on his lips, as if daring her to react. Upon hearing this, Xia Yingying's face turned beet red, akin to a ripe apple. She shot him an indignant glare, stamped her foot, and declared, I won't talk to you. Then, like a startled fawn, she shyly turned and ran away. The soldiers shook their heads helplessly, their expressions a mix of envy and lament. Ever since the captain began dating, he had transformed into a different person, constantly showcasing their affection and showering them with dog food. Sighing in unison, they seemed to exhale all the frustration bottled up inside. Some soldiers mumbled under their breath, the captain is being quite inconsiderate, completely disregarding the feelings of us poor single dogs. Others wore sorrowful expressions, their eyes filled with deep resentment, as they lamented, alas, my fate is truly unfortunate. Watching them so in love makes my heart ache. I sincerely hope the heavens take pity on me and let me find my destined partner soon, so I no longer have to endure the captain's relentless dog food. Hearing this, Luo Shi couldn't help but shake his head, sighing, how easy it is to say. This is the apocalypse we're living in, where danger lurks at every corner. We can barely secure our own lives, let alone have the time and energy to seek out love. Every day is a struggle for survival. We're all just busy trying to escape. As soon as he finished speaking, the surrounding people nodded in agreement. Indeed, you speak the truth. In such precarious circumstances, searching for a partner is nothing short of a luxury. We should focus on surviving first. That is what truly matters. Chapter 95. I truly like you. Upon receiving the command, the team members sprang into action, retrieving crystal cores that shimmered with a mysterious light from their bags or pockets. These cores varied in size, yet all contained formidable energy. Qiyin methodically directed the distribution of the crystals, ensuring everyone received an adequate number to enhance their abilities. Soon, the crystals were evenly divided, with each person holding 4 or 5 upon receiving their cores. Excitement and anticipation lit up their faces, for they knew that absorbing the energy within these crystals would elevate their powers. At that moment, Qiyin picked up Xia Yingying's share of the crystals and cautiously approached her. He gazed tenderly at the beautiful and brave girl before him, softly saying, Yingbao, these are the crystal cores meant just for you. As he spoke, he extended his hand, offering her the glimmering crystals. Thank you. Xia Yingying smiled as she carefully took the glowing crystal cores from his hand. Don't worry, I'll protect you. Just focus on upgrading. Qiyin looked at Xia Yingying with warmth, his eyes filled with concern and encouragement. Xia Yingying nodded slightly, indicating her understanding, and then gracefully walked towards a quieter corner. She gently sat down, positioned herself, and cradled the crystal cores between her palms, closing her eyes in preparation to absorb the immense energy within as if drawn by some unseen force. The crystalline core gradually ascended, slowly orbiting around Xia Yingying. Simultaneously, the radiance emanating from the core intensified, resembling a cascade of vibrant colors that began to merge with Xia Yingying's very being. With an incessant influx of energy, her previously serene countenance began to reveal a faint blush, while a gentle and warm glow enveloped her entire frame. This luminescence, akin to a delicate veil, shrouded her, rendering her appearance ethereal and enchanting. At long last, the eyes that had been tightly shut for so long slowly opened. Akin to a flower blossoming in the early morning light, she blinked, acclimating to the surrounding brilliance, and then, as if struck by a sudden realization, a joyful smile illuminated her face. I leveled up? Brother Qi. Before she could finish her sentence, she could no longer contain her excitement and, like a jubilant little bird, dove into Qiyan's embrace. Qiyan tenderly extended his arms, gently patting Xia Yingying's back, as one would soothe a startled creature. The corners of his lips curled into a soft, indulgent smile as he murmured, Yes, yes. My Yingbao is the most formidable. This successful upgrade is all due to your unwavering efforts. As he spoke, he playfully flicked Xia Yingying's pert nose, eliciting a chorus of delighted laughter from her. Once she had laughed sufficiently, she suddenly became aware that she had been clinging to Qi Yan's sturdy form like a koala. Realizing this, her delicate face turned crimson, akin to a ripe apple, as if she could burst into flames in a flurry. She slipped from his embrace, retreating several steps as if scalded, with her head bowed. She dared not meet Qi Yan's gaze, stammering, I'm so sorry. I was just too happy and too excited. Her voice trailed off to a near whisper. However, at that moment, Qi Yan's deep, resonant voice broke the silence. It's all right, Yingbao. In fact, I found you quite endearing just now. Upon hearing his words, Xia Yingying's cheeks flushed even more, her heart racing as if 1,000 deer were stampeding within her. She lifted her gaze and caught a fleeting glimpse of Qi Yan, who regarded her with a gentle warmth, his deep eyes brimming with infinite affection. All right, Yingbao, I'll need your protection now, as I also wish to enhance my abilities, Qi Yan said, smiling as he affectionately ruffled her silky hair. As time passed, the other team members completed their ability enhancements one by one. Finally, everyone successfully ascended to a new level. That moment, one team member could no longer contain their excitement and inquired, Captain, now that our abilities have significantly increased, can we go out and hunt those vile zombies to collect crystals? Qi Yan surveyed the eager faces around him, noting the gleam of confidence and anticipation in their eyes. Before raising his hand and proclaiming, if that is the case, then let us set forth. Let us conquer all and gather abundant crystals. As Qi Yan issued the command, a deafening cheer erupted from the crowd. Each individual was aflame with excitement, their desires igniting like a roaring fire. For this moment, they had waited far too long, unable to restrain their inner impulses, eager to charge forth and showcase their prowess. Qi Yan took the lead, striding resolutely out of the supermarket doors. However, just as they stepped outside, an overwhelming stench of blood surged forth, crashing violently against their senses. This acrid odor felt like a harbinger of death, sending shivers down their spines. The previously aimless zombies surrounding them seemed to sense the scent of prey, suddenly becoming agitated. With blood-red eyes, they emitted low, guttural growls. Gore. The sounds intertwined, creating a terrifying cacophony that approached Qi Yan and his team. These zombies, with their clawed hands and grotesque visages, appeared utterly fearsome. Chapter 96. It approaches. Qi Yan's gaze sharpened, and with a swift motion of his hand, a blazing fireball erupted forth, hurtling towards the nearby zombies like a searing meteor. With a resounding boom, the fireball struck its mark, engulfing the zombie in flames, which emitted a haunting wail. Amidst the flames, the once hideous visage of the zombie became indistinct, writhing in agony yet unable to escape the inferno's grasp. In mere moments, the zombie collapsed, its body emitting tendrils of smoke, utterly charred beyond recognition. Charge! Qi Yan bellowed, his voice resonating like thunder in the air. Upon hearing his command, the others unleashed their abilities, launching a ferocious assault on the surrounding zombies. Xia Yingying's lithe form swayed as she swiftly formed hand seals, a green light blossoming from her fingertips and morphing into a thick vine that pierced through a zombie's skull with astonishing speed. With a gentle flick of her wrist, the crystal embedded in the zombie's head began to rotate. Hee, upgrading my abilities is truly delightful, Xia Yingying exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Previously, her wood-based powers, though capable of attack, lacked penetrating strength, often requiring multiple strikes to inflict tangible damage on a zombie. Now, however, her upgraded abilities boasted immense power, effortlessly breaching the zombie's defenses with a single strike. Yingbao, you're remarkable, Qi Yan marveled, his gaze filled with admiration and respect. Hearing his praise, Xia Yingying lifted her chin proudly, a smirk gracing her lips as she declared, Of course! Have you forgotten who I am? Her bright, star-like eyes shimmered with confidence, as if she had the world at her fingertips. Imo, are we truly going alone? What could possibly await you there? Gui Yu inquired, furrowing his brow as he looked at Di Jingma. Di Jingma nodded resolutely, replying in a low voice, Yes, this operation cannot involve too many participants. A larger group would only risk exposing our objective and inciting unnecessary trouble. His deep-set eyes sparkled with an undeniable conviction. The Zombie King, those three simple words, uttered by Di Jingma, reverberated like thunder in the sky. And when they reached Gu Yu's ears, his eyes widened in disbelief as he stammered, "Mo, did you die at its hands in your past life?" Di Jingma nodded slightly, his voice a mere whisper. Yes. The weight of those words hung heavily in the air. Pressing down upon them, Gu Yu took a deep breath and slowly declared, "In that case, I will accompany you until the end." When Di Jingma and his companion finally arrived in City Z, Di Jingma gravely cautioned, "Be careful. The number of zombies here is exceedingly high, and the situation is far more complex than we anticipated." With that, the two cautiously ventured deeper into the city. Their steps were slow and deliberate, each footfall echoing as if they were treading on thin ice. The buildings lining the streets were in ruins, shattered glass littering the ground, and the walls bore the gruesome marks of past battles. Just then, a low growl reverberated around them, followed by a horde of mutated zombies surging from every corner. Unlike ordinary zombies, these creatures were taller, more agile, with well-defined musculature, exuding a chilling aura. Their claws gleamed menacingly, promising to rend flesh with ease. Faced with this sudden threat, Di Jingma remained unperturbed. He cast a calm glance, and a faint blue glow emanated from his hands, with a graceful and powerful sweep of his arms. Like a conductor wielding a baton, brilliant arcs of lightning shot forth, striking the snarling zombies with precision. In an instant, the air crackled with electricity, and thunder rumbled, as if the apocalypse had descended upon them. The zombies struck by the lightning let out wretched howls, their bodies emitting wisps of black smoke, resembling burning scarecrows. Some fell to the ground, convulsing uncontrollably, unable to rise again. Meanwhile, Gu Yu, standing aside, revealed his own formidable prowess. Dense black mist erupted from his form, spreading rapidly as if it were a living entity. Any zombie that ventured too close was instantly engulfed, with no chance to struggle as they dispatched nearly half of the zombies. A colossal figure slowly emerged from the shadows, emanating a terrifying presence. The zombie king keenly sensed the approach of humans encroaching upon its territory and immediately let out a deafening roar that reverberated through the heavens. This roar seemed capable of piercing the very souls of those who heard it, instilling an undeniable chill. "It has arrived. I leave the remaining zombies to you. This one is mine, Di Jingma." With that, he vanished in an instant, racing forward like the wind, his speed akin to a flash of lightning streaking across the sky. In the blink of an eye, he appeared before the zombie king like a wraith. "Die!" With a thunderous shout, Di Jingma swept his hands, unleashing a colossal lightning sphere, its diameter spanning several dozen meters, soaring forth like a cannonball. The sphere shimmered with blinding lightning, seemingly containing boundless destructive power. Without pausing, Di Jingma struck again, launching yet another equally massive lightning sphere. Thus, one after another, the spheres fell like raindrops upon the target, each carrying a pulse of energy that sent shivers down the spine. Accompanied by a thunderous roar, the zombie bellowed, and in the face of the incoming lightning spheres, the zombie king raised its massive claw and struck down fiercely. That seemingly annihilating lightning sphere was deflected off course, crashing into the distant mountains, triggering a landslide. Interesting? A faint smile curved at the corners of Di Jingma's lips, a smirk of bemusement gracing his countenance. Chapter 97. The Three-Headed Mole Cricket. That moment, the zombie seized the opportunity, abruptly opening its ghastly maw, unleashing a jet of dark green slime that shot forth like an arrow, aimed directly at Di Jingma. In a swift motion, Di Jingma adeptly sidestepped, evading this lethal strike with ease. A hissing sound echoed as the dark green slime splattered onto the ground, instantly emitting thick smoke upon contact and corroding the earth at a visibly rapid pace, creating deep, bottomless pits that bubbled with noxious gases. Faced with such peril, Di Jingma's eyes narrowed, radiating a chilling glare. His hands moved swiftly, fingers dancing like butterflies as he formed seals, murmuring incantations under his breath. As he performed his actions and chanted, the previously clear sky darkened ominously, heavy clouds gathering as if to crush the world. Countless strands of lightning converged from all directions, intertwining to form a colossal electric net that descended with catastrophic intent upon the zombie below. The zombie, sensing the terrifying pressure above, roared in panic, desperately struggling to escape the deadly electric net. Yet, no matter how fiercely it fought, It could not budge the net, only sinking deeper into its confines until it was utterly immobilized. Di Jingma then unleashed his most powerful strike, a lightning pillar that pierced through the zombie's skull. The zombie king stared wide-eyed, crashing to the ground, lifeless. How could it be so weak? Di Jingma furrowed his brow, perplexed as he gazed at the lifeless creature beneath him. Slowly, he crouched down, extracting a crystalline core emitting a faint glow from the zombie's head. Level 6? This comes as quite a surprise, at that moment. A loud thud echoed nearby. Di Jingma turned to see Guiyu swiftly dispatching the last zombie before striding towards him. Mo, have you dealt with them all? Guiyu inquired, wiping his weapon clean. Di Jingma nodded slightly in affirmation, then extended his right hand, delicately holding the mysterious glowing level 6 core, offering it to Guiyu. Upon receiving it, Guiyu's eyes widened with surprise and curiosity as he scrutinized the translucent core, seemingly peering through its delicate shell to sense the powerful energy pulsating within. Finally unable to contain his astonishment, he exclaimed, "A level 6 core? You dispatched them with such ease?" Before he could finish, a gentle breeze swept by, bringing a chill that did little to quell his excitement. Just then, a deep, magnetic voice interjected from the side. Weak, that single, simple word struck like a heavy hammer upon his heart. He turned abruptly to see Di Jingma standing there, arms crossed, an expression of indifference etched across his face. His profound gaze exuded an innate pride and disdain, as if utterly uninterested in the so-called level 6 core before him. Hearing Di Jingma's assessment, Guiyu froze momentarily, a hint of embarrassment coloring his features. Yet, he quickly regained his composure, scratching his head and murmuring, perhaps it's not that the core is too weak, but that you are simply too strong." Di Jingma, seemingly unperturbed by his words, ignored him entirely, turning away with resolute strides as he continued deeper into the fray. Just a few steps in, he abruptly halted. As if struck by an idea, he turned his head slightly, coldly uttering 2 words, "Step aside." The command, though softly spoken, carried an undeniable authority that could not be overlooked. Guiyu, following closely behind, instinctively reacted to the command. Swiftly sidestepping at that moment, however, the tranquil ground began to tremble violently, as if an invisible hand was shaking the very earth. Both Di Jingma and Guiyu felt a jolt of alarm, their expressions turning grave as they quickly summoned their inner strength to steady their swaying forms. Suddenly, a resounding crash echoed through the space, like thunder in clear skies. They turned to see the spot where the zombie king had fallen splitting open, revealing a gaping abyss that seemed endless. The jagged edges of the fissure crumbled, debris cascading down as if it aimed to consume everything. A potent wave of darkness surged forth from the crevice, enveloping the surrounding space. Out of the shadowy depths, an enormous mole cricket emerged, its form exuding an eerie, mysterious glow that sent shivers down their spines. Even more astonishing was the fact that it possessed 3 massive heads, each bearing its own unique visage and expression. Sending chills through onlookers, Di Jingma stared wide-eyed, incredulous at the sight of this colossal entity, murmuring, "A 3-headed mole cricket." At that moment, the 3 heads of the creature moved in unison. One head opened its grotesque maw, unleashing a torrent of roaring flames. Another spewed countless sharp icicles, raining down like arrows, while the 3rd head was adorned with a multitude of eyes, sealing off the space around them. Faced with such a sudden onslaught, Di Jingma dared not hesitate. He inhaled deeply, channeling all his energy, his body radiating blinding lightning, as if to tear through the encroaching darkness. Simultaneously, Guiyu unleashed his ultimate technique, amplifying the swirling black mist around him to its zenith. Preparing to confront the terrifying mole cricket alongside Di Jingma. What on earth is this creature? At first glance, it resembles a common mole cricket, but upon closer inspection, something seems amiss. Guiyu furrowed his brow. Skepticism etched upon his face, his gaze fixed unwaveringly upon the enormous beast before them. Chapter 98. Can we do it? Only time will tell. The monstrous creature towered before them, its massive body enveloped in a thick layer of black exoskeleton, shimmering with a chilling radiance. Most striking were its 3 heads, each uniquely shaped. One head appeared fearsome, periodically belching forth fierce flames. Another seemed more placid, yet the blue crystal atop it emanated an aura of cold. The final head was the most bizarre, covered in countless eyes that seemed to perceive all around them. The fact that this creature possessed three entirely distinct powers left Gu Yu gasping in awe. His mind racing with the thought, can we truly contend with such a formidable foe? The mere notion sent shivers down his spine. Jingma's gaze remained locked on the imposing mole cricket, an unprecedented seriousness reflecting in his eyes. He inhaled deeply, then spoke slowly. This creature, truth be told, I have never witnessed its true form in my previous life. However, the myriad tales surrounding it have long since reached my ears. He continued, from its extraordinary appearance and the immense aura it radiates, I can ascertain that its level is certainly no less than 8. Upon hearing this, Gu Yu could not help but gasp in disbelief, his face betraying an expression of incredulity. It is important to note that in this apocalyptic world, the classification of zombies and mutated beasts is exceedingly stringent. With each incremental level, their power undergoes a qualitative leap. Yet, the creature before him, a mole cricket beast, had astonishingly reached the formidable height of level 8, a revelation that was both shocking and unsettling to Mo. What are we to do? He inquired, anxiety etched across his features, his voice trembling slightly as his gaze turned urgently to Jingma beside him. Jingma's countenance was grave, his eyes locked intently on the immense, grotesque mole cricket beast ahead, remaining silent. Time seemed to freeze in that moment, the atmosphere thick with tension, rendering it nearly impossible to breathe. After what felt like an eternity, Jingma finally spoke, his voice steady yet uncertain. I am not entirely sure, however, since we have encountered it. We must at least attempt to confront it. With a decisive wave of his hands, brilliant bolts of lightning cascaded forth like a tempest, striking towards the mole cricket beast. These bolts were imbued with boundless destructive power, as if tearing through the very fabric of space itself. Meanwhile, Gu Yu unleashed his dark mist to its fullest extent, the tendrils of fog seemingly alive as they coiled around the beast. Striving to ensnare it, simultaneously, he would extend ebony claws from the mist, viciously clawing at the beast's vital points. Yet, despite their combined efforts, the mole cricket beast appeared largely unaffected. Its body was armored with a thick exoskeleton, and the lightning and claws merely sparked against it, failing to inflict any substantial harm. Damn it! This creature's defense is astonishing. What kind of monster is this? Gu Yu exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief as he stared at the gigantic, rock-solid beast before him, unable to suppress his frustration. Jingma, standing beside him, wore a similarly grave expression. Though he did not curse as openly as Gu Yu, the tension in his clenched jaw and trembling hands betrayed his own anxiety. Beads of sweat trickled down his forehead, dampening his garments. What should we do, Mo? If this continues, we will surely exhaust ourselves and falter. Gu Yu turned to Jingma, his eyes filled with urgency and helplessness. In an instant, he vanished like a wraith, swiftly approaching the mole cricket beast, his sword gleaming with a cold light as he struck fiercely at the creature's hardened shell. Alas, this blow too failed to inflict any meaningful damage, and the recoil sent Jingma staggering backward. Just then, the mole cricket beast emitted a piercing shriek, unleashing a wave of sound that struck Gu Yu and Jingma like a sledgehammer, causing their heads to throb painfully. Gu Yu gritted his teeth, veins bulging on his forehead, his body trembling as he reached his limit. Yet, he persisted, refusing to succumb easily. Meanwhile, the mist surrounding him surged like an enraged beast, roiling and gathering together, morphing into a formidable barrier. This barrier emanated a faint glow, as though imbued with mystical power, fiercely resisting the relentless onslaught of sound waves. Unfortunately, despite its seemingly impenetrable nature, cracks began to appear under the continuous assault of the sound waves. Gu Yu himself, unable to bear the immense pressure, suddenly coughed up a mouthful of blood. As for Jingma, his condition, while slightly better than Gu Yu's, was hardly enviable. His complexion was as pale as a sheet, a trickle of crimson seeping from the corner of his mouth, slowly dripping down his chin. Yet, even so, the resolute light in his deep-set eyes shone brightly, betraying no hint of retreat. No, absolutely not. Having been granted this second chance at life, I cannot allow myself to perish so easily, Jingma exclaimed, his eyes widening in determination, his lips quivering as he murmured to himself. With narrowed eyes, he focused intently, summoning his formidable mental energy like an invisible torrent aimed at the mole cricket beast. Attempting to assert control over it, however, the massive and ferocious creature roared defiantly, a deafening sound that erupted from its maw, forcefully countering Di Jingma's mental assault. Meanwhile, Meow Meow seemed to discover something extraordinary, suddenly exclaiming with excitement, "Master, I can smell the cubs!" Upon hearing this unexpected news, Jiang Qianqian's previously serene demeanor was instantly stirred, her beautiful eyes sparkling with a mix of surprise and joy, her entire being becoming somewhat agitated. "Really? Where are they? Hurry, take me to them," she blurted out, her words brimming with barely concealed anticipation. Following her cue, Meow Meow unhesitatingly raised her hand and pointed vigorously in a particular direction, exclaiming, "Go that way." Following her finger, they could faintly see a lush grove of trees. With the roar of the engine, the vehicle sped forward like a released arrow. Shortly thereafter, Meow Meow in the passenger's seat shouted again. "Master," just a little further ahead, however, at that moment, she abruptly cried out, "Stop! The cubs might be nearby." Hearing this, Jiang Qianqian quickly signaled Pei Lin Lin to halt the vehicle. Once it came to a steady stop, Jiang Qianqian swiftly opened the door and jumped out, casting a skeptical glance at Meow Meow as she inquired, "Meow Meow, are you certain the cubs are here?" Well, I'm not entirely sure. However, I can definitely smell their unique scent." Meow Meow replied, furrowing her brow as she concentrated on discerning the faint aroma in the air. Just then, a fierce sound of combat erupted suddenly, like thunder breaking the stillness, instantly shattering the tranquility surrounding them. The unexpected clamor startled both women, abruptly ceasing their conversation. "Master! Listen, it seems there's a fierce battle happening over there. It sounds frightening. Could it be that our adorable cubs are in trouble?" Meow Meow fretted, her large, watery eyes brimming with concern. Jiang Qianqian's heart tightened at her words, yet she maintained her composure. With a slight furrow of her brow, she listened attentively for a moment before nodding, "Let's go see." Thus, the group cautiously made their way toward the source of the sound. As they drew closer, they witnessed a fierce exchange between two individuals and a beast, with blades flashing and shouts echoing through the air. Jiang Qianqian let out a soft sigh of relief, her gentle voice breaking the tension. Thankfully, it's not our beloved cubs. But where could they be? Are they safe and well-fed?" Although she had confirmed that her precious cubs were not in danger, an overwhelming wave of longing surged within her, intensifying her yearning for them. Jiang Qianqian's charming face now bore a deep look of disappointment, and she gently shook her head, muttering, "Sigh, what a wasted trip. I thought I could find my longed-for cubs here, yet it was all for naught." She stood there quietly, momentarily engulfed in silence. Yet, in that instant, her eyes reignited with fervent brilliance, shining like two radiant stars. "Meow Meow, Lin Lin, look over there!" Jiang Qianqian exclaimed excitedly, pointing toward the mutated beast ahead, her voice trembling with exhilaration. "It looks so formidable, and its aura is so powerful. Surely the energy core within it is brimming with vast energy. Yin Bao will surely love it." Without waiting for a response, Jiang Qianqian dashed eagerly toward the mutated beast. "This is not a sustainable approach," Guiyu said, his face etched with worry as he gazed at Di Jingma. Di Jingma furrowed his brow, lost in deep contemplation. After a brief pause, he finally spoke, "I am well aware of that, but for now, we can only proceed as such. I will hold it off. You take the opportunity to leave and find a safe place to hide, and I will come to find you." Upon hearing this, Guiyu immediately shook his head in refusal. "No. If we are to escape, we escape together. I cannot abandon you to flee alone. If you wish to consider me your elder brother, you will heed my command," Di Jingma replied coldly. With a swift motion, he raised his hand, commanding, "Thunder strike." In an instant, a blinding flash of lightning tore through the sky, accompanied by a deafening crack, shooting straight ahead. He then turned to Guiyu and shouted, "Yu, go!" Upon hearing the call of Di Jingma, Guiyu cast a glance in his direction. Realizing he was not jesting, he swiftly turned and fled in a certain direction, urging, "Wait for me to seek assistance. You must hold on." This seemingly unbreakable net loomed like an indomitable fortress, gradually descending upon the locust beast, attempting to ensnare it and render it incapable of escape. However, how could the cunning and ferocious locust beast resign itself to such a fate? with a sudden, menacing opening of its cavernous maw, large enough to swallow a grown man. A nauseating stench pervaded the air. Immediately thereafter, a viscous, greenish slime erupted from its mouth, as if imbued with life, hurtling toward the net that sought to confine it. The moment the green slime made contact with the net, a sizzling sound erupted. Reminiscent of strong acid corroding metal, the once impenetrable net began to emit wisps of smoke, visibly eroding at an alarming rate. Witnessing this heart-stopping scene, Di Jingma's heart sank. This was dire. I must endure a little longer. Buying EU more time to escape further. With a powerful shout, Di Jingma proclaimed, "Thunder net." As his words resonated, a dazzlingly brilliant thunder net abruptly manifested in the sky, crashing down upon the locust beast with breathtaking speed. Yet, this seemingly formidable strike merely confined it momentarily. Before long, a deafening roar echoed as the creature forcefully tore through the thunder net, lunging menacingly toward Di Jingma once more. Chapter 100. All superpowers are but clouds before her in an instant. Jiang Qianqian materialized before the enormous, grotesque locust beast like a specter. Her movements were swift as she seized one of its massive, snarling heads with a firm grip. With a powerful heave, she flung it away. And with a whistling sound, the beast shot off like a cannonball, vanishing into the horizon within moments. The locust beast, taken aback by the sudden turn of events, barely regained its footing before it was horrified to find Jiang Qianqian had reappeared before it. Before the beast could react, Jiang Qianqian dashed forward, her right hand darting out like lightning to seize another of its heads. With a resounding thud, she crushed it, the shattered remains spilling forth a brilliant crystal core that rolled away. Jiang Qianqian's eyes sparkled with exhilaration as she exclaimed, "Wow! This crystal core is far more exquisite than the ones I've acquired before. I'm sure Yinbao will adore it," with a mischievous grin. Her gaze drifted to the other two heads. Hee, there's more where that came from. The locust beast, under her unwavering gaze, trembled uncontrollably, its frantic struggles to escape intensifying. Yet, Jiang Qianqian remained impervious to its pleas for mercy. "Meow meow, bind it for me," she commanded in the blink of an eye. 9 tails coiled around the creature's body like serpents. Sensing the impending doom, the locust beast fought desperately to break free. However, how could it contend with the power of a divine beast? No matter how fiercely it writhed, it could not budge the 9 tails, ultimately resigning itself to being immobilized. Seeing this, Jiang Qianqian charged toward the locust beast, her figure darting like a flash of lightning. Astonishingly swift in an instant, she appeared before the massive, hideous creature. Before it could process the situation, she unleashed a punch with tremendous force, striking another of its heads. With a resounding crash, the beast's formidable skull shattered. Brain matter and blood splattering everywhere. The agile and powerful woman was none other than Jiang Qianqian, the queen among zombies. Having been cleansed by the waters of the spiritual spring and continuously absorbing the precious energy of crystal cores, she had become a paragon in this post-apocalyptic world. Any superpowered individual daring to provoke her would face her relentless wrath. For Jiang Qianqian, those so-called superpowers were mere clouds, dissipating before her unparalleled strength. Posing no threat whatsoever. As for Di Jingma, he too was formidable. If one were to compare him to the female protagonist, he might appear slightly inferior. After all, only the male lead could stand alongside such an exceptional heroine. With an impassive expression, she struck again, obliterating another head. Swiftly, her slender fingers darted like lightning into its mind, navigating through chaos and confusion until she accurately grasped a dazzling, fiery red object, gently extracting it. A cherubic smile graced Jiang Qianqian's face. Hee, a red orb, how beautiful! It resembles a blazing flame or the most resplendent sunset. At that moment, only one locust beast remained. After enduring 2 rounds of onslaught, it had lost its former ferocity, its eyes now filled with boundless fear and despair. Faced with such a foe, Jiang Qianqian remained unyielding, her resolve unwavering. She unleashed a punch, piercing through the last of its heads like a bolt of lightning. With a thunderous crash, the beast's massive body collapsed, raising a cloud of dust. Once Jiang Qianqian had dealt with the immediate threat, she took a moment to catch her breath. Just as she was about to regain her composure, Pei Linlin pointed at the unconscious Di Jingma on the ground and inquired, "Sister Qian, what shall we do about him? Should we save him? Furrowing her brow, Zhang Qianqian was about to dismiss the man's fate when Miao Miao, who had been quietly observing, suddenly spoke up. Master, I sense a unique aura emanating from him. It seems to carry the scent of our little ones. Zhang Qianqian was taken aback and quickly crouched down, examining Di Jingma closely. Indeed, there was a familiar essence subtly radiating from him. After a moment's contemplation, she made up her mind. Very well, we shall take him with us. With that, she grasped Di Jingma's arm and exerted considerable effort to drag him towards the vehicle. It took a tremendous amount of strength to finally hoist the tall man into the car. Lin Lin, let us set off. We need to find a place to rest, Zhang Qianqian called out, patting her hands, directing Pei Lin Lin, who was poised at the driver's seat. Nodding, Pei Lin Lin expertly started the engine, guiding the vehicle along the road. In the distance, rows of houses and vast fields of greenery could be seen at the farm. Sister Qian, look, there's a farm ahead. Shall we rest there? Pei Lin Lin enthused, seeking Zhang Qianqian's approval. Chapter 101. A different way to feed? Sister Qian, do you need my help? He looks really heavy. Pei Lin Lin expressed her concern for the unconscious Di Jingma, worrying whether Zhang Qianqian could manage to lift the tall man alone. Zhang Qianqian gritted her teeth and replied firmly, No, Lin Lin, I can manage him. You just help me open the door. Taking a deep breath, she summoned all her strength to hoist Di Jingma up, step by step, toward the room. Upon reaching the door, Pei Lin Lin was already waiting and swiftly pushed it open. Zhang Qianqian carefully assisted Di Jingma inside, gently laying him on the bed. Throughout the entire process, Di Jingma remained with his eyes tightly shut, showing no signs of awakening. This only heightened Pei Lin Lin's concern, prompting her to ask, Sister Qian, is he injured? Why has he been unconscious all this time? Lin Lin, quickly go to the kitchen and cook some porridge. When he wakes, he'll need something to eat. Zhang Qianqian instructed while gently ushering Pei Lin Lin out of the room. Turning her attention back to the man lying on the bed, she inquired of Miao Miao, Miao Miao, do you think he truly knows where our little ones are? She sighed, her brows furrowed with anxiety. When will he wake up? I am quite worried. I'm not entirely certain, Master. But perhaps you could try feeding him some spiritual spring water. If he drinks it, he might wake up soon, Miao Miao suggested. Oh, that sounds reasonable. Zhang Qianqian, taking Miao Miao's advice, retrieved a small bottle of spiritual spring water from her space, carefully pouring some out and bringing it to the man's lips, ready to feed him. However, no matter how diligently Zhang Qianqian endeavored, the ethereal spring water could never smoothly find its way into the other's mouth, instead trickling incessantly down the corners of his lips. Observing this predicament, Zhang Qianqian was immediately thrown into a state of panic. Hastily grasping a handkerchief to gently wipe him clean, oh dear, Miao Miao, it's utterly impossible to feed him. All the water just flows out. What am I to do? Zhang Qianqian felt as frantic as an ant on a hot stove. Master, perhaps you might consider trying a different feeding method, Miao Miao suggested thoughtfully. What method could that possibly be? For a moment, my mind was a blank slate, utterly devoid of ideas. Zhang Qianqian gazed at Miao Miao with a look of bewilderment. Miao Miao blinked her lively eyes, a slight smile gracing her lips, and mysteriously proposed, how about mouth-to-mouth feeding? Upon hearing this suggestion, Zhang Qianqian's eyes widened in shock, her face a canvas of disbelief and astonishment as she stammered in response. What kind of method is that? It seemed Miao Miao had anticipated Zhang Qianqian's reaction. She cleared her throat and solemnly explained, it means you drink a sip first, and then feed him mouth-to-mouth. As soon as she finished speaking, she swiftly turned on her heel and dashed out the door, leaving Zhang Qianqian standing there in a daze, murmuring to herself, is that really the way? Will it actually work? Zhang Qianqian gently shook her head. Pondering quietly, it appears I have no choice. If I cannot get him to drink the ethereal spring water and awaken, how shall I inquire about the whereabouts of the cubs? With determination, Zhang Qianqian lifted the bowl, cautiously sipping a small mouthful of the spring water, savoring the cool, sweet flavor that spread through her palate. Then, she slowly leaned closer to the man's lips, her heart racing uncontrollably as their lips were about to meet. Zhang Qianqian's hand trembled slightly, and after a moment's hesitation, she finally allowed the precious water to flow from her mouth into his. Did I really manage to get it in? Zhang Qianqian whispered softly, her beautiful eyes fixed intently on the person before her, hoping to witness some sign of response. Once she confirmed that the first sip had indeed been successfully administered, she breathed a sigh of relief and proceeded to offer several more sips. As time elapsed, the water in the bowl dwindled, and Jiang Qianqian's anxiety escalated. Just as she was preparing to administer the last sip and cease her efforts, an unexpected turn of events occurred. The previously unconscious Di Jingma, at some point, regained a flicker of consciousness. He suddenly reached out, grasping Jiang Qianqian's head firmly, pulling their faces together with startling intensity. Before Jiang Qianqian could react, Di Jingma deepened the kiss forcefully. As if intent on consuming her entirely, mmm'd. Let go. Jiang Qianqian exclaimed, taken aback by this sudden turn of events, struggling desperately to free herself from Di Jingma's hold. Her small fists fell upon his sturdy chest like raindrops. Landing blow after blow, tinged with a mix of indignation and petulance, Di Jingma's previously closed eyes flickered open at the unexpected assault, and as his vision gradually cleared, the first thing he beheld was the enchanting face. So close that he could almost touch it, skin as fair as snow, delicate and flawless. A pair of large eyes sparkling like stars, now wide with fury, and lips slightly pursed, resembling a blossoming bud. Why are you here? Who permitted you to do this? Are you seeking death? Di Jingma wiped his lips, as though something unsightly had clung to them. Jiang Qianqian pouted angrily, her slender finger pointing accusingly at Di Jingma as she indignantly retorted. I was merely trying to help you by feeding you water, and yet you not only disdain me but also dare to bite me. How utterly outrageous. With that, she stamped her foot in frustration to emphasize her dissatisfaction. Upon hearing her words, Di Jingma's expression darkened ominously, shrouded in an aura of impending storm. In an instant, he vanished from his place, appearing before her like a flash of lightning. He extended a powerful hand, mercilessly grasping her delicate neck, his fingers tightening slightly as he spoke in a voice as cold as ice. Speak. Who exactly are you? Do not presume to test my patience, lest you suffer the consequences. I shall not repeat myself. Chapter 102. There will be no mercy next time. With her neck in his grip, Jiang Qianqian felt an overwhelming discomfort, her throat erupting in a fit of coughs. In a sudden burst of defiance, she slapped Di Jingma across the face, leaving a vivid red imprint in its wake. Let me go. You ungrateful scoundrel. I just saved your life, and you dare treat me this way. Jiang Qianqian's eyes widened with fury as she challenged him. Realizing he had misjudged the woman before him, he understood that this could never justify her audacity to infringe upon his person. With a glare that could pierce through steel, he growled through gritted teeth, and what of it? Just because you saved me, does that give you the right to disrespect me so brazenly? I will not let you off lightly. Faced with Jiang Qianqian's righteous indignation, Di Jingma found himself momentarily speechless, at a loss for a retort. He furrowed his brow, his lips pressed together, ensnared in a brief silence. After what felt like an eternity, Di Jingma seemed to come to a realization, inhaling deeply before stating, very well, let us consider this matter settled for now, but should there be a next time, I shall not show mercy. At that moment, Pei Linlin entered, cradling a steaming bowl of fragrant porridge. Upon seeing Jiang Qianqian's face aflame with anger, she was taken aback and hurriedly inquired, Sister Qian, what is the matter? Has something unpleasant occurred? Jiang Qianqian suppressed her rising ire, forcing a smile as she replied, I'm fine, Linlin. Please go check on him. He has awakened. With that, she quickly departed. Pei Linlin cautiously pushed open the slightly worn door, peeking inside as she softly spoke. Hello. Did you happen to upset Sister Qian? Her voice was sweet and melodious, yet tinged with concern. Di Jingma, seated at the edge of the bed, lifted his head to explain, it's not like that. Actually, however, before he could finish, the impatient Pei Linlin interrupted him. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and he murmured to himself, if I were the one trying to save someone and ended up having my neck squeezed instead, my temper would surely flare, and I might even entertain thoughts of wanting to eliminate the offender. With this realization, Di Jingma shook his head in resignation, letting out a long sigh as he mused. Well, no matter what, she did save my life and prepared food for me. As a man, I shouldn't dwell on such trivial matters. Perhaps I should sincerely apologize to her at an appropriate moment. Sister Qian, please don't be upset. Just now, I gave that vile man a thorough scolding, Pei Lin declared indignantly, her little fists raised in protest. How could he upset you after you selflessly rescued him? He is truly ungrateful. The sight of Pei Lin, so determined to defend Jiang Qianqian, was utterly endearing. Jiang Qianqian couldn't help but chuckle. Oh, dear Lin, please don't be angry. I'm not upset with him at all. As she spoke, Jiang Qianqian gently patted Pei Lin's head in a gesture of reassurance. Really? That is a relief. But Sister Qian, you're so kind and gentle. You mustn't let others take advantage of you. If anyone dares to mistreat you again, I will be the first to confront them. Pei Lin promised earnestly, her little face set with determination. Jiang Qianqian was amused by her spirited nature. Ha ha, I understand. My little warrior, are you hungry? Let us go eat something together. Thus, the two of them walked hand in hand to the dining table. Pei Lin deftly served a steaming bowl of porridge, carefully placing it before Jiang Qianqian as she sweetly urged. Sister Qian, you must try this porridge. It's delicious. Thank you, Lin. You should eat too. Don't worry about me. Jiang Qianqian smiled as she accepted the bowl, her gaze warm as she watched Pei Lin busy herself. Upon hearing Jiang Qianqian's words, Pei Lin nodded obediently and took her seat, eagerly digging into her meal. The dining table soon filled with the sounds of gentle chewing and the delightful clinking of utensils, creating a warm and harmonious atmosphere. Meanwhile, Gu Yu gritted his teeth, enduring the agonizing pain and weakness coursing through him. Each step felt like an exhausting endeavor, but his sole conviction was to persevere and seek help from the nearest sign of civilization. Time passed, and just as he felt he could no longer continue, he finally spotted a few figures in the distance. Seeing a glimmer of hope, Gu Yu summoned every ounce of strength to shout, "Help!" As soon as the words escaped his lips, the tension that had held him taut released all at once. His vision darkened, and he collapsed to the ground. Babies, please don't scold me. I've been working hard on this. Writing and revising, staying up all night. My eyes are a bit sore. They hurt all night yesterday. I didn't sleep well, and I still have to go to work during the day. However, seeing that you all enjoy it, I will persist in updating. I have also received your suggestions, and I will do my utmost to write something you will be satisfied with. Thank you for your support. Chapter 103. If you want to eat, serve yourself. No one will attend to you, Captain. There seems to be someone ahead. One keen-eyed team member was the first to notice Gu Yu, who lay motionless on the ground. Upon hearing this, the person referred to as Captain Chi Yin immediately commanded, "Let's go take a look." The group hurried to Gu Yu's side and carefully turned him over. One team member extended their hand beneath his nose and, after a moment of careful observation, exclaimed with surprise, "Captain, he still has a pulse. He must be alive." At this moment, the other team members stepped aside to allow Chi Yin a clearer view of the individual's face. When Chi Yin recognized Gu Yu, he couldn't help but exclaim, "Gu Yu? How could it be him? Brother Chi, you actually know him." Xia Yingying looked at Chi Yin in astonishment, her eyes brimming with curiosity and confusion. Chi Yin nodded slightly, his expression grave as he replied, "Yes, I indeed know him. He is the renowned first-class lawyer of the imperial capital, Gu Yu. Moreover, he is also a sworn brother of Di Jingma." At this revelation, the surrounding individuals collectively gasped, murmuring among themselves, "Good heavens, is he really the legendary Gu Yu? I never expected to see him here." Just then, someone suddenly shouted, "Look, his injuries are so severe." Everyone turned to see Gu Yu covered in blood, his wounds horrifying to behold, evoking a sense of compassion. In an instant, the crowd was taken aback, collectively gasping in shock. Chi Yin furrowed his brow, contemplating for a moment before stating, "We still don't know the specifics of the situation, but we cannot stand idly by it. Let's get him to safety and wait for him to regain consciousness before we inquire further." With that, Chi Yin carefully helped Gu Yu to his feet and led him towards a nearby secluded and relatively safe location. Time passed quietly, and the sunlight outside gradually tilted towards the west, as the sun slowly descended upon the window. It cast a golden glow on the bed. Jiang Qianqian stirred awake, stretching lazily before murmuring, Meow meow, what time is it now?" Upon hearing the time, Jiang Qianqian instantly became alert, quickly getting dressed and hurrying to the bathroom to wash up. Before long, she was ready and made her way downstairs. Just as she reached the bottom of the stairs, a clear and melodious voice rang out, "Sister Qian, you're finally awake. I've prepared breakfast. Come eat." It was Pei Lin, busy in the kitchen, who immediately greeted Jiang Qianqian with enthusiasm as soon as she saw her descend. "Thank you for your hard work, Lin Lin," Jiang Qianqian replied with a smile. She took the food and glanced around, asking, "Is he still not awake?" Concern flickered in her eyes. "Humph, forget about that guy. We can eat ourselves." Pei Lin Lin pouted, somewhat dissatisfied, muttering under her breath, "Anyway, I didn't prepare a portion for him." Jiang Qianqian rose and headed upstairs. "Sister Qian." Pei Lin Lin, seeing this, attempted to call out to stop her, but before she could say a word, the sound of footsteps ascending the stairs echoed. Knock, knock, knock. Di Jingma, still groggy from sleep, opened the door to find Jiang Qianqian standing outside. He asked coldly, "It's you. What do you want?" After tidying himself up a bit, Di Jingma slowly made his way downstairs. When he reached the dining table, Pei Lin Lin, not lifting her head, mumbled through a mouthful of food, "If you want to eat, serve yourself. No one will attend to you." She then buried herself in her meal, completely ignoring Di Jingma. With a helpless shake of his head, Di Jingma served himself some food and silently began to eat. As he quietly gazed at Jiang Qianqian, who was dining elegantly, an unexpected wave of guilt surged within him. After a moment of hesitation, he decided to break the silence and sincerely said, "What happened previously was entirely my fault. I am truly grateful for your timely rescue." Hearing Di Jingma's sudden apology, Jiang Qianqian looked up in confusion, blinking her beautiful eyes as she asked, "What?" Clearly, she had completely forgotten the unpleasant experiences of the previous day. Noticing that Jiang Qianqian seemed to have entirely dismissed his previous transgressions, Di Jingma felt a flicker of surprise, but more so, a deep sense of guilt. He took a deep breath and slowly explained, Yesterday, I lost control of my emotions and I actually laid hands on you. That was utterly unacceptable, and I sincerely apologize. Please, you must forgive me." At that moment, Pei Lin Lin, who had been quietly eating, suddenly stood up, her face flushed with anger. She slammed her hands on the table, glaring at Di Jingma, and shouted, "How dare you lay hands on our sister Qian? Just wait until I teach you a lesson today. I, Pei Lin Lin, will change my surname if I don't." With that, she rolled up her sleeves, ready to fight. "Lin Lin, don't be angry that I've forgotten about yesterday. Just eat your meal, humph. For Sister Qian's sake, if it happens again, I'll make you pick up your teeth." Pei Lin Lin glared fiercely at Di Jingma. Meanwhile, Gu Yu had quietly regained consciousness. He slowly opened his heavy eyelids, his vision gradually clearing, and he was met with the familiar and concerned faces of Qi Yin and the others. He attempted to struggle to sit up, but his body felt as if it were being pressed down by an invisible force, rendering him immobile. "Qi Yin, how could it be you?" Gu Yu's voice was weak, like a flickering candle in the wind, trembling as it escaped his throat. Chapter 104. The mutant raven. Hearing Qi Yan's words, Gu Yu's heart jolted, and his face instantly expressed shock. "What? So much time has passed. Emo is still waiting for me to rescue him." With that, he summoned strength from somewhere, suddenly attempting to rise, completely disregarding his serious injuries. However, at the moment he stood, a wave of excruciating pain washed over him, causing him to gasp in shock that it turned out he had accidentally brushed against his wounds. "Gu Yu, be careful of your injuries." Qi Yin hurriedly reached out to stop him but was too late. "What did you just say, Emo?" Di Jingma is nearby. "Wait, don't rush. We will accompany you." Seeing this, Qi Yin quickly supported him, speaking with concern. "Really? That would be wonderful, thank you." When Gu Yu and the others arrived at the originally agreed-upon location, what lay before them left Qi Yin and the others dumbfounded. Scattered remnants of locust corpses littered the ground. These bodies lay haphazardly, exuding a nauseating stench. "Is this really a locust?" One soldier trembled as he pointed to the bodies. "How could it have 3 heads?" The encircling crowd gasped in horror, their faces etched with fear as they gazed upon the enormous locust, which was as large as an elephant. They silently pondered. Could it be that, after the apocalypse, even animals have undergone such astonishing mutations? "Emo, I have brought the rescue team. Where are you?" Gu Yu anxiously called out Di Jingma's name, frantically searching around. However, no matter how hard he tried, he could not find Di Jingma. Seeing this, Qi Yin stepped forward to reassure him. "Gu Yu, don't panic that I believe Di Jingma must have been rescued by someone else. Look, the heads of these locusts have obviously had their nuclei extracted. Someone must have taken him away, so he should be safe for the time being. Yes, he is very likely to have been rescued. Gu Yu clung to this lifeline of hope, repeatedly murmuring this phrase as if it could alleviate his worries. Sister Qian, where shall we head next? However, Jiang Qianqian seemed to pay no heed, her gaze fixed intently on Di Jingma. His discomfort grew under her direct stare, and he furrowed his brow, puzzled as he asked, "Hey, why are you staring at me like that? Are you planning to follow me around?" In response to Di Jingma's inquiry, Jiang Qianqian nodded slightly, her lips parting to reply, "Yes." This simple word struck Di Jingma's heart like a heavy hammer. "No, absolutely not. I refuse. I have urgent matters to attend to. I can't waste time dragging around two burdens." He blurted out without a moment's thought, his tone resolute and unyielding. "Humph. We don't want to follow you either." Pei Linlin shot back defiantly, her brows raised, arms crossed, her little mouth pouting high, clearly displeased with the person before her. His movements were swift and decisive, devoid of any hesitation. Jiang Qianqian's gaze was firmly fixed on the retreating figure of Di Jingma, her heart quietly pondering. The little ones have yet to be found. Since he does not wish for me to follow him, I shall stealthily pursue him. I must locate the little ones. Linlin, have you finished eating? It is time for us to depart." Jiang Qianqian turned her head and called out to Pei Linlin, who was leisurely savoring her breakfast. "All done." Pei Linlin hurriedly swallowed her last bite, wiped her mouth with a napkin, and then rose to her feet. The two of them walked together to the car, where Pei Linlin skillfully opened the door and took her seat behind the wheel. She adjusted the seat and rearview mirror, then turned to Jiang Qianqian, who was seated in the back, and inquired, "Sister Qian, which direction shall we head?" Jiang Qianqian smiled faintly and exchanged a knowing glance with the nine-tailed fox beside her. The nine-tailed fox understood immediately and raised its paw to point in the direction Di Jingma had just departed. Saying in a childlike voice, "This way," leaning against a large tree, Di Jingma gradually sank to the ground, breathing heavily as he silently contemplated. "I wonder how you is faring. Is everything well?" After resting for a short while, Di Jingma realized he could not linger here any longer. A long journey awaited his conquest. Gathering his spirit, he struggled to rise and continued on his path. As he traversed halfway, an unusual sensation surged within him. He halted, lifting his gaze to the sky, where a dark mass was hurtling towards him at lightning speed. As seconds ticked by, the shadow drew closer, growing increasingly massive. He loomed like a storm cloud, instilling a profound sense of oppression. Gradually, the outline of the shadow became discernible. Mutated crows? Damn it, how did they appear here? Di Jingma furrowed his brow tightly, his expression grave as he muttered to himself. These creatures are a real headache. They harbor an almost insane obsession with flesh. Once they set their sights on something, it becomes a fight to the death. At this thought, his scalp tingled, and he silently lamented his misfortune in encountering such fearsome carnivorous beasts. No, absolutely not. Di Jingma quickly scanned the surroundings, where a dark swarm of mutated crows surged forth, and his heart sank, realizing the gravity of the situation. The sheer number of crows was staggering, overwhelming as they swept in like a tide, sending chills down his spine at just a glance. To confront such a vast flock alone was nothing short of madness. Chapter 105. Just a brief separation, and how did I end up in this wretched state? I must find a safe place to hide. As Di Jingma anxiously plotted his strategy in his mind, he scrutinized the surrounding environment. However, despair washed over him as he noted the desolate area, devoid of even a single tree to conceal himself, much less a cave or any other form of shelter. Damn it. This is a serious predicament. Am I truly destined to perish here today? With a fierce glint in his eyes, Di Jingma resolved to take desperate measures. Having reached this dire juncture, he had no choice but to fight with all he had. With a loud shout, he exclaimed, "Thunder net!" He swung his arm, and a dazzling electric net materialized, surging towards the mass of dark mutated crows in a flash, attempting to ensnare them. Yet, the crows exhibited remarkable agility, soaring high and easily evading the electric net's grasp. Undeterred, Di Jingma bellowed again, "Thunderball!" With rapid hand gestures, he conjured a colossal thunderball, towering as high as a person, and hurled it with earth-shattering force towards the flock of mutated crows. However, the relentless swarm continued to surge forth. No matter how fiercely he fought, The wretched creatures showed no signs of abating. Damn it. Charging through them is utterly futile. Their numbers are simply overwhelming. Even if I expended all my abilities, it seems impossible to eradicate them entirely. Clenching his teeth, Di Jingma cursed inwardly. As he unleashed his powers, his once handsome visage grew pale, devoid of color. Suddenly, an idea flashed through Di Jingma's mind. Since physical attacks yielded minimal results, perhaps he could attempt to utilize his mental abilities to exert control over these frenzied mutated crows. It might just work. With unwavering focus, Di Jingma concentrated on the flock, striving to command them to disperse. However, at that moment, a sudden cry erupted. Ah! The very crows he had tightly controlled broke free from his mental grasp. Taking to the skies, this unforeseen turn of events caught Di Jingma off guard, his complexion turning ashen, beads of cold sweat trickling down his forehead. The crows opened their gaping maws, revealing sharp and menacing fangs, unleashing a cacophony of horrifying roars that reverberated through the air. These roars struck like thunderclaps, crashing against the eardrums and psyche with a relentless force. In a panic, Di Jingma hurriedly covered his ears, attempting to shield himself from the terrifying sonic assault. Yet, despite his efforts, he could not fully withstand the overwhelming cacophony of the mutated crows. The pain was excruciating, as if his head would explode. Through gritted teeth, Di Jingma bore the agony, pressing his palms against his ears, but blood involuntarily trickled from the corner of his mouth. He bit his lips so hard he could feel his teeth sinking into the flesh. Yet he dared not relent, fearing that any lapse would lead to his complete collapse under the sound. Curse it! Is there even a mentalist lurking nearby? Di Jingma clenched his jaw. Hidden nearby, Zhang Qianqian and her companions watched. And Pei Linlin exclaimed, Sister Qian, we should leave him. What about him, Master? Should we not assist him? If he were to perish like this, how would we search for the little ones? However, Zhang Qianqian remained remarkably calm, leisurely seated and cracking seeds, exuding an air of detachment as if witnessing a splendid performance. With that, she continued to observe Di Jingma and Gu Yu intently, a barely perceptible smile gracing her lips. Zhang Qianqian did not forget. Rather, she held a grudge. Di Jingma clutched his chest in agony, a metallic taste rising in his throat, and he spat forth a mouthful of blood. Damn it! Why do I always end up in such a pitiful state? Damn it! I have yet to find that woman. Gu Yu's complexion was as pale as a ghost, sweat beading on his forehead, trembling as he wiped the blood from his lips, filled with despair and resentment. The waiting mutated crows seized the opportunity, emitting a piercing shriek and lunging at Di Jingma with their razor-sharp claws, like bolts of black lightning. Gazing at the seemingly endless wave of crows, Di Jingma muttered to himself, why do they seem to be never-ending? Just as the crows spread their claws and beaks, hurtling towards him at breakneck speed, it seemed he was about to be overwhelmed. Meow meow, Zhang Qianqian merely called out those two words, and the nine-tailed fox understood. The previously tranquil nine-tailed fox sprang to its feet, its fur bristling, and its 9 tails dancing like flames, with a swift swipe of its paw. A tremendous force erupted, sending the ferocious, charging crows flying. They tumbled through the air before crashing heavily to the ground, producing a dull thud. You lowly crows dare to harm the one I protect. You are merely seeking your own demise. The 9-tailed fox stood with an imposing presence, its sharp eyes fixed on the trembling mutated crows, roaring in fury. The crows gazed at the 9-tailed fox in terror, their wings trembling uncontrollably, completely bereft of their previous arrogance, too frightened to make any further moves. Oh dear. We just parted ways for a brief moment, and how did you end up in such a sorry, filthy state? Look at you, covered in mud and dust, resembling a little monkey. Zhang Qianqian teased the disheveled Di Jingma. Upon hearing her voice, Di Jingma lifted his head, and upon seeing Zhang Qianqian standing not far away, a look of surprise crossed his face. It's you. Chapter 106. It's not that I don't remember. Rather, I hold a grudge. Zhang Qianqian crossed her arms, a slight smirk on her lips, imbued with a teasing tone as she said, Of course it's me. How surprising to see me, isn't it? But judging by your current state, it seems you are not particularly thrilled to see me? With that, her beautiful eyes bore into the disheveled Di Jingma, as if she wished to see through him. Di Jingma scoffed and quickly turned his head away, muttering, Humph. You needn't concern yourself, even in my lowest moments. I don't require your unsolicited comments. At that moment, Pei Lin, who had been trailing closely behind Jiang Qianqian, could no longer contain herself and exclaimed, Sister Qian, just look at his attitude. We came here with good intentions to rescue him, and yet he shows us no gratitude in my opinion. We might as well let him fend for himself here, to save us the trouble and energy. With that, Pei Lin shot an indignant glare at Di Jingma. Internally, Jiang Qianqian harbored a different sentiment, scoffing, who would want to save this detestable fellow? If it weren't for the possibility that he might know the whereabouts of my beloved little ones, I wouldn't spare a thought for his life. Jiang Qianqian smiled and said, Oh, what if I insist on intervening? What will you do then? What can you possibly do to me in your current state? With that, she retrieved a bottle of spirit spring water from her space and swiftly approached Di Jingma. Unceremoniously grasping his chin, at that moment, Di Jingma was unable to resist. Jiang Qianqian showed no mercy, her actions decidedly crude. She abruptly tilted the bottle towards Di Jingma's mouth and forcibly poured the spirit spring water into him. Poor Di Jingma, caught off guard, began to cough violently from the unexpected onslaught. Cough, cough, cough. Damn it, you lunatic woman. What on earth are you doing? He sputtered between fits of coughing, directing his ire at Jiang Qianqian. However, she paid no heed to his complaints, continuing to pour the spirit spring water relentlessly until the bottle was empty. Only then did she cease her actions. Lowering her gaze to her hands, which were smeared with various stains, she appeared quite unclean. Nevertheless, Jiang Qianqian hesitated not for a moment. She turned her attention to Di Jingma and unceremoniously began to wipe her hands on his clothing. Di Jingma's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at this audacious woman before him. Anger coursed through him, and he stammered, You. But for a moment, he could not articulate a complete sentence to convey his fury and shock. In the face of Di Jingma's accusations, Jiang Qianqian remained unabashed. She raised her head to meet his furious gaze and defiantly retorted, What about it? You made this mess, so where else should I wipe it if not on you? Should I wipe it on myself? A soft laugh erupted from Pei Lin, who watched Di Jingma with a face full of mockery. At that moment, Di Jingma's expression was as dark as a thundercloud. Yet his clenched fists seemed unsure of where to strike, rendering his angry yet helpless demeanor quite amusing. Witnessing this, Pei Lin could not help but stifle a chuckle, then turned to Jiang Qianqian and gave her a thumbs up, exclaiming, Sister Qian, you are remarkable. You've managed to infuriate the insufferable Di Jingma to this extent. Hearing Pei Lin's praise, Jiang Qianqian's lips curled into a smug smile as she replied playfully, Of course. I fear nothing under the heavens. What is a mere Di Jingma to me? With that, she provocatively lifted her chin towards Di Jingma. Her eyes filled with disdain. Two mad women. Di Jingma gritted his teeth. Jiang Qianqian ignored him and called out to the nine-tailed fox, Meow meow. Stop playing around. It ceased its tussle with the mutated crows and opened its mouth, suddenly releasing a massive fireball. The fireball blazed like a scorching sun, radiating intense heat and light, swiftly encircling the flock of mutated crows. The crows trapped within the fireball emitted desperate shrieks, yet they could not escape the searing flames. In an instant, the previously dark mass of crows was reduced to heaps of gray ash, leaving only the shimmering, translucent crystal cores behind. Jiang Qianqian's eyes widened in disbelief as she beheld this spectacle, murmuring to herself, So many. Without delay, she quickly retrieved a cloth bag from her space, bent down, and began to gather the glistening crystal cores from the ground, placing them gently into the bag. With each core she collected, her smile grew ever brighter. In no time, her bag was half full. Yet many more crystal cores remained on the ground, awaiting her attention. At that moment, Jiang Qianqian looked up and called out, Meow meow, Lin, come help. There are so many crystal cores here. We're going to get rich. A chuckle escaped Di Jingma's lips involuntarily as he watched Jiang Qianqian beam with delight over her newfound wealth, her expression resembling that of a little treasure hunter. For reasons unknown, he felt an odd sense of affection for this woman before him. Finding her somewhat endearing, no wait, what am I thinking? Endearing? Had I forgotten what just happened? Di Jingma suddenly realized the peculiarity of his thoughts and shook his head vigorously, attempting to dispel this strange notion from his mind. My injuries have healed, Di Jingma then noticed, Could it be due to that water? Phew. Finally done. Pei Linlin exhaled a sigh of relief and collapsed onto the ground like a limp rag doll. She gasped for breath, beads of sweat rolling down her forehead, soaking her collar. Hey, Linlin, you look exhausted, Jiang Qianqian remarked with curiosity, observing her disheveled state. Not really. I feel just fine. Chapter 107. Conditions open to discussion. As long as they are not excessive. Only Jiang Qianqian was aware that her apparent nonchalance was due to a secret she kept hidden. She was no ordinary human, but a zombie devoid of pain sensation. As a zombie, she had long lost her normal sensory perceptions and, naturally, could not experience pain. Jiang Qianqian took out the spirit spring water from her space and offered the bottle to Pei Linlin, gently saying, Here, Lin, drink this water. I believe it will greatly improve your condition. Pei Linlin accepted the bottle, gazing at the crystal-clear liquid inside, wondering, isn't this just a bottle of ordinary mineral water? What could possibly be special about it? Yet, since it was given to her by Sister Qin, she obediently opened the cap and drank it down in one go. Wow! Pei Linlin exclaimed in astonishment, realizing that the unbearable pain that had shadowed her had vanished without a trace. Sister Qin, what kind of water is this? It's incredible. Oh, it's just... Jiang Qianqian almost blurted out that it was spirit spring water, but suddenly recalled Miao Miao's serious warning. Never tell anyone you possess spirit spring water. Thus, the words transformed into medicine before they could escape her lips. Medicine. Pei Linlin's face scrunched in confusion as she pressed. What kind of medicine could possibly have such miraculous effects? However, upon noticing Jiang Qianqian's reluctance to elaborate, she wisely refrained from pursuing the topic further. Thank you. You're welcome. Jiang Qianqian looked up only to find Di Jingma standing before her, his expression impassive, his gaze sharp and penetrating, fixated on the crystal core in her hand. Jiang Qianqian's heart raced, and she instinctively concealed the crystal core behind her, furrowing her brow as she questioned, Are you trying to take my things? Her face clearly displayed her displeasure. Pei Linlin, seeing this, stepped forward without hesitation, positioning herself protectively in front of Jiang Qianqian and glaring at Di Jingma with fierce eyes, exclaiming, You scoundrel! How shameless can you be? Attempting to rob two girls of their belongings. In the face of their accusations, Di Jingma remained unfazed, replying, I believe you may have misunderstood. I would never resort to stealing from others, especially not from women. As long as that's the case, if you dare. Pei Linlin shot him a fierce glare, her fists clenched as if to threaten, If you try to take anything, I'll hit you. Jiang Qianqian knew he wouldn't steal her treasures, and with bags of crystal cores in tow. A sweet smile crept onto her face as she softly declared, They are all mine, hee. I wonder where Yinbao and Qinbao are right now. Jiang Qianqian's previously calm demeanor abruptly shifted to one of fury. Her delicate brows knitted tightly, her beautiful eyes blazing with rage as she internally scoffed, Humph! How could they leave without a word? Not even a goodbye. This is utterly unacceptable. Once I find them, I shall teach them a severe lesson, so they understand the consequences of their actions. Just then, Di Jingma, who had been quietly observing Jiang Qianqian, found amusement in her rapidly changing expressions, akin to the swift transitions of a Sichuan opera face change. This madwoman, he thought, just a moment ago, she was wary of me, and now her expressions change faster than flipping a page. They say women are as unpredictable as the depths of the sea. One can never know what they are thinking. Oh, there's another one hiding. Jiang Qianqian suddenly noticed something, her gaze fixated on a shadowy corner ahead. In an instant, she darted forward like a specter, swift and sure. In an instant, a sharp cry of a bird pierced the air as an enormous, jet-black mutated crow flapped out from the shadows. However, before it could soar into the sky, Jiang Qianqian firmly grasped its neck. Humph, so it is you, the one orchestrating this flock of crows. Jiang Qianqian's eyes widened in fury as she glared at the struggling mutated crow in her grasp. At that moment, she exuded an aura that sent chills down one's spine. The mutated crow flailed its wings desperately, attempting to break free from Jiang Qianqian's hold. Its sharp claws flailed wildly in the air, emitting a series of anguished cries. Yet, how could Jiang Qianqian allow this culprit to escape so easily? With a cold snort, she commanded, Silence. Just moments ago, your cacophony gave me a splitting headache, and now you dare to squawk again. As she spoke, she tightened her grip slightly, constricting the crow's neck further, accompanied by a piercing scream. The mutated crow flapped its wings with all its might, but as Jiang Qianqian's grip intensified, its resistance waned. Ultimately, it could only succumb to a gradual stillness, its once vigorous struggles fading as if it had resigned itself to its fate. Now, isn't that better? Jiang Qianqian remarked with satisfaction, a sly smile curling at the corners of her mouth. A mental-type crow. Di Jingma fixed his gaze intently on the pitch-black crow in Jiang Qianqian's grasp. Murmuring, "It was this creature that interrupted my mental connection. Sister Qian, where did you catch such a dark bird?" Pei Lin inquired, her large eyes brimming with curiosity as she approached. "I don't know. This thing is wicked, commanding other birds to bully people, so I captured it. But it's just a crow." "What is a crow?" Pei Lin quickly pointed at the bird in her hand, explaining, "It's the bird you're holding. Everyone calls it a crow." Upon hearing this, Jiang Qianqian furrowed her brow, lifting the bird once more for inspection, then muttering in disdain. "So this is what is called a crow. But it's too dark. I don't like it, woman. If you dislike it, hand it over to me, and I shall deal with it for you." "Why should I give it to you?" "Conditions. I can grant you one condition, as long as it's not excessive." Upon hearing this, Jiang Qianqian appeared utterly perplexed, completely unaware of the implications behind Di Jingma's words. She blinked her large, sparkling eyes in confusion, softly murmuring, At that moment, the nine-tailed fox that had long been hidden in Jiang Qianqian's mind hastily communicated through her consciousness. "Master,